Chapter 1040. Trembling Star Chi Ryu's soul presence stood upon his realm heart, shuttling through the skies. According to the normal cultivation method, he would have to first resonate with his fate star. This resonance would cause his soul presence to immediately appear before it. Once this was complete, he could then use the strength of his fate star to reach out through the abyssal plane to slowly locate the constellations he had fate with. However, Ryu didn't need to do this. He found that he could freely control his realm heart to move about with his soul's presence. Unlike his fate star, his realm heart was tethered in place and could move at speeds that defied physics and logic. So long as he didn't enter the realm of constellations far more powerful than his realm heart, it shouldn't be in any danger. With this method, Ryu could feel the constellations much more clearly, and his speed of observing them was also much quicker. Realizing that such a method was possible, Ryu thought of the possibility of exploring the abyssal plane for reasons outside of constellations. After all, this was a place where all sorts of treasures could be born, and all sorts of mysterious phenomena of nature called home. For example, it wasn't impossible for him to find the existence of another realm heart here. If he could have his own realm heart swallow others, then he wouldn't need to wait until he could fight sky gods to have a chance at upgrading his own. If the godhood of a mere sky god of Sacrum could already allow it to upgrade once, what about a sky god of the true martial world? By the same token, what would it be like to swallow a realm heart that had been birthed under the influence of the true martial world? Ryu was in a unique situation that allowed him to even consider things like this. The Radiant Star Sect's method for dealing with the abyssal plane relied entirely on the Fate Star. Without the Fate Star, one could easily harm their soul by venturing this place. Soul presence and souls weren't quite the same. For example, spiritual sense was an application of soul presence, so it could be said that Ryu was just extending his spiritual sense into the abyssal plane. However, because of the connection between one's soul presence and soul, it would be easy to harm the latter through the use of the former, making the abyssal plane very dangerous. This could be considered another reason why making it through the Path Extinction realm was so difficult for many. This was all to say that unless you had a realm heart like Ryu's that you could use to explore the abyssal plane safely, you could forget about scouring this place for resources. In fact, even if your soul was so powerful that you wouldn't feel threatened by this place, you would still have no method of bringing things back to the real plane without a connection something like the realm heart could provide. After all, moving chi from the abyssal plane and real plane through the use of constellations was very different from bringing a physical object back. However, if Ryu wanted to circumvent this, he only had to allow the object to enter his realm heart and then use that connection to bring it out into the real world. Realizing this, Ryu made a mental note to check what information the Frost clan might or might not have about realm hearts. But considering their rarity, he didn't hold out too much hope. He would likely have to rely on himself. As he thought, Ryu passed by and ignored many constellations. Although many he had passed by were able to apply quite a bit of pressure on him, he couldn't be bothered to care. What he needed was something absolutely perfect, something that would seamlessly fit into his battle style. Using the methods of Radiant Monument, he was able to lock into all sorts of defensive type constellations. But as time passed, they were all pretty much the same. Shields, armors, there were some rare and unique ones like bells, but none of them really caught Ryu's attention until he suddenly came to a stop. "It'll be you," he thought to himself. The constellation before Ryu radiated a mighty aura. It was formed of 27 stars, just shy of the maximum 30 allotted to lineal grade constellations, and it took the shape of a mountain. It was the very first of its kind that Lionel had seen, at least when it came to constellations that fell into the defensive category. All of the other mountains that Ryu had seen on the way here usually fell into the control category, but they weren't right for what he was looking for. Ryu felt that with this constellation, he would be able to form a nice resonance with this natural order which had its own control characteristics. If this defense was fused with that control, the output would be even more powerful. Once he resonated with his monument and projected it using the technique methods of the cultivation technique, the ultimate result would be far larger than the sum of its parts. Ryu exhaled a breath and stood in place, his soul presence reaching out toward his fate star. Ryu had forgotten when the last time he looked at his fate star was, but it was really no different from what he remembered. It was an enormous, resplendent ball of smoldering hot silver gas, however it didn't move a single inch from its location as though it was locked and chained in place. Without sparing it another glance, Ryu began to tether the trembling mountain constellation with his fate star, feeling the resonance coursing through his soul presence. In the real world, the golden moon world began to tremble, the skies opening up as beams of silvery light came down from above. Unfortunately for those on the outside, it was impossible to witness this moment as the illusory manifestation of a mountain formed around Ryu. Slowly, but sure, it turned more corporeal and Ryu began to feel the presence of trembling star chi descend from above. Chapter 1041. Radiant Skin. Trembling star chi had two abilities. The first was to suppress other chis and the second was to disperse them. Both of these had exceptional defensive effects that made this chi type very powerful. From Ryu's understanding, trembling star chi was also an ancestral grade chi. Though, these meant different things in the true martial world versus sacrum, the latter of which Ryu was obviously far more familiar with. In sacrum, ancestral grade chi represented the absolute pinnacle of all chi as the only origin grade chis were essence and chaos chi, two chis that none could control on their own. Though, of course, this didn't include Ryu who had his chaotic silk meridians. In the true martial world, though, ancestral grade chi was quite good, but it wasn't nearly the pinnacle as there were still 9 grades above it. As for the true origin chis, they were known as the primordial chis and primordial chaos chis, with essence and chaos chi being off the scale entirely. Still, although an ancestral grade chi was a bit weak in the absolute large scale, it was still the strongest type of chi anyone below the sky god realm could control without special methods or talents. As such, just being able to have access to this chi placed Ryu at the top tier of those beneath the sky god realm who didn't have special meridians or spiritual foundations. Ryu awoke from his meditation and stood to his feet with a calm exhale. There were 3 main techniques of radiant monument, but they could all be considered to be the same technique, just used at different stages. These techniques were known as radiant skin, radiant aura, and finally the true radiant monument. Radiant skin allowed Ryu to project his trembling star chi into a thin film that protected his skin from damage and harm. This would also give his immediate defenses the characteristics of his chosen constellation and give his skin the ability to tap into the traits of trembling star chi. Radiant aura would project this ability further out, forming a pseudo-domain of sorts that could work similarly to the monarch realm of inheritances. Finally, the radiant monument stage would be the amplification of radiant aura and truly manifest the constellation into being. This was the absolute strongest state of the technique and it, likewise, provided the greatest defense that there was. Whether it was radiant skin or radiant aura, Ryu could still use them without too much issue now as it would only rely on his depth of resonance and his comprehension. However, when it came to radiant monument, the requirements were far more stringent. Not only did he need to meet the requisite requirements of resonance and comprehension, but he also needed to have a certain level of personal strength to withstand the projection properly. For a lineal grade constellation like this one, Ryu would likely need to enter at least the World Sea realm to use its monument. Of course, this was just because he was Ryu. For others, the realm you needed to reach would have to perfectly match up to the grade of constellation you had fused with. It had to be understood that sky god realms were entirely dependent on your Tao. Meaning, if you wanted to become a fragmented sky god, you needed to form a fragmented Tao. But, beyond this, Taos of certain strengths had caps that were very difficult to surpass. Normally, one would need a Tao with a quality just a step below their sky god level if they wanted any hopes of entering that realm. This means that someone with a common grade Tao could only become a fragmented and false sky god, and the latter would only happen in exceptionally rare cases. Likewise, this meant that someone with a lineal Tao would be capped at the 4th sky god level since the lineal Tao was the 3rd grade of Tao quality, or the perfect sky god realm. Normally, though, one would usually end up stuck at a realm below. Meaning, someone with a common grade Tao would have no chance at becoming a sky god, while someone with a lineal Tao would usually be capped at the false sky god realm, which was actually the 2nd sky god level. This was all to say that with a lineal constellation, Ryu would have to reach the equivalent level of sky god to project its monument, or the true sky god realm. Simply put, the hard cap for a sky god level would be 1 step above, but most would commonly be stuck at 1 step below, while for those practicing the core techniques of the Radiant Star sect, they would have to reach the equivalent step to reach the final step of constellation projection. Ryu, though, believed that he would be able to accomplish it at the World Sea realm. In all likelihood, since Ryu knew himself quite well, he would never get that far. He would probably swap the Trembling Mountain out for another constellation once he was strong enough to do so. I'll wait and see when the time comes. If trading in for a stronger constellation isn't worth it, then I won't do it. It's possible that the true state of Radiant Monument is far stronger with a weaker constellation than Radiant Skin or Radiant Aura would be with a more powerful constellation. In that case, trading up wouldn't be worthwhile. Ryu closed his eyes and entered a state of focus. At that moment, his flawless skin, which already shimmered like the moist surface of clear ice, became more resplendent. The skies opened up and a cascade of star chi fell with a rippling torrent. Ryu didn't rush the process, taking his time and understanding what was happening. I see. The best way to control this chi is definitely through my immortal rings, but it was already so troublesome to deploy my immortal rings in the first heaven, the backlash will probably be even worse in the second heaven. However, there's another way I can make use of it. Ryu's attitude shifted and his bone structure trembled. At that moment, his skin's pores opened and the trembling star chi began to pour into his body, before being fed back into the atmosphere. This subtle and exceptionally quick process caused the chi to go from atmospheric to well within Ryu's control. There was a large difference between utilizing free chi in the atmosphere versus controlling chi you had expelled from your own body. The latter provided far more refined control and even worked better than what one could induce with immortal rings. Utilizing his bone structure's ability to absorb chi through his skin, Ryu had actually made Radiant Skin far more powerful than it was initially. This method will work for Radiant Skin, and the process is covert enough to not raise any eyebrows, but it won't work with Radiant Aura. Radiant Aura inherently needs control of atmospheric chi. Ryu nodded to himself. It seemed that Radiant Aura would have to become one of his trump cards, he would only pull it out if he absolutely had to. He had learned his lesson from the first time, the true martial world wasn't a fan of his immortal rings. If he had to fight the heavens and an opponent at the same time, it would be incredibly troublesome. He wouldn't put himself in that situation unless he had to. What Ryu did know, though, was that the next person who forced him to reveal his immortal rings would have an incredibly bad time, because now that his realm heart had established itself in the true martial world's abyssal plane, his comprehension and ability to control immortal chi was on a level most couldn't fathom. Ryu opened his eyes and grasped out with his left hand. His storm talent activated, causing the skies above to rumble with malice. Bang, 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 rumble. True tribulation lightning struck down but were all easily controlled by Ryu's lightning god talent to form a menacing saber edge. With a single flex, Ryu swung down on his star chi-coated arm with all his strength. If others could see this, they would think him to be a madman. Tribulation lightning was, without a doubt, the strongest offensive weapon the heavens had. But to concentrate so many bolts into a single blade took something that was already dangerous and turned it into a weapon of absolute death. Just on lethality alone, this blade was definitely stronger than the strongest attack of a heaven-grade World Sea Realm expert, the very kind of attack Ryu hadn't dared to take head-on just hours ago. Chi. Ryu's gaze flashed and a spike of pain shot through his body. At that moment, in one sweep, the blade cut through half of Ryu's forearm before its momentum ground to a halt. Blood flowed like a stream as Ryu retracted his blade. But, very quickly, his wound began to close itself up. He lightly nodded to himself. For a mere ancestral grade chi to be able to match up to tribulation lightning, which could definitely be classified as an origin grade energy type, was not bad indeed. This technique was powerful and it was only at the first stage. With this, he could definitely fight more head-on battles in the future with less worry about being insta-killed. It's time to recultivate. Once Ryu was finished with this, he would enter the second heaven and see what opportunities he could find. He still needed to help Little Silk reach her full potential and he was still looking for ways to speed up curing his blindness. Plus, he wasn't a fan of being coddled and babied. Chapter 1042, Commotion. Ryu spent several of the next few months in complete solitude. Back in Sacrum, he rarely had the time to sit in silence and cultivate like this as there was always running from one troubled ground to another. However, this time, he was learning of the benefits of having the backing of a sect. He actually had what could be considered time for leisure. Of course, if others knew that Ryu's so-called leisure was just continuous and arduous cultivation, they might very well look at him as though he was a madman. Half a year passed just like this. As Ryu progressed through his recultivation, it took longer and longer periods of time to reach the levels of perfection he sought after. In fact, if it wasn't for his realm heart raising his comprehension of the immortal realms by such a large margin, it would have taken him even longer than just half a year. Still, the time was worth it to Ryu. Whether it was his chi realm or body realm, his strength increased by leaps and bounds every day. In addition, as his body realm increased in foundation and strength, the size of his spiritual sea vastly increased along with it as he squeezed more and more potential out of his soul. The Swallowing Darkness mantra displayed more of its prowess every day, and its inherent compatibility with Ryu's perfect blackbody soul also shone forth. Despite the fact Ryu only had the cultivation method and not the accompanying techniques, he could still vaguely feel the outline of what those techniques would have been had he had the pleasure of using them. This was a sign of just how well he and this technique worked together. The results made Ryu in even less of a hurry to begin recultivating his soul. It simply wasn't necessary. By the time he recultivated to the immortal ring realm, his spiritual sea was already far vaster and stronger than the world sea realm experts of the first and second heaven. In fact, Ryu was fairly certain that he had outstripped the world sea realm geniuses of the third heaven as well. The world sea realm equivalent of the mental realm was known as the soul ascension realm. In fact, this was the very same realm that Ailsa had been in as well. The lower soul ascension realm was the cosmic seed realm equivalent, the middle soul ascension realm was the world sea realm equivalent, and the peak soul ascension realm was the sky god realm equivalent. Or, at the very least, this was how things had worked back in Sacrum, with the legendary soul quintessence realm being entirely unreachable. The true martial world wasn't too different, but here, the soul ascension realm was divided into 4 stages: lower, middle, higher and peak. The first 2 were cosmic seed realm equivalents while the latter 2 were world sea realm equivalents. Finally, the so-called soul quintessence realm was split into 9 states of quintessence, each of which was related to another stage of the sky god realm. The current Ryu felt that the vastness of his soul far outstripped individuals at the lower and middle soul ascension stages, and could be a match for those with soul talent beneath the ancestral grade at the higher and peak stages. This was, without a doubt, Ryu's greatest trump card. The mental realm was quite special. After the formation of the spiritual sea at the soul birth realm, the spiritual chi used wouldn't have any fundamental difference all the way through the soul ascension realm. This meant that while Ryu had to contend against cosmic chi when he faced powerful opponents of the world sea realm and face quality suppression, he didn't have to face the same thing when it came to his soul, or more accurately, not to the same degree. The qualitative change in spiritual chi wouldn't come until the 9 states of quintessence, so jumping levels to do battle in terms of the mental realm was even easier. This same logic also applied to the body realm as well, but Ryu had to be far more cautious with displaying his body's talents in comparison to his soul talents because it was much easier to hide the latter. Still, this didn't stop Ryu. In these 6 months, he recultivated to the pinnacle of the immortal ring realm and the pinnacle of the vessel tempering realm. With his current state, he felt that he could be able to crush world sea realm heaven class talents and be a match more world sea realm sovereign class talents, theoretically. Ryu had never met a talent of the latter quality, but he knew that the gap between the 2 classes of geniuses should be enormous. In fact, said gap would only increase as you moved further up as the difficulty in meeting the requirements would only increase. Ryu knew that since so many heaven class talents could appear in the second heaven, that the third heaven would definitely have even more of them on top of at least 1 or 2 sovereign class talents. As far as Ryu was concerned, these talents would be his real challenge when the heavenly path opened. This was all to say that he wasn't sure if he could face such a class of talent head-on if they had so many realms of cultivation on him, but he felt that even if there was still a gap to close, it probably shouldn't be too large. Ryu opened his eyes for the first time in a long while. The ground around him had been completely ravaged by lightning, but it was also quickly healing. His eyes could finally make out more than just vague movements. He could see shapes and point out shadows, and he could differentiate what was bright from what was dark. Seeing this progression, he nodded to himself. Although he couldn't feel any of his heavenly pupil abilities coming back, he knew that he was on the right track. The closer to perfection he brought his body, the closer he would be to seeing what his heavenly pupils had in store for him. Much like his chaotic silk meridians, Ryu hadn't been able to learn much about heavenly pupils in his place. It was hard to tell if the true martial world simply didn't have them, or if they only existed on the highest tier of heaven. Regardless, Ryu was looking forward to seeing what sort of mutations his eyes had undergone, and most importantly, he couldn't wait to see Ailsa and Yana again. Ryu smiled lightly before stretching his body. All sorts of cracks and pops resounded and he seemed to stand even taller than before. His skin was far more lustrous and his muscles were countless times more defined. The recovery of most of Ryu's talents were complete, or at the very least, they had caught up to what they should have been if Sacrum's grading system was accurate. His Fire Dragon, Lightning Qilin and Fusion Phoenix bloodlines had all returned to the ancestral grade. The same was true of his bone structure and meridians. Of course, this probably wouldn't be their cap. After all, Ryu's beast bloodlines had come from overlord creatures of even the true martial world, and they had far more potential than just that. In addition, his bone structure had already mutated and his meridians spoke for themselves. If Ryu wanted to improve the state of his bloodlines, he would have to continue, returning to origin. After his trip to the mortal planes, he had awakened many memories in bloodlines that he had yet to have a chance to meditate upon. When he came to the true martial world, those memories had seemingly vanished, but he could now sense them clearly once again. With time, he was sure to slowly progress his bloodlines. As for his bone structure, there was probably very little he could actively do about it aside from continue to use the Refinement Sutra. The response Ryu's bones received every time he absorbed heavenly favor for his body realm was great. He had a feeling that he had not only chosen a good path, he had chosen the perfect path. Now, Ryu felt that he could be a match for those pinnacle geniuses of the fourth heaven at the same cultivation level. But that thought didn't fill him with satisfaction. Instead, it filled him with longing and eagerness. He really wanted to meet those geniuses that could force his steps to slow. Little Silk. With a flutter, a familiar butterfly came over and wrapped Ryu in beautiful white and sky blue silks before landing on his shoulders. Ryu nodded, and with a step, he vanished and appeared above the Radiant Star Sect. At the moment, the battles were still raging on, but the auras of the Radiant Star Sect disciples had completely changed. Many of them had died, but those that were left had become like tempered iron. Maybe not long from now, they would truly become steel. Gliding on his greatsword staff, Ryu shot into the distance, leaving the surroundings of the sect in the blink of an eye. His speed was simply on another level. As Ryu charged toward the depths of the second heaven, somewhat aimlessly, his mind wandered. He had thought about entering the Path Extinction realm before leaving, but he had still hesitated. Something was brewing in his mind, something that just might change the trajectory of his future. On a mountain range a great distance from Ryu's back, Selhira stood with a gentle smile on her face as she watched Ryu vanish over the horizon. She had a feeling that by the time he came back, the second heaven would have experienced quite some commotion. Chapter 1043. Furrowed brows. Ryu streaked through the skies, his mood feeling light. It had been a long time since he felt that he had the strength to protect himself properly, and now that he could, it made his heart feel as clear as a mirror. The air felt fresher and the skies seemed brighter. Right at this moment, Ryu didn't have any solid goals. He would like to find things that could strengthen himself and speed up the process of unsealing his eyes, but the odds that he would find another ruin of the caliber of the one left behind by Flowing Frost was highly unlikely. His luck was good, but it definitely wasn't that good. In that case, he should try to take this as a training exercise with the aim of helping Little Silk to reach her full potential. So long as he helped Little Silk to return to the 11th Order, or the World Sea Realm equivalent for beasts. If he succeeded, then he and Little Silk would have around the same battle prowess, though a sovereign-grade beast was probably a half-tier stronger than a sovereign-class genius of the same level. If Ryu wanted to do this, he would have to find the greatest concentrations of yin on the second heaven, but doing this would also put him in an interesting situation. This is because there was a high likelihood that such regions were under the control of Genelus sect, which could potentially put Ryu right in the line of fire. A smile curled Ryu's lip into a sneer. Right now, he had no need to run away from Genelus. In fact, he would welcome her ire with open arms. He would show her that that lesson he taught her back then was just the tip of the iceberg. Ryu zoomed through the skies, landing in a convenient city and teleporting toward his destination. The second heaven was easily tenfold, if not more, larger than the first heaven. Traveling via normal means, even though he was quite fast using flying sword methods, it would still take him years to travel across this region via normal means. Most couldn't afford to travel around so freely, but money wasn't a big matter to Ryu at all. Although the wealth left behind by the Frost clan was just a fraction of what their wealth had once been, it was more than enough to be a tycoon beneath the fourth heaven. In addition, even if Ryu ran out of money, he still had methods of creating his own chi stones and chaos chi stones, a method he had yet to have to rely on. With his meridians having returned to the ancestral grade, the quality of chi stones he could create would cause a clamor on the second heaven. There might not even be enough wealth here to trade with him. Ryu stepped out of the teleportation platform, a chilling wind wrapping around him. Many gazes landed on him when he did, their expressions flickering between respect and ridicule. But those with the latter expressions didn't last long as they saw Ryu's expression remain indifferent. Very quickly, even those gazes turned to respect as well. Who didn't know about the frigid cold in this region? Some people thought that just a shield of chi would be enough to last, but would panic when the cold seeped into their meridians and they turned into ice statues. This happened quite often. There were even some individuals who took up posts in nearby restaurants to watch and laugh about it. Most in the region had to wear very special beast furs or protective items to protect against the cold. The only individuals who didn't need to do so were almost considered to be the nobles of this region. Such individuals had talents that either allowed them to resist this cold or become one with this cold, the latter of which was far more respected. It was clear that Ryu wasn't doing anything to resist the cold, clearly he was a member of this latter group. What was the most shocking was the fact that he wasn't even using chi at all. He simply allowed the cold chi to dance across his skin. What was most shocking was the fact that he was just in the immortal ring realm. Usually, even when one had a great amount of talent, you had to have a corresponding amount of strength to make it look so easy. Ryu swept a gaze through the crowd but didn't say much. With a hop, he stepped onto his greatsword staff and shot toward the snowy mountain caps in the distance. He wanted to battle. The crowd in the surroundings could only silently watch him leave. It wasn't until he was already gone that it suddenly hit them that Ryu had actually just flown. Cities in the lower heavens didn't usually have no flying rules since only sky gods could do so anyway, so it was too rare for them to see such a scene. Within the crowd, there was an individual, though, who was less like the wowed crowd and much calmer. But even so, their brows had furrowed. This wasn't an individual that Ryu knew of, but they were from a sect that he would have heard of, the very same sect of Genelis, the Carving Ice sect. The frown of this individual only became more concentrated when he saw the direction that Ryu was headed in. It seemed that a variable had appeared. Ryu immediately sensed the gaze on him, his void spiritual sense locking onto the individual with a far sharper gaze than the others. However, even after taking note of this, he didn't turn back, his speed becoming even faster as he zoomed into the mountain range. Maybe this place would be more interesting if someone had already taken notice of him. It was time for him to let loose a bit. When Ryu came above the endlessly snowy and vast wilderness, he began to freefall from the skies, his white hair whipping wildly behind him. Down below, a white-furred bear beast with icicles for claws looked up, only to release a billowing roar. Chapter 1044, Boulder Bang. Ryu's feet landed, the beast below him being crushed into minced meat, his irises flickering with the mountain character. Ryu waved a hand, a beast core shooting into his head, the flesh and blood covering it froze over and fell off piece by piece. All right, Little Silk, get to it. Little Silk fluttered with excitement. Ryu had just killed a 9th order heaven-grade beast with a single stomp, how could she not be excited? At this pace, it really wouldn't be long until she regained her original strength. Long strands of silk left her little body, wrapping around the corpse and absorbing it with gusto. It was hard to tell where it all went with that little body of hers that could fit on a single palm. But the fact that Little Silk could remain so small was actually a good thing from what Ryu could tell. Beasts in the true martial world tended to be much smaller. Even the most powerful ones Ryu had come across were just about a dozen meters long, and that was a snake beast to begin with. The others were mostly much smaller than that. Plus, just from a cursory glance around with his spiritual sense, the beasts of the second heaven tended to be a tick smaller as well. What was shocking about this was that Little Silk had been so small since she was an overlord in Sacrum. If Ryu was correct, Little Silk likely had quite a bit more potential than just the sovereign grade. But whether he would be able to get that potential out of her without Ailsa's help would be another matter entirely. For now, he could just do his best to help her recover to her peak. Ryu took a step forward and vanished. In the beginning, he only targeted 9th order beasts until Little Silk didn't get any large help from them any longer. Only then did he change targets to 10th order beasts. While heaven-grade beasts were exceptionally rare on the first heaven, they were more ubiquitous on the second heaven, although not exaggeratedly so. What were rare were sovereign-grade beasts, as Ryu had yet to run into even a single one. Little Silk quickly recovered to the 7th order and made great headway toward the 8th. Ryu only occasionally took some meat from their corpses ahead of time, but it wasn't too helpful to him. Before, he found heaven-grade meat to be a delicacy, but right now his stomach felt like a vast pit he couldn't fill no matter how hard he tried. Ryu's skin flickered with starry light as he punched outward, cracking the skull of a 10th order. After weakening it, he stood to the side and let Little Silk fight it. He felt that by allowing Little Silk to use more of her strength, the process of evolution would be much smoother. Minutes later, Little Silk won the battle and absorbed the corpse, returning to the 8th order. Okay, it's time to travel deeper. The sovereign grade beasts should be hidden in there somewhere. The more powerful beasts will be in there too. Ryu's body flickered, taking Little Silk with him. His speed exploded forth, entering the depths of the mountain range. His spiritual sense spread out far and wide, covering a range of over 100 kilometers with ease. This was already a range that a World Sea Realm expert could hardly hope to match up to under the suppression of the second heaven, yet he had accomplished it at the Immortal Ring realm. Ryu's mind danced with images of the terrain, locating all the targets he wanted in the blink of an eye. After another half-day, Little Silk had recovered to the 9th order. Her progress had slowed tremendously, but it could only be expected considering the state of things. What was interesting was that the little butterfly hadn't grown in size at all. By this point, Ryu couldn't help but wonder if his mother had done more to this little one than just allowing her to match up to the true sovereign grade rather than being stuck at the sovereign grade of the true martial world. Ryu had killed dozens of 11th order heaven grade beasts by now. In order to not tire himself out as these creatures were truly powerful, he relied on his archery and sneak attacks, targeting these beasts before they were even aware of his presence. If others could see him slaughtering beasts even heaven-class World Sea Realm experts would struggle with, there was no doubt that they would want to cut open his body to see what was hidden within. During this period, Ryu got a good understanding of just how rare Dao cores and Dao bones were. He only targeted powerful heaven-grade creatures and he had already killed thousands of them in the last few days, and yet he hadn't run into even a single one. It was an entire 3 more days before Little Silk could recover to the 10th order, but this speed was already astounding. Little Silk couldn't help but flutter around happily, feeling that his strength had truly become monstrous. Now, she felt that she could crush Cosmic Seed Realm sovereign class geniuses and she could be of great help to Ryu at this level as well. Now there was just a final push left before she could return to the World Sea Realm. However, by this point, Ryu was truly baffled. Why was it that he hadn't run into even a single sovereign grade beast yet? Something seemed off. He had ventured quite deep enough that even god beasts should have appeared by now, but they were nowhere to be seen as well. Ryu had proceeded very cautiously as if he used his void spiritual sense too liberally. The likes of a god beast might be able to see through him and track him. But after days of this caution, he hadn't run into any such beasts either. Was I wrong about this place? Why would the Carving Ice sect settle into such a weak region? It doesn't make much sense. Ryu's gaze narrowed. Something wasn't adding up properly. Ryu looked toward the true depths of the mountain range. He hadn't dared to go into that region or even stretch his spiritual sense into it since he was absolutely certain that there were god beasts over there. But it seemed that he would need to be a bit bolder. Chapter 1045, Poison. Ryu shot forward, his speed leaving faint afterimages in his wake. Although he didn't use his great sword staffs to fly, he couldn't be considered slow in the slightest. He simply preferred to maintain the flexibility of staying on his feet. Little Silk sat silently on his shoulder, her aura becoming more and more restrained. It didn't take long for Ryu to notice this at all. He could communicate with Little Silk, at least not in the usual way humans would. The only beasts that Ryu had ever known to speak were the ancestral beasts of Sacrum, but he had yet to meet such a creature in the true martial world. Regardless, even without a clear line of communication, he could feel Little Silk's emotions and intentions. He had only traveled a few dozen kilometers into the core region, but her demeanor had completely changed, from one of excitement to one of restraint. Ryu came to a stop, standing atop a thick layer of slow and yet not leaving even the slightest footprint behind. His senses spread out, become sharper and sharper. He wanted to understand exactly what was making Little Silk react like this, because from what he understood, Little Silk was confused as well. In fact, if it wasn't for Little Silk's connection with Ryu, she might have been aimlessly flapping about by now. This has to be some sort of technique or formation method. From what it seems like, it's being used to dull the edge of the beasts in the surrounding, but it's also so subtle that I can't pick up on it. In that case, maybe it's not a formation but rather a scent. Or a special chi. Ryu felt that this made the most sense. There was nothing special about the smell of the air currently, but that didn't mean there was nothing there. The number of odorless poisons were too many to name in a single sitting, and the number of poisons that were non-lethal and could fly under the radar like this were too numerous. Ryu could only sigh. His spiritual sense wasn't quite high-level enough to pick up on such small and minute details. If he had his heavenly pupil's ephemeral tapestry would expose this poison immediately, but right now he could only speculate. After a moment, though, Ryu grinned. This region was blanketed with something that seemed to lull beasts into a restrained state. In that case, wasn't this absolutely perfect for him? Defeating these beasts would only be easier now. Ryu's steps flashed and his body flickered and vanished, his speed becoming even faster. He looked no different from a line of blue in the vast whiteness. There, after several more minutes of running at high speed, Ryu found his first 11th order beast. It was a large lizard creature with gorgeous violet-white scales. However, as beautiful as its scales were, its actual appearance was ugly. It had an enormous jaw, short forelegs and enormous hind legs. It looked like a dinosaur, especially when it opened its large jaw to yawn and revealed the row of rotting flesh lodged in its sharp teeth. Such a creature was definitely a top-class predator. However, this top-class predator, which should have been hunting to satiate its enormous appetite, was actually just lazily lying in its den. It wasn't sleeping as its eyes were open, but its eyelids drooped as though it might fall into a deep sleep any time now. And yet, that time never came. It hovered in an apathetic state between sleep and wakefulness. Ryu could tell that it was in no position to protect itself, causing his lips to curl. Ryu pulled his grandfather's bow from his back, his aura shifting. By this point, with the sharp senses of an 11th order sovereign grade would have already sensed the danger. If Ryu wanted to avoid this detection before he released his arrow, he would have to be at least 10 or so kilometers away. But if he released an arrow from so far away, although he had more than enough strength to cover this distance, the beast would likewise be able to react in time. Right now, though, Ryu was just half a kilometer away. At this distance, someone who didn't detect him and dodge ahead of time could only face death so long as their strength was beneath the sovereign grade sky god realm. Ryu released his arrow with an exhale. The lizard beast only had time to open its eyes from a half-closed position, but that only allowed Ryu's attack to skewer its skull all the better. It couldn't even cry out in horror before its life began to fade away. With a step, Ryu crossed the half-kilometer distance, appearing next to the corpse. It looked as though nothing at all had happened. If it wasn't for the blood slowly seeping out from the lizard beast's eye, it would have been difficult to tell that it was doing anything other than taking a nap. "Your turn, Little Silk." Little Silk was still feeling a bit languid, but there was nothing much Ryu could do about this. Seeing that the little one didn't have any energy to absorb such a behemoth, he tapped the corpse of the lizard beast and allowed it into the Golden Moon world. It seemed that Little Silk's breakthrough would have to wait until after they left this place. After allowing Little Silk into the ring to rest as well, Ryu's figure flashed. He would allow Little Silk to absorb the beast carcasses that he gathered once she had recovered. But for now, he would focus on accumulating as many as he could. With the beasts all in a languid state, it was much harder for Ryu to find them, but that trouble was mitigated by the ease with which he was able to crush them all. He rarely needed more than just a single arrow. The days ticked by, and after another 3, Ryu believed he finally found the source of this odd phenomena. His gaze narrowed as he shrouded his body in void spiritual sense. Chapter 1046. Exercise. Up ahead about 20 or so kilometers, there was a camp. Although it was best classified in this way, it was quite beautiful. The tents were formed with what looked like silvery seal skin, each of them radiating a dull sky blue glow. The camp was well organized, almost like a city. It didn't have walls, but Ryu could sense the powerful formation that enveloped it, although one wouldn't be able to see it with their naked eye. Although Ryu hadn't become the recultivation of his soul just yet, as it wasn't a pressing matter for him, he had spent a lot of time studying formations of the true martial world when he had time. His talent in formation mastery was especially steep, so it only took a single sweep of his spiritual sense to know that this was an ancestral grade formation, not an ancestral grade formation of sacrum, but a true ancestral grade formation of the true martial world. Just a formation was able to withstand the assault of tens of thousands of World Sea Realm experts or even a handful of fragmented sky gods. Such a formation was more than good enough to be laid around a 2-star sect, and yet it was laid in the middle of nowhere for the sake of a camp. Ryu's gaze narrowed. Just now when he tried to see through more of the secrets of the formation, he was forced to pull back for fear of being detected. He realized that had he not had void spiritual sense, he would have been sensed immediately. Such caution, from his understanding, to be able to detect spiritual sense, a formation had to be exceptional. This ability alone made this formation actually comparable to a formation a tier above. This large-scale formation was definitely approaching the level of a fragmented grade formation. Ryu wasn't in a rush. He had already gathered dozens of carcasses for Little Silk, all of which were at the 11th order and of the sovereign grade. From his estimations, this should be enough to allow her to make that final push into the 11th order. In that case, he was no longer pressed for time. He could calmly observe what was happening here. If he was correct, this camp should be created by the Carving Ice sect. Just from a cursory glance, he could see that it was surrounded by 64 smoking pillars. There was a potential chance that this smoke was the very poison that Ryu was looking for, the source of all this time, while the pillars seemed to be part of the formation flags that formed the important foundation of the ancestral grade formation. Although the smoking pillars were outside the formation, if one thought it would be easy to cripple the formation like this, they'd be sorely mistaken. Even Ryu didn't dare to casually touch them. If anything, those pillars were the most dangerous parts of the formation and had the highest concentrations of power. Ryu continued to watch silently. Over time, he wanted many to come in and out of the camp, but they didn't seem to be doing anything special. When Ryu realized that he wasn't going to find out much like this, he chose one of the more powerful individuals and began to trail them. After several more hours, he returned to the camp and Ryu got his answer. I see, so they're just like me, they're hunting beasts using this method. But if this is an available method to sects, why doesn't everyone do it? The carcasses of beasts, their bones, their flesh, their beast cores, were all exceptionally useful. Ryu didn't believe that the sects wouldn't take the option if they could out of some moral responsibility. So that meant that there was another explanation. The first possibility was that it was too dangerous. After all, there were overlords among the beasts as well. There weren't just human sky gods in existence. Ryu had yet to meet any special races in the true martial world, but he knew they definitely existed. And while they weren't on the lower heavens, there were powerful beasts among them for certain. The second possibility was that it was an expensive endeavor and no sect would do it casually without very, very good reason. The third possibility was just that this was a special method reserved for the Carving Ice sect solely. Of these options, Ryu felt that things were rarely so simple and that it was potentially a combination of all three. However, if he had to pick one that resonated the most with what he had seen, the second possibility was the most likely. The odds that it was the third was quite low purely because the Carving Ice sect was only one of the most powerful sects on the second heaven. If it really had a method of monopolizing beast corpses on its own, over time, this advantage would have long since brought them up to the third heaven if not beyond. In such a case, then the Carving Ice sect definitely had a very good reason for going all out like this. Was it due to the opening of the heavenly path? This was very possible. Ryu's gaze flickered. It seemed that he would have to take the risk of breaching the formation with his spiritual sense. Only by getting an understanding of what was inside could he confirm exactly what was happening. After a moment, Ryu targeted the most vulnerable parts of the formation and snaked his senses inside, doing a slow and steady sweep of the camp. Soon, he made it to the central and largest tent there was, only to find that there was yet another formation. Ryu frowned, but he remained patient and calm. Right now, no one knew how deep into the mountain range that he had entered, so they weren't looking for him. But if they didn't know that he was here, with their numbers, it would be all too easy to cast a net that it would be difficult for him to escape. After several more hours, Ryu managed to carefully make his way into the tent and what he saw left him a bit startled. Within, Janellis sat in meditation, completely in the nude, her soft skin revealed to the chilling wind. Her proportions were absolutely perfect. But this was a matter that Ryu could care less about. What startled him was what was happening. Bits and pieces of her body were turning into transparent ice. Beneath her, a large amount of beast flesh, beast cores and bones were being slowly refined. As they were refined, her flesh was very slowly being turned into ice. Ryu's expression flickered. So all of this commotion was for Janellis. It looked like she was refining her physique to an all-new level. With the effort the sect was putting in, Ryu was certain that the benefits wouldn't be small. Ryu slowly pulled back, ready to regroup and decide what to do next. However, at that moment, the odd chi in the surroundings latched onto Ryu's spiritual sense, slowly turning it to ice as well. Ryu was easily able to shake this off considering his affinities, but the change caused a disruption in the formations. In that instant, Ryu's heart was hit with a pulse of electricity and his pupils constricted. Right then, the pair of invisible formations whirred to life, flashing with pulsing red and blue lights. Ryu shook his head, but then he chuckled. It seemed he would have to get some good exercise this time. Chapter 1047. Ryu quickly shrouded himself in his void spiritual sense just as a bombardment of spiritual sense spread out in all directions. Just in a few seconds, he felt the area that he was standing in be passed over dozens of times, causing his expression to become serious. In Sacrum, having spiritual sense that stretched over dozens of kilometers wasn't very rare. However, in the true martial world, such existences were almost by necessity sky gods, or at the very least, world sea realm experts. Due to the fact Ryu's soul was of the ancestral grade, the suppression he experienced in the second heaven was minimal, which was why his own was able to spread out over 10 kilometers even back before he improved his spiritual sea so greatly. However, there weren't such talents here. Ryu was standing quite a distance away. For so many to be able to stretch their senses so far to check on him was just a testament to just how many powerhouses were in this region. In fact, many of them had been hidden before Ryu suddenly alerted them. It was clear that they were on standby for a situation exactly like this one. Ryu's eyes narrowed as he glided back, his figure flickering and vanishing as he moved with as much speed as he could muster without causing disruptions to the chi in the surroundings. He knew that the moment those powerhouses realized that they couldn't find the person they were looking for, they would begin looking for different markers of movement. Although abilities and treasures that could hide one from spiritual sense were rare, they weren't rare to the point that they wouldn't be immediately thought of in a situation like this one. And, more importantly, their weaknesses were widely known. Most of such treasures wouldn't make one invisible, so they'd still be observable with the naked eye. In addition, such treasures couldn't hide the impact on the environment one would have. It couldn't do anything about footprints, disturbed environments, or most important, distortions in the air. Ryu, though, was well aware of this. From the very beginning, Ryu hadn't left any footprints in his wake. His movement technique was more than graceful enough to avoid such things. As such, the only thing he had to be concerned about were distortions in the air. These distortions came in two forms. The first was displacement of the wind and the second was currents of chi. The faster a cultivator moved, the faster the wind around them would have to move to stay out of their way. Someone with sharp spiritual sense would definitely be able to pick up on this by looking for oddities in the wind. The chi current issue was even more blatant than the first, albeit easier to hide. Those at the immortal ring realm and above gained great power by pulling in chi from the surroundings, and this was especially so when movement techniques were involved. But, even if one only used the chi within their bodies, it would most definitely have effects on the surrounding atmosphere that could be detected as well. The moment these powerful spiritual senses started looking for such things, the more troublesome it would become for Ryu to avoid detection. However, Ryu had two things that were in his favor. Firstly, he had exceptionally high affinity with the wind thanks to the northern and southern heavenly winds. Under his recultivation, they too had been brought to an ancestral grade standard and their ability to help him on the second heaven was astounding. With a thought, Ryu could vanish into the wind as the standard of the second heaven was too low to stop him. If he wanted, he could even use his northern heavenly wind to fly as well. Thanks to this, the problem of wind was non-existent to him. However, the trouble of chi was far more difficult to handle. If Ryu wanted to escape this coming encirclement, it would be hard to do so without chi. This was because the northern heavenly wind wouldn't be able to display its full prowess without chi as well. As such, Ryu was heavily capped in the speed he could use. At his current pace, he would eventually be surrounded. Coming to this point, Ryu suddenly stopped. He pulled his greatsword staff from his back and carved it into a large tree. He placed disregarded bits into his spatial ring before slipping inside and sealing himself shut. Right now, he was easily 20 or so meters above the ground. It would be impossible to spot such a defect in a single tree so high up. Ryu's gaze flashed as he sat in silence, his aura calm. One would have never thought that he had suddenly become the target of several sky gods. Ryu knew that escaping now was impossible, but another factor was that he didn't want to escape. He was very curious about exactly what was happening here, and if he could ruin things for Genelis, he wouldn't turn his nose up at the opportunity. At the same time, though, he also knew that getting all of the sky gods to abandon the camp in search of him was impossible as well. They wouldn't be foolish enough to make such a choice. Even if some of them left, a good portion would stay behind to make sure nothing else happened. Ryu calmly observed what was happening, and to his surprise, two individuals shot into the skies, causing his eyes to narrow. Flying without the support of special means on the second heaven only meant one thing: false sky gods, two of them. It seemed that not only was the Carving Ice sect a true two-star sect, which meant that they had at least 10 fragmented sky gods, they also had 2 false sky gods on top of that. They weren't a normal true star sect. Even among true two-star sects, they were exceptionally powerful. But what was more interesting was that these two powerhouses both insisted on being present at this camp. Chapter 1048. Oddity. The two false sky gods, one man and one woman, scanned the surroundings with a coldness in their eyes. It was clear that they were relying on their eyesight instead of their spiritual sense, because they had already realized that their gazes would be more effective in this situation. However, even after scanning over the entire horizon with eyes that could easily see for hundreds of kilometers, they saw nothing. Although there was a whole range of forest, mountains and cave systems to use as cover, if someone was moving through this terrain, even if they were wearing white and making use of cover, it would still be impossible for them to hide from their sight. The vision of sky gods, and cultivators in general, was simply too sharp. However, even after several minutes, they found absolutely nothing. "Kara, you stay here. I will go," the male false sky god spoke. Kara nodded, her eyes still narrowed. This matter was too important. Although others had already gone to investigate, they couldn't afford to be casual. Whether or not their sect would gain a foothold in the fourth heaven come the next opening of the heavenly path was all contingent on this. With a flicker, Amanra, the male false sky god, flickered and vanished, his overwhelming pressure pressing down on the surroundings as though he wanted to force Ryu out of hiding by force. Within his chosen tree, Ryu remained calm. Amanra's choice wasn't a bad one. The oppression of a sky god could easily cause one to slip up. He had made the correct assumption that whoever had come here was unlikely to be at his strength level. After all, false sky gods were considered to be the pinnacle of strength in the second heaven. However, if he thought that this would be enough for Ryu to shudder in fear, he was sorely mistaken. Noticing that Kara was still in the air, Ryu realized that he would have to be more patient. But this just gave him the time he needed to investigate this situation more thoroughly. Even false sky gods, it seemed, couldn't sense his void spiritual sense. Or, more accurately, false sky gods of this caliber. So long as he was cautious around the formations, he should be able to infiltrate once again and gain a better understanding of exactly what was happening. About half an hour later, Ryu finally managed to enter Genelis' tent with his senses again. This time, he was prepared for the iciness and guarded himself against it. His ice affinity was exceptional to begin with. He didn't fear a bit of cold. Ryu silently observed Genelis for a long time before he felt that he finally understood what was happening. She's refining her body, but it isn't a normal refinement, it's more like an entire rebirth. The further he crystallization goes, the closer she is to success. It's almost like recultivation, but far more dangerous. With just a single mistake, her life would be forfeit. Even when I disturbed her formation, she still didn't have the luxury of waking from her meditation. Every time a new beast was brought back, it was brought to a tent adjacent to Genelis where it was first processed via a special method. Then, this refined carcass was passed through an underground passage to Genelis' tent where it was silently added to the pool of crimson. This refinement process was quite exceptional. From what Ryu could tell, the first shocking thing was that even the weakest creatures were of the 11th order and of the sovereign grade. And yet, it still wasn't enough for Genelis. There must have been hundreds of refined beasts in there, but she was only about 10% of the way through the process. The second shocking thing, however, was the individual doing the refining. This person was quite mysterious, wearing a cloak of black that Ryu didn't dare to peek into. At best he could gain a vague shadowy representation of the individual because this person seemed to have treasures that barred out even his own spiritual sense. If Ryu pressed forward, not only would he be exposed again and have to move once more, but he had a feeling that he wouldn't be able to shake this individual off as easily as he had the others. Ryu's brows couldn't help but furrow. Could it be that the Carving Ice sect was actually a 3-star sect with a true sky god in their midst? That was possible, but why would they hide it? In fact, this person seemed like they were hiding as well. Now that Ryu thought about it, this wasn't the first oddity related to the Carving Ice sect. Was it really a coincidence that Genelis had found the Frost clan's remnants? While the other representatives of the Second Heaven had been focusing on recruiting Chosen, Genelis had gone ruin hunting instead. But considering what Ryu knew of her personality, she should have disdained to even try to find treasure on the First Heaven. In fact, considering how clearly important she was to the Carving Ice sect, if she didn't want to go and recruit on the First Heaven, she just had to say a word and the matter would be shut down. So why had this arrogant woman come down to the First Heaven? Could it be that she knew of Flowing Frost's ruin from the very beginning? But how was that possible? Even if the location of the ruin was known, it still wouldn't be enough for Genelis to make a move. Why would she care about something left by a First Heaven expert? Unless she already knew that it was a remnant left by the Sixth Heaven, or at the very least, she knew that it came from a higher heaven. But how could she know such a thing? If even a mere Second Heaven sect could find out this information, would the enemies of the Frost clan have wiped out their last hope long ago? Ryu's gaze narrowed. There was definitely some sort of oddity here and he felt the need to find out what it was. Chapter 1049, Exposed, The cloaked figure suddenly lifted their head, looking around. They felt that someone was watching them, causing them to pause in their refinement for a moment and look around with a sweeping gaze. The eyes of the cloaked figure narrowed as Ryu continued to observe. Suddenly, Ryu's gaze flickered. As quickly as he could muster it, he vanished into the Golden Moon world. The moment Ryu vanished, a rippling wave of spiritual chi shot out from the cloaked figure, sweeping through everything before locking onto a hollow tree in the distance. There was nothing inside of the tree aside from a single ring. However, the appearance of this singular ring makes the cloaked figure's heart shudder. Kara, a distorted voice boomed. Within the Golden Moon world, Ryu's expression darkened. He had overestimated his void spiritual sense. At the very least, he had overestimated it at this stage. He had managed to avoid being locked down, but if he was too casual he would be finished. Time to go. Ryu appeared within the hollow tree once again. He slammed a palm down, causing a formation to rapidly take form. Communicating with the Silver Star visualization, he flooded the surroundings with a towering spatial chi. The cloaked figure's expression changed once again. They had expected Ryu to remain hiding, but it seemed that Ryu wasn't actually so foolish. They stretched out their spiritual chi once again, looking to mark Ryu for good. But by that point, it was already too late. Ryu vanished into thin air. At that moment, false sky god Kara appeared outside of the tent. It had only been a fraction of the second, and yet Ryu's timing couldn't have been better. He didn't hesitate in the slightest, nor did he panic, causing the cloaked figure to lose out on the best chance to mark him. Yes, Ancestor, Kara replied respectfully. The cloaked figure's gaze flashed with rage. They had actually been outsmarted by a junior, what absolute trash. As for how they were absolutely certain that Ryu was a junior without locking onto him, that was even simpler. Before them, who wasn't a junior? The scuttling rat has been forced out of their hiding spot. I can't leave right now or else the refinement process will fail, however you cannot let that rat escape. He has the world ring in his possession, the final treasure of the Frost clan. This means that the ruin was cleared after Genelis failed. Track him down, now. Kara's heart shuddered. The ruin was cleared. Is it the boy with the perfect blackbody soul? Yes. Just now, he was secretly observing everything with his void spiritual sense. Luckily, his soul is still weak or else even I wouldn't be able to detect him. As things stand now, you won't be able to find him through normal means. Bring out the treasure. He escaped using a small-scale teleportation array. It won't be able to send him much further than about 100 to 1000 kilometers, he's still within range and can't escape. Anyone in the surrounding million kilometers that doesn't cultivate my carving ice technique, kill them. Make sure not to alert those king beasts. Kara shuddered. Such a range, was it still necessary if only a small-scale teleportation array was used? However, when she thought about how important this matter was, she nodded heavily. There was no way around this matter. It was better if they started a massacre than run into individuals who might want to interfere with their plans. Kara's expression turned frighteningly cold. So long as they caught this boy, they would not only gain that legacy, but they would also gain a perfect blackbody soul. Yes, Ancestor. Ryu appeared from thin air, landing lightly on a thick pile of snow without even the slightest disruption to the environment. His gaze flickered with a cold light. They probably thought that he had run to escape, but he knew that that would be foolish. If he tried to run right now, he would be caught up too. The distance between this place and the nearest city with a large-scale teleportation array was far too large. By the time he made it even 10% of the way there, he would be caught. However, the moment Ryu had been caught once, he had already thought of how he might escape if he was caught a second time. He was caught off guard once, but he wouldn't make the same mistake twice. There were two reasons for why he had entered the Golden Moon world at the risk of exposing its existence. The first was obviously to dodge the cloaked figure's attempt at leaving a soul tag on his spiritual sense. In the over year that Ryu had been in the true martial world, he had made it a point to learn about all the techniques he possibly could. Ignorance was the greatest sin in a world like this one. Although it was still impossible to know everything, when it came to the most commonly used sinister methods, he knew them all. The soul tag was obviously one of these methods. The second reason he had disappeared into the Golden Moon world was to hide the fact that he could personally set formations himself. From the perspective of the cloaked figure, Ryu had pulled out a ready-made formation drawn by someone else before fueling its activation with his own chi. As such, this individual had no idea about Ryu's formation mastery skill and would have no idea that Ryu would set up his own. Due to this, the cloaked figure's first assumption would be that Ryu would try to escape on foot. Even if he had several more formation plates to use, he would eventually run out. Under these assumptions, the cloaked figure and the others would never guess that Ryu hadn't actually run for his life. Instead, he had entered even deeper into the mountain range, entering the territory of the overlord beasts. Chapter 1050. Race Ryu did a quick scan of his surroundings and found that the smoky fog in this region was especially dense. It didn't take much time for Ryu to realize that this was most definitely a result of the Carving Ice sect's machinations. But what surprised him was that due to the density, even he was beginning to feel somewhat languid. However, as soon as that feeling came, Ryu's bone structure glowed, his yin water also beginning to circulate. When it came to poisons, although Ryu wouldn't dare to say that he was immune in the true martial world, he probably wasn't very off from it, at least when it came to poisons targeted toward lower life forms. With a step, Ryu flickered and vanished, moving even deeper. The cloaked figure's estimates were well off. Ryu hadn't teleported 100 kilometers away, he had teleported over 10,000 kilometers away, relying on a combination of formation and his visualization. Of his visualizations, the silver star was the only one that didn't seem suppressed in the true martial world. In fact, it only seemed to get stronger even with Ryu's minimal insights into it. Ryu quickly found a secluded area, took his ring off of his finger, carved a piece out of a thick rock, buried it inside, and then disappeared into it. Once Ryu entered the Golden Moon world, he got to work immediately. His plan was simple: create his own large-scale teleportation array. Ryu was missing two things to accomplish this, one of which was far easier to fulfill than the other. The first thing was resources. Each large-scale teleportation array required a solid foundation of resources, but most importantly, it needed chi stones for activation. The better resources one used for their teleportation array, the less chi stones you would need to use. Of course, this was relative. After all, even if you used exceptional resources, if your goal was a destination trillions of miles away, you would still need to spend an enormous sum for each teleportation. Regardless, Ryu didn't worry much about this. He planned to use a weaker foundation and make it up with more chi stones. Although he had the resources to use, he would eventually need to bring this formation outside to set it up and then abandon it. How could he invest a great amount into a formation he was about to abandon? That would be ridiculous. The second issue, though, was more difficult to deal with, and that was having the requisite insights into the laws of space. Setting up certain formations would always require a foundational understanding of the fundamental runes used to build it. Without this understanding, it was impossible to properly set up a formation, and using a formation like this would be asking for death. Most of the large-scale teleportation arrays in the second heaven were set up by sky gods. It was one thing for Ryu to use a small-scale teleportation array which was designed to send him up to 1,000 kilometers away at best. However, for a large-scale array which could send him hundreds of thousands to millions of kilometers away, it was impossible to do so casually. In fact, even accomplishing the former without a great deal of training was impossible unless you were a genius on Ryu's level. Still, Ryu had the utmost confidence in himself. The only question was if he would be able to do it in time. Anyone who could make it to the sky god realm, especially in the true martial world, was most definitely not a fool. He could shake them off for a small while, but most definitely not an infinite amount of time. If he could just teleport away from within the Golden Moon world, things would be fine. But doing so was impossible for a few reasons. The first and most obvious was that this would require leaving the ring behind and thus all of the Frost clan's techniques and resources behind. This was an absolute no-go and Ryu refused to do it. The Frost clan was far too helpful to his future path. The second and less obvious reason was that teleporting from one world to another, which is what would effectively have to happen in this situation, was even beyond large-scale teleportation. If Ryu had the chance to accomplish the latter, he had absolutely no chance at accomplishing the former with centuries of research and time. This meant that he needed to exit the world to leave. However, setting up the array would cause fluctuations of chi to appear in the air, which meant that if he wasn't fast enough and the sky gods of the Carving Ice sect began to look deeper into the mountain range, he would end up exposed and very dead. Ryu reached out a hand and caused a jade to snap into his fingers. This was the weakest large-scale teleportation array the Frost clan had in their arsenal. According to its introduction, on the sixth heaven it could only send one about 1,000 kilometers. But on lower heavens, even if deployed at an initial success level, it would display far greater range. From a cursory glance, Ryu believed that even a 500,000 or so kilometers wouldn't be impossible if he deployed it at initial success. Thinking to this point, Ryu began to study the individual fundamental runes and how they fit together. He mumbled to himself, drawing in the air with one finger while his mind flipped between the bits and pieces of the array with astounding speed. Ryu's gaze sparkled. He realized that as he continued, he found that bits and pieces of the silver star visualization were also becoming clearer to him. His eagerness increased, his finger moving faster. While Ryu was in a race against time, a massacre of epic proportions had already begun in the mountain range. Kara and Amanra showed no mercy, even deploying the other sky gods of the sect. To help, beneath the sky god realm, all cultivators were ants. Once after another, innocents had their lives ripped from them. However, even after so long, their target was still not found. Chapter 1051. Spatial Chi Dome. The runes Ryu drew in the air quickly became more and more complex, his focused state only increasing with each passing moment. He could only lament the fact that his eyes still hadn't awakened, or else this process would have most definitely been far faster. Even if he didn't rely on its comprehension abilities, just the ability to step into deeper states of meditation on a whim would make things far easier. Even so, this didn't put off Ryu. Largely, Ryu split the formation into two parts. The first part was the portion that could be classified to be at the immortal realm. The formation itself could be classified as a mystical grade formation, which was a step above the heaven grade and, likewise, a step beyond the immortal grades. Or, more accurately, it shared space with the immortal grade. Mystical grade formations and techniques were best laid down by experts of the Tao pedestal realm and cosmic seed realm. As such, from this, one can see that the former is considered an immortal realm while the latter is considered a cosmic realm. Due to this, there were portions of the formation that could be understood by immortal realm cultivators, but there were also some portions that could be classified as secrets of the higher realm and was, as such, the second part that Ryu had split the formation into. This was important because Ryu could see through the immortal realms very easily and quickly by relying on 1, his Tao, and 2, his realm heart. In combination, the speed he flew through the less complex parts of the formation was extraordinary. In fact, it felt that so long as he glanced at it, he would understand it. The issues began to creep up when the more complex runes were in question. In the face of immortal fundamental runes, Ryu could clear 100 a second without pause. However, for the cosmic fundamental runes, it took him between 1 and 3 seconds to understand just one. The difference was drastic, especially when it was considered that Ryu's 100 per second cap in the face of immortal runes was only so slow because he had to maneuver around cosmic fundamental runes as well. If it wasn't for the fact this formation was a fusion of the two, let alone 100 a second, even 10,000 a second wouldn't be a problem for Ryu. By that point, he would grasp the entire formation in just a few minutes. Realizing how slow things would be if he continued like this, Ryu abandoned trying to grasp this formation to the great circle of perfection. Instead, he intentionally left holes in his comprehension and reasoning, allowing his speed to reach a greater height. Without trying to master the cosmic runes fully, his speed increased to 10 a second. As for the immortal runes, he still took the path of fully mastering the immortal runes. Not only would this help mitigate the overall weakness of his comprehension, but so long as he continued to fully comprehend the immortal runes, his comprehension of the cosmic runes wouldn't slow. Ultimately, all of these runes were connected as one. Only by understanding one part would you be able to grasp the reason for the existence of the next. If Ryu took a path of weakening his comprehension too much, then his lack of understanding would compound and eventually stall his progress in the future. If he wanted to succeed, he had to find a balance between comprehension and speed that wouldn't cause too many adverse effects, and that he did. In just 3 hours, Ryu grasped the entirety of the formation, exhaling. His gaze flashed with a blinding silver light. Right now, his comprehension was at small success. This just went to show how large the gap between the immortal runes and cosmic runes were. He had fully comprehended the immortal runes to great circle of perfection, and yet because he had only comprehended the cosmic runes to initial success, his overall comprehension had actually fallen so far. It's time. Ryu knew that this had already taken him much longer than he wanted. 3 hours was long enough for a pair of sky gods to do almost too much for him to fathom. They would have definitely started doubling back by now. As Ryu gathered up the resources he needed to start, his mind worked in overdrive. He would definitely need to adjust his plans now, but the question was how. This time, he couldn't be so brazen. The gap between himself and his enemies was far too large. Ryu's gaze flashed as he hid his face behind a mask. Bang! Ryu shot out from the rock he had stored the Golden Moon World Ring within. Stealth wasn't something he bothered with because very soon, the chi storm that would gather up would rock this world far more than the shattering of a single rock. Ryu's soul presence flourished and a large number of items began to flood out from his body, his speed reaching levels more formation masters didn't dare to use for fear of messing up. However, Ryu's confidence in himself was absolute. He didn't even think twice, relying on his comprehension to move even faster. In fact, as he deployed the full formation, he found that his overall understanding was quickly increasing. "You little rat, so you've been here the whole time." A voice boomed from the distance as a man surged through the skies. It was clear that he had only roared like this in order to shake Ryu awake from his concentration and ruin his attempt. Even if he slowed Ryu down by a small measure, it would be enough. How could a junior stay bold in the face of a mighty sky god? Unfortunately for him, Ryu didn't pause even more a moment. It was as though he didn't hear it at all, the surging chi of his formation deployment increasing with every passing second. However, what was unfortunate for Ryu was that he already knew that he wouldn't be fast enough. His gaze turned frighteningly cold as the pressure of a sky god shot over, the oppressive might turning from an empty threat to one that was very real. As Amanra's presence descended, even if Ryu wasn't scared of him psychologically, his body itself turned heavy and his chi became languid in its movement. There was nothing he could do about this. It was an absolute suppression. By the time Amanra entered range, Ryu was only 50% of the way through the deployment of his formation, his body already covered in sweat as his nose and ears bled. "Come here." Amanra grabbed at the air, wanting to capture Ryu. It was clear that they all wanted to understand exactly who Ryu was and where he had come from. Plus, it was best to extract talents when the target was still among the living, or else things could get complicated. At that moment, though, Ryu looked up, his gaze meeting that of Amanra's. The coldness and indifference within it made the sky god pause for just a moment. A surge of spatial chi whipped through the surroundings. "You want to teleport before me? You overestimate yourself." Amanra recovered and his voice boomed, the sheer rippling wave of his aura causing Ryu to cough up a mouthful of blood. However, just when Amanra thought he had succeeded, the spatial chi suddenly ramped up, forming a powerful dome of protection that suddenly vanished. Amanra stood in the air, stunned as Ryu vanished. It didn't make sense. He was certain that the formation wasn't finished. How had this happened? What was going on? Amanra's pupils constricted as the dome of spatial chi dispersed. This isn't the aura of a large-scale teleportation, it's a short-range teleportation again. He used the half-completed formation as a barrier to block my attempt at sealing space so that he could escape again safely. It was hard to describe this with just the word genius. This was far beyond just genius, it was savant-like. However, this should make sense. How could a soul talent like Ryu not have skills of some kind? If he didn't, wouldn't he be wasting his talent? Still, it didn't matter. Who cared if it was another short-scale teleportation? The moment he tried to leave this mountain range again, he would sense it. Amanra's expression became malevolent. You little rat, just wait until I get my hands on you. Just as Amanra thought this, a sudden rumbling came from not far again. A behemoth-sized shadow loomed over the fog, heading right for Amanra. Shit! Amanra struck out a palm quickly. Ryu suddenly appeared. However, if Amanra saw where he had chosen to appear, his expression would have warped uncontrollably. At that instant, Ryu had actually appeared right outside of the camp of the Carving Ice sect. Enemy attack! Ryu's palms flipped up, causing his great sword staffs which hovered to his back to snap into his hands. With 2 swings, almost a dozen Carving Ice sect disciples fell into bloody pieces. Chapter 1052, a single word, activate the formation. The formation, it's just one immortal ring realm expert. Slaughter him. The roars of fury and indignance layered atop of one another. However, as they did, the pristine white snow quickly gained a flood of crimson, the fluttering white that descended from the sky beginning to feel far less beautiful and far more like a harbinger of death. Ryu had appeared without warning and began an all-out slaughter without the slightest hesitation. In the beginning, many had been willing to believe he was a disciple they had never seen before. After all, it was impossible to know every single member of their sect personally. And yet, he didn't seem keen on taking advantage of this at all. At that moment, a familiar figure ran out of the formation, his gaze blazing with fury. Genelis' junior brother, Chorus, couldn't believe what was happening. This formation had been set up to deal with the potential reaction of the beasts in the mountain range due to their actions. Never did they think that before the beasts could even retaliate, it would be a foolish human who attacked first. With me, get into formation. This might just be a probe from another power, more could be coming. Don't rush around like loose sand and deal with this problem swiftly. Under Chorus' leadership, the loose formation of cultivators began to shape up somewhat and the swift killing spree Ryu had been on slowed somewhat. Who are you? How dare you attack my Carving Ice sect? Chorus' voice boomed, his gaze flashing with battle intent. These days, he had a lot of pent-up frustration. Considering that he had been chosen to go to the first heaven along with Genelis, his own standing in the sect was quite high. After all, the secret of the Frost clan's ruin couldn't be shared with just anyone. However, now, he had been reduced to a lackey, rushing around like a dog with its tail between its legs just to gather up more resources for Genelis to use. Although he had always had a healthy respect and even fear of Genelis, that didn't mean that he was willing to be beneath her all his life, it was just that he was unfortunate to be born several years later than her. But now it was already over. The ruin was his last chance to surpass her, and since that had fallen through, the sect had made the decision to back her entirely. Such a large-scale refinement could only take place once. And now that things had gone so far, his chances were nil. He would forever be consigned to mediocrity. This all left him in a furious state and Ryu just so happened to appear in time to allow him to vent this frustration. In fact, he hoped that there was more where Ryu came from. If the refinement process could be disrupted entirely, that would be for the best. Since he couldn't have it, why should anyone else? In his fury, though, Chorus had no idea that the masked man before him was the very same Ryu he had almost killed several months ago, nor did he know that it was this same Ryu who held such high-level alchemy secrets, and neither would he come to know these things because he was immediately infuriated by the fact Ryu directly ignored him. Ryu stretched out his greatsword staff, a rippling chi surging around it. Rising Tempest. The aura of a powerful spear technique swirled in the air, a tornado of chi wrapping around Ryu's outstretched greatsword staff to the point it became almost like a heavenly lance. Dao Charm Technique. Unfortunately, it was already too late. In the time that it had taken the disciples of the Carving Ice sect to organize, he had already accumulated the momentum for this technique. Even without revealing his true cards, the power behind this blow was beyond the imagining of those here. Ryu tapped a foot and vanished, his speed tearing across space and appearing before the mass of accumulated disciples. Carnage. Everywhere the revolving cyclone of chi passed, another expert was ripped to shreds. Blood flew and flesh collapsed, bits and pieces of bone rotating outward like the shrapnel of a grenade. Chorus' eyes widened, a hard-lurching fear taking grip of his chest and throat as he rapidly retreated. He too had thought that it would be ridiculous to use the formation against an immortal ring realm expert, but this, how could he have predicted this? Chorus retreated quickly, unwilling to get swept up in the carnage. But even as he did so, Ryu seemed to be swiftly catching up. Releasing a roar, a towering ice chi surged around Chorus, his palms slapping outward as he continued to rapidly retreat. However, at that moment, everything seemed to freeze, even time itself coming to a crawl. Ryu retracted his greatsword staff, his steps light and fast as he vanished in a bolt of lightning, appearing again before Chorus in the blink of an eye. Chorus, expression widened even further than before. Lightning Speary. Ryu's great sword staffs crossed about his throat, sending his head flying into the air just as Ryu himself stepped through a gap in the formation with incomparable ease. After observing the formation for so long previously, how could he not understand its strengths and weaknesses? Ryu didn't bother with anything else as he stepped forward. Although he had come here, it wasn't for the sake of revenge, though one could say that he derived a small bit of satisfaction from that, and a bit of this could be considered payback for a man pressuring him to this extent. The truth was that Ryu had more self-control than this. There were plenty of opportunities to make the carving ice sect pay on the heavenly path. He didn't need to put his life at risk here and now when he had so much more of his potential to unearth in the coming months to years. As such, Ryu had no intention of courting death, and he also had no intention of interrupting Genel's refinement process. If he interrupted the procedure, then the cloaked figure would no longer have a reason to sit in place, and that would just put his life in danger. No, the real reason that he had come here was because he had no other choice. The only path to survival here was by co-opting the formation they had painstakingly laid out and using it to protect himself as he vanished from this place. Essentially, he would be using their hard work toward his own ends. After Amanra caught up with him, Ryu knew that he would be able to catch up again. And even if he didn't, there was still the other false sky god to contend with, Kara. In that case, it was impossible to set up his large-scale teleportation in the wilderness. He needed a safe place. After some thought, the safest place was glaringly obvious, and it also happened to be the most dangerous place by far as well. Ryu's figure flickered, appearing by one of the billowing smoke towers and tapping it before vanishing again. He rushed all around the campsite, slaughtering those who stood in his path and rushing by those he couldn't be bothered to handle. His speed, especially since he had chosen to reveal his lightning spirit body under this identity, was impossible to match. He made even World Sea Realm experts look like toddlers. In just a few moments, Ryu had already gone to over half of the smoke towers, his speed no lessening and the focus in his eyes growing. He knew that there was only a small time frame for him to take advantage of. Sky gods were simply too fast for him to hope to outrun them as well. Faster, faster, faster. At that moment, just as Ryu had expected, the fragmented sky gods of the Carving Ice sect were rushing back with all their might. They had been a far distance away, but the moment they heard the warning sounds, they forgot everything and charged back. 70%, 80%, 90%, Ryu's jaw steeled. He still wasn't fast enough. The first fragmented sky god charged in. Ryu recognized her all too easily. She was the very same sky god who had descended to the first heaven those months ago. It seemed that this place had become a reunion location between enemies. Die. Ryu's gaze flickered as an overwhelming pressure descended from above, his chest relaxing. It seemed that he really had no choice. As the palm descended, a monstrous pressure threatening to force Ryu to his knees, he looked into the skies and closed his eyes. He exhaled slowly, his heart calming. From all signs, it looked like he was a person who had accepted death. Until, that is, his eyes snapped open. A blazing trail of lightning sparked within his irises, forming a twin pair of tails that danced out of the edges of his eyes. In the skies, the snow seemed to come to a halt before a deafening crack of thunder resounded. Ryu's lips parted as he spoke out a single word. Storm. Chapter 1053. Talent. The skies suddenly turned a pitch black, blanketing the mountain range. The rumble of thunder sounded like shots from a cannon and the sparks of lightning came in blinding hues of radiant blue. With a look toward the approaching sky god, Ryu spoke the word without flinching for even a moment, his gaze locked onto the approaching old woman. Since these people wanted to taste his power, he would show them. Lusting after his talent, there would be a price to pay. Bang! A streak of lightning as thick as a thigh shot down from the skies, causing the old sky god's expression to change drastically. Without a choice, she could only cough out a mouthful of blood as she redirected her palm strike at the last moment upward. Bang! The sky god took a single step back, but her face warped with horror. A layer of her skin had been charred entirely black and a painful surge shot up her arm. Tribulation lightning. This was tribulation lightning. There was no doubt that his was tribulation lightning. What was happening? How was this possible? The sky god was entirely flustered and almost didn't notice that more bolts were descending from the skies as Ryu's figure flickered and vanished. Ryu's body zipped from lightning bolt to lightning bolt, fusing his movement technique with his storm talent and moving about the campsite even faster than he had originally. Stop. The sky god recovered quickly, slamming out her palms continuously. After being caught off guard once, she was full prepared this time. Now that she could prepare her strikes, she wouldn't have to face a situation of injury again, but she also found herself lagging behind Ryu as she was forced to defend again and again. If there was something sky gods feared the most, it was tribulation lightning. It couldn't be helped. The moment they stepped onto the road of godhood, they were swimming against the tide of the heavens. As such, the root of their greatest strength was their godhood, but this also meant that it was also their greatest weakness. The heavens were able to suppress godhoods, so when Ryu used his storm talent, he was using the heavens as a proxy for diminishing the grade and power of these opposing godhoods. Even so, he didn't dare to casually meet a sky god in a head-on clash. The gap was simply too large. It was easier to use his storm talent as a distraction, smiting his enemies from afar as he quickly zipped around the campsite. Within the tent, the eyes of the cloaked figure widened. Storm talent? That's impossible. The storm talent was an extraordinarily rare ability of the Lightning Qilin, a race that sat atop the true martial world. Looking at the power and range of Ryu's storm talent, the cloaked figure couldn't help but tremble. No, this boy is definitely human. How does a human have this Lightning Qilin bloodline? That clan would never allow such a thing. All humans who've carried such bloodlines have long since been wiped out. How could this be possible? Unfortunately, this truth didn't matter. What were they supposed to do? Contact that mighty clan and tell them that a human was co-opting their bloodline. Even if you had such information, you would have to have a certain level of cachet just to speak to these powerhouses in the first place. However, to the cloaked figure, this was actually a weight off of their shoulders. If Ryu had this bloodline, it made sense why he was hiding away on the first heaven. If he exposed the fact that he had such blood, it wouldn't be just them hunting him down, those monstrous beast clans would be the first to do so. Since Ryu was hiding away like this, even if he had a great background, it was unlikely that he could use it. It might even be possible that he was the bastard child of a Lightning Qilin who was unaware of his birth. In that case, his status was even lower than that. This meant that they didn't need to worry about retaliation, and the odds that Ryu had been targeting the Frost clan ruin from the beginning was very low, so that was another weight off of their shoulders. In such a case, this ultimately meant that Ryu was nothing more than a paper tiger destined to die not too far into the future. Although he was cautious enough to hide his identity and his face, such methods could only work for so long before he was crushed. Thinking to this point, the cloaked figure actually relaxed, a smirk spreading across their lips. To them, Ryu had suddenly become like a little bug trapped inside a clear glass. He thought he had all the freedom in the world and he could even see the skies above, when unbeknownst to him if he tried to shoot for those limits, he would hit his ceiling very quickly. The cloaked figure sneered. They would let Ryu do as he pleased for now. The likelihood that Ryu's aim was the heavenly path was almost 100%. By then, with a limited number of youths to sample from, finding him would be even easier. And, under the restriction that he wouldn't be able to expose his talent freely without putting a target on his back, the refined Genelus would be able to deal with him with ease. It's difficult to tell what kind of weapons he's using or much about his aura due to the obstructions of his mask. However, lightning is his greatest reliance, clearly. In addition, he should have some sort of water or ice affinity if he could take the yin water from Genelus. I will tell Genelus to watch out for such geniuses and to always confront them in public. Weeding him out will be easy. With that final thought, the cloaked figure no longer bothered with what was happening outside, focusing on the refinement process entirely as Ryu continuously flickered and vanished. Chapter 1054. Symbol Ryu didn't know the thoughts of the cloaked figure, but he could most definitely guess at them. The fact that he had chosen to reveal his storm talent and lightning spirit body meant that he was already prepared for the potential outcomes and he was likewise aware of the measure he would have to take to properly protect himself. With a final palm strike, Ryu's hand landed on the final smoke tower. At that moment, the cloaked figure's casual expression and indifference vanished. They had been so focused on Ryu's lightning Qilin bloodline that they had completely forgotten to consider exactly what Ryu was doing running around like that. But now, it was already too late. The dome formation flourished as Ryu exhaled a breath, his heart rapidly beating as sweat fell from his brow. Not only was running with his life on the line incredibly taxing, but using his storm talent in the true martial world also seemed to be. It felt like each bolt was ripping out large chunks of fortitude from him, as though he was falling further and further into debt the more strength of the heavens he used. The old woman, who was rushing after him, suddenly looked into the skies with a stunned expression. The invisible formation was no longer just as Kara, the second false sky god, made her way over from the horizon. Seeing the situation, Kara's expression turned incomparably ugly, her gaze focusing on Ryu. However, she realized that she tried to pressure Ryu, her own aura rebounded back at her, causing her to hesitate. With her strength, it wasn't impossible to destroy the formation, but once she did so, everything would be ruined. Not only would they lose their protection, but the poison they were using would also lose its effect. It wasn't without reason that the smoking pillars became the foundation of the formation. She stared daggers at Ryu, unwilling to take a loss, but Ryu had already stopped worrying about that. In fact, Ryu didn't even give her glance. Suddenly, all the sky gods aside from one was stuck outside of the formation, leaving Ryu practically without any pressure to deal with whatsoever. With a flash, Ryu began to set up his teleportation formation again, unwilling to deal or care with the things around him. It was only when he sensed the old woman try to charge at him again that his gaze flickered with coldness. A deathly intent locked onto the woman, causing her to freeze in place. "Do you believe that I can kill you with a single thought? Boy, don't you dare. If you lay a hand on her, I'll destroy this formation right this moment." Kara's voice boomed. Ultimately, this was still just an ancestral grade formation. It could only up against Kara for a moment, but not forever. If Ryu forced her hand, things really might go south for him, and this time, he wouldn't have another hand like this to play. Of course, Ryu already knew this and had no intention of killing the old woman. Sky gods were too important to sects, even one as secretly powerful as the Carving Ice sect. The death of one was too large of a blow to let slide easily. If Ryu killed one, who was to say he wouldn't target those on the outside as well? By this, it wouldn't be worth it at all. Ryu completely ignored Kara's words and started setting up his formation again. This time, he was even faster than last time, and after just 10 minutes, he was finished. He could go at any time now. However, how could he just leave like this? There had to be something here that Ryu could use, something that would give him an advantage in the future. If he just left like this, it would be too great of a loss. What would he get out of this trip? An 11th Order Sovereign Grade Beast Companion. That might be more than good enough for others, but it wasn't enough to Ryu. For one, he felt that he would surpass Little Silk very soon. Secondly, even if he couldn't surpass her, the exposing of his talents was not worth it at all if this was all he received in return. He wasn't satisfied. Others might feel like escaping with your life in the face of so many sky gods as a mere immortal ring realm expert was more than enough to hang your hat on, but he was Ryu Tatsuya. He didn't flinch in the face of sky gods to begin with. In his eyes, he would soon surpass them, so what need did he have to respect them? Such people weren't worthy of forcing him to suffer a loss. With a sweep of his spiritual sense, Ryu began to check each tent one by one until his pupils constricted. There, in a tent on the opposite side, there was a pile of beast crystal and bones, but they weren't ordinary in the slightest. There were only a small number of them, but all of them had Dao runes. There were 3 Dao crystals and 1 Dao bone, a truly small number, but they were the very same things that Ryu couldn't find even after days of hunting. Ryu flickered and vanished, sweeping these items away before looking around again. He still didn't seem to be satisfied with just this, but right now, he knew that there was nothing valuable to take anymore. What he was looking for wasn't valuable items any longer, but rather information. There had to be a connecting thread here, some information, some leverage that he could use in the future to force these people to play on a level playing field with him. These people had secrets, they had goals, which meant that they had weaknesses. The question was, what was it? Unfortunately, even after several more sweeps, Ryu couldn't seem to find anything. He already knew that it would be too convenient for him to gain such a thing here. This was information likely only Kara and Amanra knew of, along with the cloaked figure. Ryu sent his void spiritual sense into Genella's tent once again, but at that moment, a violent and warning aura surged toward him, forcing him to take a step back before coughing up a mouthful of blood. Ryu's expression turned frighteningly cold, but he had still made one more sweep of her tent. Although he didn't find anything groundbreaking, he did find a symbol that he committed to memory. When next he saw this symbol, he would make sure that things didn't end so simply. With a step, he entered his formation and activated it, vanishing moments later. Chapter 1055, Have to give. Ryu stepped outside of a warp in space, his expression cold. The image of that symbol danced around in his mind, but he quickly forced himself to forget about it, as harping on it without information would get him nowhere. After a moment, he took out the 3 beast crystals and the Tao bone, looking at them without a hint of happiness in his eyes. All around, snow billowed and rampaged about, but the cold here was decidedly less than what it had been previously. Ryu took a breath and calmed himself, the coldness in his expression receding from one that might boil over at any time to one that was well within his control. There was no use in being so infuriated when there was nothing that he could do about it. There were simply too many things to be enraged about if he really looked at things like this. This was simply what happened when you were weak. It was impossible for him to do and act as he pleased when there were so many individuals who could kill him with the snap of a finger. Objectively, Ryu knew that these things were true, as he had always known that they were true. But he had no intention of changing himself. He was the same man back when he had no cultivation to speak of, and he would be the same man now that he had a small bit of power to grasp for himself. Ultimately, things would always be like this. Until the day that he could stand unmatched on the 9th heaven, he would always face such things. This was why he couldn't agree with the way Surreal viewed the world. If he did, by the time he reached that peak, all of his sharpness would have vanished. In fact, without that sharpness, the likelihood that he would reach that peak at all was minimal. Maybe if his talent would supersede any and everything, it would be fine. But he had already learned of just how far he was from such a fate. Ryu didn't believe that it was possible to reach the pinnacle without your own arrogance. If you lowered your head once, you would do it again, and then again. By then, one day you'd look up 1,000,000 miles from your dreams and with no time left to reach them, wondering what the hell happened along the way. Were those youths destined to reach the top holding back their arrogance? Were they lowering their heads and biding their time? Of course they weren't. With their talent, they would be sons and daughters of heaven from birth, proud as phoenixes and dragons, standing their necks stretched out and their noses pointed to the skies. As they cultivated, their arrogance would progress along with them, fueling them with confidence and reinforcing their doubts. This feedback loop would make them stronger and stronger, further distancing them from the trash beneath them. The way Ryu saw it, if he didn't even dare to hold his head up proudly in the mere second heaven, how would he do so in the further heavens beyond? How would he reach his goals? How would he protect Sacrum? How would he reunite his parents? How would seek revenge for his grandfathers and grandmothers? How would he unseal his eyes? How would he see his wives again? How would he be able to protect them? Ryu simply didn't believe in biding your time and waiting for opportunities. This would give others initiative over your life. This would allow the people riding atop your head to pull at your puppet strings and make you bark to their tune. The only way to control your life was by doing exactly that, controlling it. Others would say that it was just smart to lower your head before the strong. After all, at some point in their lives, they had likely had to do the same thing in the face of someone who was also far beyond them. However, in Ryu's eyes, this was nothing short of foolish. If he had no aspirations to reach the pinnacle, he just might be willing to accept it. However, anyone who truly wanted to stand on that mountain peak, anyone who truly wanted to look down upon all the living things of existence without the slightest fear, couldn't afford to take even a single step back. Not a single one. Even if you didn't look for trouble, trouble would come to find you. Did you have treasures that you shouldn't have? Talents that you lacked the backing to protect? Women that were too beautiful for the size of your fists? What right did you have to do these things without strength? They would all be ripped from you one by one until there was nothing but a single beating heart left, but even that would be ripped from your chest. Ryu could have lived a life of leisure. In fact, he should have. He was the heir to one of the most powerful families of Sacrum. His life was easy even while being a cripple. He had a loving family, a loving fiancé, a carefree life. In truth, the only thing that caused him dissatisfaction with that lifestyle was his own personal dreams and aspirations. However, in the end, wasn't it all ripped away? There was nothing in this life that he could claim without taking it in his own hands. To be complacent was to hand your autonomy over to the hands of another, and he refused to do so. Ryu squeezed the beast cores and Dao bone in his hands, the coldness in his eyes dancing like weeping willows. He had had enough. If he wanted to continue holding onto his arrogance, he couldn't simultaneously want to have everything remain optimal. Something would have to give, and that something would be the perfection of his cultivation path. To Ryu, nothing was more important than his mentality. It was the foundation upon which everything was built. Compared to it, everything else was meaningless. Chapter 1056. Tip of the iceberg. There were things that had to be compromised. Ryu wasn't a fool. He knew exactly how dangerous his mentality was, and he knew that one day it might very well get him killed. As arrogant as he was, one thing that Ryu had never done was guarantee that he would reach the top of the world. All he had ever said was that was something he would strive for with all his being. In fact, he had never even claimed that he would certainly defeat all the geniuses with far greater talent than his own. He only ever said that he really wanted to meet them. Of course, inwardly, Ryu did want to reach the pinnacle, and he did want to defeat all of those geniuses in his way, but for the first time, he also had to acknowledge that his starting point wasn't as good as others. In such a situation, he had to make a choice, and that choice was between his cultivation path and his Dao heart. Between these two, he chose the latter. What did this ultimately mean? It meant that he would not slow his cultivation speed down for the sake of perfection any longer. That was luxury only those coddled geniuses of the ninth heaven had, and a luxury he used to have as a pinnacle genius of sacrum. Ryu had been delaying his entry into the path extinction realm for a long time. By the same token, he had also been delaying his entry into the soul refinement realm as well. For the former, it was because even though he had already made his decision about forging forward with the Refinement Sutra, there was still a small piece of him that wanted to wait and hold on just a little longer in hopes that he would stumble into the proper way to use his chaotic silk meridians. For the latter, he was obsessed with pushing his soul as far forward as he could. Originally, he had waited until he could fully recultivate his body to its peak. But he had already succeeded in that, and now he was waiting until he decided what path he should take with his soul so that he could complete its recultivation before breaking through. These were all smart decisions in a vacuum. The stronger his foundation, the more powerful he would be able to become in the future, so it seemed logical to wait. But the harsh reality was that it had more bad than good points. The longer he remained weak, the more danger he would be in and the less ability he would have to protect his life. The longer he remained weak, the more his age would begin to play a factor, and he might never have a chance to reach his full potential even if he found the perfect method to break through. The longer he remained weak, the more chances there would be for his Dao heart and the path he led to end up in death. So, once again, something had to give. The moment Ryu made his decision, he exhaled a breath and his heart seemed to radiate with a cool rainbow light. With a thought, a barrier shattered and his soul pressure skyrocketed. He shot past the limiters of the soul birth realm and entered the soul refinement realm, his spiritual sea increasing explosively in size. Ryu's body trembled, a pulsing power radiating out from his waves. His soul pressure almost became tangible, causing ripples in the air. "Swallow it," Ryu said lightly. At that moment, his soul trembled, floating upward to land atop the silver star visualization. Ryu could have swallowed this visualization long ago and gained a spatial soul nature that was impossibly powerful. However, he didn't because he was chasing perfection. Due to the way his perfect black body worked, the affinities that he swallowed had to be balanced in order for all of them to shine through equally. That meant that if he swallowed the silver star visualization, the only way to ever gain a second affinity would be to swallow something else that was equally as powerful. But how difficult would it be to find something like this? Even after familiarizing himself with the power scales of the true martial world, Ryu found that he had still not found anything comparable. This meant that should he swallow this visualization, it could very well be possible that he would never be able to gain a second soul nature and would thus be giving up one of the greatest strengths of his soul. However, this choice of his had also been a great detriment to him. If he had swallowed the silver star visualization long ago, how could it have taken him so long to master such a weak teleportation formation? In fact, given his soul strength, he might not have even needed to set up a formation to run away if his spatial soul nature had been formed. Now, though, he would no longer hold back. If he had an opportunity to grasp power, he would take it. If he wanted any chance at rising to the pinnacle of all that was, he had to strive for every step, or there might come a day where he wouldn't have the luxury to take another. Waves of powerful streams of chi rippled off of Ryu, the world around him becoming distorted. His soul strength skyrocketed, breaking through the shackles of the ancestral grade and entering the ultimate god grades. Every second, its foundational strength seemed to double, making it difficult for Ryu to even keep up with what exactly was happening. The strong currents no doubt caught the attention of several powerful experts, but none of them dared to approach, believing that a powerful god beast was undergoing a tremendous breakthrough in one of the rarest affinities there was, space. However, very quickly, it became obvious that this wasn't just a space affinity. In fact, Ryu had barely touched the surface of the visualization's true strength to the point where he didn't even grasp the affinities it represented. The Silver Star visualization wasn't just a visualization of space. The visualization took space to such an extreme that it evolved, touching upon a barrier that was both like it and yet entirely separate as well, time. Chapter 1057. Not even himself. The rippling waves of chi surged around Ryu, his hair fluttering in the air as a delicate sword of force wrapped around his body. Ryu watched as his vision became clearer and clearer. From just shadows, he could finally see some light, the changes feeling just as shocking to him as the novel blooming sensation in his soul. Right then, the world shifted again and the shadows and lights disappeared, the entire world becoming like layers of space stacked on top of another. The minor fluctuations in these stacked layers of space became precisely the outline for objects and people. Ryu blinked several times before the sensation vanished and his vision went back to the blurry layers of shadows and lights it had been before. He took a breath before looking down at his hand. He couldn't make out his fingers, but he could at the very least tell that there was a hand there outside the sensation of his proprioception. Ryu lowered his hand, looking off into the distance before taking a step forward. The ground seemed to shrink, a rush of landscapes whizzing by until his foot contacted the snow once more and it all came to a stop. Ryu's pupils constricted, his void spiritual sense spreading out in all directions. He was absolutely certain, with that one normal step, he had crossed an entire kilometer, and that was just casually. If he used his movement technique, how much further would he move? Ryu's heart couldn't help but shudder. Reaching out a hand, he stretched out his finger and pulled down. The sensation of passing through layers of space was so strong that he almost felt as though he was passing his hand over the surface of a calm lake. He had never felt spatial chi so clearly in his life before, so much so that everywhere and everything seemed to be formed of it. Just being able to feel this sensation alone made Ryu feel that without even taking into account the improvement in his soul, his combat prowess had increased by at least a factor 100. His pointed finger came to a stop, suddenly pointing toward a hill in the distance. In the blink of an eye, the space twisted and 100-meter diameter of the hill was swallowed into what looked like a black hole. Ryu flipped over a palm and a snowball fell into his hands. However, this seemingly ordinary snowball weighed thousands of pounds. The entire section of that hill had actually been concentrated into the size of a palm. In that moment, Ryu truly understood the fearsome nature of soul natures. He didn't even use any techniques. He just thought about what he wanted to do and it all happened so naturally around him. It was as though his talent in the subject of space was so high that he could casually create a technique from his thoughts and will alone. This sort of realization was a huge surprise to Ryu. He had read a lot about soul natures. In fact, he had planned for the refinement sutra path he took to coincide with the chosen soul natures he had decided on for his soul. However, just reading about them didn't prepare him for actually experiencing their strength. It couldn't just be soul natures that were this powerful. He had once crushed a young man with multiple soul natures. It must also be that the grade of his soul nature was also incredibly high, something that was greatly helped by the foundation of his soul itself. Ryu gripped his fists, feeling the power coursing through him. Ryu unclenched his fist, patting at the air with two palms. He could feel something deeper, something lurking within the cocoon of space. At that moment, it felt as though the air had become a rippling surface of water. Energies spread out in all directions, getting faster and faster until they suddenly came to a grinding halt. Ryu's heart trembled. No, it wasn't a grinding halt, but the surroundings had slowed considerably, but the pace forward was so slow that it really felt as though everything had come to a stop. Time. He had just slowed time to a ridiculous degree. The ripple of energy recovered, rushing out in all seconds as a bead of sweat fell down Ryu's brows. However, compared to what he had just done, the drain on his stamina seemed completely negligible. He had almost stopped time for a full second and it had just cost him a single bead of sweat. It didn't even feel particularly difficult. Of course, he hadn't had any target but the general landscape, but Ryu couldn't see it being much more difficult against a real person or beast. Maybe only someone who had formed a godhood could resist, but how would they continue to resist when he had formed his own godhood in the future? This wasn't a normal boon, it was unfathomable. If Ryu had known that this would happen after swallowing the silver star, why would he have bothered to wait so long? Looking up, Ryu's heart shuddered again. The path between the heavens, he could see it with a single glance. If he wanted, with just an extra bit of effort, he could cross the divide and enter the third heaven right now. It would drain him to do so, but the fact he could do it at all felt almost unfathomable. Ryu lowered his palms and slowly clenched his fists again. He was even more certain now that the path he had taken was correct. He had a chaos-grade soul cultivation technique by his side. How much more did he need? Why had he lagged behind so much? So long as his body could withstand it, there was no reason to hold back his soul cultivation at all. So long as the foundation of his Tao heart remained powerful, any other imperfections could be dealt with in the future. From now on, he wouldn't hesitate. Ryu began to walk forward, crossing a kilometer at a time with absolute ease. Once he found a secure location, he would break into the Path Extinction realm. Nothing would stop him, not even himself. Chapter 1058. First Extinction. Ryu entered a cave region and began tapping the walls. Every time he did so, a ripple would occur in space, deforming the region. His skill had already increased after just a few minutes. With a thought, he could make a maze of space. With every pat, he layered another maze on top of another, making the array more and more complicated. Even if someone of the sky god by some miracle managed to sense him, they would take quite some time to rip through the protections he had left behind. After he was done, Ryu made a final stack of space. In the end, although the length of the tunnel was just a few dozen meters, it would feel like traversing hundreds of kilometers. This could still be considered a small distance to high-level cultivators, but it was a different story if that distance was a maze. Ryu flung the sleeves of his robes, pulled off the golden moon world ring, and buried it underground. Then, he entered it and sat in complete silence, adjusting his state of mind as the chi slowly circulated around his body. His realm heart pulsed silently and slowly as his breathing became deeper and deeper. As his mind calmed, Ryu felt that the path to the third heaven wasn't the only one that he could sense. In fact, he could even sense the other planes. If he wanted to step into the ethereal plane right now, he could. He could also do the same with the chaos plane that he felt all too clearly. However, for the remaining two planes, he felt that stepping into them was actually beyond his current self. However, this made sense. The ethereal plane was the closest plane to the real plane. It was practically a mirror image and the two were layered atop of one another, so the difficulty in crossing them wasn't high. As for the chaos plane, he carried around a connection to it everywhere he went thanks to his chaotic silk meridians. However, for the other planes, the abyssal plane and the nether plane, he had no such connection with them. The only line he would have to the former was during his breakthrough into the Path Extinction realm. As for the latter, maybe only if he found a summoner necromancer inheritance here would he be able to establish a connection with it again. Still, the feeling that he had right now felt quite special. Although he couldn't enter them all, he could still feel all of the planes and their relations with one another. It was almost beautiful, a delicate balance of five that made up all of existence, each of which seemingly extending into infinity. Eventually, Ryu had sunk into such a deep state of relaxation that for the second time in his life, he entered a state of meditation naturally. In a single step, he entered Breath of World, the fourth state of meditation. Ryu's breathing came out slow and steady, fully prepared to enter the Path Extinction realm. He had done it once before, however back then, he hadn't completed his first extinction, he had simply established a connection with the abyssal plane. He hadn't been willing to do his first extinction immediately because there had been a problem with his inheritances. But now that he had experienced it once before, he knew that his inheritances would recover as soon as he progressed forward, so he planned on completing his first extinction immediately. In his Breath of World state, Ryu's inheritances quickly approached perfection. Thanks to his realm heart, reaching perfection in the ruler realm was far easier than it had been in the past. Although he would no longer delay his cultivation, that didn't mean that he wouldn't take perfection when it was presented to him on a silver platter. In just a few minutes, Ryu had shattered and reformed his inheritances hundreds of times, bringing them to the pinnacle of perfection in just a moment. A rustling aura rushed about him, an enlightened feeling flooding his veins. His body sung, his wind, water, mountain, thunder, fire, and life inheritances never feeling clearer to him than they did now. Ryu's chest rose and fell in a steady rhythm, his connection to the abyssal plane being established in a single moment. However, right then, he felt a subtle pulse in his chaotic silk meridians and a flash of inspiration hit Ryu like a speeding train. What happened every time he took a proper step with his chaotic silk meridians versus when he didn't? Just like Ailsa had said, a proper step strengthened his connection to the chaos plane and an improper step weakened it. Why was it that Ailsa had made Ryu wait until he was ready to enter the immortal ring realm before he re-established his connection with his spiritual foundation back then? It was because if he reconnected with it too early, then he would lose his connection to the chaos plane. Just now, when Ryu was about to break into the Path Extinction realm, he felt his connection to the chaos plane weaken slightly. It was very slight, so slight that he would have never sensed it before. It was only because he was both in Breath of World and because of his new space-time soul nature that he could sense such a subtle change. However, this alone wasn't helpful. Ryu already knew that this was the improper way forward, he was just taking it anyway. What good was telling when he was taking the wrong step if it was impossible to find the right step through it? There were simply too many potential methods of breaking through for Ryu to be expected to go through each and every one of them. This time, though, Ryu felt something special when he established the connection. Right at the beginning when he was preparing to choose the plane to project his soul presence to, the connection to the chaos plane had actually strengthened by an exceptionally small margin. It was only after he chose to go with the abyssal plane that it weakened. What did this mean? Could it be that the proper way to break through was to undergo his extinctions in the chaos plane instead of the abyssal plane? When Ryu thought this, he nearly fell out of Breath of World. Such a thought was too dangerous. In fact, it could potentially kill him. The reason the abyssal plane was used to undergo your extinctions was because it was the only plane where the laws were in limbo. This made it relatively safer, albeit still dangerous, to shatter your comprehensions and reform them. The chaos plane, though, was the exact opposite. Not only were the laws not in limbo, they were, as its namesake claimed, in chaos. To try and undergo your extinctions even in the real plane would be suicide, let alone the chaos plane. What Ryu didn't know was that there were some exceptionally special cultivation methods in existence that insisted their users break through on the real plane. Unsurprisingly, the mortality rate of such methods was exceptionally high. However, likewise, the monsters that managed to survive and come out the other side were experts among experts. At that moment, Ryu's Tao heart shone like a beacon within the darkness. Without the slightest hesitation, he severed his connection with the abyssal plane and re-established it with the chaos plane. Ryu's aura flourished. First extinction. Begin. Chapter 1059. For Ryu felt as though his very spirit itself was being crushed. Going through an extinction was like expunging all of your accumulation at once. It wasn't a physical struggle, but it could manifest as such as the strength of the body was being forcefully torn apart. To undergo an extinction was to force one to question their very existence. Every aspect of your being would be assaulted and ground to dust. Then amidst all of that pain and right in the middle of what was essentially an existential crisis, you would have to build yourself up again. For Ryu, who had brought his inheritances to perfection first before doing anything, the process was incredibly painful. In addition, because he was older than the optimal age, his mind also lacked the same sort of placidity that would have made the situation easier. As though all of this wasn't bad enough, because he was in the chaos plane rather than the abyssal plane or even the real plane, he had to force himself to remain conscious, or at any time, an astral wind could shred what remained of his consciousness to pieces. The good news was the harshness of the chaos plane made crushing his comprehensions even easier than it would have been anywhere else. This was actually a great help to Ryu, whose comprehensions were at the pinnacle of perfection. However, that was where all of the so-called good news ended. In fact, it was hard to say if even that was good news at all. When Ryu entered the chaos plane and began his first extinction, the process of crushing his comprehension happened easily, too easily. In fact, even when it neared the end, it still accelerated, pressing the gas harder and harder as though it wouldn't be satisfied until even Ryu himself vanished along with his soul presence. Back on the real plane, Ryu grit his teeth hard. Beads of sweat fell down his brows and his body trembled. If one looked closely, his body was so tense that every drop of sweat that fell carried with it droplets of blood within. It had only been a few seconds, and yet it seemed that he was already on the verge of collapse. Suddenly, Ryu's control was ripped away from him and his soul's presence threatened to slip into darkness forward. Ryu's teeth cracked, a hint of helplessness threatening to bloom in his heart. He felt as though the Chaos Plane was playing a game of tug-of-war with his life and it was winning. If he had done this on the Abyssal Plane, even if he failed, there was a chance of living, although the odds of being able to progress again in his lifetime would be minimal. However, he was absolutely certain that if he failed here and now, his life would be forfeit. There was simply no coming from this. Ryu's consciousness began to fade. He couldn't even sense his inheritances properly anymore. After crushing them, it was as though all his affinity for fire, for ice, for thunder, all of it, had just been whisked into the wind, never to return. However, at that moment, an anchor that was deep within his eyes flashed with a blinding light. Veins popped across his body, the blood sweat falling down his skin beginning to coat his sky-blue robes in their grotesque color. Still, he held on, the light of his 8-trigram diagram becoming brighter and brighter. All those months ago, when Ryu had combined his inheritances and Tao into a single entity, he never thought that it would be the choice that saved him today. While his inheritances were ripped to shreds, his Tao remained intact, becoming the anchor that could always guide him back. The sensation became stronger and stronger, almost like he was working a muscle that he could finally feel aching and whining for the first time. His mind-to-muscle connection only became stronger and more clear. The heavier his Taos became, even though his inheritances had yet to reform, the calmer Ryu's state became. The existential crisis he was facing became less invasive. The backlash of his body became less apparent. The difficulty of the extinction became less profound and simpler in his eyes. After a few moments, Ryu could feel the chaotic energies of the Chaos Plane baptizing his inheritances. It wasn't that they refused to reform, but rather that they were continuously being reformed and rebuilt instead. Ryu had always received essence as a reward for comprehending inheritances. It made sense, after all, inheritances was a process of comprehending the heavens. Every time you grasped a truth of the heavens would thus reward you. But now that Ryu thought about it, was he really comprehending the heavens? Or was he comprehending the laws of the real plane? This was a subtle but simultaneously very important distinction. It suddenly became obvious to Ryu that it was truly his chaotic silk meridians that had been holding back his comprehension for so long. In fact, it had been holding him back for so long that even though his inheritances became more powerful with each subsequent breakthrough, the returns only became less and less until the point he could rarely use them in battle. But now, it felt as though Ryu was learning a whole other side of the coin, a whole other side of his inheritances. As time passed, his seemingly already perfect inheritances doubled in power, gaining a matching half to them that exuded an aura that was no less powerful. The 8-trigram diagram pulsed out in waves. In that moment, Ryu's Tao, which had come in 2 halves, was slowly beginning to bloom 2 more, influenced by the changes to his inheritances. Without a choice, Ryu could only keep them separate, worrying about what changes might occur if he allowed them to fuse into one once more. As time passed, Ryu's cultivation and strength began to steadily rise, shocking changes taking root within his body. Chapter 1060. Second, if others were watching, they would feel Ryu's cultivation increasing by leaps and bounds. From the first extinction, to the second, to the third, the sixth, the ninth, and somehow even increasing beyond. Ryu couldn't feel these changes too subtly because he was entirely focused on making sure that he didn't lose himself in the Chaos Plane. Although he had his Tao to rely upon as an anchor, if he wasn't cautious, he could still very easily lose his life, something he was obviously unwilling to allow to happen. However, even if he was aware, he wouldn't be very surprised. The continuous reformation and destruction of his inheritances, although happening without his knowledge or acknowledgement, could have been considered a process of extinction. The difference was that the process was far smoother and safer, likely facilitated by his meridians themselves. Due to this, when Ryu underwent his first true extinction, its value was far greater than just one. The accumulated breakthroughs and regressions, only to break through again, made the value of a single extinction for Ryu worth that of dozens to anyone else. Logically, the more extinction one underwent, the more powerful they would be, but it was also a matter of quality as well. Some didn't crush their comprehensions perfectly and as such had lackluster extinction results. By the same token, there were some who crushed their comprehensions perfectly, but failed to rebuild them with the same level of perfection. Ryu, though, not only gained a perfect accumulation of inheritances, their destruction was absolutely perfect, and their rebuilding was not only perfect, it was beyond perfect, forming a perfect whole for his inheritances. Ultimately, though, the real underlying reason Ryu shot through the path extinction realm like this was because that was always what was meant to happen. According to the original design of the chaotic silk meridians, a wielder of it who followed along its true path would be stuck at the peak immortal ring realm for a very long time. But in return for this patience, they would be granted direct entry into the peak of the path extinction realm in a single bound so long as they could survive the process. Just like that, over the next weeks, Ryu's aura slowly grew through the path extinction realm before settling at its very pinnacle, just a single step away from the Tao pedestal realm. As Ryu underwent these extinctions, he could feel his connection with his spiritual foundation growing stronger, and he could even faintly feel that he could borrow some power from it now. In fact, if he used some of the strength of his spiritual foundation, he felt that his strength would increase by a factor of 10 at the very worst. This wasn't surprising to Ryu. After all, the path extinction realm was a primer for the Tao pedestal realm, which would be the second opportunity a cultivator gained to increase the size of their spiritual foundation. However, what did shock Ryu was what happened next. At first it was very subtle. The duality of it all didn't really sink into Ryu, or rather, it was more subconscious as opposed to overt and in his face. But as the weeks continued to tick by, the feelings only grew stronger and stronger. By the end of it, Ryu's heart felt as though waves were rushing through it. Ryu's chaotic silk meridians began to shimmer as though there were two halves to it. One half was connected to the real plane. This connection was formed through his current spiritual foundation. This made sense. Although spiritual foundations were located in the depths of the abyssal plane, they had a natural mode of connecting to the real plane. If not, how would the cultivators of the world be born with them? Through establishing this connection, spiritual foundations chose their partners at birth and became the foundation for them to communicate with the heavens. This connection was formed in Ryu's lower belly, and it was clear and resounding. However, there was a second connection that had just been formed, one that was much more infantile and barely perceptible. Still, with Ryu's current spatial affinity, he could just barely feel it, and he had a feeling that it also pointed him toward where the next steps of his improvement lay. This was the second half of the chaotic silk meridians, the half that was always striving to form a connection with the chaos plane, and the half that was only becoming more and more prominent as Ryu progressed. Ryu was shaken. Could it be that in order to enter the Tao pedestal realm, the next step was to form a connection with a second spiritual foundation? Ryu's brows couldn't help but crease in worry. The last time he tried to do that, he had suffered terrible backlash. In fact, if not for his fate reversal skill, he would still be suffering now, and his cultivation would have slowed considerably. It was clear that the Phoenix Sky God did not want to take on another spiritual foundation. Or, at least that was what it seemed. What if the Phoenix Sky God's spiritual foundation just didn't want to be replaced? What if it would allow him to do as he pleased so long as he used this second more subtle connection to communicate with his original spiritual foundation? Ryu waited patiently for his breakthrough into the pinnacle of the path extinction realm to finish first before he did this again. This time, rather than using his Dantian to communicate, he went through this mysterious second connection he seemed to have formed, reaching out toward the spiritual foundation he had meant to be born with. Now that Ryu had already met it once, finding it again was all too easy, especially now that his soul presence had grown considerably in power. Ryu couldn't help but feel incredible in his heart. The idea of having not just one but two spiritual foundations filled him with expectation. Just what kind of monstrous strength would he be able to display? Even if his original spiritual foundation was as ordinary as it got, just the fact it would be his second would be enough for him to look down upon the world. Ryu calmed himself and focused his attention. This would be his breakthrough into the Tao pedestal realm, he couldn't be so casual about it. Soon, he saw his spiritual foundation. It was a radiant silver color with veins of pulsing blue. It shimmered like a refined gem in the depths of the darkness, shining even brighter than his fate star. Ryu reached out toward it and established a connection, wanting to reel it back into his body. However, at that moment, it suddenly trembled. In the real world, Ryu's body convulsed and he was suddenly sent flying backward, several mouthfuls of blood flying out from him one after another. Each and every one of the bones in his body shattered, his organs shredding to pieces and his body sliding along the white grass like a dead dog. His orifices bled and his body convulsed, each breath taking with it another coughing mouthful of blood. In the depths of the abyssal plain, a certain spiritual foundation stood tall and firm, but the chains wrapped around it were even stronger. Chapter 1061. Fogginess. Ryu coughed violently, shards of blood and bone flying out from his mouth. The pain that racked his body was on a completely different level than almost anything he had ever experienced before. He felt that if it wasn't for his astounding vitality and the fact he had a realm heart, that backlash alone would have been enough to kill him. Right this moment, his inner organs were practically unrecognizable, having been shredded to pieces and mixed within his body as though his skin had become some sort of mixing pot of flesh. It only made it worse that the shards of his bones had mixed in with it all, becoming like the blades of a blender as they shredded what was in him. In fact, if it wasn't for his nigh indestructible meridians, let alone killing him, Ryu would have suffered a far worse fate. From his perspective, he would have been directly crippled. Despite the pain he was experiencing, a hint of fury lit in Ryu's eyes. All his first life, he had been infuriated with the heavens, believing them to have been unfair to him. Some of that even carried over into his second life as well, and he wasn't able to shrug off the anchor such thoughts placed on him until he met Ailsa. The current him had not only learned to coexist from the heavens, but he even willingly learned from it. His angst was nowhere near as furious as it had been in the past, and he had even realized that his rage was misplaced. This feeling only became clearer as time went on. From the very beginning, it wasn't even the heavens that had toyed with him like this, it was those people who had their eyes on Sacrum, his homeland. His anger should have been aimed toward them from the start. Ryu swore that the day he found out who chained his spiritual foundation and forced him to live the life of a cripple, when he met those people who forced his family toward a dead end, separating his parents and killing his grandparents, when he found the people who chained his perfect black-body soul and restrained his talent was lever at a time, he would grant them a life worse than death. Ryu coughed, his eyes seeing red. At that moment, the life character in Ryu's eyes began to pulse with an ancient green color and his yin water began to make his presence known. Now that Ryu had broken to the pinnacle of the Path Extinction realm, his inheritances had likewise broken through entering the Monarch realm. They all simultaneously took this step forward as one, strengthening his 8-trigram diagram and thus its individual pillars as well. Due to this, the power he could use from flowing Frost's yin water was a great deal more, and his recovery strength had increased by more than tenfold as well. However, even with this being the case, Ryu's recovery was exceptionally slow. It took several days before he could finally move somewhat and more than half a month before he could finally sit up. All the while, Ryu's gaze flickered with cold intent. Ryu coldly gazed into the distance as though he could see his spiritual foundation through the void. He forced himself to calm down. Right now, if he wanted to feel rage, he had to let it focus him rather than distract him. So, rather than losing himself entirely, Ryu began to plan out what he would need to recultivate the Path Extinction realm. Although Ryu had broken through, he had yet to saturate his body with the appropriate amount of heavenly favor, so he would still need to do this. Right now, he would require a large amount of heaven-grade materials, which made this matter a lot more difficult to handle. Doing it once through for the Immortal Ring realm was quite difficult, and most of the 6-month period Ryu spent was used up on it. One could easily imagine that doing so for the Path Extinction realm would be even more difficult than that. Ryu shook his head, still looking up into the skies. He couldn't quite focus. That sudden backlash had knocked him out of his meditative state, and now his mind didn't seem to want to focus properly anymore. It also didn't help that simply saying he couldn't allow his rage to cloud his mind wouldn't allow this to magically happen. Ryu needed to clear his mind. He had never had a problem focusing on cultivation before, but the trouble was that he had cultivated too small a time. And, without his eyes, he couldn't casually slip into states of focus like he could in the past as well, making the problem even worse. Shaking his head again, Ryu took a step and appeared outside of the Golden Moon World Ring, his gaze somewhat vacant as he slipped it back onto his finger. With another step, he appeared outside of the cave and within the snowy pastures of the region. As he continued to walk slowly, he traversed long distances without much effort at all, and in his silence, he found himself before the large looming mountains of a sect. Ryu looked up, not having come here on purpose at all. In fact, he didn't have a real purpose at all and was rather just walking around to see if he could clear his mind, but to think that he would be sent to this place. Of all places. Before Ryu, the gates of the carving ice sect stood. Although it looked normal, it was actually already in a state of high alert, and how could it not be? All of their powerhouses were elsewhere. They had to be careful just in case someone noticed and chose to take this as an opportunity. Ryu's gaze was quite dull as he looked forward. It wasn't despair, just boredom. After his walk, he had managed to dispel some of his heightened fury, but the cloud of fogginess over his mind remained. He hummed to himself before taking a step and entering the carving ice sect. Chapter 1062. Pocket. No one seemed to notice Ryu at all. It was impossible for a person to know of every possible face in such a large sect, and for the current Ryu, bypassing the safety measures of this sect was all too easy. In fact, from what Ryu had seen, the protective formation of the carving ice sect was actually several orders of magnitude weaker than the one they had built in the depths of the mountain range. Of course, there were a few reasons for this. For one, the campsite deep within the mountain range was only a fraction the size of the sect, allowing a more concentrated region of defense. Secondly, this formation was built into the surroundings and was very old, making it difficult to maintain for a sect that had likely grown complacent. After all, the carving ice sect was a behemoth of the second heaven. Who did they have to fear? Ryu took another step and entered the library of the carving ice sect. Although he could have started a slaughter, what would be the point of that? He wasn't against it for moral reasons, he just felt that it was a waste of his time to kill small fry. Plus, he could probably benefit much more by doing nothing at all but walking around. Ryu suddenly had a thought. It probably wasn't any more difficult to infiltrate any of the sects of the second heaven. The only real difference was that the other sects would probably have their sky gods in-house, which meant that he would have to be a bit more cautious. But in terms of entering and exiting, it probably wouldn't be very difficult at all. If he was still in the mood later, he might drop by the other sects to see if they would have anything interesting. Ryu used his upgraded void spiritual sense to scan the books and jades of the carving ice sect's library. Compared to the Radiant Star sect's library, they had far more jades than books here, making it a simpler task to read through these records. Ryu had expected to find more information, but to his surprise, the books here weren't much weaker than what he had already found in the Radiant Star sect. In fact, the Radiant Star sect was actually not just a single step better in this regard. Interesting. The Radiant Star sect is definitely a power from a higher heaven, and I have no doubt that they restricted some of the information they released in their library to a lower standard, but this standard is still higher than what you would find in the second heaven. They probably have information about equivalent to the third heaven, so if I want to find a deeper store of information, I'll either have to wait until they feel comfortable enough to release their true store of knowledge, or... Ryu's thoughts came to a pause when he sensed a light fragrance to his side. When he turned his head, he found a petite little beauty trying her best to pretend as though she was scanning through the jades near him, but with Ryu's senses, how could he not see her glancing at him from time to time? In fact, if not for this, he would have just directly ignored her. Seeing Ryu look over, the petite beauty smiled and blushed slightly. "Hello," she said lightly. Ryu's eyesight had recovered to the point that make out that shape of people when he looked at them, but really, he only needed to use his spiritual sense to understand every inch of this woman's body. He could tell with just a single sweep that this woman was only pretending to be shy. He walked forward and appeared before her, causing her to become slightly flustered. After seeing Ryu's handsome face, she had wanted to see if she could get to know him, so she used one of the best tricks she had. Strong men usually couldn't resist a shy little damsel, even if he was so good-looking. But what she didn't expect was for Ryu to actually be so straightforward. She couldn't react before her chin was lifted up, the fragrance of Ryu's breath causing her heart to shudder. Usually, it was her enticing men with her scent, but she had never smelt a man with such an intoxicating fragrance. Her knees involuntarily went weak, her body stumbling forward and somewhat falling into Ryu's embrace. However, at that moment, she heard words that made her shudder. "Unfortunate, I really was in the mood, but you've been touched." Ryu suddenly vanished, leaving the petite beauty to almost stumble to the ground. She looked around at a loss, her eyes slightly reddening. Somehow, she felt like she had lost a great opportunity all because she wasn't pure. Ryu didn't think much about the encounter. He had stopped caring so much about such things and felt that it was a shortcut to clearing his mind, but it seemed that fate liked to play tricks on him. He continued wandering around the carving ice sect, learning a lot about their inheritances. In fact, He even entered some of their sacred grounds with no one being the wiser. Even so, the fogginess of his mind didn't seem to want to disappear. He realized that a few hours wasn't enough to make such a thing disappear, even a few days or weeks might not be enough. So, he simply continued to wander. Ryu raised an eyebrow. At the moment, he was deep within the core regions of the Carving Ice sect. Very few people were allowed to be here, so unlike the outer reaches, if he was spotted here it would likely raise a red alert. However, it was also because there were so few people that it was even easier to maneuver through the surroundings. If he didn't want to be spotted, he wouldn't be spotted. What caught Ryu's attention was a separate space that was hidden in this location. It looked like a pocket dimension, similar to the one he had found the prayer mat inside of, but this one was much smaller and it was clearly well hidden. If not for his new space-time soul nature, he wouldn't have spotted it no matter how many times he swept his spiritual sense. Interesting, with a step, Ryu's body seemed to phase into the air, vanishing into nothingness. Chapter 1063. Entertainment. Ryu raised an eyebrow after he entered, slightly surprised by what he saw. This region wasn't some sort of secret realm, nor was it some treasure trove. It was similar to what the Golden Moon world would be if it didn't also store the final treasures of the Frost clan. It was simply a place to live. The ambience was quite beautiful. Snowflakes fell from the skies in measured and controlled amounts. It seemed continuous, and yet there was only a thin layer of snow on the ground as though it wasn't allowed to grow past a certain point. A stream of water flowed by in a continuous and steady flow, but it was impossible to tell where it started and where it ended. It simply went around in loops, forming 3 miniature waterfalls before coming back to the starting point and doing it all again. In the center of this winding stream was a single hut with a rocking chair set on the outside of it. Despite the falling snow, there wasn't a single speck of water or ice on the chair. One would have thought that it was set in the middle of a spring meadow instead of in this place. Ryu walked forward, his senses primed. He was checking to make sure he wouldn't run into any final lines of defenses. Doing so might cause issues for him. If he was correct, this was probably the resting place of the cloaked figure he had met in the campsite. That person was quite unfathomable and was likely beyond the false sky god realm, so he had to be very careful about disturbing their place of rest. At the same time, though, Ryu had no intention of retreating. Maybe he would be able to find more information about what was happening through this place. Since he had already made an enemy out of these people, it was best that he learn as much as he could about them ahead of time. Only in this way would he be capable of responding in kind to their threat. It turned out, though, that Ryu was being overly cautious. There was simply nothing here. The cloaked figure could have never imagined that someone would not only bypass all of the restrictions to get to this place on top of finding their expertly hidden pocket dimension. As such, they had never even bothered to lay down any more defensive measures, so Ryu walked into the hut as easily as if he owned the place. Though this was the case, Ryu was quite careful to leave everything as he found it, ensuring that he didn't leave any fingerprint of his arrival to this place. If the enemy felt that he was less knowledgeable, they would be more likely to make mistakes that he could capitalize on. Ryu swept his gaze through the abode and didn't immediately find anything too interesting. This made sense. Sky gods, and experts in general, would usually keep their most important items on their person. Why leave things behind when you were powerful and had enough storage to carry them with you? Due to this, Ryu didn't think he would find any obvious smoking gun. What he wanted instead was a small clue, something that he could maybe use to stitch together a narrative that would be helpful to him. But almost immediately, he found something that made him stop in his tracks. Jade. Ryu's eyes narrowed and he hesitated. On an inconspicuous table to the side, there was a single jade rested beside what looked like steaming tea. Despite the chill in the region and the perpetual snowfall, the cup remained heated, maintaining the same temperature. However, this wasn't what Ryu was focused on at all. Rather, his eyes were entirely focused on the piece of jade resting by its side. Was it carelessness, or was it just a casual decision made by someone who believed themselves to be right at home? It was more likely to be the latter. But it was also likely the case that this jade didn't hold any groundbreaking information either, or else no matter how casual and relaxed the cloaked figure was, they would still choose to err on the side of caution. I have to be careful. If I'm not cautious enough, my spiritual sense might leave a mark that that person will pick up on. Reading through a jade was not too different from flipping through a book. Wherever you picked up from last would have a bookmark, and there might even be some signs of wear and tear if it was read continuously. Of course, these subtleties wouldn't normally cause a problem or even be noticed. Jades were obviously far more durable than books, and as such the markers of such things were far less obvious. It would take a great deal of time before a jade was worn down. Still, that mattered little in the face of someone with sharp enough senses. Those small, insignificant signs could be picked up by someone with sharp enough senses. So, Ryu had to be exceptionally cautious. With a step, Ryu walked to the side of the jade and sent his spiritual sense inward, slowly beginning to read through it. As he did so, his gaze became sharper and his breathing became steadier. This jade didn't contain some great technique or cultivation method. Rather, it was just a journal written by a cultivator of times past. Ryu understood now why the cloaked figure was so casual with it. Reading about a cultivator ruminating on their life wasn't very valuable to most, and it definitely wasn't worth getting bent out of shape to protect it. The cultivation world didn't have a lot of things in the way of entertainment, at least not in the way mortals did. It was hard to care about some action-packed play when you did something far more dangerous just that morning. However, there were still some things that cultivators took pleasure in. One was games, especially board games that pushed the mind to its extremities. There were very ancient games like Go, and there was even the board game that even the mortal plane of Sacrum had played, Domain. Thinking of Domain, Ryu felt a hint of nostalgia. Back during his trial as a blind little prince of the Tor clan, Domain was one of the few things he could use to pass the time, especially since he wasn't allowed in the libraries. Another pastime was considered sinful in some circles. These included indulging in the finer things of life, whether that was food or sex, or rather, gluttony and lust. And then there was what the cloaked figure seemed to like to do, and that was to read the journals of powerful cultivators that came before them. The stories of these people's lives were far more fascinating than any fiction, but that was only a piece of the puzzle. One of the main reasons that reading the journals of powerful cultivators was so interesting was because it could be sometimes used to break through plateaus. Experiencing life through the shoes of another, walking a mile, and allowing your mind to relax and open up was very beneficial to many who had hit a roadblock. Ryu shook his head. He wasn't very interested in such things, though apparently this was also a guilty pleasure of Ailsa's. Her hobby was a bit sadistic, though. She liked reading journals of cultivators who had tragic love stories. This kind of thing wasn't attractive to Ryu, though. He would much prefer to play a game of Domain. If nothing else, at the very least this jade had given him a path toward clearing his mind. Maybe he should return to the sect and see if there would be anyone willing to play a game with him. Usually, the higher the capacity of the mind a cultivator had, the more powerful they would be in playing Domain, but considering his powerful soul, Ryu wanted to see if he could get some sky gods to play with him. Or maybe, Selhira would be willing to play. Selhira's cultivation had always been hidden from Ryu, but he was pretty sure that she was in the World Sea realm and not quite yet a sky god. But she should also have incredibly high talent, so she might be a perfect sparring partner in this regard. A light smile spread across Ryu's face as he wanted to return, but he suddenly paused, his gaze sharpening. Just now he had been planning on flipping back to the exact section the cloaked figure had left off at and leaving as there was nothing else to be had here, but just as he was doing so, he stumbled across something that made his gaze sharpen. A word flashed by, too blinding to ignore: heavenly path. Was it a coincidence? Ryu didn't believe that it was. Why would someone as powerful as that be here? How could someone powerful enough to know about the Frost clan's legacy come to help the Carving Ice sect of all sects? And how could this not be related to the heavenly path opening that was quickly approaching? Ryu quickly scanned through the jade and read the portion again. He didn't believe that it was a coincidence. In fact, the cloaked figure had probably left off in this place for a very specific reason. As Ryu read, and then read again, looking for the bits and clues that made up this section, his heart grew calmer and calmer until he settled on the final piece. It all seemed to link back to a single word: convergence. In this journal, this cultivator had experienced the first so-called convergence. And if what they said was to be taken as the truth, then that meant that there was a storm coming that would sweep even the highest heavens into its maelstrom. Chapter 1064, Convergence and Cataclysm. The convergence wasn't a simple concept. As much as Ryu wanted it to be something that could just be explained in a few words so he would be less likely to leave any markers behind of his arrival here, by its very nature, it was very complex. Still, after a few minutes, Ryu believed that he had come to understand the concept. In the martial world in general, there were a whole host of matters that functioned based on a cyclical timeline. There were mysterious realms that only opened once every 10 years, unclaimed legacy realms that might only open once every 100 years, heavenly paths that might only open once every 1,000 years, and so on and so forth. Of course, these numbers weren't real and were rather just examples. The heavenly path that separated the third and fourth heavens opened far more frequently than that. But the core idea here was that there were numerous opportunities that worked on timelines like this, and every time they did open, they were likewise tied down by a modicum of faith and fate. The convergence was an enigmatic concept that detailed an event when all of these timelines would line up in a perfect and linear fashion, causing a wild influx of fate to flood the true martial world all at once and creating an era that could cause a great upheaval. Of course, things were not so simple as that. This wasn't just a matter of these timelines lining up with one another, as that implied the arrival of something very different from the convergence. This would be known as the cataclysm. No, what made the convergence special was the way the timelines lined up. Along the path of cultivation, there were certain markers one should meet by the time they reached a given age. The marker of the convergence was when this timeline would match up with these milestones. This meant that the opening of these realms and opportunities perfectly aligned with the speed of improvement cultivators had. What did this mean? It meant that not only was there a large influx of faith, but this faith was also being continuously stacked by the same group of individuals as they grew up together. As a result of this, by the time these individuals reached the end of their martial paths, the amount of accumulated faith they would have in comparison to their counterparts of other generations would be astronomically different. This was the core that belied the convergence, and much like the cataclysm, it was a chaotic period, albeit for slightly different reasons. The so-called cataclysm also lined up the timelines, but rather than progressing at the pace of a genius cultivation, it rather forced all of these things to happen exactly at the same time. Whether it was a realm designed for sky gods or awakening realm experts, they would all open at once. This would result in a large influx of faith behind released all at once, but it would also result in a prolonged drought on the other side. This was often a sign of terribly bad luck that would ruin several generations to come. By this point, it should be obvious why these things were so difficult to predict. Some of these realms only opened once every several million or even billions of years, while on the other side of the spectrum, there were lesser realms that would open every few months and not even survive until the next opening of one of these long-standing realms. On top of that, there would always be small deviations in the timelines of these realms, especially for ones that had existed for an enormous amount of time. This was because in more ancient eras, depending on how far you went back, experts didn't even count time the same way. The alignment of the stars were different, the orbits were different, and even the length of the day and night was different. Unless one was a ruin master who especially specialized in such things, it would be difficult even to tell where these small deviations would appear. And even then, such ruin masters couldn't be absolutely certain either. What did all of this mean? Essentially it meant that it was difficult to predict the start of the convergence, or even the cataclysm for that matter, until it began. And if this meant anything, then it was potentially the case that the appearance of the Frost clan's ruin was actually the start of this convergence, but it wouldn't be obvious to everyone until the heavenly path opened. Ryu's gaze flashed with a blinding light. This wasn't just because of his realization that he was standing at the impetus of the convergence. No, it was because this made him realize just what kind of monster that cloaked figure was. Suddenly, the symbol that Ryu had seen in the tent shifted and clicked into place, fusing with the very symbol that he was seeing in the jade. The Ruin Master Guild. Ryu pulled his senses away from the jade, his irises flickering with a frighteningly cold light. He wasn't sure how, but the Ruin Master Guild of Sacrum definitely played a role in the downfall of his family, and if the words of their people were anything to go by, their true foundation wasn't in Sacrum at all, but rather in the true martial world. Now it seemed that they were interfering in these matters as well, or at the very least, one of their people had come here. It was also likely that they wanted to keep a low profile and not draw too much attention to themselves, or else how could they throw in their lot with the likes of the Carving Ice sect? If Ryu was correct, then the Ruin Master Guild likely had a powerful presence even in the highest of heavens. He didn't believe that they would need to rely on the Carving Ice sect if they didn't have a good reason, or maybe they were also dealing with internal struggles. Regardless of what it was, Ryu didn't care. Since he had found their tails, even if he didn't step on it now, he most certainly would in the future. Ryu turned away and walked out of the hut before leaving the pocket dimension. In just a dozen steps, he had already left the carving eye sect, not even bothering to look back. In his eyes, the sect itself was insignificant, and they would continue to be so. There was something special about this coming heavenly path opening that they were interested in, and this only made sense. Whenever the convergence began, the first to be aware would be the sentience of the realms themselves. As such, in comparison to normal openings, all openings that occurred during the convergence would provide much more reward than they had in the past. This made sense. After all, if you were going to pick a successor, wouldn't you want a genius who grew through the convergence? By the time they reached their full potential, they would be far more powerful than their counterparts. What Ryu didn't know was why the heavenly path was among these things. He had always been under the impression that the heavenly path was simply a test to enter the next heaven. He didn't know that they might be picking successors as well. But if this was true, then whatever lied in wait at the heavenly path would definitely be worthwhile, and the tests would definitely not be so simple either. If Ryu was correct, the Ruin Master Guild might not be the only ones trying to take advantage of this. In fact, it was very possible that other clans and sects from higher heavens would have taken notice. In such a situation, would they not send their youths down as well? Maybe he was overthinking things. After all, if the Ruin Master Guild had to be so secretive, then it couldn't be so widely known just yet. But at that moment, Ryu couldn't help but think of that youth from before. He had skin as dark as night and eyes as bright as stars. He was one of the few and maybe the only man Ryu had ever met who had looks comparable to himself. Everyone seemed to have forgotten about that young man, but with his origin flame, how could Ryu? The answer to exactly who he was might be the answer Ryu needed. But for now, Ryu couldn't be bothered to care about it. His cultivation was stalled with how foggy and fatigued his mind felt. He would consider breaking into the Tao pedestal realm right now and abandoning the true path of his chaotic silk meridians, but now that he knew exactly how to progress, it was hard for him to simply make such a choice. Plus, if he cultivated in such a state, the results wouldn't be good. So instead of that, Ryu chose to relax. In the years between now and the opening of the heavenly path, so long as he didn't feel that he had reached an optimal state, he wouldn't cultivate. Before he knew it, Ryu had appeared back in Radiant Star Sect territory. A journey that should have taken years on foot actually only took a few weeks as he journeyed the world. Ryu looked up and found a familiar veiled figure standing on a mountain peak as though she had been waiting for his return. With a light smile, he took a step and suddenly appeared to her side, catching her off guard somewhat. xianxia blinked. It's only been a few months, but you're at the peak of the path extinction realm already. Ryu smiled and didn't answer her question. Do you play Domain? Chapter 1065. Rookie mistake. xianxia seemed quite taken aback by Ryu's question. Domain. That was a game she loved to play, but no one here seemed to care very much for it. Some of the elders might, but with her personality, it was hard to work up the desire to challenge them, as it might lead to some less than desirable outcomes. After all, if she went around defeating all of these elders, then where would they put their faces? So, ever since she had come here, xianxia didn't really make any attempts to challenge anyone. The likes of Old Juan and the others were far too powerful for her to be a decent match for them, while the other sky gods were far too weak. As such, she truly had no one to challenge her. Suddenly hearing Ryu's request, while she was shocked at first, a light of splendor lit her irises soon afterward as a hardly concealed excitement danced about. There were only 2 times that Ryu had ever seen xianxia shift from her baseline gentleness. The first was when she cried in the Frost Clan Remnant, and the second was right here and now. She was truly an anomaly. In her excitement, xianxia had already grabbed Ryu's forearm and taken a step in a certain direction. But to her surprise, while she thought she might have had to pull Ryu along, he simply took a step just as calmly as she did. The weight of his body turned to nothing and xianxia felt as though she was pulling on air. She didn't have to put in any effort because Ryu wasn't relying on her to move in the first place. xianxia blinked before she blushed slightly. In her excitement, she had grabbed Ryu without thinking much. It seemed that she had done something embarrassing again, and unfortunately, unlike Ryu, she couldn't just shrug it off as easily as he did. Oh, this is rare. Old Juan suddenly appeared with a knowing smile in his eyes. He looked as though he was a small measure away from bursting into a cackling fit, and that only made Selhira's blush deepen. It took quite a while before she realized that she was still holding onto Ryu's wrist, and even longer than that to finally return to her usually calm. Old Juan chuckled. I assume you two came here for something. Ah, right. Selhira lightly cleared her throat, her beautiful voice sounding a half-octave higher than usual. It reminded one of a sonorous bell. I wanted to borrow a domain board from you, senior. Is that possible? Oh, you two little ones want to play domain. Okay, this is a great opportunity. I'll spectate. Those two old codgers refuse to play with me anymore. Who are you calling an old codger? How about we spar a few rounds, you old coward? Old Juan froze slightly before he coughed. He still hadn't gotten used to Aika's senses being so sharp these days, so he had suffered more than just once due to his loose lips. Selhira, seeing that Old Juan was in trouble, smiled lightly. Senior, I just wanted to borrow a domain board so that I can play a few games with junior brother Ryu. Aika appeared in a rustle of wind. Despite the fact her soft voice had reached them much earlier and didn't sound strained at all, in reality, she had been quite a distance away. This forestscape was quite a large expanse of territory, and Aika carved out space for it to be larger and larger every day, seemingly not satisfied with the small scale of the sect. Although Old Juan protested, claiming that they didn't even have enough disciples to take advantage of this much space, Aika had simply ignored him and do as she pleased. Domain. Despite it only being a single word, Aika's gorgeous features twisted as though she had just stuffed a mound of shit into her mouth. She absolutely hated that game. Due to the nature of the Radiant Star sect, there were many experts of domain within their walls. This made sense. After all, domain was a game of the mind and strategy, while the foundation of the Radiant Star sect was mapping out the stars and calling upon their secrets. The two things coincided with one another quite well, especially in regard to certain paths. With her personality, when Aika had first learned about domain, she went around challenging and crushing everyone. But when Old Juan picked up the game, she could never defeat him, and this was especially infuriating due to the play style Old Juan used. Domain was ultimately a game of playing general with the pieces being your soldiers. Aika liked to take more aggressive stances, rushing into her enemy's territory and crushing them one by one. But Old Juan was extraordinarily patient. Sometimes he would let his defenses collapse only to circle around her back and crush her. Sometimes he would pretend to put up a weak counter-attack only to suddenly unleash a sudden and powerful strike from a seemingly weak stance. Sometimes the game would even seem like it was just one move from ending in her victory, only for him to flip everything on its head with just a single piece. Aika was stubborn, so one could imagine the number of times that she had challenged Old Juan before reaching such a state. She wasn't traumatized by much in her life, but this was definitely one of those times. At that moment, Grand Elder Samson's laughter slipped out from a bush nearby. He tried to hide it quickly, but it was already too late. He was thoroughly exposed. In her current state, Aika was like a sparking fuse, ready to unleash a rush of fire and explosions at any moment. Even Old Juan, who was clearly her superior in this aspect at least, didn't dare to make a single sound. But Samson had actually made such a rookie mistake. Aika's head snapped over like a predator that had found her prey. The instant she vanished, screams of agony echoed through the mountain ranges. Chapter 1066. Fascinating. Ryu smiled lightly watching such a scene. This sort of matter, how long had it been since he had seen them? He was never the type of person to make jokes and poke fun, or at the very least, he didn't do it too often or too overtly, but he had always found peace watching those around him do so. Last time he had felt this kind of peace, his parents were still by his side and his grandparents were still alive. He could remember their dynamics quite well. His parents had personalities closer to himself. His father was quiet, prideful and stoic. His mother was arrogant and as proud as a swan. However, when they were together they softened considerably. Ryu could remember times where his parents would be months at a time by each other's sides without speaking a word to one another. On one side, his father would be brandishing his weapon. On the other side, his mother would be working on a painting. Sometimes it would be the vice versa. His mother would be brandishing her swords and his father would be working on his calligraphy. There was no conversation between them, no words exchanged, no glances made, but both of them had light smiles on their faces as though there was nothing that they would rather do than this. Then there were his grandparents. Ryu really didn't know how his parents had come from them because his grandparents were two pairs of goofballs. Although they all had their more serious sides, especially his grandma Tatsuya, who was the most prideful of them all, they also joked around far more than his parents did. It was hard for them to go a day with his grandma Tatsuya pulling on his grandpa Tatsuya's ear, or his grandma Kunin glaring while his grandpa Kunin made the same apology he had been making for billions of years, all because he dared to share a drink with Mistress Holy Wing and get drugged into having a child out of wedlock. Things only became more lively after Elena entered his life. She was so cold and proud elsewhere, but when she was with him and their family, she finally unleashed her true personality. She was the greatest prankster of them all, and she left Ryu speechless all too often. That sort of love that hung in the air, that sort of ambience, it was enough to bring peace even to the coldest of hearts. Ryu chuckled lightly, causing Old Juan to look over at him in warning, but he didn't seem to mind at all. Only Selhira looked toward Ryu with a hint of surprise. Laughter wasn't something she thought she would ever see on Ryu. Even when he smiled, the cold depth of his eyes still remained, his very presence applying a metric ton of pressure on all those around him. Seeing him laugh like this though, she couldn't help but feel that he was much more handsome this way. It wasn't long before Selhira and Ryu began their game. In his first life, Ryu had been an absolute master of the four arts: feng shui, painting, calligraphy and strategy. It had been a very long time since he used some of them, especially painting and strategy, the latter of which was the foundation upon which Domain was built. Feng shui had become a foundational part of how he forged weapons, while calligraphy had actually played a strong role in the formation of the first half of his Tao, dividing karma. Painting and strategy, though, were like abandoned children. However, this day, the latter finally got a chance to flourish. The board of Domain was split into several tiers, depending on the skill of the players or the level of game they wanted to play. There could be more or less tiers in use at once. Usually, it would be between 2 and 9, though there did exist simplified versions for children with just a single tier. The board tiers themselves were split into different shaped spaces, some were triangular, some were square, some were pentagons and yet some others were star-shaped. These different spaces and their shapes represented everything from distance to terrain to special abilities pieces could have depending on the situation. The goal of the game was quite simple and there were two methods of winning. One was to either occupy territory and the second was to capture or render the strongest piece the opponent had on the board unable to move. Ryu and Selhira didn't start with anything too crazy, settling for 3 tiers. Both seemed to use this first game to knock off some rust, but if others outside of the likes of Old Juan, Aika and Samson were watching, it would be hard to tell that this was their goal. The moment the two began to play, they seemed to become like entirely different people. The gentle Selhira vanished into thin air, a violent and wild aura ravaging her surroundings. She didn't seem to notice that this happened at all, or else knowing her, she would try to either hide it or blush in embarrassment. With her being like this, Ryu felt his bloodlines bubble and churn, experiencing a not-so-subtle suppression. However, by the same token, he didn't seem to notice either, because at that moment, he had also changed. His edge vanished and his coldness morphed into a gentle warmth. From a man with a piercing gaze, Ryu suddenly became a gentle scholar. His brows were relaxed and his movements were slow. He seemed unbothered by the changes to the outside world. One would think that the two would become like fire and water, but in reality, they didn't seem to notice what the other was doing at all they had eyes for was the board. The 3 elders looked toward one another with a hint of shock in their eyes, not having quite expected this outcome. To think that the gentle Selhira would play far more like Aika, while the cold Ryu would play so much more like Old Juan. It was fascinating. Chapter 1067. Lost. The first battle between Selhira and Ryu lasted for an entire month and ended in Ryu's loss. It had been clear after the first few days that while Selhira's style seemed just as aggressive as Aika's, it was also filled with barbs and wires, pitfalls that even sky gods would fall into. Seeing through them all required a high level of foresight. The two of them were easily planning moves on an order of hundreds ahead, and in the end, it was close but Ryu quickly found himself cornered. Just when the 3 elders wanted to commentate on what had happened, the two of them reshuffled the board almost instantly and began a new game. Old Juan, Aika and Samson could only look toward each other with somewhat speechless expressions. What was going on here exactly? 2 brats beneath the sky god realm shouldn't have this level of focus. A domain game that lasted a month was already enough to drain most people, yet they started up again as though nothing had happened. The second battle lasted 3 times as long and once again ended in Ryu's loss. For the game to last 3 months as opposed to the previous one without even the addition of a new tier just went to show how violent the confrontation was. If it wasn't for the fact xianxia unleashed a trap she had been planning from the very first move, she just might have lost this one. Ryu smiled lightly. He didn't seem to mind the losses, or maybe he just didn't mind who he was losing to. What are you chuckling about, brat? You've gotten your ass handed to you twice, shouldn't you show some more backbone? Old Juan jeered from the sidelines. This young man never showed him any sort of respect and he felt like he was finally getting revenge. Ryu's smiling expression dulled somewhat as he looked toward Old Juan with placid eyes. Do you believe that I can crush you in a game of domain? Old Juan was stunned for a moment before he burst into a fit of laughter. Ika and Samson looked toward each other for a moment and took a step back as though they didn't know this person. They both knew Old Juan too well. He was softly spoken, a bit of a coward, willing to take a step back more often than he was willing to take a step forward, but when it came to domain he was a bit of a madman. Come, Ryu said simply. In a huff, Old Juan, who had been preparing to give a speech about juniors respecting their seniors, sat down. Clearly, since Ryu dared to interrupt him again, he would give this brat a lesson of a lifetime. How many tiers? This senior will be magnanimous and let you choose the parameters. 2. Ryu replied simply. Old Juan's lip curled in disdain. 2 was the minimum number. Even Ryu and xianxia had just been playing with 3. He couldn't help but think that Ryu was trying to simplify the game to give him greater odds of winning. Unfortunately, he was far too naive. While the game would be simpler for him, it would be simpler for Old Juan too. By then, crushing Ryu would only take a few moves. You won't last an hour, and that's only if you drag your feet on your moves. For Old Juan to say this when the previous 2 games took 4 months total, it was clear how confident he was in himself. xianxia, who had snapped out of her fiendish state, pouted somewhat. Clearly, 4 months wasn't enough for her and she wanted to play some more. But she was curious now as well. Why was Ryu so confident? She was certain that she could not defeat Old Juan, but she had also just defeated Ryu twice. Most would say that Ryu's words were ridiculous, but knowing Ryu, xianxia didn't think he was the type to spout nonsense just for the sake of it. The moment the pieces were set, Old Juan's aura changed. He became like a vast and endless sea, his depths unknown and his waters dark and blue. Even the wind couldn't disturb his surface and there was not a single ripple to be found. The vastness of Old Juan's aura was oppressive and mighty. Although xianxia and Ryu had quite some pressure given their age, Old Juan was very clearly on an entirely different level. Sitting across from him, there was no doubt that Ryu was under a great deal of pressure. If he could even think properly, it would be nothing short of a miracle. And for a moment, this seemed to be true. Old Juan had, obviously, allowed Ryu the first move, but the latter hadn't budged a single inch since the match was set to begin. He simply stared forward without the slightest ripple emitting from him. It almost felt as though he was frozen in time. Either that, or he had been scared shitless. But Old Juan was so focused on the board that he didn't have time to pay attention to his surroundings. His mind was constantly running through scenarios, thinking of methods to crush Ryu the fastest. Ika and Samson looked toward one another once more, seemingly wanting to nod and concede on Ryu's behalf, but then the situation changed entirely. Ryu, who had been sitting in complete silence, suddenly shifted. At first, his air just swayed gently in the wind, but in the next instant, the skies above rumbled and a spine-tingling pressure spread into the surroundings. Compared to what it had been before, it was like night and day. Ryu's irises sparkled with a spine-tingling jade-green glow, his presence growing into a tower. Dividing karma. Ryu's fingers moved and he placed down the first piece, causing the ground to shake and quake. To everyone's astonishment, just 3 days later, Old Juan's face became as black as a pot, his bottom lip trembling in shock. He had lost. Chapter 1068. Easy. Ryu sat in silence, not even bothering to gloat as though this was very normal. He didn't seem to mind the gazes that he was receiving at all. You went easy on me? xianxia asked. Though her voice had the same amount of gentleness, it was tinged with a hint of a wronged air to it. Clearly, she wasn't very happy about this. But then again, if Ryu did this, would their games have even been fun? If the gap between him and Old Juan was so wide, how much wider was it between the two of them? However, surprisingly, Ryu shook his head. No, I didn't. Old Juan's lip twitched. Was this brat trying to humiliate him further, claiming that xianxia could beat him even easier? Forget it, he had lost his bearing as a senior anyway, he might as well let this matter slide. But after he regained his calm, Old Wan's gaze flickered and he suddenly understood something. I see, he said lightly. It wasn't very complicated. Ryu had used the dividing karma half of his dividing heaven Tao to crush Old Wan in just 3 days. But as far as Ryu saw it, the fact that Old Wan lasted so long was a true testament to how far apart their skill level truly was. It had to be remembered that Ryu's dividing karma was the more human side of his Tao and it was the first of the 2 halves to manifest. Back when it first appeared, he had used it to crush the godhood of a sky god and knock them down from false sky god to fragmented. Inherently, it was a Tao about understanding people, their intentions, their weaknesses, and then turning it against them. It could also be used to see through the connections between people, to plot out events on a timeline, and to indirectly attack individuals through their strings of karma. This sort of Tao was perfectly suited for the game of domain. The fact that Ryu's Tao could be used in the game was already enough to give him a leg up. Not many had Taos that were suited to be used like this, as no one would form a Tao just for the sake of a board game, no matter how entertaining it was. It was just that Ryu's was lucky enough to be applicable. But this was just the tip of the iceberg. Ryu's Tao was still in the 3rd immortal grade, it had no business analyzing and reading through Old Wan's thoughts, so he needed a limiter, and that limiter came in the form of his choice of 2 tiers instead of 3 or more. No matter how savvy and intelligent Old Wan was, or however many moves he could see ahead, if he was limited by a simplified board there was little that he could do. What good was being able to go 100 miles an hour if the track was too short for you to even accelerate to that speed? When Ryu was going against xianxia, while it was true that he might be able to use his dividing karma Tao to deal with her since she was a far weaker player than Old Wan and they had only added 1 tier, there were a few problems with this. For one, the addition of 1 tier wasn't just a minor change, it was an exponential one. If 2 tiers had 100 variations, 3 tiers had over 100,000. The gap was large enough that despite the skills gap between xianxia and Old Wan, the added variables made it almost impossible for his 3rd immortal grade Tao to keep up. Secondly, because of the length of the game, his stamina wouldn't be able to keep up. Using one's Tao drained focus chi at a rapid rate. There was only so long that he would be able to use his Tao in such a setting. In fact, the only reason he had managed to last 3 days to begin with was because it was just a casual game and not a battle. In an intense battle, he might only last a few hours, which was why he rarely brought out his Tao in full strength. I see, let me experience it, xianxia suddenly said, a bit eager. Ryu blinked but still nodded in the end. Old Wan could only slink off in defeat while Aika laughed so hard she forgot her dignity as a sky god. xianxia sat across from Ryu and felt the bristling of his aura. She entered her own state of focus, that familiar wild aura coming out in waves. However, in less than 100 moves, she lost. With the speed of cultivators, 100 moves was just a few minutes. Never in her life had she lost a game so quickly, and at the same time, unlike Old Wan who had only had his moves read on a board, xianxia felt as though she had been stripped naked before Ryu, every one of her deepest, darkest thoughts exposed to him. There was no doubt the depth to which Ryu could analyze xianxia was far deeper. She was thankful that the match had only lasted a few minutes because she wasn't sure if she could handle such scrutiny for much longer. Ryu smiled lightly. How about we return to 3 tiers, I'm feeling good about this one. xianxia blinked before nodding, a smile blooming beneath her veil. The two began to play once more, and this time, they didn't stop for years. If it wasn't for the fact that Heavenly Path's opening was soon to be underway, they may very well have played each other for decades. By the end of it all, Ryu managed to squeak out a small margin of victory with 6 wins versus xianxia's 5. If it was up to xianxia, they would have played one more match to even the score. But Aika was much too excited to raise the Radiant Star sect up to the 3rd heaven, so there wasn't even much of a chance to dispute. Chapter 1069. Loggerheads. The 3rd heaven had been in an odd state for the past several years. As the opening of Heaven's Path approached, the tension only seemed to slowly grow, and the era of peace that had come before it was slowly being chipped away at, piece by piece. Among these groups, the usual suspects were at loggerheads. The Sentient Sword sect and the Demonic Flame sect were first 2. Both were true 3-star sect behemoths, were dozens of fragmented sky gods, over 10 false sky gods, a mighty true sky god overseeing their territories. For as long as the people of the 3rd heaven could remember, These two behemoths had been practically mortal enemies, one claiming to be righteous and the other claiming them to be hypocrites. This was a war seemingly without end precisely because of the strength of both parties, but in recent years, it had been fairly quiet. There had been no clashes, no deaths, no sudden powder kegs of conflict to erupt, but that had only resulted in the stifling pressure that was here today. The two sects stood hundreds of kilometers apart, waiting silently in the skies for the heavenly path to open. But even across such a distance, they might as well have been noses to nose, their eyes glaring into one another with murderous intentions. At first glance, it was difficult to tell which was the sword sect and which was the demon sect. Whether it was the former or the latter, both looked like exceptionally refined gentlemen and elegant women. On both sides, there were men of dashing appearances and women capable of making cities fall and the skies shine. Their clothing were both well kempt and their grooming was particularly perfect. It almost felt like the two sects were looking toward mirror images of one another, and the ignorant, especially those that had just come up from the second heaven, had no way of telling just what was going on here exactly or picking out a villain. It wasn't until one started paying attention to the finer details and saw that one side only had one weapon of choice that it became clear which side held the sentient sword sect. But even so, if one blinked once and lost focus, it was too easy to become confused once more. At the helm of the sentient sword faction, there were 3 disciples, all of whom exuded an aura of magnificence. Even so, among them one stood out by far the furthest. Enrin. This young man was the only disciple the true sky god of the sentient sword sect had taken in his life, and he had taken on the sword name Eternal Sword. One so-called sword name was akin to a Tao title among the people of the sentient sword faction. Due to their unique methods of cultivation, they liked to name their swords and create their own unique sword path using the Sentient Sword Sutra. Still, if Ryu had been there, he might have thought this Enrin to be amusing. It was certain that Enrin didn't dare to take the Tao title Eternal Sword because he simply wasn't worthy of such a title. If he tried to, he would probably be struck down by the heavens for even having such a thought. So instead, he had actually used a roundabout method of patting himself on the back, using his cultivation technique as a cover. In reality, it was no different from slapping makeup on a pig. Of course, this was something his counterpart ruthlessly mocked him for constantly, and maybe the only member of the younger generation who dared to do this, Theris. On the side of the demonic flame sect, there were likewise 3 youths who stood at the forefront, with one of them standing out even among them. He had a calm and handsome appearance, only made all the more enigmatic by the dancing glass-like flames in his eyes. While he didn't ruthlessly mock Enrin, that didn't stop Theris himself from taking on the title of Undeniable Flame. Of course, likewise, he didn't dare to take on such a Tao title and could only use this name by proxy of his demonic flame technique as well. There was no doubt that Enrin likewise despised Theris for thinking too much of himself. Despite the hypocrisy of both parties, there were none that dared to call them out on it. Getting in the middle of these 2 swinging behemoths was nothing short of asking for death. If even the other 3-star sects of the third heaven didn't dare say anything, then those of the second heaven most definitely didn't dare. On the ground, the people of the second heaven waited in silence, not wanting to disturb too much. The people of the third heaven were already uncaring enough to allow them to come. If they stirred up too much trouble, they would be just one word away from being kicked out. Among this crowd, the people of the Bewitching Charm sect, Wallowing Wisp sect and Dewdrop sect could be found. But more interestingly, there were the members of the Carving Ice sect, the Lurking Vine sect and the Thunder Blaze sect. Within the group of the Carving Ice sect, Genelis seemed to have regained her usual demeanor. The injuries to her soul had long since been healed and her skin shimmered with a resplendent sort of light as though she was truly carved of ice. She looked untouched by mortality and completely transcendent, but very few had noticed as the Carving Ice sect was still keeping a very low profile. Even Genelis wore a veil. It wasn't quite time just yet. Once she entered the heavenly path, nothing else would matter. But for now, she had to rein in her arrogance. At the same time, on the side of the Lurking Vine sect, a smiling young man with skin as dark as night and eyes as bright as stars stood with a smiling expression. But as per usual, no one seemed to notice his presence at all. At that moment, the ground began to rumble and the skies changed. Everyone believed that the opening had come, but what actually happened instead left them all stunned. Chapter 1070. Instant, ahaha. I'm controlling it now, and I said, we'd go for the very center. No more of your bullshit, you old coward. Aika's voice rung through the skies in a booming cadence, causing the eyes of several sky gods to narrow into slits. Someone was actually ascending to the third heaven right this moment, and they actually dared to do so in the no man's land between the sentient sword sect and the demonic flame sect. What were they thinking? This region was indeed the center of the third heaven, and it was the location with the greatest concentration of resources and chi. For thousands of years, the sentient sword sect and the demonic flame sect had been fighting over these lands in a continuous tug of war. Oftentimes, even if one eked out a victory, they wouldn't bother to send anyone to claim the land because it would just be won back by the other side not long after. So, instead, their region became a free-for-all between the sects where they would fight for resources and immediately snatch them before returning, benefiting from the resources, and then coming back to fight once more. The idea that some foolish second heaven sect would actually dare to try and claim this land as their own left even the two sects themselves speechless. They had been fighting amongst one another for so long without challenge from a third party that they were truly without words. They didn't even know what to say to these matters. By the time they realized that this wasn't a joke and that this was really happening, the outline of the Radiant Stars sect began to manifest itself. Compared to the last time it had done this, due to Aika's actions, the territory of the sector was over 20 times larger, covering a span so wide that it blanketed over 50% of the so-called no man's land between the sentient sword sect and the demonic flame sect. Of everyone who was entirely confused about what was happening, it was only the members of the Bewitching Charm sect, Wallowing Wisp sect and Dewdrop sect who had the most recognition in their eyes. This was because they recognized this sect all too well. This was the sect that had wiped the Metalwork sect off of the face of the map in the span of just a few years. However, even so, this was the third heaven and the Metalwork sect was barely considered a 2-star sect while the third heaven had dozens of 3-star sects, not to mention the fact that this was the territory of not one, but 2 true 3-star sects. Just what was going on here? How could they dare to do this? As the outline of the sect solidified, powerful presences descended from all sides. Before the other sky gods could even act, the sky gods of the 2 true 3-star sects were absolutely furious. Not having had their dignity infringed upon in so long, they hadn't reacted immediately, but the moment they did, it was absolutely explosive. A beam of sword light that could render the skies rose up from one side and a pillar of flames that seemed to connect the heavens to the earth came from the other. The furious attacks were enough to crush everything in sight, collapsing mountains and ripping the oxygen out of the air for hundreds of kilometers. However, just as they were about to descend, the light cough of what sounded like an old man echoed. A resplendent barrier of starlight enveloped the Radiant Star sect and even some of the surrounding territory. The sword light and pillar of flames descended with a crash and burn, causing ripples to spread across the face of this barrier wildly. In just a moment, the entire Radiant Star sect was enveloped, hiding it from view of everyone else. Many who didn't even see the formation of the barrier due to the speed thought that the Radiant Star sect didn't even get a chance to react. As for those that did, they still believed that it wasn't enough. How could a mere second star sect withstand the fury of 2 true sky gods? The patriarchs of both sects had reacted in fury, not even waiting for the subordinates to act first. However, at that moment, as the energies began to clear, the barrier became obvious to all, causing a long silence to descend. A formation capable of withstand the furious attack of 2 true sky gods. Just what kind of formation was this? And how could it be in the hands of a second heaven sect? Apologies, my Radiant Stars say. Old Juan rose into the air, ready and willing to give an explanation, but before he could even get his words out, a petite young woman elbowed him in the sides so hard that he shot into the distance like a streaking star, crashing into a mountain within Radiant Stars sect territory so deeply that it was unknown how long it would take him to crawl out. My Radiant Star sect doesn't give explanations. If you want to lose your head, feel free to step forward. Aika's voice boomed and was immediately recognized by those who heard her speak earlier. The words echoed and the silence felt deafening. Just where had this woman come from, exactly? Aika looked around. Seeing that no one responded immediately, she got bored just as fast. With a yawn, she waved her hand and the barrier disappeared. Those of you young ones who managed to survive the war and want another chance to prove yourself, heaven's gates are about to open. You'll either sink or swim, leap over the gate like a dragon or sink into the tides like a little fish. The choice is yours. After saying these words, Aika casually sat in the skies. The disciples below had hardened faces. Compared to years ago, there had already been enormous changes. Whereas before the pressure of the second heaven had made many of them fall prostrate, all of them could stand tall now. Even so, they hesitated. Here, it wasn't just the pressure of the third heaven they had to withstand, but the gazes of the masses, none of whom believed that they deserved to be here, and rightfully so. But at that moment, a streak of sword light shot into the skies, this one originating from their sect. Ryu appeared in the skies, his hands clasped behind his back and his white and sky blue robes fluttering in the wind. For an instant, it felt as though all the pressure in the surroundings had vanished. Chapter 1071. Belong. Ryu stood in the skies, tall and proud. He didn't seem to have eyes for those around him, instead looking up toward the clouds and expanse of blue above him toward the very location that the heavenly path would appear. For a moment, others were so surprised that they didn't even seem to notice that he was faintly higher in the skies than even the true sky gods of the sentient sword sect and demonic flame sect. But even more surprising than that was the fact that he didn't seem to be out of his element at all. His hair fluttered in the wind, the ends of his headband flying along with it. His robes rippled, and yet somehow still remained wrinkle-free. At that moment, he seemed to overshadow even the refined auras of Enrin and Theris. Over the last few years, although Ryu hadn't focused very much on cultivation, what he had done was refined his temperament greatly. He was already a man with an aura few could stand to in the past, but now it felt even more exaggerated than it had been before, so much so that many fell into silence for reasons beyond just the appearance of the radiant star sect. Enrin's sword-like brows furrowed somewhat as his gaze locked onto the great sword staff Ryu was flying upon. There was a push and pull on his heart that left him a bit stifled. Was that a flying treasure? Or just a sword? The second greatsword staff that hovered to Ryu's back seemed to make it clear that it was a weapon, as they were both identical. However, if it wasn't a flying treasure, didn't that mean that Ryu's sword path was even beyond his own? That was absolutely impossible. Enrin couldn't sense any sword chi coming from Ryu at all. His presence was so restrained, neat and tidy that it didn't leak a single thing. However, when Enrin's gaze flashed, his apprehension turned to derision. What the hell was this? Peak of the Path Extinction Realm? Was this a joke? Enrin was the first to notice, and it was far beneath his status to say anything. Doing so would only prove that he had been initially bothered by Ryu's showing and display. In situations like this one, he only had to let others make the comments for him, and that he did. After their initial shock, it wasn't long before many began to notice this abnormality as well. It was simply the nature of cultivators. When it was put together that this radiant star sect came from the second heaven, then the derision only increased. They didn't know how this sect managed to form a barrier that could block two true sky gods, but what they did know was that it was clear their disciples were lacking a great deal. Even the weakest entering the heavenly path this time around was at the cosmic seed realm. While there was no minimum requirement for entry, it was widely accepted that the world sea realm was probably the realm would need to reach to have a good chance at survival. Being at the cosmic seed realm was already enough to earn you some finger pointing. Yet, Ryu wasn't even in the divine vessel realm yet. This matter that had silenced them at first suddenly felt like a great joke all of a sudden. The chatter only seemed to increase with each passing second, but there was one group that, once again, didn't say a single word. These were the very people who were well aware of Ryu's combat prowess while he had been at the peak of the Immortal Ring realm. If he managed to scale up his strength to his current level of improvement, just what kind of monster was he now? Antha of the Bewitching Charm sect, a woman always known for her seductive teasing, had a rare serious expression on her face. She might not be able to match up to the genius's third heaven, far from it, but what she knew was that when Ryu was at an entire realm lower than he was now, he was capable of fighting them head to head without being in a losing position. Now that he had improved so much in just a handful of years, wasn't it obvious that he would be a match for those third heaven geniuses? When she had this thought, Antha wanted to shake her head. These were no normal geniuses. Anyone who could stand at the top of the third heaven was a sovereign-class genius. In fact, the likes of Enrin and Theris were most likely at least a half-step beyond that, or else their titles wouldn't be so undisputed. By Antha's side, Fairy May wore her usual cold expression, making her stand out from the usually seductive beauties around her. Just looking at the trio that headed the Sentient Sword sect and Demonic Flame sect, they should all be sovereign-class geniuses. In the second heaven, just having one heaven-class genius was enough to place a sect or clan at the top. But here in the third heaven, unless you had a sovereign-class genius, you didn't have the right to speak on many matters, she too couldn't help but wonder if Ryu was so talented as to bridge such a gap. At that moment, the disciples of the Radiant Star sect grit their teeth. With Ryu having taken the first step, much of the pressure had vanished from them, and now that he was being ridiculed, they felt a hint of fury in their hearts as well. They knew well that Ryu's power level had little to do with his cultivation. They had seen him fight, and it could be said that, while he rarely showed up on the battlefield for them, it wasn't because he was fearful, but rather because it posed no challenge to him. With a stomp, several launched themselves into the air, some bringing out their own personal flying treasures, and others forming wings of starlight that spread out from their backs. Unfortunately, the flying treasures designed for the first heaven had no method of working on the third heaven. It was almost immediately clear to those that had brought theirs out that they were destined to fall from the sky and embarrass their sect even further. An unwillingness bloomed in their hearts, but at that moment, they felt a strong power envelop them all. Elder Aika, who sat cross-legged in the skies without a word, gently enveloped these disciples in her strength, pushing them into the air as though nothing had happened. The disciples, although they were unsure of what happened, sighed a breath of relief and continued flying into the air, making their way to Ryu's height and respectfully standing to his back. In truth, the display wasn't very grand. There were a few World Sea Realm experts in their midst, but it paled in comparison to the hundreds that the two behemoth-like sects had brought. The rest were mostly in the Cosmic Seed realm with a small minority in the Dao Pedestal realm. A disciple that Ryu recognized, P. Iban, the formerly 17th ranked core disciple, had just barely entered the Cosmic Seed. He was among the few that used his wings to rise into the skies, standing behind Ryu as though it was only natural. Though the display wasn't powerful, it did tell the people below one very important thing. No matter how weak the Radiant Star sect was, a World Sea Realm expert was still a World Sea Realm expert. The fact that they were willing to stand behind a Path Extinction Realm brat spoke volumes, and the world couldn't help but fall into another silence. Ryu, who had been in his own world, looked back. He didn't really expect this, honestly. He had never joined a sect before, so he didn't know the kind of camaraderie that could come with it. During his time with Aika, Samson, Juan and Selhira, he had felt more warmth than he had in a long time, but it never really properly settled in that he was part of a sect now. At that moment, another slight cough rang out and old Juan finally crawled out of the mountain that he had been thrown into, trying to pat the dust away from himself. Oh, not bad, he laughed lightly, shaking the dirt out of his hair. Old Juan smiled, feeling a bit gratified. The progress of these little ones wasn't too bad after all. Right then, though, a laugh echoed through the air. What the hell is this supposed to be? Comic relief. Where did this clown show of sect pop out of? The sound came from one of the disciples of the demonic flame sect, standing in a small crowd behind the three prominent youths. Unsurprisingly, he was all a World Sea Realm expert. It was just that his shine lost out to these three, causing him to dull somewhat in their presence. Ryu's gaze slowly turned in that direction. Maybe in the past, he wouldn't care so much, but since the Radiant Star sect wanted to support him, their face was also his own, and when it came to his face, his temper was quite short. Ryu's grandfather's bow appeared in his hands before anyone could react. A shimmering arrow of blue steel manifested out of nothingness in an instant. He didn't even seem to take time to aim as his bowstring was already released. The members of the demonic flame sect were shocked for a moment, not expecting this. Someone actually dared to attack them. However, that surprise quickly turned to sneers that froze only an instant later. The arrow that had seemed to be streaking through the air so slowly suddenly vanished. PCHU. The words the World Sea Realm expert had been about to speak again froze, a bloody hole appearing between his brows. Ryu lowered his bow, casually strapping it across his back once more. At that moment, the skies began to rumble. The heavenly path was descending. Bang! The head of the World Sea Realm expert exploded. Important announcement below Chapter 1072. Miasma. Despite the sudden commotion, there was an odd lack of a reaction from the cultivators in the surrounding area. Brune of the Wallowing Wisp sect, who had fought Ryu to a standstill just a few years ago, felt a shiver course through his body. Somehow Ryu had gone from being even with him to killing someone of his caliber in just a single strike. The members of the Bewitching Cram and Dewdrop sect clenched their jaws, suddenly realizing that this could very well be them. The members of the Demonic Flame sect, though, opened their eyes wide with shock. Not only had Ryu attacked, he had attacked decisively with intent to kill, and had done so boldly in the face of them all. He didn't care for their faces not one bit, but what was even more shocking was the fact that even with all of them here, none of them seemed capable of reacting. Even their elders were a step slow. This realization made them all shudder awake before fury set in. How long had it been since their prestige was infringed upon like this? We will enter first. Despite the billowing rage rising like a tempest from his right, Ryu couldn't be bothered to care. Instead, he spoke these words simply and easily as he urged his greatsword staff forward, leading the members of the Radiant Stars sect forward. Down below, Aika's lip was constantly twitching. She was caught between trying to be the elder she was meant to be and bursting out in the sort of laugh only a madman could match. Ryu's actions were truly far too much in her liking, so much so that she didn't believe that she could do better herself. It was too good, much too good. In the end, she couldn't help herself and grinned. Halt! A booming voice sounded just as Ryu was about to enter the heavenly path, but he didn't even glance toward its direction, shuttling in without another word. However, just before he did vanish, his voice echoed. Feel free to come. However many appear is however many I'll kill. You can find me any time. My name is Ryu Tatsuya. The skies rumbled and the eyes of several members within the demonic flame sect widened. Unfortunately, Ryu's senses had already been cut off by the surging tide of chi around the heavenly path. He had no method of seeing their reaction to such a thing, nor did he care. A stifling pressure threatened to squeeze Ryu to death. All around, there was nothing more than blinding lights of white and gold, making it impossible to see or feel anything around you. Somehow, it felt like one was both free-falling through the air, and simultaneously perfectly still. The dichotomy was enough to make one's head spin. Without any signs of gravity, it was impossible to tell which was up and which way was down. At the same time, there was no footing, so it was very easy for one to enter a cycle of flailing about, making one look more foolish than maybe they ever had in their lifetime. For the first time in a long while, though, Ryu was quite well informed. Before he had left, Aika, Old One and Samson had taught him a lot about this heavenly path and what he could expect. This portion here could just be considered to be the first trial. The white gold around him was formless essence. Since it hadn't been bestowed to him by the heavens, it was impossible to absorb as essence could only be controlled at the behest of the heavens, or, if you happened to have a cultist fairy princess by your side, then you could control it as well. Unfortunately, Ryu didn't have Ailsa by his side currently as she was still trapped within the inner world of his eyes. However, he did have certain advantages others did not in this regard because she was, of course, his wife. Ryu had no ability to control essence as perfectly as Ailsa did, and doing so almost felt akin to trying to run in a pool of dense, heavy oil, but if he really focused, he could just barely do it. This first trial was quite simple, really, it was a waiting game. The sensation of falling was real. Depending on your talent, you would either fall through this miasma of essence either more slowly or with greater speed. Essentially, this density of essence would either be accommodating to you or reject you outright. Much like the heavenly path Ryu had taken from the mortal plane to the pedestal plane back in Sacrum, this worked similarly just by a different method. Though, the largest difference here was that Ryu felt absolutely no pressure back in Sacrum, but he could very well feel the pressure getting to him here, although he could easily endure it. It was just yet another reminder to Ryu that he couldn't be considered the pinnacle in this place, even for a mere heavenly path to the fourth heaven. Still, Ryu had expected this and didn't panic. According to his understanding, making it into the heavenly path more quickly had its own benefits. Depending on the ranking of who made it in first, second, etc., there would be an allocation of heavenly favor, the very same heavenly favor that Ryu received when he cultivated Refinement Sutra. Unlike the heavenly paths of Sacrum, which were just stairs, the heavenly paths of the true martial world were more like battle royales, and heavenly favor was its currency. Heavenly favor was the measuring stick that all those who entered would be weighted by, and it would also decide how much freedom you had within the heavenly path. The heavenly path could be considered its own world, almost like a 3.5 heaven between third and fourth. Within this world, there were many fascinating opportunities, some of which were left by the heavens, and others of which were left by cultivators. If one wanted the best chance at maximizing their opportunities, then there was no doubt that accumulating as much heavenly favor as possible was necessary. Ryu had already been the one to enter first, but his path through the essence miasma felt somewhat slow. It wasn't just a matter of his talent, but his cultivation was also lacking. You needed both in this situation, and this fog seemed to be reminding him. But that was fine, he would just cheat. Who asked him to have such an amazing wife? Ryu found that his chaotic silk meridians very much rejected essence, which probably explained why he no longer got huge cultivation boosts from comprehending inheritances anymore, at least not to his chi cultivation. But truthfully, he didn't very much care about this much anyway. Why should he when he had an entire plane's worth of chaos chi to tap into? Ryu reached out to the essence using Ailsa's primordial yin as a proxy. Rather than absorbing it, he simply moved it out of his way. As he did so, the sensation of falling got more and more prominent until it felt no different from rushing through the skies. As he controlled the essence and built up momentum, it took less and less effort and he began slicing through it all like butter, eventually even beginning to use the essence to his back to push him forward even faster and break past terminal velocity. Bang! Ryu felt his body shudder, a barrier of light almost making him cough out a mouthful of blood as he crashed by it. He swallowed it down, his gaze becoming fiercer as he moved ahead. He crashed into barrier after barrier, each one coming thicker and more overbearing than the last. He assumed that all of these were the checkpoints that Aika and the others had spoken about. He was supposed to pass through them slowly, but with this more hands-on, violent method, it was truly enough to injure him quite severely. However, he didn't stop, pushing forward even faster. He wouldn't leave any of these matters up to chance. He was certain that there were hidden characters ready to step into this miasma that would have far greater affinity with it than himself, and he had no way of knowing how fast they would move. Aika had said herself that if she entered, she might not even have to pass through the miasma at all and would simply be teleported to the other side. If this was the case, then he truly had no time to waste. If his raw talent and cultivation couldn't make up for his deficiencies, then he would just have to let masochism take their place. Bang! Ryu finally couldn't hold it in any longer and coughed up a large mouthful of blood, but this time, he could see it. Ryu's gaze sharpened as he burst through the miasma, finding himself falling through the skies. However, before he could fall far, a large influx of heavenly favor rushed forward and wrapped around him, causing the cracks in his bones and the ruptures in his inner organs to dull down from a sharp pain. As his descending speed slowed, Ryu quickly spread out his spiritual sense, narrowing his eyes when he realized that his range was much more limited than usual. Lush greenery was what he saw first, but his attention was immediately snatched away by the dense population of beasts. There was seemingly nowhere to run and even less room to maneuver. Without his vision, Ryu couldn't even scan the region and decide a route to take. In the end, he landed on the ground, surrounded by beasts from all sides. Chapter 1073. There Ryu landed on the ground softly, releasing a minor wince. His body wasn't in the best condition after what he had just put it through, but he wasn't very worried, not with the strength he had. Although he hadn't focused much on cultivation in recent years, just by virtue of the clarity of his mind, his strength had been well consolidated. If his cultivation was a tower, although it hadn't grown any taller, its foundation was now far more robust and wide. The swaying of the winds could no longer impact him. Plus, there were very few who could hope to match his healing capabilities at the same level. By the time he scanned the region with his void spiritual sense and attacked, 10% of his injuries had already been perfectly healed. Ryu tapped at the air several times, causing ripples to spread. Although they looked gentle and subtle on the surface, the moment they touched the bodies of the beasts that were lurking in the surroundings, they caused a violent chain reaction. One after another, these beasts fell, unable to protect themselves. If one looked inside their bodies, it would look as though thousands of small blades had ripped their inner organs apart, destroying them from the inside out. Ryu took a step and vanished, appearing over 100 meters away. Toward this, he could only shake his head lightly. Back on the second heaven, crossing over a kilometer at a time wasn't an issue. Here, he could only casually cross 100 meters. A kilometer was already relatively small in the face of his cultivation realm, but 100 meters was even worse than that. Ryu wasn't too worried about this either, though. This was just a casual effort to begin with, but even if you put this aside, being able to teleport freely here was something very few could do. This environment was only a small fraction away from the fourth heaven. If the metric was strictly about stability and suppression, this heavenly path was actually beyond the fourth heaven. The fact that Ryu's soul nature was enough to accomplish to move so far in this place at all was a testament to just how elite it was, especially since he was still at the starting phase of the lower soul refinement realm. Ryu continued to walk leisurely. He didn't have a particular destination, so he simply chose a direction and kept his void spiritual sense primed. Very soon, there would likely be hundreds of thousands if not tens of millions of cultivators entering. In fact, he wouldn't be surprised if, despite his efforts, he had still lagged behind and there might very well be a few who entered before him. Regardless of which it was, there were a lot of things that he had to do. The heavenly path was separated into three main phases. The current phase, the so-called accumulation phase, was one where one's main goal was to accumulate as much heavenly favor as you could. The second phase, the opening phase, was the phase where ruins, inheritances, and the like would make their presences known, shining like beacons that ruptured the white gold skies above. And finally, the third phase, the final phase, is where the true bloody nature of the heavenly path would make itself known. What was important to understand was that these phases weren't set in stone, meaning, things that could happen in the final phase could very well happen in the accumulation phase and vice versa. They were more like suggestions than hard rules. In the accumulation phase, one focused on accumulating heavenly favor. This came in the form of exiting the miasma as quickly as possible and killing beasts, just like Ryu was doing now. With every beast that Ryu killed, a small fraction of heavenly favor would come toward him, but it was quite small in comparison to the amount he had gotten from his initial entry. If Ryu's calculations were correct as they usually were, he would need to kill 100,000 beasts to double his initial heavenly favor. All of these beasts were at the 11th order, or the World Sea Realm equivalent. However, they were just of the heaven grade. If Ryu was correct, then in all likelihood there were probably stronger beasts somewhere out there that give him more heavenly favor, but for now he was stuck with this. In the opening phase, there would be a chain reaction that would occur. Ruins and inheritances would begin to appear, releasing pillars of light that allowed many to see them from afar. In addition, the fluctuation of their auras would steadily grow as well. In the beginning, there would be weaker inheritances, but depending on the caliber of geniuses who had entered and how much heavenly favor they had accumulated in the first phase, there would be more powerful ruins and inheritances to take part in. Essentially, the more talented the batch of disciples, the longer the opening phase would last and the more chances there would be. It was just unfortunate that given the sides of the heavenly path, even if you could see all of the inheritances, making it to them all out would be impossible before the phase ended. As such, most would have to sense the aura of the inheritances and ruins released and only pick the ones that suited them the best. In addition, by being accepted by these inheritances, you would likewise gain heavenly favor to add to your accumulating total. However, likewise, you could lose your heavenly favor as well. The best inheritances and ruins were gate-kept. Without a certain amount of accumulated merits, you could not enter them. As such, your heavenly favor became a key for entry, but also a payment of sorts. If you managed to claim the inheritance, you would receive the heavenly favor you paid on top of much more. However, if you failed, you would lose anywhere. Between half to all of your heavenly favor depending on anything from how poorly you performed to the cruelty of the inheritance itself. This was yet another reason that even during this phase, the cultivators couldn't be too willful. If you chose wrongly, you could lose everything in the blink of an eye. Finally, the final phase would begin. During this phase, the heavenly favor rankings would appear in the skies and every cultivator would be ranked from top to bottom. Unless you met a certain threshold of heavenly favor, your name would not appear, and so long as you did not appear, this would mean that you had failed the test of the heavenly path and would be sent back to the third heaven once the path closed. When the rankings appeared, however, the higher you were on the rankings, the brighter the light around you would be. The brightness of our light wouldn't just be a function of your ranking either, it would also be dependent on just how much heavenly favor you had as well. By this point, the goal of the final phase was obvious: to kill. Killing and snatching heavenly favor was the only path forward. During that phase, rivers of blood would flow and geniuses would fall. It was also during that phase that one would learn if all their blood, sweat and tears was worth it, or if they would fall into obscurity to be forgotten by the tides of history. Ryu had a very clear goal that was far beyond just making it onto the heavenly favor ranking, or even beyond being number one. If he couldn't meet a certain threshold, the number one spot would be entirely useless to him. In these years, Ryu had thought a lot about the path ahead of him, and most notably the roadblocks before him. If he could not reclaim his spiritual foundation, he would truly have to abandon his chaotic silk meridians. It was one thing if he didn't know the path ahead, but now that he did, abandoning it filled him with fury. He wouldn't delay his cultivation for the sake of an illusory dream, but with one sitting tangibly before him, he refused to allow others to snatch it from him. In this time, though, he had calmed down greatly, the fogginess of his mind had slowly but surely cleared and his resolve had redoubled. What he needed wasn't fury, what he needed was a plan that was equally as tangible as the path of the chaotic silk meridians ahead of him. And so, he had formulated one. There was one very unique thing about Refinement Sutra that Ryu had noticed. Every time he used it, the shackles on his talent were slowly undone, even though that was never the purpose for which he had absorbed them in the first place. Ryu could still remember how surprised he had been the first time it happened. What was even more surprising wasn't this, but actually his eyesight. Even the rebirth talent of the Emperor Phoenix hadn't been able to restore his eyes, but these bits and pieces of heavenly favor were capable of it. All of this made Ryu realize that the unique aspect of heavenly favor wasn't in bestowing power, but it was rather in its ability to cleanse, to elevate, to unshackle. This was why Ryu didn't use Refinement Sutra to break through. It was only after he broke through would he double back and recultivate, with heavenly favor, polishing his strength. So Ryu wondered, if he accumulated an astronomical amount of heavenly favor, one more potent and dense than any path extinction realm expert should ever have at their fingertips, could he shatter the chains around his spiritual foundation? No, it wasn't a matter of could, because that was exactly what he planned to do. Even if he had to bury every genius in here beneath his blade, he would definitely accumulate enough. He wouldn't allow anyone to stand in his way. Ryu came to a stop, flipping over a palm and bringing out the matrix Selhira had gifted him. This time, she was too stubborn for him to refuse, especially considering how close they had become. There, Ryu had no intention of waiting for the second phase to start hunting down inheritances and ruins. He would flip the heavenly path on its head if he had to. Chapter 1074. Obediently Ryu's figure flickered and vanished. In an instant, he appeared in an inconspicuous clearing within the forest. There didn't seem to be anything special about it even after a third or even fourth pass-through of the senses. However, although he hadn't trained his ruin mastery specifically in countless years, Ryu's skills in this matter had never dulled. Ryu stood in silence for a long while before he suddenly struck out with a pair of fingers, piercing a hole right through the trunk of a tree and pooling his chi into it. If others had been watching, they would have seen the appearance of a beautiful scene. As Ryu's chi coursed through the tree's branches and roots, it became transparent, exuding a beautiful golden color. Even though the earth itself wasn't disturbed, it was still possible to see the flourishing of the roots from above, the golden patterns reflecting through the soil and almost turning the earth itself into a glass-like being much like the tree. The roots of the tree connected to the roots in the surroundings, spreading the phenomenon. As more and more roots intertwined like filaments of delicate gold, a complex formation took root in the center of the clearing, sunk down, and an entrance appeared as a set of stairs of intertwining tree roots appeared. Ryu took a step forward and disappeared down the staircase without the slightest hesitation. The moment he crossed the threshold, he felt about 10% of his heavenly favor vanish, making him realize that this was probably a normal-ish type ruin if it could be entered so easily. Ryu held up the spherical matrix in one hand and raised his other palm to allow his greatsword staff to fly into it. The moment he reached the bottom of the stairs, he slashed downward, splitting a wooden puppet into two without giving it the chance to attack. To Ryu's back, the entrance that had been there vanished, and before him three paths appeared. The matrix in Ryu's hand rotated just once and he chose a path, his greatsword staff whistling through the wind as he took down one threat after another. He didn't seem like he was in the middle of a dangerous ruin and looked far more like he was on a leisurely stroll. Ryu's focus was unprecedented, not even taking the time to fully heal himself. By now, about half of his injuries had healed, but he pressed forward as though he was in tip-top shape, not having even a single moment to waste. In half an hour, Ryu made it to the end of the ruin, facing off against its final test. "You are not who I am looking for." Failed. Ryu didn't respond. Instead, he tossed his greatsword staff into the air and unleashed a vicious kick on the butt of its polearm. His blade streaked forward like an arrow, leaving its string, whistling through the air and splitting even space itself in two. In a brief instant it vanished, jumping an entire 300 meters in a single blink and appearing before the enormous chest of the wooden puppet. Before it could even react, the puppet found itself torn in two, wild, rampaging auras of space and hints of time tearing its insides into pieces. "Who the hell are you to speak in such a way to me? The dead and gone have no right to decide my fate, as even the living do not have a right." Ryu reached out with his palm and his greatsword staff zipped back into his palm with a satisfying slapping sound. He didn't even gaze toward the enormous puppet again as he rotated the matrix in his other palm, tapping at the air around it a few times before he nodded and stepped forward. Ryu had known from the very beginning that this ruin wasn't suited to him, he simply just didn't care. This ruin was one designed for one with wuxia affinity and a certain proclivity toward crafting puppets. Ryu neither had such an affinity, nor did he know anything about crafting puppets, but he had entered anyway. While it was best to enter ruins and inheritances that suited you to maximize your chances, when you had overwhelming strength, the fit didn't matter in the slightest. No one could stop him, not even powerhouses who had gained the acknowledgement of the heavenly path. Ryu walked forward and found the rewards for this ruin. There was a cultivation method of the false grade and a puppet forging method. Without much thought, Ryu put them away and accepted the baptizing of heavenly favor. Not only did he regain the heavenly favor he had paid to enter, but he had also gained about an additional 20% from what he started with. If he wanted to gain that much normally, he would need to kill at least 20,000 beasts, a feat that would have taken far longer than just half an hour. If he wanted to accomplish that within just half an hour, he would have to kill 11 11th order heaven grade beasts a second. Although he could theoretically do this, it wasn't a matter of his ability, but rather a scarcity of beasts. Plus, the stamina drain was not worth it. This path, however, worked perfectly. This ruin, to begin with, was a low-class ruin. It wasn't difficult at all. The only reason it took Ryu a half hour to begin with was because he spent most of his time walking. If he had run into a higher-class ruin, he might have taken much longer than this. Ryu took a step forward and vanished into a portal, reappearing where he had been previously. Surprisingly, there was still no one around. He knew that although the entrance had disappeared for him, the entrance was very much still open to outsiders. After a few moments though, Ryu understood. Even when he sped up his descent through the miasma, it still took him several hours to make his way through it. If others had lagged behind, it would definitely take them more than just a half hour to catch up. And, even if they did, it was uncertain if they'd have enough heavenly favor to enter or if they'd be willing to spend the heavenly favor necessary to enter the ruin. After all, not everyone would willingly enter a ruin they have no affinity with, and those with wuxia affinity were relatively rare to begin with. The entrance to the ruin slowly crumbled as Ryu walked away, his pace just as fast as always. He was clearly unsatisfied and wanted to quickly find the next. He wasn't competing against others, he was competing against himself. Ryu stepped out from another ruin, not casting a glance as it collapsed behind him. This one was related to the earth element, another element that Ryu had little affinity with, though he did have a unique perspective on it thanks to the 8 trigram diagram. This was already the 4th ruin that Ryu had cleared, and his heavenly favor was almost 2.5 times larger than what he had entered with. According to what Ika and the others had told him, the ruins that could appear on the heavenly path weren't simple. They all had somewhat unique airs to them, although they might not be the strongest. It could be said that they represented unique and rare paths that the heavens didn't want to disappear completely. For example, the first ruin Ryu had entered was of wooden puppet making. This was very rare as it took advantage of the inherent life characteristics of wuxia to produce pseudo-forms of life. This most recent ruin that Ryu had entered was created by an earth elemental cultivator who specialized in attacks, something even rarer that maybe wood elemental cultivators themselves, as usually, earth elemental cultivators relied on their sturdiness and defenses to win battle. Being selected by the heavenly path was like gaining a second chance at life, allowing these cultivators to pass on their teachings and gain karma that would help them during reincarnation. Inheritances, however, were different. In comparison to ruins, they were far more valuable as they weren't just the product of rarity, but also the power of their original wielders. If one wanted to leave an inheritance behind in the heavenly path, the bare minimum requirement was to have a name that could cause the skies to rumble in acknowledgement. This, however, was exactly as stated, the bare minimum. The second bar needed to be met is that said person must have had their name ranked in the top 100 of the heavenly path rankings sometime in the past. The second bar was the most important one, and the height you reached on the list dictated how long the heavenly path would preserve your inheritance for. The greatest difference here, though, was that those who left inheritances in the heavenly path weren't necessarily dead. In addition, while ruins would always appear no matter what, Someone who had left behind an inheritance could decide when to allow theirs to appear and when not to, depending on the time limit they had been given by the heavens. At a critical time, the boost in karma gained would add to the cultivator's heavenly favor and maybe allow them a chance to break into a higher-order sky god realm. For now, though, Ryu was entirely focused on finding and clearing ruins. When the time came, even inheritances would have to obediently bow down to him. Chapter 1075, Bronze City. The city was bustling. One might not expect it, but the heavenly path did, indeed, have cities. Not only did it have cities, it had many of them. With the sheer number of cultivators entering at once, it was impossible to expect that they would just spend their days in the wilderness, hunting after beasts day in and day out. Depending on the whims of the heavenly path, one opening could last anywhere from a few months all the way up several decades. Even for cultivators, if the timing was closer to the latter than the former, they couldn't possibly spend the entire time fighting. As a result of this, the cities of the heavenly path acted as a sort of recharge station where the currency was, once again, heavenly favor. Not only did you need to pay a certain amount of heavenly favor to enter these cities, but everything within cost even more heavenly favor. Luckily, the price was quite small. Theoretically, so long as you made it through the miasma, you would have enough to enter a city at least once, so long as it was a lower-ranked city, that is. However, these cities weren't so simple either. At least they weren't as simple as this explanation made it seem. According to Aika, the cities also represented another opportunity. There were certain treasures that could be bought in the city that couldn't easily be found in the outside world. These ranged from ruin detection items, special ores, spiritual herbs, pills, potions, and even weapons. It was said that the heavens kept a tab on every natural resource to ever have existed, and sometimes, they would allow long-since extinct items to reappear within the heavenly path to be exchanged for by heavenly favor. For the geniuses who often entered the heavenly path, geniuses who usually had everything at their fingertips, this was a greatly tempting proposition, especially since the price to pay would be much cheaper here than such a thing would ever be in the outside world. Ryu appeared outside of one of these cities, covering large and sweeping pieces of ground with every step. By now, it had already been just over a month since he had entered the heavenly path. The amount of heavenly favor he had accumulated was so heavy that golden rings shone deep within the depths of his eyes. Before the final phase, gazing into one's irises was about the only way to tell just how much heavenly favor they had accumulated and was a simple way to distinguish the weak from the strong. Ryu had no doubt that even if others had entered with more heavenly favor than himself, but now, he was most definitely in first place. There was simply no way for anyone else to keep up with him unless they too were ruin masters. Of course, it wasn't as though this was an impossibility. From what Ryu had learned, it was very likely that the Ruin Master Guild that had targeted his home world was involved in this matter. However, even if this was the case, Ryu was confident in his abilities as a Ruin Master even in comparison to the geniuses of the true martial world. Ryu entered the range of the city, sweeping his void spiritual sense past its tall bronze gates. The cities of the heavenly path were separated quite obviously. There were 999 bronze cities, 99 silver cities, 9 gold cities, and just 1 diamond city. The diamond city would not appear until the final phase, but the other 3 groups of cities would be present from the very beginning. Given the bronze gates on this city, it was most definitely a bronze city. As such, it had the lowest price of entry, but it also came with the worst selection of items to trade for. That said, Ryu hadn't come here to trade for items, nor had he come here to rest. Even if there was an item of extreme rarity before him, one that could change his life forever, unless it could break the shackles of his spiritual foundation, he wouldn't even give it a second look. No, his purpose here was very different. Halt! Ryu was quite a distance away, but the booming voices of the city's guards already sounded. This was, of course, nonsense. The heavenly path regulated itself. There were no shopkeepers, no servants, and there were most definitely no city guards. All of the rules set by the city would simply be followed unless you wanted to be kicked out. It was just that simple. There was only one rule at that: no killing. As for the toll fee to enter the city, it would be taken automatically. There was no need for guards at all. Seeing that Ryu had no intention of stopping, the guards' expressions turned malevolent. This bronze city is under the control of the mystic Sanskrit sect. The guards were about to threaten Ryu more, but before they could, he came to a stop, standing just a meter before them both. Just as the guards were about to sneer and give Ryu hell for not knowing better and provoking them, Ryu's fists lashed out at the same time. From a certain perspective, it almost looked as though he was casually flicking his wrist, but the power that came behind it was like a torrential storm. Bang! Bang! The heads of the two guards exploded into a rain of blood and gore. Those that had been near the gates or were waiting for their opportunity to step into the city, froze. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. The mystic Sanskrit sect was a 3-star sect. Only a sect of such caliber would dare to claim a city to begin with, let alone demanding extra fees for entry, and yet this young man had directly killed 2 of their disciples without batting an eye. Ryu didn't say a single word from start to finish, entering the city. He didn't have patience for such garbage, every second of his day counted. Chapter 1076. City Lord Ryu strolled through the city, deploying his void spiritual sense in full force. He was clearly looking for something. He didn't even flinch as he felt the heavenly favor of the 2 guards roll into his body. It wasn't a bad amount enough, just about 10% of what he would expect from a usual ruin he cleared. Killing people was quite an effective method of gaining heavenly favor as well. It was just a shame that he couldn't do so within the city. The only reason he had stopped before was precisely so that he would be outside the city limits when he killed. If he killed within the city limits, he would be banned from this city. Of course, it was possible to be unbanned, but he would have to pay an astronomical amount of heavenly favor just to clear his name. That amount would probably wipe out as much as 1/10 of the heavenly favor he had accumulated in the last month. It simply wasn't worth it. At the same time, if he didn't clear his banned status from this city, he would have to go to another one to accomplish his goal, and that would be more wasted time. He refused to do such a thing. Plus, there was no use in wasting his time hunting down people now anyway. He would let them fatten up like pigs first. Then when the final phase came around, he would be able to kill all those who caught his eye in a single sweep and make it all far more worth it. There, Ryu found what he was looking for and took a step, crossing the city in the blink of an eye and appearing near its center. With his sudden appearance, many who had been guarding the area suddenly flared up. Hey, stop. This area, unfortunately for them, Ryu didn't even spare them a second glance as he stepped toward the pillar that lay before him, pressing a palm against it. A rising tide of chi shot into the air, illuminating the entire city even brighter than the golden skies above. A suffocating presence passed over it all. Ryu's body vanished and he entered into an all-new world. Looking toward his hand, he found a staff within it. Before him, a shadow wielding a staff also stood before him, emotionless and unmoving. In that moment, Ryu's aura changed as he raised the staff in his hand. Fluttering afterimages appeared in the air, dancing about and opening up like the petals of a lotus. Buddha's stance. The aura of a staff god exuded from Ryu as he took a step forward, his hair fluttering as he struck down with all his might. The shadow reacted, raising its own rod and counter-attacking. Bang! Bang! Ryu's stance shifted as his staff collided with the shadows. With a slide of his foot and a rotating of his wrists, he guided the shadow's staff by him, causing it to overextend itself. Ryu's staff spun in his hands, rotating through and snatching away the shadow's momentum to counter. Bang! In just 3 exchanges, the shadow's head exploded into black motes of light, unable to regather. Ryu stepped forward, facing another opponent, and then another. On the outside, the panicking members of the mystic Sanskrit sect could only watch as the light on the pillar slowly rose higher and higher into the air, surpassing the mark their young master had left behind and crushing it. Just an hour later, Ryu stepped out of the pillar with a badge in hand and faced hundreds of furious gazes. Scram, Ryu said coldly. As though it was a commandment of the heavens themselves, the hundreds of disciples vanished. When their vision cleared, they found themselves expelled from the city, fear-stricken in their eyes. Their young master couldn't accomplish that. How had Ryu done it? Ryu flipped a palm and allowed the badge to vanish into his spatial ring as he prepared to leave the city. Much like ruins and inheritances, cities could likewise be conquered or claimed. However, the amount of authority you would have in the city was dependent on how well you cleared its test. For example, Ryu could control the ban and acceptance of people who came in and out of this city while the former owner could not. At most, that individual could probably just receive some discounts on the items in the Bronze City. The trouble with conquering cities, though, was that the test was completely randomized and had no continuity from previous openings. It was hard to tell what test this city had provided last time the heavenly path opened, but this time it tested one's skill in the staff, one of the 9 great weapons. Unfortunately, this was why Ryu couldn't just casually go around conquering cities. Although he could force ruins into submission, if he challenged a city he didn't have affinity with, even if he managed to meet the bare minimum requirement in the end, it would just be snatched up by someone else later on and he would end up wasting his time. Obviously, he didn't have anyone who could just sit idly and guard his cities for him, so he had to claim them with overwhelming strength. Ryu didn't plan to stay here, obviously. It might seem that he had done this out of useless vanity, then, but there was a good reason, that being the benefits. The reason the 2 guards had had such a large amount of heavenly favor despite being mere lackeys was because they were accumulating heavenly favor at the gates as a fee. Now, Ryu could do something similar. Every time someone bought an item from his city, he would gain a tax as the city lord. The accumulation of these small bits of heavenly favor could very quickly become astronomical over time. If he gathered a few cities like this, he would only benefit. Ryu took a step and appeared outside of the city, several furious auras locking onto him. Chapter 1077. Young Master Zed. Ryu casually swept his void spiritual sense through the surroundings. His patience was limited and he had no intentions of waiting for these people to speak. Since they wanted to stand around and glare at him, impeding his path forward, they could die. Ryu reached out both hands and his great sword staff snapped into place in his palms. His aura flourished and a towering saber chi rushed into the skies, pulsing with an undeniable pressure. Then, he swung. The cultivators were completely taken aback, none of them expecting that Ryu would be so decisive. None of them were fools, to being with, they were hesitating about whether they should fight it out now or wait for their most senior disciple to return. For one, anyone who could surpass their senior brother was beyond their wildest imagination in strength. Their only real chance, and the reason they hadn't run from the very beginning, was their numbers advantage. And secondly, although they hadn't recognized him immediately, who here hadn't seen Ryu's display during the opening of the heavenly path. Although they weren't exactly sure how powerful he was, just the fact that he could kill a heaven-class disciple of the demonic flame sect was enough to make them shudder in fear, let alone the fact he did so with one arrow in the face of their sky gods. However, by the time they realized just how foolish their actions had been, it was already too late. It was only now they understood just how little Ryu cared to explain himself, and how even less he cared about speaking with these people. The massacre could only be described as unholy, but oddly enough, by the time it ended, there wasn't a speck of blood or even the fragrance of death to be found in the air. It was as though they had all been wiped from existence. Of course, Ryu had done this on purpose even though it took more energy than he was willing to give. If his city was surrounded by a litter of corpses, who would dare enter it and how would he make profit? For that reason alone, he could only leave these people without a corpse. An influx of heavenly favor surged into Ryu's body and his amount increased by 20%. Considering the amount he already had, this was an astronomical change. It seemed that crime really did pay. Ryu flicked his wrists and his great sword staffs snapped into their position hovering to his back. He had wasted enough time here. At the very least, his massacre had paid him well. Within the city limits, the youths watching felt shivers travel up their spine. It had only been 10 minutes, and yet he wiped out just over 100 disciples of a 3-star sect. Every time he waved those enormous polearm swords of his, he would cast another Dao charm technique. He seemed to have an endless supply and he never seemed to tire. Those watching had never seen Dao charm techniques used so freely and recklessly. Most who had them would wait until they were on their very last legs before unveiling them as a final trump card, but this Ryu Tatsuya simply didn't give a damn. But what was even more shocking than that was just how he seemed to be, so at ease fighting so many opponents. He moved as he pleased as though the shadow of attacks above his head would just obediently make way for him, and then somehow by some miracle, they did. Space Soul Nature. It was unknown who spoke these words first, but when it finally clicked in for the others, their hearts quaked. Soul natures were rare to begin with, however spatial soul natures were in a category all to their own in terms of rareness. The idea of being able to manifest changes in space just because your heart desired it was enough to cause people endless terror. It was no wonder why all those attacks missed. How could they connect when they were traveling through an unknown amount of space? Trying to hit Ryu from afar was like trying to spear a fish through water. The image you were looking at was off-kilter from his true position. To make matters worse, even if you somehow closed the distance, his close-quarters combat strength was so exaggerated that you wouldn't even last a single strike. The murmurings of the crowd continued long after Ryu had left, the imprint he left on their hearts only burning brighter with every passing second. Just what kind of monster were they witnessing the birth of? Right then, the crowd shuddered as a pair of individuals closed in from the distance, one of whom was in a clearly servile position and the other of whom caused the ground to quake and rumble with his every step. What was especially odd about the altar individual was the fact although he caused even the city to rumble with his steps, the ground beneath him never cracked and it even seemed perfectly still. Even more oddly, as he closed the distance to the city, the rumbling became calmer and calmer until it disappeared entirely as he stepped inside. Yes, young Master Zed, I've already claimed this city on your behalf. I didn't climb very high at all, just enough to take the City Lord badge, so you can take your position whenever you wanted. Not that it would matter if I did try my best, the servile young man said hurriedly. At that moment, the crowd looked toward one another and remained oddly silent. This servile young man was none other than the head inheritor disciple of the mystic Sanskrit sect and supposed senior brother than all the others had been waiting for. But to their surprise, he was all but wagging his tail for this supposed young Master Zed. Soon, though, the inheritor disciple, Sonito of the mystic Sanskrit sect, paled. Something was wrong. Where were the guards? Where were his people? Chapter 1078. Hard to find. Sonito stood shivering before the pillar, finding that it was fully claimed. He hurried to check his spatial, only to find that the badge he thought was on him had already vanished into thin air, being nowhere to be found. As Sonito looked around and realized that his sect mates were likewise nowhere to be found, he became slightly agitated. Unwilling to face young Master Zed directly, he hurried to snatch someone off of the streets, his features becoming menacing and stern. What happened here? Sonito's voice boomed as Zed watched on indifferently. The latter slowly caressed the pillar, his shimmering bald head reflecting the golden lights above. As Sonito listened, his expression only became uglier and uglier. His sect mates had actually been completely wiped out to the last person without even a chance to fight back, and it was all done by that Ryu Tatsuya person. He had known that Ryu was arrogant just by virtue of the fact he dared to kill a disciple of the demonic flame sect in front of so many people. If he dared to do that, then he obviously wouldn't hesitate to crush a third-star sect like theirs. What was more surprising was that he actually had the power to do it so easily. Although he had taken out a heaven-class genius of the demonic flame sect, it could still be argued that that genius was caught off guard, as were his sky god protectors. After all, let alone the fact of distance, but just the prestige of the sect was such that very few would even dare to look them in the eye, let alone attack one of them. But now, there was no doubt that he had such strength, and if what these people were saying was correct, then he even is an extremely rare spatial soul nature. It was no wonder he was so arrogant. Interesting, Zed said lightly before vanishing into the pillar. Sonito watched on with a worried expression. If Zed could surpass Ryu, that would be for the best. But if he couldn't, then wouldn't Zed take out his anger on him? How would he even survive this? As enraged as he was about the death of his sect mates, he was also hesitant to chase after Ryu. It was simply far too dangerous, he could very well lose his life. And now that he had lost the support of his sect mates, the road ahead would be even more difficult. He had gone from believing himself to be nearly invincible, to running into this Zed, and now to finding out he had lost his greatest backing to this unknown variable. It was infuriating. At that moment, Zed stepped out of the pillar much quicker than Sonito had been expecting, so much so that the latter didn't even have time to hide his ugly and enraged expression. However, even though Sonito hurried to hide this, it didn't seem to matter at all because Zed wasn't in the right mental state to care. Zed coughed once, causing a mouthful of blood to fly from his lip. His face paled somewhat as he wiped the remnants of the blood away, his expression somewhat ugly now, a far cry from his previous nonchalance. Clearly, Zed had thought that reclaiming the pillar would be relatively easy, but never did he expect to suddenly face an aura that shattered his staff chi entirely before it could even form. If it was under normal circumstances, Zed would have a far better chance at dealing with this, but because of the unique atmosphere of the trial, he had no choice but to get crushed. The way the pillar worked was that all of your abilities and even your personal strength was sealed away outside of what was being directly tested. This meant that Zed lost everything but his staff chi. After entering, you would face off against shadows of the current City Lord. Only after defeating the current City Lord would you then be able to challenge the rest of the pillar and reclaim your authority. If the previous city lord had cleared all of the trials, then you could skip over this step. But if the previous city lord was like Sonito, then you would have to clear them all yourself. The reason Zed lost so swiftly was because he couldn't even last 3 exchanges against Ryu's staff shadow. The quality gap between a normal practitioner and a staff god was simply too large. When all things were equal and there was nothing to rely on outside of staff chi, Ryu's aura would be so suffocating that anyone who entered wouldn't even be able to gather up their chi to begin with. That led to this situation where Zed had practically just entered before he thrust out. How could his expression not be ugly? Ryu Tatsuya. Zed mumbled this name darkly beneath his breath, a hidden light sparkling within his eyes. Ryu had no idea what was happening in his Bronze City, nor did he care. His main goal now was to bide his time before he could find another city that he could claim with 100% assurance. There would be no use in him claiming a city that he couldn't keep, so he had to find cities that tested him based on his strength. If possible, weapon cities would be the most ideal. Ryu zoomed through the wilderness, his left palm flipped over to reveal his matrix. He scanned the region for more and more ruins, but he felt that he had basically almost cleared this area out. It would likely be necessary that he press onward to a new region as quickly as possible. There were quite a few regions in the Heavenly Path, each one with differing climates and different opportunities. The ruins he wanted to find here were too well hidden and finding them would slow him down too much. The trade-off wasn't worth it, although the heavenly favor they would give would be far greater. Up until now, he had been focused on the easier to find ruins as they were a right balance of speed and difficulty. Ryu's head turned in a certain direction and he stepped toward it without hesitation. When he appeared, he found a small crowd of people, just about a dozen, standing around what looked like a slowly opening entrance to a ruin. Ryu looked down at his matrix and his eyes narrowed. It seemed that he was quite lucky. This should be a hard-to-find ruin and these people had just stumbled onto it. In that case, he might as well take advantage of it while he was here. Ryu's head turned and he raised an eyebrow. Among the dozen or so people, there was one he recognized. She was from the Bewitching Charm sect, the woman with a cold expression, Fairy May. Chapter 1079. Too late. The arrival of Ryu caused many to freeze up. He seemingly appeared out of thin air and without even the slightest noise. In fact, many didn't even notice that he had arrived until several seconds had passed, and only because of the reaction of others. After a moment, their hearts skipped a beat when they came to recognize exactly who he was. They had all been there over a month ago when Ryu killed that member of the demonic flame sect with just a single arrow. Among this crowd, though, there were 3 who didn't react like this. The first was, of course, Fairy May, who maintained the same extremely cold expression she usually wore. She looked completely unlike the other members of her sect who were all like succubi in human skin. There didn't seem to be anything bewitching about her until you took a closer look at her and felt your mind sinking into an endless depth. Of course, the number of people who would dare to stare at this ice beauty for so long were few and far between, so it was difficult to notice. Ryu had a feeling that this was done by her entirely on purpose, as though she was shielding her true charm for whatever reason. Regardless, Ryu, who was using his void spiritual sense to observe her, didn't feel this very strongly. With his current soul strength, if she was actively hiding her true methods, then it was all the more impossible for her to think about affecting him. The second person who didn't react like the others was Antha, yet another member of the Bewitching Charm sect. Unlike Fairy May, she was as coquettish as they came, the deep V-line of her dress revealing 2 plump mounds that seemed as though they might spill over any moment now. She was quite the enticing woman, although a few shades beneath May, she more than made up for it in outward charm and revealing clothing. When she saw Ryu appear, rather than fear and apprehension, she looked as though she had found a new toy, her eyes sparkling as though she might want to strip Ryu down and devour him right this moment. However, even so, she didn't move from her location, which happened to be right beside the third individual who didn't react as expected. This third individual was a young man who visibly frowned when Ryu appeared. However, rather than this being out of fear, it seemed to be because of everyone else's reaction to Ryu. Ryu somewhat recognized this young man. He was one of the 3 who stood at the helm of the Sentient Sword sect behind Enrin. He was probably a sovereign-class genius, albeit one a small measure weaker than their head disciple, so he had his own pride. And, quite obviously, he didn't fear Ryu in the slightest. "This ruin has been claimed by me, it's best you leave." The words of the young man seemed to still be within the boundaries of cordiality. For one, Ryu was an unknown and it was inadvisable to fight him so blindly. Although he didn't fear Ryu, he also didn't want to risk getting injured in the middle of the wilderness, especially when there was such a good opportunity before him. Most powerhouses in the heavenly path had a tacit understanding not to target one another until the final phase began, only then would the trade-off and risk be worth it. Secondly, he had a decent impression of Ryu if for nothing other than him killing a genius of the demonic flame sect. His sentient sword sect and that demonic flame sect had been at war for far too long. As the saying went, an enemy of an enemy was a friend. Still, neither of these two things were enough to make him compromise on his stance. He wanted Ryu to leave, plain and simple. Although it was fine for Ryu to come here out of curiosity, he had already seen enough. Plus, he didn't like the way Antha and even Mei were paying so much attention to Ryu. He planned on tasting the both of them personally once he got the chance and didn't want to have to deal with competition along the way. Ryu, though, didn't even glance of him, sweeping his spiritual sense through the surroundings and rotating the matrix in his left palm. It'll happen soon. If he had a choice, he would just boot all of these people out, but it seemed that he had already missed that chance. It wasn't something he could help, though, since he wasn't the one who found this place first. The young man of sentient sword sect, Sengen, frowned before he noticed that Ryu was blind. But even after making this observation, a flicker of fury danced within his irises. So what if he was blind? That didn't mean that he was also deaf. He should have heard his words just now quite clearly. Just when Sengen was going to draw his sword, a flash of light appeared in the surroundings, enveloping them all. Their visions blurred and their minds shook. It took several moments before they all could see once again, and once they found themselves in a vast field. The field was well trimmed and had several tall stones strewn across it. A heavy fog hung in the air, making it difficult to see further out than just about 100 meters even with their sharp vision. They all appeared in a group in the very same positions they had been in no more than a few seconds ago. However, of them all, Ryu had already begun to walk, his senses half focused on his surroundings and half focused on the matrix in his palm. Sengen's expression flickered when he saw this. He hadn't been paying much attention before, but when he saw the matrix in Ryu's palm, he suddenly felt that he recognized it. The matrices he had heard of were all in the shape of cubes, so he hadn't recognized it immediately. But could it be that Ryu was a ruin master? Chapter 1080. True ruin, wait for me handsome. Antha fluttered over in a gust of fragrance. Due to the fog, Ryu wasn't moving very fast to begin with and was still taking his time to calculate some things. Thanks to that, she was able to catch up quite easily, wrapping her arms around his as though she deserved to be there. Ryu came to a stop, looking to the side and down at Antha, who had just grabbed his arm and squeezed it onto her chest. Although Ryu's eyes were unfocused and vacant, when Antha met his gaze, she felt herself shudder from head to toe, a dense, primal fear taking root in her heart. She hurriedly released his arm, feeling her heart pounding in her chest like a jackrabbit. The color drained from her face and all of her coquettishness vanished in a single breath. Ryu turned away and continued walking. It took Antha several seconds to compose herself, but once she did, she pouted somewhat adorably. No man had ever treated her that way before. It left her feeling a bit indignant. She rushed up to Ryu's side again, but this time she didn't dare to touch him. Instead, she just followed after him, pouting her lips. Is there a need to be so mean to me? You know, I wasn't the one who targeted you back then, and now you're so big and powerful, can't you spare some strength to protect me and my sister? Ryu completely ignored these words, not caring in the slightest. Unless he wanted to just kill everyone here, he would just have to deal with this woman. So long as she wasn't touching him, he could ignore everything else. Although he didn't blink an eye with killing, he also didn't do so blindly and without reason. They could keep their lives so long as they didn't stand in his way. He continued forward, his mind revolving with several thoughts. This was a higher tier ruin than most. Usually, in their simplest forms, ruins were just a series of caves and tunnels, maybe rigged with a few traps. Often, they were abodes that immortals had used in their lifetimes before being repurposed, or they were sect and clan grounds that became wreckages. As a rule of thumb, was separated legacy worlds and ruins was that the former were most frequently created by powerhouses with a lot of forethought and planning, while ruins were more last-minute endeavors. Of course, this was just a weak generalization. If legacy worlds were always better than ruins, then there wouldn't be an entire esteemed profession built around them. The core truth was that ruins were more raw, but this rawness allowed them to not only follow the rules of history, but to also contain their kernels of truth as well. There was little a clan or sect could do if they were suddenly destroyed but scrambled to protect and pass on what they could. But due to this, there was often more to find in ruins. Instead of some curated and artificial truth, you would find something more raw and real. That said, oftentimes, weaker ruins just became lesser legacy worlds for cultivators who couldn't bother to put in the effort or simply didn't have the means to do so. There was no doubt that opening a legacy world in the true martial world was far harder than doing so in Sacrum. However, this ruin was different. This was much more like a classic ruin, a true ruin. Just by virtue of the more open world concept and the larger landscape, this was definitely the ruin of a fallen sect or clan. This meant a few things. Firstly, it was far more dangerous. Such ruins created amidst destruction often left behind some aggrieved souls. Due to the trapping of the ruin within time and place, those caught up in the changes couldn't reincarnate properly and their souls would be trapped. Once trapped, there was a high chance for them to become wraiths as they experienced the same heartache again and again. Secondly, because such ruins were rashly constructed often by experts who didn't have a lot of time left on their hands, it was rare for them to be perfectly calibrated. While you could expect other more well-organized ruins to be perfectly curated and designed to be just challenging enough, ruins like this could have wildly variable difficulties. There was a chance that it could be too easy, but honestly, such a chance was very small. If you were in your final moments and you wanted to ensure that your sect's or family's legacy was passed on to someone worthy, would you err on the side of making it too easy or too difficult? The answer was obvious, which was why this unique combination of disorganization and high difficulty often made ruins like this one death traps, even for seasoned ruin masters. This was why, even for Ryu, who was quite confident in himself, he chose to move with a measured pace such that even this succubus in human skin could continue to follow him around. Sengen watched silently as Ryu was just about to disappear into the fog, hesitating. He found it embarrassing to follow after a man, but at the same time, he felt that it was probably smarter to do so. Just as he was struggling with his decision, Fairy May had already moved ahead, following after Antha without giving Sengen another glance. The rest of the crowd of people who had gathered were from all walks of life and they had been moments away from being shooed away by Sengen if not for Ryu's appearance. However, now they likewise hesitated about who to follow until Sengen moved, catching up to Fairy May. He refused to lose the women he had his eyes on just like this. At that moment, before even moving 100 meters, Ryu came to a stop, his eyes narrowed. A ripple danced through the air, almost catching him off guard. But just as quickly as it appeared, he pierced forward with 2 fingers, tearing a rip in space. Chapter 1081, Front Door Bang. At that moment, from the fog, a pair of ghostly fingers reached out, only to be shredded to pieces by the spatial fluctuations accumulating along Ryu's own fingers. These days, Ryu almost found it distasteful to use any of his other strengths. Attacking, defending, moving and evading all felt so much easier when he relied on his soul nature that everything else almost paled in comparison. The moment he sensed danger, he reacted on instinct, accumulating a seemingly benign pulse of spatial energy that shredded the target apart as though it had just met the concentrated point of a black hole. However, almost the moment he did, Ryu shook his head. This habit is not a good one. Ryu adjusted himself and corrected his thoughts immediately. Yes, his soul nature was incredibly powerful, this was undeniable. In fact, because it was his soul nature, whereas most had to use up a great amount of stamina to utilize the laws of space, to Ryu, it was as easy as breathing. However, although these things were true, it was still necessary for him to access the circumstances and react accordingly. Why would he use spatial chi when facing a wraith when he had the best counter to ghosts in all of existence? Tribulation lightning. No matter how little stamina he consumed using spatial chi, how could it compare to the ease of killing these targets with lightning? It was easy to get caught up in the amazing nature of spatial chi because it could accomplish so much, so powerfully. It wasn't a rare affinity without reason, but there would also be times where he would unconsciously end up handicapping himself just for the sake of using his soul nature. Ryu identified the problem and fixed it immediately. His hand reached out and a large amount of lightning formed in his palm. Usually, he would use normal lightning so as not to expose his lightning Qilin bloodline, but while he hadn't cultivated much in the last several years, what he had greatly improved upon was his state of mind and mostly importantly the control he had over his own strength and talents. Almost the moment the tribulation lightning formed, he activated his lightning god talent and restrained its aura into a small needle the width of a single hair that was also just about a foot or so long. Despite the thinness of the needle, the blue steel radiance it gave off was so bright that it practically dispersed the fog around him. Antha's eyes locked onto the needle hovering above Ryu's right palm, another shudder of fear racing through her body. She had hardly recovered from his earlier glare when he suddenly tapped the air and caused the void to shred to pieces, and now he had suddenly brought out another attack that seemed even more powerful than the spatial fluctuation from before. And how could it not be? That earlier tap was just a casual wave of the hand, but this needle, while it was thin, contained enough lightning to raise an entire forest to the ground. The fact Antha could sense the danger at all, though, just went to show just how sharp her senses were. Ryu continued to walk forward, matrix hovering in one palm and needle hovering in the other. From time to time his fingers would flicker and the needle would zoom outward, shredding a wraith to pieces before zooming back to him. They couldn't last even a single attack. Just a single poke cleansed away all of their hatred and animosity, stripping them down to the purest of states and shipping them off into reincarnation. Ryu reoriented himself a few times. If he was correct, these should be the outer reaches of whatever sect or clan fell here. If Radiant Star Sect was used as an example, or rather the former Radiant Star Sect on the first heaven, this region would be the equivalent to outside its gates, the very location that Ryu and the other prospective outer disciples had waited for a chance to prove themselves. Due to this, there were no real clues about the power of the sect or clan, or even what they specialized in. Although there were wraiths around, they had long since lost their former techniques and were basically just mindless ghosts. Only experts that had been extraordinarily powerful in their lifetimes would be able to retain their abilities after becoming a wraith, and only such existences would be able to give Ryu clues to what he needed to know. However, the likelihood that such existences would appear here were slim. Although there was a good chance that this ruin would err on the side of being more powerful than not, Ryu didn't believe that the heavenly path would allow sky god level threats to appear here. That said, Ryu remained cautious and was ready for anything. By this point, most had chosen to follow after Ryu, a fact to which he had yet to react. This was a fairly novel situation for Ryu. He couldn't remember anyone ever having treated him like this before. Quite frankly, he found it annoying, but he was entirely focused on the task at hand. When the time came, he would deal with these people thoroughly. He wouldn't allow his heavenly favor to be split between himself and others. Ryu came to a stop and looked up. The hazy form of a large and looming gate stood ahead, which meant that he had indeed come to the correct place. This should be the entrance to the sector clan. However, even so, his eyes narrowed for quite a simple reason: the gates were closed. If this was a sector clan that had been destroyed and then left their legacy behind using the methods of a ruin, it made little sense for their gate to even be intact, let alone closed. Obviously the first thing an enemy would do in destroying a powerful was to bash in their front door. It was common sense. Interesting. Ryu stepped forward, looking at the several wells that made up the large and looming gate. Chapter 1082. Spitting the gate were formed by two halves. To each of these halves there were 3 wells, each, and in the middle where both gate halves combined, there were 3 more. Complex geometry made up the embroidered patterns between these wells and they looked like quite beautifully designed and structured artwork. Without knowing anything else about this clan or sect, their architecture alone was quite beautiful. Or at the very least, that was what others would see. For Ryu, he saw something entirely different. The complex geometry wasn't just a beautiful design, it was a formation, an incomplete formation, at that. Opening the gates required sliding the formation into place and connected the 9 wells, which were really just formation cores. Is this a formation sect, then? I can't imagine that a non-formation sect would bother to care about this so much. But even so, that doesn't explain why this gate is closed. Ryu reached for and spatial chi formed from him once again. Slowly, he controlled the complex geometry to twist and turn, snapping them into place. And as expected, there were hidden mechanisms within the gates that allowed the patterns that made it up to rotate and even shift in relation to one another. In an odd twist, the perfectly symmetrical and beautiful doors became a mess. By the time Ryu was certain he had put everything into its proper place, the shapes no longer looked as beautiful or as pleasing to the eye. There were mismatched shapes, there were more circular shapes on one side and more triangular shapes on the others, and worst of all, of the 9 wells, 5 ended up on one door and 4 ended up on the other. The result was jarring and made the gaze in Ryu's eyes incredibly sharp. None of this seemed like a big deal. After all, it was just a bit of asymmetry. What was the issue? Rather than answering this question directly, Ryu thought of his ice jade crystal body. Why was it so beloved by the heavens? It was precisely because it was perfectly balanced. Thanks to its existence, Ryu was perfectly proportioned even down to his blood vessels and meridians. There wasn't a single aspect of his body that couldn't be perfectly mirrored onto the other side, bringing him beyond the realms of perfection. In practice, this made both of his legs equally as powerful, both his arms equally as powerful, and it gave him an advantage most cultivators did not have. Even immortals would have dominant sides, but only those who were born with the ice jade crystal body would have no such weaknesses. This was all to say that the heavens loved symmetry, even to the point of blessing it with heavenly favor. Whether it was the circulation method of techniques, the creation of formations, or even the concoction of pills, everything relied on symmetry. The most basic requirement for beauty and acceptance by the heavens was precisely this. For a moment, Ryu had even thought he made a mistake. As confident as he was in himself, he would almost believe that he had screwed up than to accept that there existed a formation that did seem to require symmetry at all. However, when the doors rumbled and began to open, Ryu realized that he hadn't made a mistake. The calculation methods of his matrix had worked just as perfectly as they always did, but this only shocked him more than the possibility of him being incorrect. This sect, Ryu felt his heart beat erratically. For the first time in a long time he thought back to the Natural Order sect. He owed a lot to the Natural Order sect. They were the first boost he had gotten on his cultivation journey. The Natural Order sect was a sect of the mortal plane that had been destroyed while Ryu was still a prince of the Tor clan. Back then, after Ryu escaped the Tor kingdom, he went to their ruins and began his cultivation journey. From them, he had not only learned his first cultivation techniques, but he had even found a treasure he still relied upon to this day, the Glove of Order. The reason Ryu thought of that sect now wasn't because he thought that it and this place were related. Instead, he felt that the reason they were destroyed might very well have a small string of karma connecting them. The Natural Order sect was destroyed for its arrogant name. What right did a puny mortal realm sect have to call itself by such a grand name? Even the people of Sacrum couldn't withstand it. This sect here, or maybe clan, might very well have been destroyed because it went against the heavens as well. This lack of symmetry was nothing short of spitting in the face of the heavenly laws, shirking heavenly favor, and following a path of unorthodoxy. Thinking to this point, Ryu's lip curled into a smile. This place should be interesting. With a step, Ryu entered the sliver of a crack between the gates and vanished into thin air, suddenly moving as quick as lightning. Antha gasped and tried to rush after him, but her wrist was suddenly firmly gripped. This place is too dangerous, stop rushing after a man. You'll get yourself killed, Fairy May said coldly. But, May looked toward Antha and the latter shut up almost immediately. Let's go. With caution, May said. May's expression flickered as she suddenly bolted forward, catching Antha off guard. What happened to caution? But just as Antha wanted to keep up, the gates suddenly slammed closed, leaving those who were ready to rush up locked outside. Ryu had originally treated this place like just another ruin to clear to accumulate heavenly favor. That was why didn't care about others following him so long as they didn't block his path forward. However, the moment he saw the oddity of the gates, his curiosity had been piqued to an extreme. This was more than about heavenly favor now. He wanted to delve into the secrets of this place without bothersome worms squirming around him. Chapter 1083, Cube vs. Sphere. Ryu shuttled forward with far less burst speed than he had used previously. After crossing the threshold of the outer sect and vanishing into the fog, he rooted his actions in caution once again, one hand holding up his matrix and the other hand holding up his lightning needle. His fingers nimbly moved about, his spiritual sense scanning through the region religiously. The area was too quiet. Although solving the puzzle at the gate was a bit difficult, it wasn't to the point where such a sect or clan would deem it to be enough to hand over all of their treasures. This meant that there were most definitely other challenges awaiting ahead. It was just odd that they had yet to appear. Ryu came to a stop and turned his attention toward the matrix. The purpose of a matrix was to calculate. It essentially took a personal input, and an environmental input, to give a holistic output. This could range from anything from noting the safest direction to take in a given ruin, all the way to helping to decode and decrypt puzzles like the one at the gate. Essentially, it had a multiplicative effect on Ryu's intelligence. Without the matrix, it would have taken Ryu several hours and potentially even days to decipher the pattern at the front of the gate, while with the matrix it took him little more than a few seconds. A matrix was best seen as a blank canvas, and its programming was decided by the Ruin master making use it. It was a lot like the framework of an operating system, while all the bells and whistles were decided by its user within said framework. Cubical matrices were easier to form and they were the most popular, even existing in Sacrum. However, this matrix was spherical, allowing it to calculate many more variables at once. The best way to describe it was simply this: a cube matrix was binary while a spherical matrix was quantum. Cube matrices were designed in layers from top to bottom. Each layer allowed an additional calculation to be made. For them, the quality was decided by how many layers there were and how many the user could make use of at once. Spherical matrices, though, were beyond this. They didn't have layers and were more like bulbous amoebas. The calculation was spread evenly across the entire surface and the answer it outputted came back encoded and in bits and pieces. This was why cube matrices were so much more popular. Spherical matrices simply had learning curves that were far too steep. But why was this important now? Why was Ryu thinking about this matter when he had long since been aware of such things? The simple truth was that he had run into a problem. A big one. The royal blue matrix in his palm was being overwhelmed, and quickly at that. If Ryu had a cube matrix, he wouldn't be surprised by this. But a spherical matrix was designed such that it should be nigh impossible for such a thing to happen. All Ryu was doing was trying to calculate which direction to walk toward through all of this fog, something that should have been relatively simple. The only goal was to head toward where the chi was densest. This was a task so simple that under normal circumstances, Ryu wouldn't even need his matrix to accomplish it. The issue was that this fog was clearly designed to fool the senses, and though Ryu's soul strength was powerful, he wasn't overconfident enough to rely on it in this sort of situation. The reason for that was simple. This sector clan most definitely had sky gods. If they were deadest on fooling his senses, there was very little he could do. In addition, the further he extended his void spiritual sense, the greater surface area the fog would have to latch onto. The greater the surface area, the harder it would be for Ryu to keep his wits about him. Ultimately, his best bet was indeed his matrix, but now it was only a moment away from being overloaded. Another key benefit of the matrix was in its ability to take pressure off of one's focus chi. If one would usually need to apply 10 points of focus chi to calculate something, the matrix would allow you to achieve the same result using up only 1 point. For a spherical matrix, it would take even a fraction of that. This was absolutely invaluable to Ryu in his first life back when he only had the focus of a mortal. This was to say that this matrix was designed to handle heavy loads, and yet Ryu could tell that if he kept pushing it, it would slam headfirst into a solid wall and even burst. When a matrix overheated, its structure would collapse and its reliability, even after it cooled down, would be off. You would either need to recalibrate it or rebuild it from scratch, but considering the grade of his matrix, the current Ryu didn't have the skill to do either. This should be related to the odd asymmetrical formation. Ryu, who was a bit lost for a moment, suddenly stood as straight as a javelin, his gaze sharpening. With a thought, he moved both of his hands toward the matrix, allowing his lightning needle to zip around him as a form of protection. He tapped his fingers several times, the speed of his movement becoming faster and faster with each passing moment. The matrix looked a bit like a galaxy, filled with large numbers of stars that floated about a bit aimlessly. However, the more Ryu tapped at the matrix, the more these starlight dots shifted. After several minutes, although the outer edges of the matrix remained perfectly spherical, the inner floating dots that had once been evenly distributed began to shift. First they formed a highly concentrated blob at the very center, but then that blob shifted to the right and then elongated into a more elliptical shape. In the end, any sort of symmetry vanished. If others were here to see this moment, they would have recognized the hovering shapes to be almost identical to what Ryu had seen from the Gates puzzle. Chapter 1084. Grand Hall. Ryu had come to realize that the puzzle existed for a reason. With how unorthodox the formation had been, why shouldn't the rest of this ruin be just as unorthodox? In addition, whoever had left behind this formation wanted the person who claimed their inheritance to understand this unorthodoxy. If they couldn't, then how could they allow such a person to enter their holy grounds? That was when Ryu came to realization that using symmetry to try and understand asymmetry was foolish. First he had to shift the foundation of his matrix to better match this environment, and only then would it have the ability to calculate properly. Almost immediately, the last calculation that Ryu had commanded the matrix to finish, the very one that had almost overloaded it, finished in the blink of an eye. Ryu's expression flickered as he quickly stepping forward. He began to move with a great amount of speed again, suddenly feeling that there probably wasn't the danger here that he thought there would be. The wraiths outside were probably just an inevitable consequence of this ruin, but if Ryu was correct, they probably weren't the attention of the individual who had left this ruin behind. Several minutes later, Ryu came to another stop, but this time, he stood right outside of cave entrance. To call it a cave probably wasn't the most accurate. It felt more like the entrance to an immortal abode, but for whatever reason, the entrance was opened wide and didn't have any protection whatsoever if the fog itself was ignored. Ryu narrowed his eyes and checked the surroundings for a moment. This should still be the outer region of the Sector clan, nowhere near the core region, but the Matrix pointed out this location for him to enter. Although it wasn't 100% of the time, the core location of the ruin was almost always the place where the treasures were. It could only be said that this ruin was truly out of the ordinary. Ryu took a step forward and entered, his body primed and ready. His vision blurred for a moment, and when it cleared, he no longer found himself at the entrance of a normal cave abode, but was rather standing in a grand hall. All around him, balls of gold hung about, looking like light fixtures that hung just a bit too low in the extraordinarily grand hall. Ryu didn't move for a long while, just allowing his senses to spread through the region. There wasn't any reward here, so that meant that he had yet to come to the end of this ruin, and whatever these floating golden balls were, they were likely to be part of the test. After a brief sweep, Ryu realized that the space was once again perfectly symmetrical. You could split a line right down the middle and reflect it onto the other half perfectly. At the very center of the room, there was exactly one light source. But this one light source bounced off the golden balls with almost perfect reflection, brightening up the entire grand hall despite the fact the light itself wasn't very bold or concentrated. It took a while, but Ryu felt that he came to understand what was happening here. It wasn't just the balls that were symmetrical, but the lights as well. With the way they rebounded, there was a perfect distribution of photons across the entirely room, leaving every inch illuminated, including the 3 doors. There was one doorway ahead, and another 2, one to the left and the other to the right. There was a 4th that was right behind Ryu, but he ignored it on account of the fact that he should have just come from it even though it didn't feel that way. If Ryu was correct, he needed to concentrate these light sources onto one of these doors by changing the orientation of the golden balls, and the correct pathway to take would be dependent on the arrangement of said golden balls. Without even calculating it all, Ryu had a good guess. It was likely that 2 of these 3 doorways would have symmetrical patterns while one would have an asymmetrical pattern. The one with asymmetry would obviously be the correct door to choose. Having realized this, Ryu began his calculations once again, but as he continued, his brow only continued to furrow further and further. The orientation for the left door was asymmetrical. The orientation for the right door was asymmetrical. The orientation for the back door was asymmetrical. All 3 doors could have light shone upon them with asymmetrical patterns. This left Ryu in a bit of a bind. If all 3 fit the criteria, then which door should he choose? With a flicker of his irises, Ryu chose to test the door right behind him as well, but to his surprise, the door behind him required an arrangement pattern that was perfectly symmetrical. My understanding of this is too superficial. There has to be something beyond just symmetry here, something deeper and more meaningful. It can't be that they're choosing this unorthodox path without reason, there has to be some sort of advantage. Despite the fact it seemed logical to just take the door behind him as it seemed he had been wrong about it, Ryu felt that his initial premise was wrong to begin with. The greatest taboo of a ruin master was to be stuck in their ways. Solving puzzles and riddles, especially difficult ones, couldn't be done without an ability to step outside of your box and way of thinking. Being stuck with one school of thought was an easy way to fast-track yourself to death. The matrix in Ryu's palm flickered and danced as he thought in silence. Asymmetry, asymmetry, light up all 3 doors but the one behind me. Ryu's matrix flickered once again. The calculation for this one was far more complex, but even so, just thinking of it was the large majority of the problem. Now that he had, nothing would stop him. Several minutes later, Ryu flicked his finger, causing a strand of chi to zip outward and collide with a golden ball. One by one, they began to shift, the menacing eye of an unorthodox formation beginning to take shape. Chapter 1085. Wild Grin. The final golden ball snapped into place and the region Ryu stood in fell into complete darkness. The refraction was so perfect that there wasn't a single leaked bit of light. Despite the fact they were all in the same room, Ryu could only rely on his spiritual sense to see the other light. Even if he hadn't been blind, the situation would have been the exact same. At that moment, the sound of gears and mechanisms began to whine. Ryu felt the floor beneath him shifting and moving slowly, his own body shifting with it. He stood completely still, allowing the mechanisms to push him forward as they pleased. Even so, he maintained a large amount of his focus on his matrix, ensuring that the situation didn't change at all. By the time Ryu could finally see again, he once again stood in a grand hall. But this one, especially in comparison to the last, was most definitely where the true treasures lay. There were no large vaults of precious jewels or chi stones, or a large library of techniques and mantras, but what there was were 3 pedestals, each of which had just a singular jade. Although Ryu didn't know what these jades held, what he did know was that they were most definitely related to the secrets of this ruin. Ryu took a step forward, ready to pick at one before he suddenly stopped. He looked down at the matrix rotating in his hands and his eyes narrowed. If his calculations were correct, he could only pick one of the jades before the other 3 would completely vanish. This realization left him at a bit of a loss. Even after a while, he could pick out any differences between the jades, and neither could his matrix. It only took him a few minutes after that to understand that there simply wasn't any difference to pick out. The matrix wasn't some magical item that could pluck out a future possibility without data. There might be some extremely high-level matrices that could accomplish them, but even if he had one right before him, Ryu's cultivation wasn't anywhere near deep enough to even think of using them. Simply put, he needed information to make predictions. If there was no data, there was no way to draw conclusions. So, if the creator of this ruin had gone out of their way to make sure there was absolutely no difference between the 3, then there was nothing Ryu could do but do exactly as the creator wanted, pick randomly. Ryu stood in silence for a long while, his mind spinning. There were indeed some Ruin Master chronicles that he had read of where the Ruin Master would run into such things. Normally, there were just 2 possibilities, each possibility of which had several variations within. The first possibility was that the creator of this ruin didn't want to put their trust in one successor. There were too many variables along the path of cultivation, and trusting just one man or woman, no matter how talented, to definitely reach their full potential was a hard ask. Who could guarantee such a thing? The most talented wouldn't necessarily reach the pinnacle of the world, neither would the least talented most definitely not accomplish anything. As such, ruin creators like this one would do their best to place their eggs in as many baskets as possible, hoping that at least one would pan out the way that they hoped. Of course, there were variations within this possibility, and the first of them usually happened in demonic or unorthodox paths like this one, and that was a sector clan that split their inheritance into several pieces before demanding those that gained these pieces to fight among themselves to fuse the ultimate inheritance into one. In this approach, they would also be ensuring that only the very best gained their full legacy. The other variations were usually just combinations of these 2. Regardless, they all came back to the same root, and that was hoping that the best successor would come out on top. This led to the second possibility, and that was a more enigmatic one and infinitely more annoying. Compared to the first possibility, this one was far more ridiculous. Although annoyed at the first possibility, Ryu could potentially understand it despite how much he hated to be tested. This second possibility would make a cultivator want to pull their hair out. This definitely said a lot. After all, to Ryu, anyone who would take the first approach was just trying to make him run around in circles. He had already passed all of these tests, and yet these individuals wanted him to prove himself more. Who did they think they were? He would rather just spit in the face of such an inheritance and leave without it. In truth, the only reason why Ryu was even still here was because he had wasted so much time getting here. In any other situation, he would have turned and left. But while he was on a time crunch, trying to gather as much heavenly favor as possible, wasting time and not receiving anything in return was a big no. This was why the second possibility was even more annoying than the first, because if it was the case, he could very well leave here with absolutely nothing, and that was the possibility of karma and fate. Powerful existences, especially extremely powerful existences, placed a lot of stock in karma and karmic ties. The more powerful you became, the heavier those chains would feel and the more cautious you would be in forming them. For ruins and inheritances from extraordinarily powerful existences, they didn't just test your pure skill, they also tested something more enigmatic. In simple terms, they tested whether or not you were lucky enough. By this point, one can see what the issue was here. If this second possibility was true, then that meant that two of these jades were blank and only one of them held the true inheritance. Or, if this ruin creator was more sinister, then two of these jades contained fake or incomplete inheritances that might even lead to cultivation deviation, while only one of them would contain the true, pure and unrestrained inheritance. Thinking to this point, even someone far less prideful and arrogant than Ryu would be pissed off. No matter how you looked at it, whoever left these jades here were playing games and toying with the lives of those who had entered. Ryu's expression turned frighteningly cold. Since you want to play games, then, Ryu's gaze sharpened and his head turned toward a certain direction straight ahead. At that moment, an exceptionally beautiful woman with a frighteningly cold countenance was slowly shuttled into the room. When her vision cleared, she, too, looked up. Fairy May's expression flickered. Although the emotion disappeared quite quickly, Ryu's spiritual sense was sharp enough to catch it. However, he was caught off guard by what the emotion was because it actually seemed like May was surprised to see him here. That shouldn't be the case considering the fact he was the one who had led them all here to begin with. If anything, he should be surprised by her appearance, unless she was so extremely confident in herself that she felt such an emotion was warranted. May looked away from Ryu and her gaze landed on the three jades, flickering again. She didn't move immediately, seemingly going through all the same thought processes that Ryu had before. An annoyed look flickered deep within her cold and beautiful irises. Ryu raised an eyebrow again. As arrogant as he was also very self-aware. There were very few people who would dare to be annoyed right now even though the situation warranted it. There were only two possibilities. Either May was no less arrogant than he was, or her view of the world was far beyond the scope of this ruin. As for which it was, Ryu wasn't sure. At the very least, he wasn't sure until she suddenly flipped a palm over, manifesting an inky black whip as she walked toward Ryu without saying a single word. Although Ryu didn't move or even have a change in expression, he knew what was happening. This woman actually dared to fight him. In fact, not only did she want to fight him, she very clearly wanted to kill him even without exchanging a single word. The situation was so surprising that Ryu even wanted to laugh, his lip curling into a slight sneer. That was, until May suddenly struck out with her whip, causing hairs to stand on the back of Ryu's neck. It only took a split moment for Ryu to realize that this woman couldn't possibly be from a second heaven sect. That strength was far beyond a heaven-class genius. In an instant, it clicked for Ryu. This May must be one of the geniuses who had regressed to a lower heaven for a chance to enter this heavenly path. After realizing this, a wild grin spread across Ryu's face, catching May entirely off guard. This was a genius from the fourth heaven, potentially even higher. His fist suddenly felt incredibly itchy. Ryu's fist shot out like a cannonball as he flipped his other palm to put his matrix away and reach for his greatsword staff. He had been waiting for this opportunity for too long. He wanted to see just what kind of strength these real geniuses of the true martial world had. Bang! Chapter 1086. Mystical grade ripples of space formed around Ryu's fist and blasted the whip away. May's expression changed slightly. Although she hadn't put her full strength into that blow, if one was considering her raw strength without the use of techniques, that was still at least 50%. A genius of the third heaven standard shouldn't have been able to deal with it so easily. Just as she was lost in her surprise, she found her expression changing once again as Ryu slashed down with his greatsword staff in one fluid motion. A curtain of pulsing lightning wrapped in sword chi tore a path forward, flickering through the void and appearing before May in a split second. May lightly tapped the ground, her body fluttering and vanishing in a string of afterimages as she sidestepped the blow, only to find that Ryu's second greatsword staff had made its way into his other palm and had slashed down as well. She had hardly dodged the first blow when she found herself already dealing with the second. He uses both. May's expression changed for the third time in just as many seconds. She had noticed two great sword staffs hovering behind Ryu all this time, but she had always assumed that one of them was a flying treasure and only one of them was a real weapon. Although she had seen Ryu fight before back in the second heaven, back then Ryu had already chosen to retreat so that he wouldn't be surrounded. He hadn't had the strength to challenge so many heaven-class World Sea Realm experts at once in that time, so Mei only saw him using his greatsword staff to run once again. This was the very first time she was seeing him use both at once. It made sense that she was caught off guard. For one, dual-wielding polearms was unheard of, even in the true martial world. It was easier to accept that Ryu had made a stylistic choice in making his weapon and flying treasure look the exact same than to jump to the conclusion that he could use both of them at the same time. But this was only the tip of the iceberg of the main issue here, and that was if these weapons didn't double as flying treasures, that would mean only one thing: Sword God. A pulsing violet chi surged from Mei as she retracted her whip. She raised it above her head, twirling her wrist and forcing it to form a tornado of spiraling chi around her. Bang! 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 The spiraling whip shredded Ryu's sword and lightning chi to pieces, however he wasn't very flustered. He didn't use tribulation lightning, and it only made sense that Mei could dispel a casual strike like this if she was truly as strong as he thought she was. Ryu took a step forward and closed the distance between himself and Mei, his twin greatsword staffs slashing down once more. Damn it! Mei felt like she was being pressed, hurriedly retreating. Her toes lightly tapped along the ground and her body flickered. Again and again, but Ryu's movement was suffocating. He didn't even seem to need to try very hard to stick to her, his blades forcing her into a more and more passive situation. The ideal distance for Mei was anywhere between 5 and even 50 meters from her opponent. Her whip could work its lethal magic the best in the range. In fact, if she was willing to expend more chi, even several hundred meters wasn't a real problem. However, this space wasn't very large to begin with, only about 200 meters in diameter. But even if it was any larger, with Ryu's odd movement technique, it felt like it wouldn't matter. Show me your real strength or I'll kill you right now. Just as Mei was becoming a hint frustrated, a voice drifted to her ears like the whisper of a ghost. Ryu's indifferent and blind gaze seemed to pierce through her soul. By now, his wild grin had already faded and there was nothing more than boredom etched across his features. He was suppressing this woman too easily. He felt almost like a child who had finally gotten the toy he wanted, only to find that it wasn't as fun as he thought it'd be. If Mei couldn't withstand his casual attempts at battle, she most definitely couldn't withstand him being serious, and even more definitely wouldn't withstand his strength if he stopped hiding his real talent. There was no one here but the two of them, so as long as he killed her, there was absolutely nothing stopping him from unleashing everything he had. Mei truly didn't understand just how easy it would be for him to kill her if this was really all the strength she had. At that moment, Mei was stunned. That gaze was one that she had never before seen in her life. She was being looked down upon. A flare of rage took root in her eyes, and in that moment, their deep black depths danced with a raging scarlet hue that shimmered like rubies burning beneath a golden flame. Ryu's eyes narrowed, a strong and suffocating aura suddenly pressing down on him before it vanished in an instant along with the odd colors in her eyes. Mei stomped on the ground hard and suddenly separated herself from Ryu by an entire 100 meters in a single blink. If Ryu wasn't so keen on the spatial element, he would have thought that she just slipped into the void. However, what he was sure of was that an illusion of black wings had just appeared for the briefest of instances, or were the crimson. He actually wasn't sure even with his void spiritual sense. It had been too fast. Mei flipped over her palm and her whip vanished. In its place, her slender fingers danced to life as a pair of thin and flexible sabers appeared. Both of them had blades just shy of a meter long that shimmering with a rose gold color. Ryu's brows raised. A dual wielder. He couldn't ever remember fighting such a person before. This should be. Mei vanished. By the time she appeared in Ryu's vision once again, her blade was at his throat, slashing down with a menacing glint. Clang. Ryu reversed his grip on one of his great sword staffs and pulled its polearm up above his head. His movements were as fluid as water and without the slightest awkwardness. However, even with the speed of his reaction, Xiang, saber chi roared with life, separating into several pieces that shot around Ryu's block and left thin lines of blood around his shoulders, neck and even his cheeks. Ryu's gaze narrowed. Despite the stinging pain and close brush with death, he didn't seem to react much at all aside from this. As he blocked, he swung his other greatsword staff down, but Mei had a second weapon of her own. The moment their blades clashed, her wrist position shifted and her saber glided up his side of Ryu's own, using it like a speed ramp to attack his throat again. Ryu's wrist flexed in his reverse grip, causing his greatsword staff's position to shift and hit the spine of the blade Mei was skimming against. Mei abruptly found her trajectory changing and her saber beginning to aim far higher than she had initially expected, but before she could react to this change, Ryu's foot struck forward, ready to land squarely on her abdomen. Despite the situation, Mei's expression was just as cold. Using the awkward imbalance of her sabers, she twisted into a half-spin, retracting her blades and dodging Ryu's foot before slashing both blades down at his shin. Bang, bang, bang. The two flitted across the room, each one of their exchanges just as brutal. They danced on the edge of life and death without the slightest ripple in their emotions, their cold gazes meeting across their clashing blades without much care or fear. The two separated briefly and Mei instantly crossed her blades while Ryu raised his own. Asura's wings, winding paths. The very same illusory pair of wings appeared behind Mei once again as her rose-gold sabers glinted with a crimson light. At the same time, a whistle of wind wrapped around Ryu as the illusion of him wielding a pair of battle axes became difficult for Mei to shake from her mind. The two activated their Dao charm techniques at the same path, but it was clear at a glance that Mei's was of far higher quality. It didn't seem to be a heaven-grade Dao charm technique. No, just given its aura, it was most definitely a mystical-grade Dao charm technique. This was the very first time Ryu had run into a person using such a high-level Dao charm technique. The moment Ryu sensed this, he didn't dare to be careless and his aura shifted and changed. A starry light descended from the skies and coated his body in a radiant silvery blue light as he vanished and attacked. Trembling star chi fell from the skies and Ryu's attacks gained a lethal trembling might. Chapter 1087. Repeat. Ryu's skin glowed with a delicate blue light as he surged forward. The chi in the surroundings were suddenly agitated by the appearance of trembling star chi. Suddenly, Mei found it difficult even to control the chi in the surroundings, cutting down a significant portion of the strength of his Dao charm technique. Her expression changed once again, but by then, Ryu had already closed the distance, swinging down with a mighty momentum. All of the chi that seemed to have been stripped from Mei's control accumulated along his blade, a menacing strand of saber chi suppressing her saber technique at the same time. It was as though Ryu had a counter for everything she brought out. The longer the battle went out, the harder it was for her to believe that this man truly came from the first heaven. Mei retreated and leapt atop a pillar, glaring down at Ryu. Which clan are you from? Ryu wouldn't normally come to a stop in the middle of a fight, and he most definitely didn't like when others were looking down on him, but the question Mei just asked intrigued him. In fact, it seemed to imply something far greater. Mei frowned when Ryu didn't answer. Don't you understand the rules? You didn't know of my identity and yet you started using your soul nature immediately. Just be the grade alone, it's definitely above the sovereign grade. Did your elders not inform you properly? Hearing this, Ryu's gaze flickered with a peculiar light. For Mei, though, she only became more and more dissatisfied. Not only had Ryu ignored the rules, but he even goaded her into bringing out more and more of her power. If it wasn't for the fact that he seemed to continuously suppress her, forcing her to pull out more and more of her hidden strength, she might have gone overboard. Stepping over the bounds of those rules a small bit was still fine, but if she went all out, and others found out, she could be punished and lose out on quite a bit. Also, you entered my jurisdiction and stole my benefits on the second heaven as well. Don't you think you've stepped over the line too much? If you don't give me an explanation, I really will ignore all the rules and kill you here. Interesting, Ryu thought to himself. This all pointed toward the fact that the higher heavens weren't just aware of the convergence, they were taking advantage of it, even splitting up the benefits amongst themselves. This was probably why Mei was on the second heaven to begin with. Whatever benefits there were to be had were probably gobbled up by her. Ryu hadn't found much on the second heaven to benefit from outside of that hidden expert's former spot of seclusion. Originally, he hadn't thought much about it, but now hearing Mei's words, it might not have been that there was nothing to find, but rather that the benefits had been split between Mei and an unknown number of other people. In fact, what Ryu gained from that excursion was probably a fraction of what Mei had received during her stay in the second heaven, which was why although she seemed cold and angry, it wasn't to the point she had to kill Ryu at all costs. In reality, up until this point, Mei had still treated Ryu like a normal member of the lower heavens, reason being, he was just too weak. Although his combat prowess was decent, when Mei last met him, he could barely deal with a heaven-class World Sea Realm expert alone. Although it was somewhat impressive given his cultivation realm back then, it wasn't enough for him to be considered even average in her eyes, let alone have her shocked and awed. However, This version of Ryu with his soul nature was a different animal entirely. It was easy to see how Mei could come to her conclusion. Last time she met Ryu, he definitely hadn't displayed a soul nature. She would never jump to the conclusion that he had suddenly gained one, so the most apt explanation was that he had hidden it before and had now chosen to ignore the rules set so that he could benefit. Ryu, after listening to Mei talk, could piece together some of these things after a while. For one, it seemed that displaying talents and likely even skills beyond the sovereign grade wasn't allowed for whatever reason. And secondly, there were others aside from Mei. Ryu's lip curled and he suddenly chuckled. I'm not part of whatever treaty, alliance or agreement you're talking about. Mei, who was starting to lose her patience toward Ryu's lack of a response, was caught off guard by these words and her brows furrowed into a deep frown. It didn't seem that Ryu was lying, and even if it had seemed like it, it wouldn't benefit him to lie. If he was part of the agreement and broke those oaths, when he was found out, he would be severely punished. What good was there in lying to her when she wasn't the one who needed to be convinced? The old fogies pulling the strings in the background would deal with him when the time came. Anyone with even a single brain cell would be able to understand this, so she couldn't fathom why Ryu would even take the chance to lie. All I want is a good battle. I don't like to repeat myself, but I'll do it once more. Bring out your true strength, or die. Mei's gaze turned malevolent when she heard this. This Ryu was provoking her again and again, her patience was wearing thin. At that moment, strands of crimson chi began to emit from Mei's body and her aura began to grow larger and larger. Counterintuitively, though, as her aura grew, her cultivation began to slowly fall. From the world sea realm, she fell to the cosmic seed realm, and from the cosmic seed realm, she fell to the Tao pedestal realm. The flicker of red in her irises became denser and denser. Chapter 1088. Spread your wings and take form. The instant Mei vanished, Ryu reacted and pierced forward. He acted with a swift motion and his blood boiled. Rather than shocking him, Mei's true cultivation being just a single major realm apart from him actually filled him with untold excitement. He was at the pinnacle of the Path Extinction realm, and she was at the lower Tao pedestal realm. For the first time in a long while, someone so close to his cultivation actually put so much pressure on him, and it made him feel alive. Bang! Ryu took a step back as their blades collided. His raw strength, despite the recultivation of his body realm, was actually a step behind. Ryu laughed, the position of his greatsword staff shifting in his hand as he parried the blow to the side, deflecting the rest of its power and piercing his second blade toward Mei's throat. Despite the sheer size of the blade, in Mei's eyes, she felt like she was facing the illusion of a fine spear tip. Ryu fluidly changed between weapon styles so completely and entirely without the slightest pause. The moment he realized he lost out in strength, his skill began to take precedence, closing the gap in the blink of an eye. He flitted around like a shadow, matching strength with speed, and speed with strength. His senses enveloped the entirety of the battlefield. Every twitch of Mei's muscles, every slight feint and intention, every shuddering weakness, was immediately grasped by him. However, Mei, after releasing a large number of her shackles, felt suddenly far more relaxed. Her skill in the saber was far inferior to Ryu's. Although this shocked her, she didn't allow it to weaken her battle style. In fact, it spurred her on. Her chi manipulation could only be said to be the best that Ryu had ever seen outside of Aika. Every time she attacked, her chi would become like sparkling shards of crimson glass, splintering around Ryu's blade and attacking him directly with its sharp edges. Ryu could only best describe it as splash damage. Every time these shards of chi rebounded upon his skin, his trembling star chi would waver, dimming somewhat before coming back with a greater and greater force. Mei retreated slightly, tossing one of her sabers into the air and forming a great number of hand seals in the blink of an eye before snagging it out of the air once more. A fluttering array of black and crimson feathers appeared behind her, condensing into masses of dense chi before slicing through the air toward Ryu. At that moment, Ryu had the illusion that he was facing an array of sabers and whips. Sometimes they would be vicious and without restraint, but at other times they would be flexible and elusive before suddenly bursting with a sudden speed. Ryu suddenly realized right then that Mei's use of a whip wasn't just to hide her true strength, but she managed to apply her comprehensions in other facets. A suffocating aura descended and Ryu's gaze flickered. He didn't even get the chance to think about how he would deal with this flurry of attacks when there was a sudden change once again, this one just as shocking as the mystical grade Dao charm technique that Mei had yet to use. Small realm. Ryu's gaze flashed. He couldn't immediately tell what Mei had reached the monarch realm in, but he soon realized that he wouldn't have to guess because she would make it very obvious very quickly. The surroundings were filled with rivers of flowing black and red. The moment they appeared, the strength of Mei's array of feathers exploded forward, appearing around Ryu with every intention of shredding him to pieces. Ryu's smile widened. Every time Mei showed him something new, he would feel excitement to the deepest depths of his soul. He didn't even care to use the full strength of his soul nature. Since Mei was fighting with restraints, so would he. No techniques and talents above the sovereign grade. Fine. Monarch. Wild ripples spread out from Ryu's body, a small realm of lightning and fire appearing at once, layering atop of one another. They clashed against Mei's variant water small realm. Ryu was enveloped with arcs of lightning and pillars of fire. He didn't seem to care about anything else at that moment, his entire being focused on fighting to his heart's content. One blade wreathed in flames, the other sparking with blue arcs of divine judgment, he circulated whispering petals to great circle of perfection and appeared before her in the blink of an eye. The two clashed wildly, sparks flying in all directions. Shock waves shook the room, however their strength didn't so much as cause a single crack, let alone disrupt the jades that still sat in silence. Even so, the two didn't seem to care, completely immersed in their battle. Rending stars. All the light in the world seemed to vanish, leaving nothing more than Ryu's blade. He seemed to want to sunder the skies and split the world, even planets and stars couldn't stand in his path. Mei's gaze glowed with a fierce crimson light. Asura's wings. This time, Ryu's trembling star chi was ripped apart by her momentum, completely unable to suppress the technique. She swung her saber upward to meet Ryu's downward trajectory. The momentum of their techniques were so fierce that their blades couldn't connect, blocked by fierce torrential winds and tsunami-like currents of chi. The two roared, one sounding like a dragon soaring through the skies and the other akin to an asura ripping a path out of the earth with their claws and hands. Boom! The two shot backward, their blood rolling and rumbling within their bodies. Their gazes met across the void, sparks flying. In that instant, the two acted at once, raising their blades out to their sides as their auras continued to climb. Spread your wings and soar. Take form and conquer the world. Chapter 1089. Suppression. An illusory pair of wings soared into existence to Mei's back. It looked as though they had been plucked down from the heavens themselves, descending to grace Mei's gorgeous features. They fluttered with an oppressive black and crimson light. With every flap, large swaths of chi surged toward her, coating her body and her sabers. However, right at that instant, 13 rings manifested, exuding a suppression dark gold light and causing Mei's immortal ring formation to tremble and nearly collapse. Even though Ryu couldn't use his chaos chi freely, the foundation of his immortal rings had been formed off of its back and were projections from his meridians. Its strength wasn't only based on just how solid Ryu's foundation in chi realm cultivation was, nor was it just based on how strong his cultivation technique was, it was the most direct method of displaying the prowess of one of the 6 pillars, a cultivator's meridians. In that instant, in no uncertain terms, Mei was absolutely certain that the grade of Ryu's meridians left her own far behind. The instant she came to this conclusion, Mei realized the poor situation she was in. When 2 immortal ring manifestations took root, things would be fine if they were equal or if there was a small difference between them. But in the case that the difference was exceptionally large, then the suppressive effects would be disastrous. Understanding her plight, Mei no longer dared to hold back and she released a low roar, her eyes finally blazing to life with a crimson color. Ryu was all too familiar with red eyes. His wife, Ailsa, also had a pair of red eyes. They were gorgeous and beautiful, gentle and flowed like spring water. However, Mei's were far more fierce. Akin to a bed of rubies set ablaze with dark gold flames, they glowed like a pair of torches capable of piercing through even the deepest depths of darkness. Relentless waters, passionate flames. Mei's small realm pulsed, gaining a second layer as she shattered a clear barrier, evolving her comprehensions from the monarch realm to the sovereign realm, layering 2 now dominions atop of one another. Ryu could tell at a glance that this was a true breakthrough. Mei had somehow used a method to forcefully raise the standard of her small realm to a dominion. Dao, peak dynastic Dao, second immortal grade. Ryu's gaze flashed, a raging torrent of dark gold hanging around him. The two shot forward at once, a mighty clash finally causing the room they were in to quake somewhat. Every time their blades met, waters would intertwine with arcs of lightning and pillars of fire would try to ravage and devour one another. Ryu felt that Mei's words hadn't been exaggerated in the slightest. Her waters truly were relentless and her fires truly were passionate. They danced along the tips of her blade, glistening along with the delicate sheen of sweat that couldn't mar her gorgeous brows. One blade was forceful and penetrative. The other was fierce and quick. With every exchange, they only seemed to become more powerful, embodying their very Tao. Ryu's gaze shone, the fire and thunder characters shimmering with a jade-green glow. His great sword staff spun in his hands with the fluidity of daggers in one moment, then the forceful of sabers in the next, then the resoluteness of rods in a blink. He used his skill to bridge the gap, meeting Mei's overwhelming strength with a glancing blow and her blazing speed with untold power. His blood boiled. Thunderous booms of draconic roars and Qilin stomps boomed through his bones and tendons. They wanted to release themselves, they wanted to trample all enemies beneath their feet. Ryu's gaze was furtive. He wanted an excuse, he wanted Mei to show him more, he wanted her to unleash those last few shackles she had kept on herself, he wanted her to give him a reason to display more strength. Roar. Trembling star chi mixed with Ryu's roar, a small hint of his fire dragon bloodline's talent threatening to spill over. The wings to Mei's back fluttered, causing a wall of chi to block the sound waves before they reached her. Her sabers twisted in her palms, snaking by Ryu's defenses and appearing before his throat. In the moment Ryu had roared, he had to open up his chest, giving her a lane to attack. However, at that moment, the glow in Ryu's eyes didn't seem to waver even for a single moment. In fact, it was as though he had planned for all of this. Deep within the depths of Ryu's eyes, the 8-trigram diagram rotated, the mountain character suddenly coming to life. In that instant, the trembling star chi seemed to have multiplied in strength by over 10 times. At the same time, a huge weight fell onto Mei's shoulders as the illusion of a mountain appeared in the air above him. Mei felt as though her body had instantly become 100 times heavier, and it was even more exaggerated for the blades in her hand. Completely caught off guard, her blade tip dipped down from Ryu's throat and lost a large amount of its speed. With a tap of his foot, Ryu slid by the blade, his body performing a quarter spin as he gathered momentum. His foot stomped the ground hard, his arms bulging with pulsing veins. Right then, his quarter spin accelerated, becoming a full spin as his greatsword staff whipped a blazing trail toward Mei's stomach. It looked as though he was trying to cut her body into 3 pieces. Mei's eyes widened, but there was already nothing that she could do. The suppression was too fierce and the explosion of Ryu's speed was even more exaggerated. Bang! Mei's body bowed into a U shape, her eyes bulging and her mouth opening to spew up blood as she suddenly accelerated backward with faster speed than anything she had mustered since the battle started. Bang! The room quaked as she slammed against the wall, slowly sliding down. Chapter 1090. Grin Ryu came to a stop. He was a hint surprised. Honestly, he had expected to truly slice her into 3 pieces with that strike, but he had actually failed. In fact, Ryu's eyes narrowed, looking down at his great sword staffs. Not only were his wrists trembling on the verge of fracturing, but there were some hair-thin cracks on his blade. Ryu's great sword staffs might have only been heaven-grade treasures, but he had personally refined them and he knew that their durability was no less than some mystical-grade treasures. Of course, this was by the standard of the true martial world at all. For a treasure that hadn't even been properly activated to crack his great sword staffs like this could only mean that it was an exceptional treasure, likely only meant to activate when Mei was truly in danger. Considering it didn't activate just now, that meant that it was well aware that Ryu's strike couldn't penetrate it even in a dormant state. On the other side of the battlefield, Mei's head slumped, barely holding onto her sabers. She felt as though all the bones in her body were shattered and that her organs had flipped. Of course, this was only an illusion. In reality, she had just suffered some terrible bruising that made her ache all over. Even with that strike, Ryu hadn't managed to break any of her bones, and even her inner organs had only been slightly rattled. Even so, she had never experienced such a thing before, even in the cruelty of her clan. By the time she could start cultivating, she had suppressed all those of her generation. Mei slowly looked up, coughing out another mouthful of blood. At that moment, though, Ryu could only narrow his eyes because he realized the blood didn't come from Mei's injuries. Or, more accurately, at least not injuries he had caused. Instead, it looked like she was clenching her teeth so hard that her gums began to bleed. At that moment, the cold-faced Mei suddenly grinned. It was an eerie, blood-curdling grin, one that could only come from the face of a demon incarnate. She didn't look human at all, In fact, she looked as though she had just risen from a hellish scape and was prepared to crush all those before her. Mei spat out another mouthful of blood, but this one was much less of a cough and a far more brutish behavior. At that moment, she began to slowly rise to her feet, her robes being shed off to reveal a smooth plain of delicate, creamy skin. However, before anything untoward could be seen, her body was rapidly being covered in scales. In some lighting, the scales appeared to be a pitch black, but in others, they appeared to be blinding crimson. A pair of horns grew from her head, a tail coming out from her back, even as a pair of radiant black wings appeared upon her delicate shoulder blades. With every transformation, her aura became more oppressive, almost like a mountain slowly descending from the skies. Even though her figure hadn't grown in size at all, it was quickly feeling as though Ryu was standing before a raging dinosaur in female form. Mei stood to the tips of her toes, her claws lengthening as her tail slowly swayed behind her. Even though its movements seemed slow, every time it finished one swing, a vicious wind would arc through the air, leaving white marks all across the seemingly indestructible walls and floors of this room. When Mei's transformation was finished, delicate feathers grew out from her ankles, wrists and the crown of her head. Her scales covered her practically from head to toe, only leaving a path of smooth skin at her belly button and her rippling cleavage. "I don't care anymore," Mei suddenly spoke, her voice gaining a mind-piercing quality to it. Ryu's gaze suddenly sharpened. That was because although he was still looking at Mei, her words had sounded by his ears. It was only several instances later than her afterimage faded and he could feel her sabers piercing toward his throat. Ryu brought up his great sword staffs to block. Bang! Ryu skidded backward, his wrist shattering beneath the pressure. His gaze narrowed as the life character of his 8-trigram diagram blazed to life and quickly healed him. His figure flickered and vanished, using his spatial soul nature once again. Since Mei was no longer holding back, neither would he. Bang! 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 Wild ripples of space surrounded Ryu. By the time Mei's strikes landed against his blade, they would feel as though they had traveled through a thick miasma of hundreds of meters, weakening them considerably. But even so, every time their blades connected, he would feel his body shuddering. Ryu's wind character and water character blazed to life, stacking his small realms from 2 to 4. He swapped between them seamlessly, his great sword staffs wrapping themselves in tsunami-like waves, hurricane-like winds, thunderous lightning and flames that seemed to want to incinerate the heavens themselves. Die, die, die. Mei didn't seem to care about the changes at all, nor did she care about just how much Ryu had been holding back until now. Her Tao was truly relentless and passionate. Everything that Ryu threw at her was returned tenfold, her vengeful spirit blazing with life. No matter how many suppressive effects Ryu stacked, he still found himself being pushed back again and again. Suddenly, Mei's tail lashed out like a whip, finding a hole in Ryu's defenses and tearing right through his trembling starchy skin. At that moment, Ryu understood why Mei's attacks always seemed to contain a hint of the whip. It was because from the very beginning, the whip was one of her main weapons. Her tail was her whip. Pchu. Ryu's heart was pierced through, the residual blast sending him flying back. Bang! Ryu collided against the very same location that Mei had, even sliding down to where the shreds of her clothing remained. This woman was indeed spiteful. There was no doubt that she had waited for precisely this opportunity, and if she could do that, the gap between her and Ryu wasn't small at all. She might as well have been toying with a child. Even so, with his heart leaking out large pools of blood, Ryu suddenly laughed. Toward this laugh, Mei's gaze glowed, the fierce grin on her face turning even more menacing. All at once, Ryu's 8-trigram diagram lit up, a suffocating pressure causing the quaking of the room to sway from side to side. The sweeping aura seemed to raise Ryu to his feet without any effort, almost as though he was just a step away from breaking through the laws on sky gods comprehended and soaring into the skies. Ryu looked up and met Mei's gaze, his blindness seeming like nothing more than an illusion at that moment. His battle intent pierced the veil of the heavens, his heavenly favor churning like a boiling vat of oil. "Come, woman, show me what else you have." Ryu vanished, appearing before Mei and swinging down his blade with the pressure of a world. Chapter 1091. Asura Race. Mei's gaze flickered. She had just pierced Ryu through the heart, this battle should be over. Was his vitality really so powerful despite not being in the sky god realm just yet? And what was this pressure she was feeling? Was this a Tao? What level was his Tao at that it could make her feel this level of pressure? What was happening here? Before Mei could think any more, Ryu's blade was already mere inches from the top of her head. She roared, her scales shimmering with a bold light as she raised her sabers above her head. Bang! Ryu's greatsword staff went flying back, Mei's sabers quickly pursuing. If piercing his heart wasn't enough, she would just rip him into inch-sized pieces. So what if he had a powerful Dao? It didn't suddenly boost his physical strength to a level that could match her own. However, right when she was about to counter, Mei felt herself shudder as she quickly retracted her blades. Just then, she felt that if she continued she would lose an arm. She retreated a step quickly, piercing her tail down and causing a small scratch in the ground she used to propel herself backward before accelerating forward again. However, it happened again. Just when she wanted to skewer Ryu through, her fatal sense of danger alerted her once more and she dodged to the side, slipping out of the shadow of Ryu's blade. It was absolutely suffocating. Somehow, in the blink of an eye, Ryu's precision with his blades had reached an unprecedented level. He was neither faster nor stronger, but he seemed to see into the future, pressuring her from a location she hadn't even stepped into just yet. Ryu flickered and vanished. Mei's ears perked up, the tips of her toes trembling as she readied herself to dodge again, but just when she was about to, she felt a vicious blow to her side. Her body bent around her hips, her body shooting off to the side like a speeding bullet. Bang! Mei collided with the wall, rebounding off of it and flapping her wings once to dodge out of the way of Ryu's follow-up blow. Ryu suddenly vanished again and Mei's heart seized. She braced herself but it was already too late. Bang! Ryu landed a firm kick to the small of her back, sending her flying once again. Bang! 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 Ryu was relentless, beating and battering Mei from all sides. He didn't seem to have any mercy for the fairer sex, his gaze blazing with a brighter and brighter light. Every time he appeared, Mei would fly off in a new direction even faster than the last time. She simply couldn't keep up. Damn it! Mei roared. She knew by now that Ryu had seen through her. The reason he kept attacking her with the blunt ends of his greatsword staff in his feet was because it would never do lethal damage. Due to that, her innate senses couldn't pick up on it as easily. But what she didn't know was how Ryu had seen through her so quickly. It only seemed to take 2 exchanges before he saw through it and adjusted, flipping the situation on his head. The only explanation was that his Dao was some sort of auxiliary, sensory-type Dao, but she had never in her life met one so powerful. If this Ryu Tatsuya really brought her to the edge, she wouldn't be able to hold back any. Bang! The butt of Ryu's greatsword staff smashed into Mei's nose from above, forcing her head to snap backward and collide with the hard ground below. The jarring change rattled her brain, shaking her to her core. In that instant, her mind went entirely blank before her crimson irises quite literally lit on fire. Her eyeballs blazed as though an abyssal flame was being conjured out of their depths, rising up like a tempest without even the slightest bit of heat. Roar! This time when Mei roared, Ryu felt as though the walls of his mind were being collided against and his soul quaked as though it might collapse any moment now. Ryu's expression flickered and he quickly retreated. There was something that Ryu was ignorant of, though it couldn't be helped. There were simply too many things to keep track of, too many things to learn, too many new concepts to integrate. If it hadn't been for this, the moment Mei transformed, he would have realized that the greatest danger she posed wasn't in her physical combat strength at all. The Asura race was a demonic race. The demonic race in this context were humanoid species that had traces of their lineage linked back to the Nether Realm. The closer they were in origin to their Nether Realm ancestors, the more powerful they tended to be. It was said that the Asura race was among the most enigmatic for no other reason than the fact they were said to have descended from the most enigmatic of the demon kings, the Dream Wraiths. It could be said that not only was Mei's bodily strength not her greatest asset, it could even be said to be her weakest. There was no doubt that the greatest strength of the Asura race, especially their women, wasn't their fists, but rather their souls. The moment Mei shrieked, she released a soul attack as though it was second nature. She didn't have to circulate a technique, nor did she have to put any effort into protecting her soul, she could simply attack just like it was her soul nature. Despite not knowing this original, Ryu reacted immediately, several blockades appearing in his spiritual sea reflecting the echoes of Mei's screech. It was no wonder Mei had been relying on her instincts to sense danger all this time. Not once had she released her spiritual sense to begin with because it would count as going against one of the supposed rules she had to follow. There wasn't a single doubt in Ryu's mind that her soul was far beyond the sovereign grade. Chapter 1092. Separation. At that moment, the air was filled with feathers of black and crimson once again. But this time, Ryu's heart couldn't help but skip a beat. He could see with a glance that while some of these feathers were just like before and had been formed with chi, there were a large part of them that had been formed with spiritual chi instead. This attack that had been purely physical before had suddenly gained the ability to directly attack his mind. At the same time, an odd coating of dreamy-like energy coated Mei's sabers and tail as well. Although Ryu had yet to suffer an attack from him, if his deductions were correct, they too could directly attack his soul. Ryu couldn't help but think back to the twin pair of daggers he had received on his birthday from Elena. Those were the only weapons he had ever seen with an ability to directly attack the soul, and yet it seemed that this Mei could self-create such methods. This is a spirit soul nature. Ryu had only just finished the thought when he was attacked from all sides by the fluttering feathers. They looked so delicate in the beginning, but the moment they attacked, they were vicious and lethal, speeding forward with a lethality that put even most arrows to shame. Ryu roared, his soul presence flourishing and lashing out. Bang, bang, bang. Ryu simply didn't have such targeted methods of soul attacking. Right now, he had only learned 2 soul techniques. The first was Swallow 6 senses and the second was a Dao charm technique that he had learned from the Frost clan's vaults. However, he had prepared both of these as trump cards and they weren't appropriate to be used as a counter here. While Mei on the other hand had a versatile array of methods she could conjure up any time. Her spirit soul nature was akin to his spacetime soul nature in that she could create soul-type techniques on a whim. And, considering she was most definitely from a powerful clan, not only did she have the ability to do this casually, but she had also most definitely learned systematic methods of using her abilities as well. These feathers, for example, were definitely not forged on a whim, she was used to using this method. As a result, Ryu could only crudely lash out with his spiritual chi, but in doing so, he was wasting a large amount of spiritual chi at the same time. Even so, even in her fury, Mei's heart couldn't help but skip a beat. She had never met anyone who could use such a method to shatter her soul attacks. Despite this, Mei's speed didn't slow. In fact, it sped up. She didn't want any more variables to appear. Her gaze glistened as it flickered with flames. Despite Ryu's blindness, she met his eyes, looking into the depths of his soul. Ryu felt his heart skip a beat and waver. Suddenly it all clicked. It was no wonder Mei went to the bewitching charm sect. Compared to those other women, she was on a completely different level. Just a look almost made him want to happily present his throat to her. Fortunately, his Dao heart was incomparably firm. Unfortunately, having been caught off guard, the small delay allowed Mei to close the distance. Mei's blade swiped for Ryu's throat, mere inches away by the time his vision cleared. Ryu's pupils constricted. This time, Mei wanted to separate his head from neck, having already learned her lesson about targeting his heart. No amount of vitality would save him from such a fate. There wasn't enough time to gather up the spatial chi he needed. The volatile chi and spiritual chi in the air made it even more difficult than usual. Just a single lapse in judgment in a battle of this level was enough to seal a person's fate. Sheeing. Mei's blade swept through Ryu's neck, cleanly separating his head from his shoulders. The separation was as clear as day, a gap forming between the two. However, for some reason, Mei felt as though she had swiped at air. In that instant, a flicker of flames danced. Mei's eyes opened wide, fire spirit body. A blaze of flames reconnected Ryu's head to his neck, a roar leaving his lips. Despite the fact he had dodged the physical blade, a sharp soul blade wreaked havoc in his spiritual sea. Ultimately, he couldn't just freely separate his body as he pleased. If there was no connection between the halves of his body and he dodged an attack, he would just be bisecting himself. Therefore, whenever Ryu used his spirit body to dodge attacks, there was actually the link of his soul between the two pieces. The only time this didn't happen was if he just opened up a hole in his body for an attack to go through, but because Mei's strike was a sweep, he had no choice but to do a full disconnection. Almost immediately, a devastating wound appeared on Ryu's perfect blackbody soul, the pain tearing through his body with a vicious momentum. Mei's gaze flashed. She would never miss such an opportunity, so she attacked again indirectly, swinging down her second blade without missing a beat. However, at that moment, a stifling pressure descended. Mei felt her body freeze as the roar of a dragon shook her down to her very core, her blood freezing to a stop that slowed her blade down considerably. A firm hand caught her wrist before a palm strike exploded upon her chest. Black-red flames tore her scales apart, and for the first time, a devastating wound appeared on May's body as she was sent flying backward. Bang! May coughed up a mouthful of blood, her bones trembling and eventually fracturing. She looked up as she slid down the wall, a shocked expression on her face. At that moment, Ruby's scales had covered the length of Ryu's body as towering horns rose from his forehead. A fierce red glint danced in his eyes as the claw he had used to strike her danced with flames that made her heart palpitate. May coughed, slowly rising to her feet with a trembling gait as Ryu walked toward her. She grabbed onto her blades, staring ahead toward Ryu with a fierce glint in her eyes. Ryu closed the distance, raising his claw. Space trembled as the mighty talent of the dragon race threatened to descend. The shuddering in May's heart only grew as a suppression that took root in the depths of her soul only gained a heavier and heavier anchor. At that moment, her sabers dropped from her hands, her black and red scales slowly retreating to reveal a body of perfect proportions. Beads of sweat glistened down her curves like delicate pearls of diamond. One dripped down the plump flesh of her breasts, caressing her pretty pink nipples for just a moment before slowly falling to the ground. While her scales had vanished, her tail and wings remained, giving her an exotic and intoxicating appearance that pulled on the heartstrings of all men. May stepped forward and wrapped her arms around Ryu's neck, kissing him deeply. Chapter 1093. Wild idea. Ryu's dragon claw trembled, his mind feeling as though an explosion had gone off within it. It was as though a wave of towering lust he had been suppressing for countless years came exploding outward all at once. At the same time, waves of pain assaulted his senses as he felt as though his soul was being shredded apart beneath his faint resistance. In that moment, Ryu gained an inkling into the sort of horror Genelis had experienced for several months. Pain to the soul seemed to distort all your senses, crippled your willpower and even twisted your personality into something unrecognizable. If Ryu had used his Emperor Phoenix heavenly patterns to defend his soul in the final moments, there was a chance that he might have been able to resist such a terrible injury. But unfortunately, in order to dodge the physical effects of May's blade, he had already exposed the aura of the dragon race. If he then exposed the aura of a phoenix race right afterward, the situation might have gotten far too out of hand. By this point, Ryu had absolutely no confidence in ensuring the death of May. So if he was going to expose something, he could only choose one fight, and between his head being chopped off his shoulders and an injury to his soul, one of which led to an instant death and the other of which could be managed, the answer was all too obvious. Although Ryu no longer had an indestructible soul, his current soul was much better in a number of ways. Not to mention all of the auxiliary abilities of the perfect blackbody soul, its greatest strength was its plasticity. The perfect blackbody soul was designed to perfectly shape itself down whatever path its owner wanted. With this came certain advantages that stemmed even beyond just being able to gain soul natures at will, and that was the ability to recover from injuries. Ryu didn't need to scour for soul-healing treasures like others, which was of great benefit to himself considering just how rare such treasures were. All he needed to do was cultivate a bit and his soul would mend itself. The trouble was that doing so in battle was nigh impossible. If he was facing someone far weaker than himself, he could take the chance. But May was clearly an exceptional threat to him. Just in this battle alone, he had smelled death several times. And now, he smelled it again. His Tao could feel that this was an illusion, an attack on his mind, but his soul wasn't strong enough to shake it off. No, it was less accurate to say that it wasn't strong enough, and much more accurate to say that he simply couldn't. It was akin to someone who had torn their bicep try to curl their arm, the feat was nigh impossible. Ryu grit his teeth. Even with his mind compromised, he knew that he only had fractions of a second. The moment he watched that bead of sweat fall down her breasts, he knew that he had fallen into a mental attack. That scene was too perfect and everything else seemed to fade away in the face of it. It was akin to a hypnotist's swinging pendulum, replaying in his mind again and again. Compared to the bewitching techniques of the bewitching charm sect, May was on a completely different level. He felt as though his entire mind had been co-opted by thoughts of her naked body and feeling of her lips. Ryu's mind went through multiple possibilities, but even thinking made his head feel as though it was being split in two. His willpower had never felt so weak before, and it was only now that he understood exactly what Ailsa had meant all those years ago. She had said back then that someone with Ryu's Tao heart and determination couldn't possibly have such weak soul talent, and now that seemed to come full circle at this moment. Just from a single injury to his soul, he didn't even feel like himself anymore. Suddenly, Ryu settled on a ridiculous thought he couldn't even bring himself to properly think through. He didn't feel like he had any time remaining, and even if he did, his mind felt like it was at the end of its rope. With a roar, Ryu just barely managed to squeeze out a small corner to himself, using the minor breath of freedom to drop his greatsword staff and flip over a palm to reveal a memory jade. Almost instantly, he read through it, flooding his mind with the words, images and videos. In one moment, Ryu's mind was filled with Mei. But, in the next, it was filled with Elena in all sort of compromised positions. His mind flashed and he was transported into a scene of Elena taking a bath. She raised her legs onto the ledges of her porcelain white tub. She positioned herself right beneath the streaming water, the lids of her eyes half closed and moans of pleasure left her lips. Her breasts undulated and beams of soapy water fell to the side, gently caressing those gorgeous pink protrusions. The image shifted once again and Ryu found Elena standing on the tips of her toes wearing nothing but a pink lace thong that left almost nothing to the imagination from behind. She stood by the edge of a desk Ryu recognized all too well because it was his desk. He had lost count of the number of hours he had spent reading and deducing at it. However, this desk that was once meant for only work was being used as a stand-in for himself. Elena grinded into its edge, the folds of her pink lace panties tightening and loosening with every forward and back motion. In one moment, Ryu could just barely see the defined outline of her treasured place, and in the next it would vanish. A moistness continued to build up as Elena shuddered, nearly falling backward, and she barely managed to grip the sides of the desk. Chapter 1094. Provoked. The images shifted again and Ryu found Elena with her head buried beneath a number of pillows that was far too much for just a single person. Her plump bottom was stuck high in the air, but this time there were no panties, nor was there any running water. There was nothing at all left to the imagination. Her moist and delicate pink folds glistened in the air, an object that looked all too familiar to Ryu, slowly sliding in and out of it through some sort of chi control method that reminded him of demonic strings. The reason the object was all too familiar was because Ryu walked around with it every day between his legs. The replica couldn't have been more perfect. In fact, if it wasn't for the fact there was nobody connected to it, Ryu would have thought that it was the real thing. Very quickly, Elena's pretty pink asshole began to wink and the slow speed of her dildo became something decidedly not. Liquids flew and Ryu even faintly worried that Elena would harm herself moving it so fast. But even so, her moans continued to rise like a tempest, even making the noise-concealing formations tremble as though they might collapse any moment now. Elena suddenly squeezed her legs together hard, her entire body shivering before it went entirely limp. But even then, the floating dildo held her up by their connection. It seemed as though she fell asleep just like that. The images shifted once again and this time Elena was completely in the nude, laying into her cloud of pillows on her back. Her legs were propped up and her eyes were closed. A small object formed of glass and was barely 2 finger widths wide playing with an entrance that made Ryu's blood boil. Elena slowly slid it in, her body trembling as she let the new sensation settle in. Her other hand found its way to a delicate protruding bead beneath a small patch of pink diamond hair. She rolled it between her fingers, moving the glass rod slowly and deeply. "I'll make it bigger for you, I'll take it one day, I promise." Elena's voice memo nearly made Ryu's nose gush. Although this wasn't the first time she had spoken as he went through her diary, this was the first time she sounded so nervous and apprehensive. The stimulation was entirely new and Ryu felt like his head was going to explode. Bang! At that moment, Mei's illusion entirely collapsed and both she and Ryu coughed up a mouthful of blood at the same time. Ryu's gaze finally cleared and he could look into his surroundings again. He found Mei still slumped against the wall opposing him and his dragon claw still raised high in the air. The wound his rage flames had caused on her chest were still rapidly healing and was almost entirely gone, but she was also decidedly not naked. However, even so, her breathing was heavy and her face was flushed. For the first time, the cold look in the depths of her eyes had been lit by passion and even her wings and tail trembled. Mei had never seen anyone use more lust to break themselves free of a lust charm like this. She couldn't help but wonder if she was the dream Asura here, or if it was this Ryu Tatsuya's woman who was the real dream Asura. As a member of her race, Mei wasn't exactly new to the realms of self-pleasure. In fact, many women among her race traded their ideas like they were some sort of hot commodity. But even with such knowledge, Elena had done some things that let alone she, even the whole of the Asura race hadn't thought of before. Mei felt even weaker than she did before. That strike to her chest was already devastating, but now she too felt like she had just suffered backlash to her soul, and unlike Ryu, it wasn't as easy for her to heal, although she would have an easier time compared to others. But there was another thing that was more troublesome. Or, rather, it would be troublesome to her once her soul actually healed. Right now, however, it didn't seem like much of a problem at all. There were now two people, a man and a woman, both with injured souls lowering their inhibitions, and both of whom had just seen maybe the most lust-inducing images possible. By the time Mei's vision cleared a bit of its cloudiness, Ryu was already before her, his gaze heavy and the masculine scent coming off of him in waves making her thighs shiver. Her bloodlines felt agitated, but it only made her body run hotter. Mei hadn't thought about picking out a Dao companion, she was simply too young. The demon race was more lax about such things, but it could also be very dangerous at the same time depending on the status of the woman involved. Her life was much less complicated if she just didn't care about such things for now. But at the moment, she felt a fire lit within her that she couldn't extinguish. Her mind wavered between clarity and cloudiness. If she really didn't like Ryu at all, she hadn't reached a point where she couldn't say no, especially considering the trump cards she still hadn't used. But the problem was that Ryu was just too attractive. Even setting aside his looks, his personality was to her liking, and his bloodline was even more so. Maybe it wouldn't be so bad. Mei couldn't finish her thoughts before a pair of hot lips enveloped her own. The two mixed saliva, blood and passion without the slightest care in the world. Mei's scales faded in her wings, legs and arms wrapped around Ryu. The pair skipped over foreplay entirely and Mei felt the last sliver of separation between them shatter as a warm heat that ran even hotter than her Asura bloodline penetrated her. At that moment, Mei came to understand why the women of her clan were so insistent on still finding partners even with all the methods they had on hand. None of those things could compare to the real thing. Not even close. Mei's back arched, her hazy gaze losing even more focus as she relished in the feeling of her body being used as nothing more than a target for release. He seemed to hit all of the right spots and that intoxicating fragrance seemed to be all she could smell. Her throat went hoarse from her cries as her claws dug into the flesh of her chiseled back. She had never felt so good in her life, it was even to the point where the pain of her soul couldn't be felt by her at all. However, what she didn't expect was for Ryu to directly subdue her. She originally had no intention of giving up her primordial yin. In the fact of two people equally as powerful, forcefully taking away a primordial yin was impossible, as was fusing two souls. Ryu was unaware of this. In Sacrum, while forcing the fusion of two souls was impossible, the taking of a primordial yin was set in stone. This was a large reason for the gap between men and women. However, due to her spirit-soul nature, Mei had more control of these things than most people did. In fact, all of the most talented women of her dream Asura race could accomplish this. This was how they protected themselves. But as Mei lost herself in the sea of pleasure, she felt Ryu's aura completely envelop her. Ryu, who had no idea about this matter, felt that he had been provoked. In Sacrum, although primordial yin was practically guaranteed to be lost, if someone too weak took on a primordial yin that was too powerful, death was very much a possibility. Ryu, who couldn't quite think clearly at the moment, thought that something similar was happening here and that the heavens thought Mei's primordial yin was too much for him to handle. As a result, his pride was triggered. When Mei felt Ryu trying to forcefully rip her primordial yin out of her, she should have felt enraged, but for some reason, an inexplicable feeling of warmth formed in her heart. The demon races were a lot like beast races in that their women didn't want to just be pursued, they wanted to be conquered. Rather than feeling infuriated, Mei only felt more aroused and her body shivered from head to toe. Chapter 1095. Conquering the women of the Dream Asura race were well known for the stamina. Usually, immortal women, in general, were far more robust than mortal women in this regard. This was why in the rare cases that an immortal man stumbled upon a mortal woman who stirred his heart, he would definitely feed her as many immortal treasures as he could afford before even laying a hand on her. However, even so, Dream Asura race women were on a completely different level. Not only were their bodies that of beasts, something that Ryu had seen personally, but their lustfulness was well documented. Many of the retellings of succubi in legend came from these very same women. Mei, as one of the absolute most talented in her race, especially in thanks to her spirit-soul nature, was even more certain of her own abilities, and for the first few hours, she was very much still confident. However, after a quarter of the day passed, she began to feel her pleasure peaking over a level she could maintain conscious control over. It was absolutely relentless, and Ryu never seemed to tire. In the beginning, she could still remain enough lucidity to protect her primordial yin, but as the time went on, she became no different from a small boat rocking in a vicious ocean of tsunami-like waves. It was absolutely suffocating. She found her body being bent and twisted at Ryu's whims. She realized at some point along the way that even if Ryu struck to kill suddenly, she would be too out of it to even counter. The waves of pleasure were co-opting her nerves and hijacking them for her own personal pleasure. As Mei cobbled these fleeting thoughts together over the course of several minutes, she was shocked even with herself. She might have given her first time to Ryu, but she didn't trust him. It was a very real possibility that she wouldn't have allowed this to happen at all if her soul wasn't compromised. Soul compromised. Mei suddenly realized that in her distraction, the injuries to her soul had already healed. As for when that had happened, she had no idea. Just as she wanted to think about it more, as though Ryu had sensed that she dared to think about something other than the firm rod sliding into and out of her, he slowly pushed himself in, forcing Mei to take as much of him as she could handle. His hips rotated slowly but firmly, making Mei's mind go completely blank. She forgot entirely about what she was thinking about, and at that moment, the last reins she had only primordial yin completely slipped away. Every part of her body stiffened and her legs shot out as straight as javelins. Even if her eyes hadn't rolled back, there was simply no way she could have been conscious enough to control her innate reaction at all. And yet, as though he hadn't noticed a single thing, Ryu remained relentless. He had been pent up for too long, caging himself for too long. He hadn't tasted a woman in years, and over a millennium if he counted the time it took for him to be reborn. At the same time, Mei was too enticing. Her every moan, her every shudder, the softness of her skin, the bouncing of her breasts, even those moist walls that wrapped so firmly around him were enticing to the 9th degree. Even without trying, it was like a vice grip and a kiss of an angel all wrapped into one package. How could Ryu know that fucking a dream Asura, especially one of Mei's caliber, was one of the greatest pleasures possible on the true martial world? What was even more shocking was that in the terms of her race, she hadn't even reached true maturity yet. When he felt her primordial yin surge into him, he wasn't even in a state to care about it at all, just shuttling it toward his spiritual sea and letting it expand endlessly while his soul was healed. In his current state, he simply didn't have the mind to care about anything else. It was only a few hours even after that when Ryu's soul fully healed that he spared a thought toward what he was doing. By this point in his cultivation journey, though, Ryu didn't even flinch. His inhibition toward such things were long since washed away and he moved about as he pleased. Since this Mei had been lucky enough to be pressed beneath him, then she would be his woman. Those were the extent of his thoughts before he continued. Mei might have already been as limpid as water and as malleable as clay already, but he wasn't satisfied. His bloodlines churned with an insatiable greed, conquering Mei over and over again. All the while, his spiritual sea broke past its limits again and again. It was only after Ryu sensed that his body had reached its limits and couldn't accommodate a soul that was any more powerful that he allowed what remained of Mei's primordial yin to sink into his body and begin to temper his blood. Unfortunately for Mei, this re-upped what small amount of stamina Ryu had used to this point and allowed him to keep charging forward like a bull. Mei could only hold on for dear life, her throat hoarse from moaning and her delicate skin drenched in sweat that was one part her own and another large part Ryu's. By the end, Mei had not an inkling of resistance remaining. She weakly held onto Ryu, her body twitching and shuddering from time to time. Her mind was hazy and her gaze unfocused, she couldn't even quite see the man laying on top of her, but she could feel his warmth. In that moment, she seemed to forget about everything else. Ryu released a roar and his draconic aura reached its apex, suppressing all things and suffocating all opposition. In his hands, even a dream Asura would be conquered. Chapter 1096, How? Ryu rose from his position, feeling refreshed. He swept a gaze toward Mei who had drifted off into a land of dreams and eventually decided on something. With a flip of his palm, he took out some beddings and pillows before laying her on the ground. As far as he was concerned, she was his woman now even if she wasn't his wife, and as such he wouldn't be so callous as to ignore her comfort. He didn't need to love her, but so long as she didn't betray him, anyone wanting to do harm to her would die beneath his wrath. This was simply his pride and his Tao heart as a man seeking the pinnacle of the world. Ryu turned toward the center of the room once again. Despite the intensity of there, 2. Battles. This place was practically unharmed outside of a few scratches. Considering the fact both Ryu and Mei had battle prowess bordering on a fragmented sky god of the third heaven, the fact that this room could remain untouched meant that the origin of this sect was almost assuredly beyond the third heaven. This made sense. Although the ruins of the heavenly path were usually less valuable than the inheritances, they wouldn't be shabby either. While Ryu didn't have affinity with them, none of the other ruins that he had cleared until this point could be considered to be weak. In the hands of the right person, they could display quite a bit of strength. Once again, Ryu found himself before the three jades. Before, he was only a bit confident, but now he was even more so. It could be said that Mei's boost to his soul had come in timely fashion. There was only one major realm separating the two of them, with Mei being at the lower divine pedestal realm. Even so, the benefit Ryu had gained from her was not small, although not as exaggerated as he was used to. Who asked Ryu to have bedded so many women who were so much more powerful than himself? Another reason he had benefited greatly was because Mei was already in the lower soul ascension realm, a leap upward from Ryu's current soul refinement realm. If she had been conscious enough to take note of Ryu's soul strength, she would have been shocked to realize that the two of them weren't at the same realm of the soul like she had always assumed. Ryu found his position in front of the jades and exhaled a breath. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened and a strong pressure descended all at once. Before the situation seemed to change and the ripples spread very far, Ryu snatched out 3 times in succession with lightning quickness. Bang, bang, bang. Every time he reached out, he did so with such quickness that the air exploded beneath his might. Just like that, all 3 jades appeared in Ryu's palm, a sneer curling his lips. Since this ruin wanted to play games, he could play games too. The time affinity was so impossibly rare that most mechanisms simply didn't have contingencies for them. Just standing within a time distortion would probably allow Ryu to bypass 99% of all formations in existence. Even amongst exceptionally powerful formations, the amount of extra resources, and especially rare resources, that would be needed to deal with the manipulation of time simply wasn't worth the cost given the risk associated. Ryu wouldn't be surprised if he could count the number of time manipulators in all of existence on just a single hand. No matter how powerful this sector clan, the likelihood that they would be prepared for Ryu was minimal, and he was proven correct. Before Ryu looked at any of the jades, he did a quick check to see if there were any extra mechanisms in place. It would be a shame if he got this far just to fumble it all at the finish line, but luckily there was nothing remaining, so he finally took a peek at the first jade. Ryu's gaze remained placid for a long while before it flickered with a peculiar light. This sect was indeed quite special. This sect was known as the Unbalanced Art Sect. This first jade did nothing else but introduce the sect and its core tenets, or at least that's what it seemed like on the surface. Considering the unorthodox nature of how this sect did things, Ryu wasn't ready to just accept everything at face value just yet. There was a good chance that he had missed something. The second jade, however, was even weirder. Rather than talking about the history and the establishment of the sect, it was nothing but a set of calligraphy pinups, but the issue with this calligraphy was that they lacked any air of refinement at all. Ryu wasn't sure about his standard in comparison to the true martial world, but back in Sacrum, he was most definitely a calligraphy master. Even if things weren't so exaggerated here, he should still be able to tell the difference between good calligraphy and bad calligraphy, and this was horrible calligraphy. Not only did it lack any air of refinement, but even the letterings were amateurish. Although they couldn't be said to be ugly, they weren't nice either. Even a mortal could do better, let alone an immortal with perfect control over their bodies. The final jade was the only one that seemed to have something useful. It was filled with formations, but these formations seemed to be completely unorthodox, but likewise extremely powerful. In addition, they seemed to be able to achieve things that other formations could not. As someone who could also be considered a formation master, Ryu was greatly intrigued as well. However, there was still nothing groundbreaking. Still, the situation was too odd. Could it be that the first 2 jades were entirely useless? That would make sense if the person crafting this place wanted to rely on karma as the final test, but even so, why not keep the jades blank, then? Did someone so powerful really have such a poor sense of humor? How did this history lesson, this bad calligraphy, and this catalog of formations link together? Chapter 1097, Dividing Chaos. Ryu's gaze narrowed. There was definitely a secret here. He didn't believe that things were so simple. However, it felt like it was entirely beyond even his Tao to see through. It was likely that whatever secret was lying in wait here was too profound for his third immortal grade Tao to see through. This wasn't necessarily a bad thing. After all, if it was so profound, then that meant that the treasures of this ruin were even beyond what he had assumed them to be. This wasn't a simple ruin, and the heavenly favor associated with it shouldn't be small. However, what was baffling was that even after several moments, Ryu didn't feel any influx of heavenly favor, leaving him frowning. To him, the use of this ruin was secondary. The most important thing to him to gathering up heavenly favor. In fact, the only reason he was willing to waste a few hours with Mei was because he felt that the reward of this ruin would be able to offset the time he spent. Completely unorthodox, after the reality settled in, Ryu understood that this end result was ultimately impossible to avoid. This ruin invested so much into a path not widely accepted by the heavens, so how could it have a great amount of heavenly favor associated with it? In fact, it was somewhat odd that the heavenly path would even allow such a place to appear here. Ryu looked down at the 3 jades in his hands again, his brows furrowed in thought. Suddenly, the ground rumbled and the 3 pillars that once held up the jades sunk into the ground. The process was slow and deliberate. The moment the pillars reached ground level, they rotated, the patterns on their surface adjusting themselves until they lined up with a complex formation on the ground. Right then, a blinding light shot up toward the ceiling. For a moment, it felt like the ceiling vanished and all Ryu could see was the vast expanse of a starry night sky. It was like the entire room had been transported into the depths of space. The stars connected one after another like a series of bouncing pinballs before the lines of energy converged into one and fused into a single beam that streaked down through the skies. It was simply too fast for Ryu to react. Before he could do anything, the beam fell upon him and penetrated his forehead. Ryu's pupils constricted and his body twitched. The feeling was all too familiar. The last time this happened, he had been branded for nothing other than forming a hegemonic Tao. But now he was being branded once again. Ryu's expression turned malevolent, his aura erupting. Piss off. Last time he was caught off guard, but this time, the moment he saw the beam, despite the fact he was too slow to react, he was prepared. Ryu's Tao flared up, his 8-trigram diagram lighting his irises ablaze with an ancient jade-colored light. However, as soon as it appeared, a dark gold appeared, layering the 8-trigram diagram with another formation circle that rotated in the opposite direction. In that moment, it looked as though Ryu had gained another layer of irises, shifting the ancient jade color of the 8-trigram diagram to a bright gold and causing the pair of irises that layer atop of them to radiate a blinding dark gold. At that instant, despite the fact Ryu only had a hegemonic Tao, if others familiar with Taos so powerful were present, they would feel an aura no weaker than an ancestral Tao, a Tao the likes of which only the pinnacle existences of the 8th and 9th heaven could possibly even gain an inkling into. Ryu roared, his body erupting with white gold heavenly patterns, a pair of blinding white wings spreading out from his back. I said, piss off. White flames rose like a tempest from Ryu's body, a suffocating pressure that caused the ruins to nearly tremble to the point of collapse exuding from him. Bang! A harsh bang followed by the sound of shattering glass resounded and the feeling of a brand vanished before it could properly form. The starry skies above turned crimson as they trembled. It was almost as though the skies had become sentient, realizing that they had actually failed to brand a mere path extinction realm expert. However, at that moment, despite not being able to see, Ryu glared up into the skies as though he would soar up to personally rip it apart with his bare hands. His headband fluttered wildly, threatening to fly from his forehead. He was almost goading the skies into attacking again, his fury rising like a tempest. Unfortunately for the skies, the energy of the formation flickered and weakened before winking out entirely. It was entirely incapable of striking a second time. According to the original design of the formation, it was meant to be able to target the 3 successors from any location in the true martial world and even beyond into wider existence. As such, it needed to establish a connection with the starry skies of the abyssal plane first, and only then would it find the location of the successors and brand them. Upon being branded, the 3 successors would always be able to sense one another and they would thus target one another until the inheritance came together as one. As Ryu had thought, this was the unorthodox path that the individual who formed this ruin wanted to go down. However, what the creator of this ruin didn't expect that all the effort would be wasted. The formation connected with the starry skies just to come all the way back and target Ryu who hadn't even left the ruin yet. It was like circling an entire planet to the right just to take one step to the left. If it had targeted Ryu directly, it would have had enough energy to attack continuously. In such a situation, no matter how indignant Ryu was, there would be very little he could do about it. But with things like this, it only had the strength to attack once. One might wonder why it was so important for Ryu to not be branded if he had skirted the rules to begin with and was the only successor. Aside from his own personal pride, Ryu felt that there was something particularly sinister about that brand. It was definitely more than just about having him target the other successors. The moment Ryu had released all 4 parts of his Tao, he felt everything so much clearer. There was something more sinister at play here. If he was correct, this brand didn't only allow the successors to be found by one another, but also by an unknown third party. He didn't know who this party was, nor where they were, but he knew that they were probably enraged by the failure of their plan. Ryu looked down at the jades once again as the starry skies above slowly faded away. He realized the mistake he had been making all this time. He was subconsciously using the heaven half of his Tao to make deductions, but from the very beginning, this was an unorthodox sect and couldn't be seen through using normal means. After Ryu entered the Path Extinction realm, his connection with the Chaos plane touched an entire different level and his Tao multiplied from 2 parts to 4. The first 2 parts were known as Dividing Karma and Dividing Tribulation. The second 2 parts, birthed from Chaos, were named Dividing Sin and Dividing Dharma. Together, they fused to become Ryu's Dividing Heaven. But this time, the weight behind these 2 words were far beyond what they had been in the past. Dividing Sin was the mirror of Dividing Karma. Dividing Karma parsed the strings of fate wrapping around an individual, reading them and even giving access to a window to influence them. Dividing Sin was far more direct. Not only did it see through these strings of fate and karma, but it could more directly influence them, even forcing change on the mental state of a target. Dividing Dharma was the mirror of Dividing Tribulation. Whether it was tribulation or dharma, both were the representation of consequences for one's actions but via different methods. One was the punishment of the heavens and the other was the result of one's karma. One assumed the judgment of the heavens, and the other broke free of the constraints of the heavens and placed the rights solely in the hands of the actor. Together, Dividing Sin and Dividing Dharma could fuse and become Dividing Chaos. Once they entered this state, their ability to see through the unorthodox path of this sect skyrocketed. This time, when Ryu looked toward the 3 jades, things that hadn't made much sense before seemed to become all too clear. So it's like this sect truly wants to see the world burn. Chapter 1098. Unbalanced. Ryu's gaze flickered several times before he forced his heart to calm. In truth, he had had a hint of worry in his heart. His battle with Mei had been so incredibly difficult, and a large part of the reason he was able to win in the end was because she had reservations and certain rules that she was meant to follow. Of course, it was also equally as important to consider that he too had reservations about things that he could and could not use as well, and in the end, he was forced to reveal his fire dragon bloodline, something that could have ended very poorly had his and Mei's relationship not taken such a route. This wasn't to say that Ryu trusted Mei with his secrets all of a sudden. However, compared to another knowing his secret, he would prefer a woman he had betted to know instead. At the very least, the connection they shared now, albeit shallow, was still more substantial than one he would share with anyone else. For Mei, it was in her best interest that the man she gave her first time to be as powerful as possible. It wouldn't suit her well at all for Ryu to suddenly be hunted down for his talent, as that would mean that one of her most valuable possessions had vanished in return for nothing. At the very least, if she treated Ryu like her man, then it would be an investment into his future, and from Ryu's perspective, she would only gain from such a thing. This aside, the main problem Ryu faced was that Mei was too powerful and she wasn't the only one of her kind that was here. There may very well be individuals more talented than her who had descended. Ryu had already decided before this that if it came to it, and he had to decide between revealing all of his talent or failing to accumulate enough heavenly favor, he would more definitely not choose the latter. This was his best chance at having a perfect breakthrough into the Tao pedestal realm. He couldn't just give it up, even if it meant exposing himself. He had to have been willing to make that sacrifice. With the strength that Mei had displayed, if he wasn't willing, the only thing waiting for him was failure, and if he still attempted while holding back, there would only be death. But this information here, this could potentially be a game changer, and it was a shortcut to a lot of the things that Ryu wanted to accomplish but hadn't been able to properly think through. In the several years he had spent playing Domain, there were many things that became clearer to Ryu. He only needed an impetus of inspiration to break through the final barrier and he would be able to have another enormous leap forward in his strength. Ever since Ryu had first met Mei and the other geniuses of the second heaven in that powerhouse's former abode, he had been thinking about formations. This wasn't only because the method of use the powerhouse displayed fascinated him, but it was also because of his soul. Back then, Ryu hadn't decided to press forward with his chaos-grade soul cultivation technique, and as such was still looking for a path to make use of his refinement sutra. As he had previously decided, he wanted to use alchemy for his chi realm, blacksmithing for his body realm, and formation mastery for his soul. The method of infusing one's Tao into one's formation nodes had greatly intrigued Ryu, especially since he had the Zhu ancestors' visualization which would allow him to very quickly deploy large and complex formations to aid and strengthen his overall combat prowess. Unfortunately, the difficulty was too high and he couldn't do it in a short time. At the same time, he had so many other things on his plate that focusing on this distant goal was simply unfeasible, until now. The history jade was encoded, containing a special mantra. This mantra held the secrets to the power behind the calligraphy jade. The calligraphy jade was akin to a lamp post. The lamp post would be the guiding light that allowed the formation jade to display its true strength. Of these three jades, it was the formation jade that had the greatest stand-alone power, at least on the surface. This was mostly because the formation jade had the most obvious benefits to be gained. However, if Ryu's deductions were correct, the most valuable of the jades was actually seemingly the most useless one of them all. The mantra hidden within the history of the unbalanced art sect was the most shocking of all the items here precisely because it was the secret to peering into the secrets of unbalance. Symmetry was intuitive. Many of the ways the heavens naturally created and allowed things to function fit in line with a certain way living beings lived and interacted with the world. In order to follow the methods of the unbalanced art sect, many of these things had to be unlearned, and the window into doing so was the unbalance mantra. According to what Ryu could tell from a cursory glance, the unbalance mantra placed the soul in a state of unbalance. If there was an equivalent state one could compare it to, it would be akin to placing one's body into a state of anti-gravity and losing all sense of equilibrium. For many people who experienced such a thing, they would likewise experience feelings of dizziness, nausea, and most wouldn't even be able to last a few seconds before throwing up. For those who practiced the unbalance mantra, the potential side effects were even worse than that. It could lead to cultivation deviation of the soul, something that was far worse than even cultivation deviation of the chi or body. While the latter two would cripple you at best and kill you at worst, the fate one would suffer under soul deviation was far worse from some perspectives. Not only could you still be crippled and die, but maybe the worst fate was to have your personality twist and warp unbeknownst to yourself. You could very well think yourself to be acting normal, only for those around you to perceive you as a completely different person entirely. It was said that of 1,000 cultivators capable of piecing together the secrets of the unbalanced mantra, 900 would die, 90 would be crippled, 9 would never be themselves again, forever losing their true personalities in a whirlpool of confusion, while only 1 would ever be capable of grasping it fully. It was only by placing your soul in this state of unbalance, however, that you would be able to break free of the shackles of convention and see the world in a different light. It would feel quite literally like stepping outside the bounds of reality, of thought, of even physics itself. Just grasping the mantra alone would make one's battle style unpredictable, unreadable, untouchable. If the descriptions were correct, it might even allow a mortal to defeat a lower-level cultivator if only they somehow grasped this mantra. Even so, this would just be the tip of the iceberg. The true prowess of the unbalanced mantra would be hidden until it was paired with the art mantra of the calligraphy jade and forged the complete unbalanced art mantra which would allow the true power of the formation jade to shine through. What would shock the elders of the unbalanced art sect if they were still alive, though, was that Ryu only stood in silence for all of 5 minutes, allowing his dividing chaos Tao to sink deeply into these jades and slowly construct and fuse them into one. After a moment, everything suddenly clicked. Ryu reached out a hand, forming a blade and slicing downward. A formless ripple formed and a tear in the void suddenly manifested. Without hesitation, he stepped into it and vanished. However, even though he was invisible to the naked eye, to Ryu, he was still standing in the very same spot, in the very same room. Ryu's heart trembled. Void tearing. This was an exceptionally high level of spatial affinity attainment impossible even for him. Usually, only sky gods could do such a thing, and even then they needed to have exceptional spatial affinity as well. From Ryu's understanding, only transcended sky gods should be able to warp reality to the extent that they could accomplish this. Even for someone with spatial affinity as broken as Ryu's, he too would have to become a fragmented sky god before he could accomplish this, while, of course, raising his soul to the same level. The fact that he could accomplish this now only had a single line of reasoning: the unbalance mantra. The unbalance mantra didn't come with power of its own. Rather, its strength came from its supplementary strength. Essentially, in the simplest terms possible, when you fused your talents with the unbalance mantra, it allowed you to break the rules and restrictions of said talent and accomplish things that should have been impossible. Ryu had already guessed that this was the case, but seeing it here personally, he felt that it was all surreal. This wasn't just a small measure of power boost. If used correctly, his current battle prowess would take an enormous leap forward. This would truly allow him to leap cultivation levels to challenge. Although Ryu could do so at the lower heavens, he never really considered this to be jumping levels. After all, his own talent was so much better than theirs. The true state of leaping cultivation levels to challenge would be if he could do so facing enemies like Mei. If in exchange for losing out on heavenly favor he gained this, it was all too worthwhile. Chapter 1099. Changes. Ryu stepped out of the void, his gaze flickering with several unshared thoughts. The feeling he was getting was odd, too odd. From what he could tell, the unbalance mantra didn't actually make his spatial chi any stronger. It didn't grow more powerful, nor was it suddenly able to output more offensive or defensive power. Rather, it was like its structure and fundamental nature had shifted somewhat, changing what it could accomplish. If Ryu had to explain it, it was almost like changing water from a liquid to a solid state. If you wanted to rip through a piece of paper with water, what would you have to do? Well, the obvious answer would be to pressurize the water until it became no different from a speeding drill. At the highest velocities, water could be just as dangerous as just about any other substance. Another approach was time. Even if you dripped water slowly onto a solid piece of steel, given enough time, it would make its way all the way through, let alone a piece of paper. Both of these were analogous to cultivation. Time and strength were what were needed in order to accomplish lofty goals. If Ryu had wanted to learn to step into the void, even with his current soul nature, it would take him the time and effort he would need to reach the fragmented sky god realm before he could accomplish it, and for others, it would take even up until the transcended sky god realm. But what if he froze the water into ice first? Would it still be difficult to rip through the paper? The answer was obviously no, but it also wasn't so simple as well. Given enough time or strength, water could cut through steel. But what about ice? Could it do so? Technically, the answer was yes. So long as the velocity was great enough, it could accomplish it. But the main issue faced here was the very same issue water faced. Suddenly, when given a large enough hill to climb, even the mutated water, or in this case, Ryu's mutated spatial chi, wouldn't be able to reach the peak. This was how Ryu saw the changes to his spatial chi. It hadn't become more powerful, it had just changed its state. At the same time, while water was better at some things in comparison to ice, so too was his unbalanced spatial chi inferior to his true spatial chi in some aspects. For example, Ryu could tell immediately that while he could cross far greater distances with his unbalanced spatial chi and even hide in the void with it to somewhat avoid the attacks of those incapable of doing the same, it was also harder to control and maneuver. In addition, this didn't mention the stamina drain. Of course, this stamina drain was applied to his soul, and as such, Ryu hardly worried about it. With the vastness of his spiritual sea, he didn't believe there were any geniuses beneath the seventh heaven who could match him in this regard, and even at that height, they would likely be rare. Even so, it was still something to consider. For a normal individual without a perfect blackbody soul brought to its absolute limits, they would probably only be able to use the unbalanced mantra for a few seconds at a time at Ryu's cultivation realm. Ryu, however, felt that it wouldn't be an issue to fight a battle of normal length while constantly having it activated, not to mention the fact that keeping it constantly activated was completely unnecessary. With this thought, Ryu began to test the effect of the unbalanced mantra on each one of his talents. He wanted to see just what they could accomplish when applied. If he didn't know about his own combat strength, how could he be expected to maximize it? Since he was already lagging a bit behind in his collection of heavenly favor, he might as well lag behind a bit more so that he could fully catch up with these new gains. The first thing Ryu noticed was that the unbalanced mantra was ineffective on his dows. But he wasn't too disappointed by this. If it was effective on his dows, then in all likelihood, the odds that he could use his Tao to deduce its secrets would be minimal. The second thing Ryu noticed was the change to his rage flame. His rage flame relied on his fury to bolster its strength. The angrier he was, the more powerful the flame became. However, when the unbalanced mantra was applied to it, the shackles of this seemed to be lifted. Rather than relying on his fury, it became completely reliant on the shackles, or lack thereof, on his bloodlines. Essentially, he could unlock the full potential of his rage flame instantly so long as unbalanced mantra was applied to it. This realization made Ryu curious as he immediately tried it, only to have his heart skip a beat as he quickly extinguished it. In just a brief instance, his clothes had burnt to ash and his ground beneath his feet had turned a bright red. This was the very same ground that hadn't suffered more than a scratch even during his and Mei's battle. Ryu's heart palpitated. The only time he had reached the fullest extent of his rage flames was during his final battle of Sacrum. He couldn't remember ever being so furious in his life. But back then, his talents were still shackled to the limits of Sacrum. But now, Ryu had unsealed his potential to the standards of the true martial world, and since he had been here, he had been forced to restrain his true talent and never really tested it out. Now that he thought about it, though, the moment he brought out his rage flames against Mei, he had gone from barely being able to cause her flesh wounds to nearly incinerating her, and that was despite the fact she had a high fire affinity herself. Chapter 1100. Singularity. Seeing the kind of strength his rage flame could produce, Ryu was quite excited to see what his other talents and chis could do, but he was very quickly disappointed. This was when he learned that the unbalanced mantra had great effects on certain types of energies and techniques, but not necessarily them all. Or at the very least, the current level that Ryu could use them to limited things. Other than making his other talents somewhat more unpredictable, Ryu didn't notice any changes until he tested the violet lightning flame. Ryu's violet lightning flame was a fusion of his tribulation lightning and his rage flames. After his comprehensions had reached a certain level, he gained the ability to separate them at will, something that was good because his violet lightning flame was far too powerful to be casually. It was by far Ryu's most potent attack, and after seeing the changes to his rage flame, its current strength was beyond his imagination. Interesting enough, though, what shocked Ryu was necessarily his violet lightning flame itself, but rather the fusion process. While Ryu was casually fusing them, he felt that the unbalanced mantra was trying to make its impact felt, and that was when Ryu's pupils constricted. Ryu didn't need the unbalanced mantra to help him to fuse his rage flames and tribulation lightning, so why was it acting? Unless, Ryu's mind jumped to a thought and his immediately dispersed his violet lightning flame. In one hand, he formed a dancing black-red flame, his rage flames, and in the other, he balanced a small orb of blue-gold water, his flowing frost yin water. As of now, he had weakened them both to an extreme. However, even so, the power they exuded was mighty. One wanted to freeze the world entirely and the other wanted to raze it to the ground. One wanted to flood the world with life and the other wanted to destroy every fiber of it. They were two completely opposing and almost disastrously different energies. And yet, Ryu slowly brought them together. Ryu watched as the orb of blue gold and the flickering flame of black-red fused together into one. However, rather than exploding like he thought might happen, they seamlessly melded into one another, dancing with a rainbow of colors that made one's heart palpitate. Ryu's just steeled and he tossed the orbs dancing with a dark gold-violet light. However, he was entirely unprepared for what happened next. Boom! The explosion was deafening. After the first impact, all Ryu could hear was a hollow ring in his ear. Space warped and twisted, a wide explosion forming before it suddenly shrunk down into a singularity, swallowing up everything before vanishing. When everything cleared, Ryu's pupils could only shrink into pinholes. Right there, in the location he had tossed the fusion, there was a semi-spherical hole with a surface as smooth as mirrors. It was only 2 meters across while being only about a meter deep, and didn't seem to affect anything else around it, but the fluctuations of wild space within it were enough to make even Ryu's heart palpitate despite his soul nature. This region that he and Mei weren't able to leave a scratch on during their battle was actually blown to bits. If not for the sudden warp in space and the singularity that formed, the destruction would have been thousands of times worse without a doubt. Even Ryu himself would have been implicated. Of course, Ryu had contained the explosion in layers of space, which was likely why the singularity formed to begin with, and this was also why the explosion didn't disturb Mei, but the result, that was just his yin water and rage flame at their lowest setting. What if he went all out? The unbalance mantra, it could allow Ryu to break the rules, fusing two substances that would never fuse normal, and once he released the unbalanced shackles on it and forced it back into the real world, the results of the separation would be devastating. But even so, Ryu wasn't the most excited about this. While it was a powerful attack, yes, he would most be restricted to using normal fire and water chi in battle, as he couldn't expose his true talent unless he absolutely had to. While this fusion would likely still be powerful, Ryu highly doubted that it would be as powerful as the yin water of a perfect sky god and the rage flames of the dragon race. What Ryu was most excited about was fusing his chi with his spatial chi, and maybe even his time chi when he was really pushed up against it. Until now, Ryu could only apply his spatial chi after the fact. While the effects were still good, they were limited and not nearly unpredictable enough. But what if he could fuse his spatial chi with his other energies? Just what kind of effect would that have? And, what if he could apply the same void-breaking prowess to his other chis as well? Just what kind of monster would he become? Ryu's head danced with thoughts before he exhaled a breath, looking down at the other two jades in his hands. If the unbalanced mantra alone could have such power, what if it was properly fused with the other two? Just what kind of strength would he be able to unleash? In reality, while the unbalanced mantra seemed ridiculously powerful, the reality was that it was reliant on Ryu's foundation. If Ryu didn't have rage flames, or yin water, or a spacetime soul nature, the unbalanced mantra wouldn't be nearly as useful to him. However, the foundation it laid was exceptional, and if it could have such a powerful foundation, the full extent of its prowess wasn't to be underestimated. With a thought, Ryu began to look into the calligraphy jade, his mind falling into a deep well of thought as he began to deduce it using his dividing chaos Tao. After several moments, his brow furrowed, a hint of seriousness gracing them. Chapter 1101. Calligraphy Jade. Even with his Tao in his grasp of the unbalanced mantra, Ryu found his gaze blurring when he looked toward the calligraphy jade. However, he knew that this was actually a good sign, not a bad one. That was because the first time he looked toward it, he didn't feel this. This meant that something had shifted. The pressure on Ryu's soul increased and he even felt some of his sense of self slipping. The frown on Ryu's face deepened and he pulled back somewhat. Did this mean that he just couldn't see through the secrets of the calligraphy jade, then? This wasn't too shocking. In reality, even when it came to the unbalanced mantra, if the elders of the unbalanced art sect knew that he had grasped it, their shock would be difficult to put into just a few words. While these were the core techniques of the sect, for a sect to be this powerful, it wasn't rare for such core techniques to not be applicable until even the sky god realm. To them, Ryu would barely be considered a junior, with everyone below the path extinction realm being a pup that had yet to grow. For him to be able to use their most important techniques at all would be a great shocker, so this wasn't surprising at all. Even so, Ryu couldn't help but frown. He was too curious about exactly what the secret of this calligraphy was. They didn't look special at all. They weren't written in some unknowable language, nor did they radiate some mysterious power, not until, that is, he gazed toward them using his unbalanced mantra and his dividing chaos. The trouble with that, though, was that it didn't make sense. The art of calligraphy gained its strength from what it could make others feel. Resonating with the heavens and causing change was the core ability of it, but if he couldn't see through it normally, that meant that normal people would be entirely unaffected by the calligraphy. In which case, didn't that defeat the purpose? Take a sect banner, for example. Many powerful sects would have their founder leave behind some words or a mark. This could come in the form of a rule stele, a sword or weapon scar, and there were some calligraphy masters that would choose to write out the name of their sect to be shown to all those who entered. Even if one didn't grasp the full intention of the calligraphy or all of its mysteries, everyone from the strongest character to the absolute weakness would be able to feel its aura, because that was the point to begin with. How could one feel awe for a sect if their banner was lackluster? That would be more embarrassing than anything else. Back when Ryu first formed Dividing Karma, the very first portion of his Tao, it was through the use of calligraphy that he was able to resonate with the heavens and punish the false sky god of the Armament Guild. It was because his calligraphy carried a special air to it that the heavens were able to sense it and thus exact judgment. It wasn't his own strength that had accomplished such a thing. At the time, he didn't stand a chance against a false sky god of Sacrum. Even as a mortal, Ryu could make the powerful experts around him feel awe through his calligraphy, borrowing the strength of the heavens. Let alone calligraphy, this was how all four great arts worked. Back in Sacrum, There were even stories of mortals becoming sky gods in one leap after their artistry reached a certain level. Whether it was domain, calligraphy, painting or feng shui, they all followed the exact same pattern. However, this calligraphy, Ryu's gaze flashed. A calligraphy that only I can sense the specialness of. That's it. In that instant, Ryu flipped his thoughts on its head. The unbalanced art sect was one that didn't follow convention. Everything from the puzzles he had to clear to make it to this place, all the way up to the jades in his hands, were far from conventional. In that case, what if instead of crafting calligraphy designed to elicit a reaction of the heavens and evoke a change in the people, this calligraphy was only designed to effect change within the body of the user, him or herself? If Ryu took this even a step further, he could consider the fairly regular nature of calligraphy. When one was writing personal notes for themselves, or scribbling down something to remember, would they care about the aesthetics of the piece? Some might, but it would ultimately be a waste of time and core importance of the action itself would be missed. For myself, I understand. Ryu's eyes glowed as his lips separated. He held the jade in one hand and pointed out a finger in the other. Strength. Ryu quickly etched the calligraphy into the air, a dark gold light following the path of his finger almost unbeknownst to himself. The moment the character formed, it solidified and the air rippled. Ryu struck with a palm, the character following the arc of his swing and colliding against a nearby wall. Bang! Ryu shuddered and his arm almost popped out from its socket. But even so, the room quaked and a small splinter formed beneath his palm. The results were far greater than Ryu had expected. He had struck with all of his might just now, but his strength was 20% greater than he had expected it to be. In fact, because of that difference between his expectation and the result, he didn't properly brace himself and almost ended up suffering some backlash. A 20% increase in strength, it was unbelievable. For many, that was the difference between a small realm. Raising your power output by an entire fifth, depending on your cultivation level, could take millennia for some, and for others, after reaching a certain point, such an increase was simply impossible without a life-changing opportunity. Usually, only the secret skills that Ryu had learned about just a few years ago could accomplish such a thing, but even then that would require some large sacrifice on your part. However, this 20% increase in strength almost came at no cost at all outside of some focused chi and spiritual chi. It was astonishing. Chapter 1102. Unfortunate Ryu retracted his palm and rotated his shoulder a bit. The only real drawback was clearly the backlash. If his body wasn't strong enough to handle the increase in strength, then he would obviously suffer for it, much like a mortal smashing a fist against a concrete wall. However, Ryu wasn't too worried about this. If he was in a situation where he needed to make use of such strength, he would be beyond needing to worry about such minor injuries. In addition, he had many methods of reinforcing his body that he hadn't used just now, and even if he didn't, with his current healing factor, dealing with such a minor ache didn't even take a single second. This art, as it was called, wasn't even the only one he had in his arsenal either. There were arts designed to increase technique strength, for example, and such arts would only place pressure on his meridians. But since when did Ryu care about pressure to his meridians? In fact, he often worried that there wasn't enough. If Ryu used the art mantra on his chi realm techniques, or even his mental realm techniques, his battle strength would soar. Although he was limited to just 20% now with his current understanding and soul strength, such a boost was ridiculous, especially if he applied it to the right things. And the best part was that the ask on his soul stamina felt even less than when he was using the unbalanced mantra. If Ryu was already satisfied with the unbalanced mantra being the reward for this trip, receiving the art mantra right afterward was more than just a cherry on top. It felt to him that his luck was truly great this time around. The opportunities of the convergence were excellent and he had only just appeared. Ryu turned his gaze toward the formation jade. The jade was filled with formations capable of being applied in battle to bolster one's strength. It seemed that, ultimately, the people of this sect were formation masters first and foremost, so this was definitely by far their strongest techniques. Even if the unbalanced mantra and the art mantra weren't applied, from what Ryu could see, just applying the formations as would give one a great boost to their strength. There were 9 formations within the jade, however, each of the 9 had variations that started from the heaven grade and increased to a grade that Ryu simply couldn't see through at all. There were 3 formations for offense, 3 formations for defense, and 3 enigmatic formations that were difficult to see through. However, if Ryu was correct, if the unbalanced mantra was applied, the lowest grade would display the strength of an mystical grade formation, and if the Ard mantra was applied on top of this, it would display the strength of an ancestral grade formation. If he managed to fuse the two into one and apply the unbalanced Ard mantra to the formations, the weakest heaven grade formation would display a strength equivalent to a fragmented sky god. Of course, these were just based on the standard of the third heaven. Ultimately, it would still be a heaven grade formation and thus designed to be used by immortal ring and path extinction realm experts. Still, this was a shocking realization, but it was also because of this that Ryu looked at the jade without any hurry to continue onward. He wasn't quite sure of how to proceed even after several moments of thought because there were no clues on how to fuse the two mantras together. Ryu had a feeling that the secret to proper fusion would have been hidden in the slave mark the person who set up this ruin had tried to brand on him, and if that was true, he would have to figure it out on his own, and he wasn't exactly sure how difficult that would be. In the worst case, it would probably require deducing a portion of the cultivation technique he didn't have any access to. That would be just shy of rebuilding this technique from the ground up in difficulty. The trouble was that these techniques were so profound that it was far beyond Ryu's doubt to even begin to analyze them to such depth, and without full and complete comprehension of both halves, it would be foolish to even think of fusing them. It was unfortunate, but it seemed that he wouldn't be able to bring out the full power of this technique, but he didn't regret his decision at all. If he had to choose between being branded like a slave again and dealing with an incomplete technique, he would choose the latter 100 out of 100 times. Not only will I fuse this technique one day, I'll make it even better than what it originally was. After this thought, Ryu flipped his palm and put the three jades away, looking over to find that Mei had woken up with a somewhat dazed look. At first, she had woken up with a genuine smile she couldn't seem to wipe from her face, but then she remembered what happened. She blinked a few times, shook her head, and then seemed to notice that Ryu was looking at her. After a moment of silence, Mei looked down to find that her breasts were exposed to the air, but she didn't immediately hide them. For one, that would just make her lose more face, and secondly, there wasn't much of a point anymore, was there? She looked around at the plush pillows and covers around her before she scoffed. While that brute was fucking her, he didn't think about this sort of comfort at all, and they did it directly on the cold, hard, marbled floors. It seemed that he finally remembered that she was a lady. Mei's gaze shifted toward the three podiums and frowned somewhat when she saw that the three jades were gone. From what she remembered, it was impossible to take all three at once. Could someone else have been here? Mei shook her head and stood to her feet, her nude body glistening with a rosy light. It was clear at a glance that she looked even healthier than before. Ryu hadn't noticed it before, but her body was dotted with crimson-black scales here and there. It gave her a somewhat exotic look and made her exposed skin all the more alluring. Of course, that was if her wings and tail weren't already enough to accomplish that. You took my primordial yin. Mei opened her soft cherry lips to speak, and these were the first words she uttered. Chapter 1103. Soul Nature. Ryu looked toward Mei. She already knew the answer to the question before she asked it. Usually, he would probably make her know as such, but he didn't mind giving her a bit of leeway given the circumstances. He didn't have much patience for people usually, but when it came to people he considered his own, he could give them more rope. When it came to people he loved, he would give them as much rope as they wanted. While Mei didn't fall into that latter category, at the very least, he wouldn't lose his cool over such a simple question. Instead, he simply nodded faintly. Mei sighed and shook her head. With a flip of her palm, a new set of clothing appeared as her tail and wings slowly retreated into her body. As things went, this wasn't the worst-case scenario. In all honesty, it was probably worse for Ryu than it was for her. But that wasn't something Ryu knew yet, or maybe he wouldn't be so casual about it all. I don't think you know what that means, Mei said lightly. Does it matter? Ryu replied, his tone casual. He was smart enough to know that Mei was seemingly implying something, but he didn't know the meaning of the word regret. Since he had acted as he pleased, he would of course deal with what came with it. This was what it meant to be a true powerhouse. Mei's gaze flashed, a slight heat circulating through her. She liked that overbearing look in Ryu's eyes almost a bit too much. He really didn't care at all what came with it. You're willing to take responsibility? Mei asked, a hint of confusion and maybe even a bit of speculation in her tone. Now that she had revealed her lineage as a dream Asura, Ryu, even if he wasn't aware of exactly what it meant to take her primordial yin, he should understand that there were certain cultural issues what would come from this. Although Ryu had that mysterious bloodline, it was clear that he was human. As a human, he should know of the strained dynamics between the human race and the Asura race. The fifth heaven was the first heaven where non-human races and non-beast races began to truly make their presences felt. As one of the first heavens where this occurred, it was a somewhat new dynamic that made relations very difficult. This strain was only made worse by the true heavenly path, the path separating the sixth heaven and the seventh. The true pinnacle of the martial world were the top three heavens. The competition for entry was stiff and every vied for position. It could be said that the fifth and sixth heaven were perpetual war zones. Comparatively speaking, the fourth heaven was a bit better, though still very strained in its relations as well. In a situation like this, like races tended to band together, painting other races as the scum of the earth. Although interrelations between the races wasn't unheard of, those relationships tended to be very casual, even to the point that the races had come up with methods to protect their primordial yins. The women of the Dream Asura race were highly sought after and often the subject of desire for countless races of men, so it wasn't rare for them to mingle with other races like this. But even so, something like what happened between herself and Ryu was very rare and often led down the road of tragedy. Things would be fine for her ultimately because the loss of her primordial yin wasn't the end-all be-all, but there was still the matter of how the young men of her race would react to this change, how her family would react, and how the human cultivators Ryu interacted with following this would react to it. So when she asked such a thing, the weight behind the words weren't small. "I always take responsibility for the things I do," Ryu replied indifferently. Mei stared at Ryu for a long time. There were many men with false fronts of confidence, many men who were willing to act on impulse in a moment without thinking, only to try to run from it after the fact. Those couldn't be said to be men with confidence. If you acted without knowing the consequences, it couldn't be considered confidence or bravery, it was ignorance and stupidity. However, if you acted not caring what the consequences might be, whatever they might be, then you were beyond confident and brave, you were arrogant to the point you turned your nose up at the world. Ryu wasn't a fool, just judging by Mei's tone and the context clues surrounding her actions, he understood what her worries must be. If anything, she was asking solely for his benefit because she didn't seem to be worried about herself at all. Mei's lips parted, but in the end she closed them. She could tell that nothing she said would change Ryu's mind. It seemed that she had accidentally stumbled into finding a good partner. "Let's go," Ryu said, turning to leave. Mei's brows shot up. This man was really casual about such thing, huh? He already took charge as though it was only natural that she follow him, but even so, she didn't feel much resistance to it at all. You took the 3 jades." Mei caught up to Ryu, subconsciously wrapping her arm around his. It just felt like a natural action to take. "Yes," Ryu replied. "How?" Mei asked. She couldn't even see through these formations and she didn't believe any who wasn't well into the sky god realm could. "My soul nature isn't a space soul nature, it's a space-time soul nature." Mei's pupils constricted, her heart nearly leaping into her throat. She was speechless. Not to mention the fact she had never heard of such a soul nature, the fact he was just so casual with revealing it left her without words. Chapter 1104. Annoying Mei fell into silence for a long time. A time affinity wasn't a small matter, in fact she wasn't sure if something like this had ever existed before. Usually, it required hard work and many years of contemplation before one could finally grasp time affinity, and even those paragons of the past who finally managed to succeed could only rely on good luck and countless billions of years of effort. However, Ryu was actually born with such an affinity. Just what kind of monster was he? Not only was he born with such an affinity, but he could even make use of it to trick such a powerful inheritance ground. This was simply too astounding. In truth, now Mei was curious. She wanted to know exactly what this ruin had to offer, but she also didn't have the cheek to ask Ryu for it. Technically, she had lost their battle, and if not for some lust-induced activities, she would have had to use her escape measures or reveal some things she could not. Either way, it would result in her loss. Plus, considering the fact that Ryu had just revealed to her the true nature of his soul, she wasn't even sure if the latter would be an option. Then there was the need to consider his odd bloodline and his fire spirit body. "Come to think of it, your bloodline," Mei somewhat mumbled. Since Ryu had volunteered such information, there was no telling what else he would tell her, so she didn't feel that it was a problem to ask. Plus, she found it hard to believe that there would be anything more shocking than a spacetime soul nature. But even so, She was curious about what bloodline that was. She felt quite oppressed in the fact of it, and the spike to his power when he led it rampage wasn't small. He had gone from barely being able to harm her to shattering her ribs in a single strike. The leap was enormous. Fire dragon, Ryu said without much thought. Mei froze. However, because Ryu kept walking, she nearly stumbled forward, her arms still wrapped around his. She couldn't wrap her head around what she had just heard. You aren't human. Mei was speechless. She was absolutely certain that he was. The fire dragon was the emperor of the dragon race, a race of beings that one could only barely start finding the dregs of in the seventh heaven. Even the weakest of their species were only so low, let alone their rulers. Could it be that Ryu had masked it? No, I am human, Ryu replied. Only one of your parents is a dragon. Neither of my parents are dragons, I just happen to have dragon blood. Mei's jaw nearly dropped and she felt like she suddenly understood everything. No wonder why this man was so unrestrained and wild. His ancestors even dared snatch the bloodline of the Emperor of Dragons, why would he care about some pressure from her dream Asura race? He was already a walking target. If he ever revealed this to anyone else, or if this information was spread, he would be hunted down to the ends of the true martial world. Mei burst out into a rain of cold sweat. She suddenly felt that it wasn't Ryu who had just taken a step into a hellish scape, but rather herself. Just what had she entangled herself in? How is that even possible? I am not from the true martial world. I come from a middle world known as Sacrum. Mei suddenly understood. Finally she knew what Ryu had meant when he said that he wasn't part of her group, he really wasn't lying. However, after she understood this, she was even more confused. How had someone from a lesser world become so powerful? He was still young, albeit older than herself, so how had he managed it? She was endlessly shocked by this man. Lost in her thoughts, Mei didn't even notice that Ryu had already led them to the gates of the sect and opened them. On the other side, there weren't many remaining. There was only Antha and the impatient young man of the sentient sword sect, Sengen. When the two saw the gates opening, their gazes flashed with astonishment, less due to the fact that the gates were finally open, and more due to the fact the cold-faced Mei was hanging on the arm of a man. Antha was probably the most surprised of the two as she knew things that others didn't, but she suddenly understood, after a moment and giggled, rushing up to Ryu and circling him. Hee, big sis, you caught a big one. How did you manage to get him on a leash? He's so handsome, you'll let me have a bite too, right? Don't be stingy. Mei seemed to understand what Antha was implying and couldn't help but helplessly shake her head. This little girl was truly too mischievous. She did and acted as she pleased without much care for her surroundings usually, and she was even more brazen now as she skipped around like a proud little peacock as though Mei's accomplishments were her own. Sengen was instantly unhappy when he saw Mei do this, but he quickly turned his anger to disdain. However, before he could say anything, Ryu spoke. Let's go, I've wasted enough time, I have to accumulate as much heavenly favor as possible before the next phase. Antha was caught off guard. If Ryu was really in Mei's clutches, he wouldn't be directing them like this. She couldn't help but look toward Mei again, her eyes widening. So it was her conquering him, but the vice versa. Sengen's sneer also froze before it then became anger once more. He had come all the way here to not only have his women snatched, but even the likely rewards of this ruin as well. His patience had run its course. Your spatial ring, hand it over. I want to see what's. Bang! Sengen's head exploded, frying to ash as a blue steel needle zipped back toward Ryu. Annoying. Chapter 1105. How many mistresses? Antha's expression flickered. A single strike, could it be that? Antha looked toward Ryu and then back toward Mei, then back again. She seemed to have realized something. If Mei wasn't controlling Ryu, then probably the only explanation from what had happened was that she had been subdued by Ryu instead, and the only way for that to happen would be for Ryu to have battle prowess similar to or even surpassing Mei. In such a situation, the only explanation for the would be for Ryu's background to be similar to Mei's. Back when she had first met Ryu, she had had her suspicions. After all, someone who could battle World Sea Realm experts at the Immortal Ring Realm had to have their own secrets. The reason Antha had dismissed this, though, was because of the fact Ryu had revealed the fact he was in the Immortal Ring Realm. According to the pact these geniuses had to follow, they had to blend in with the society as best they could. This was why Mei had pretended to be at the World Sea Realm as well. Ryu would clearly breaking one of the most obvious rules by doing this, and she didn't think anyone would be so bold. But now, she wasn't so sure. Could someone from the lower heavens really be so talented that he could even defeat Mei? That just felt impossible. Antha froze and suddenly shot forward. In an instant, her nose hovered along Mei's collarbone and her neck, taking deep sniffs. Although the scene in context was somewhat weird, from a distance, it was truly a tempting one. It looked almost as though Antha was kissing along Mei's neck, collarbone and shoulders, and even Mei had turned entirely red. Antha was speechless. Submitting to a man was one thing, losing your virginity was another, but to even give up your primordial yin after just a single day. Just what kind of magic mushrooms did this man feed her? Mei, who seemingly realized what Antha had seen through, turned red and refused to meet her gaze. As for Ryu, he had already made his intentions of leaving clear enough, so after Sengen's death, he had already begun to move, taking Mei along and forcing Antha to run around them like a cute puppy with her nose in the air and a skeptical look on her face. With a human, Antha finally said. Mei coughed, subconsciously tightening her grip on Ryu's arm. With Antha questioning her like this, how could she not feel somewhat uncomfortable? It wasn't as though she had planned things to go this way. She hadn't even really put much thought into what she wanted in a Dao companion. She wasn't even 20 years old yet, even in mortal terms that was outrageously young, let alone in cultivation terms. It had been a few years since Ryu last saw Antha and Mei, but back then, the two both had cloaking techniques to hide their true age. If not for this, they would have looked like two little girls just entering their teen years. It was only after Ryu spent a few years playing Domain that they truly became women, but even then, Mei was only 19 years old while Antha was just barely lagging behind at 18 years old. This was part of the reason Antha found all of this so amusing. Ho ho, Antha laughed. It wasn't in her demeanor to be too serious for too long. Although this was truly a matter of life and death when it was broken down to its barest bones, she still couldn't help but make light of the matter. Aren't you a little too bold? You went and ate up this little princess, and here I thought you were a prude. You didn't even let me hold your arm before, but look at how obedient you are now. Antha chuckled as though she was both relishing in Ryu's misfortune and anticipating the entertainment that was coming. I get it, though. Our little princess is too tempting, tisk tisk. My mother always said that women prefer standoffish women, but I never liked being that way. To think that it would really work. And you, Antha turned her attention toward Mei, I get that he's a little handsome, okay, he's a lotta handsome, I concede defeat, but you couldn't last one day without spreading your legs. When did my big sis become such a little slut? Antha giggled and laughed all the way, seemingly not needing anyone to help supplement her banter. She was having the time of her life, this day was like a gift from the skies. Tell me, how'd it happen? What did I miss? Don't tell me you already fell in love with him back then. I have to admit that he was quite valiant, but that Brune was too weak of an opponent. The love of our little princess can't be that cheap, right? Antha poked and prodded at Mei before she finally relented and explained what happened, but rather than calming her down, all of this only made Antha laugh harder. So, he really did beat you in battle, I knew it. He's a major realm beneath you too, right? To think that big sis would get spanked like this. Mei avoided eye contact. Of course, she had left out some of the more salacious details. If she really told Antha exactly what happened back then, she would never hear the end of it. At the same time, though, she had a hint of worry in her eye. Okay, it's time for you, mister. You have to obediently answer my questions. After all, you're the hubby of my big sis now, you can't ignore me like before or else I'll complain. Tell me honestly, are you two-timing our little sis? How many mistresses do you have running around? Don't lie to me, I have my ways of finding out the truth. Ryu cast an indifferent glance toward Antha, but in the end, as he approached the barrier to exit this place, he answered. I have 3 wives and 2 concubines not including Mei. Antha fell into a rare moment of silence and blinked. At the same time, rather than jealousy, there was actually a look of worry that deepened in Mei's gaze. Chapter 1106. Antha pursed her lips. She didn't seem angry with Ryu either. Rather, she just seemed to realize that it had become more difficult to make a joke of this matter. Mei knew from the beginning that Ryu had other women. After all, the impetus for their first time together wasn't just the damage to their souls, but rather also Elena. Mei hadn't known Ryu for long, but it had been long enough to know that there was simply no way he would carry around the naked images of a random woman he had no affiliation with. Such a man could easily find a woman to bed, why would he need such a thing? In fact, even if Ryu wasn't so outstanding she wouldn't believe it. That was because men who could cultivate in general didn't have such worries. Even if they didn't bed women of their cultivation, there were always women of lower cultivation ranks looking for thick trees to hug. It simply wasn't an issue to find women for powerful men in this dog-eat-dog world. In addition, beyond this, the Asura race didn't have the same stigma against such things. Powerful human women might not want to share their husbands, and this only became more true the more powerful they were. However, powerful Asura race women, so long as they were subdued a single time, didn't have the mind to care about such things. They even felt that it was the natural state of things. The reason it was a problem though, Antha looked for Mei to Ryu back and forth once again. Soon, she realized that Mei didn't seem to have really told Ryu what this meant. "Do you realize what this means?" Antha asked. "Does it matter?" Ryu said without a care, waving his hand and opening up a passage. With a step, the trio appeared in the depths of the forest once again and Ryu flipped over his palm to reveal the matrix once more. Before this, he had already been thinking about moving to a new region as he had already found all the easy-to-spot ruins, so he would just follow through on that now. Antha was stunned by the indifferent answer and suddenly understood something. It wasn't that Mei was hesitant to tell Ryu, it was more so that Ryu didn't seem to care in the slightest and Mei didn't know how to inform him through his indifference. Antha exhaled a breath. In our dream Asura race, despite our relative promiscuity, it is still rare for the men of our race to have more than one wife. Do you know why? Ryu didn't answer, completely focused on the matrix. He didn't know why, but as he had already said, he simply didn't care. There are two reasons. The first is related to our women themselves, and the second is related to our culture. The first is because of the uniqueness of our primordial yin. We descend from the dream. Wraiths and our status amongst Asuras is somewhat unique. Due to this, it's difficult for our primordial yins to coexist with that of other women's. You might not feel it now because you're at the very least at a decent standard of talent, but as time goes on, and especially as Mei grows more powerful, it will become more difficult to manage. Our primordial yins are stronger in yin than almost any other primordial yin in existence, and that's especially so for Mei who has a spirit soul nature on top of that. As Mei grows stronger, the first thing that will happen is that her primordial yin may swallow that of your other wives and concubines. The time it takes to do so will depend on how talented your wives are relatively speaking, but the truth is that even if they are far more talented than our little princess, the odds of them surviving is nil because of the nature of the dream Asura's primordial yin. If this happens, there will be a trigger and the primordial yin will grow many times stronger, wanting to devour more and even beginning to target your primordial yang and even further, your soul. If you are swallowed up directly, you'll die, of course. But worse than that, you'll be assimilated and become part of Mei's strength, all of your talent and power becoming hers as well. Due to this, it's in your best interest that you do everything you can to stop the first step from taking place, so usually even if our men choose a dream Asura as a wife, he will only assimilate her primordial yin and only hers. But even then, the danger isn't entirely gone. Our people know of these dangers, which is why there are certain strict rules. Men always like to overestimate themselves and always believe they're the exception to the rule, so because of this, we had to implement cultural changes as well. Upon taking a dream Asura as a wife or concubine, one must pass a test of our Asura race. Even if you have just a single wife, the pass rate is just 10%. The difficulty increases by an entire order of magnitude for every primordial yin you have within you. If what you say is correct and Mei truly is your sixth primordial yin assimilated, that would mean that you would have to pass a test with only a 0.001% chance of survival. This test must be taken within 10 years. Failure to do so will result in you being hunted down by a sky god expert of equivalent power to the status of the primordial yin you've taken. And, considering the fact that Big Sis is part of the main lineage and is a princess of the main lineage placed in high regard, you will have to face off again a transcended sky god at the best and potentially even an omniscient sky god. Antha fell into silence and Mei's grip subconsciously tightened again. However, when Ryu spoke, they were stunned into an even deeper silence. Okay, he replied indifferently. Chapter 1107, Descent. Antha didn't know what to say at that point. Even if Ryu didn't take the survival rate of the test seriously because he looked down on their Asura race, there was no one who didn't understand the kind of power transcended sky gods held, let alone omniscient sky gods. These were existence that formed dynastic Taos at the worst and had also brought them to maturity. The gap between someone with an immature Tao and a mature one was unfathomable. Even for Ryu, who could be considered to have 4 separate hegemonic Taos, he would lose out thoroughly to a mature common grade Tao wielded by a fragmented sky god. This was how exaggerated it was. There was no lack of geniuses who had powerful Taos in states of maturity, and yet had no choice but to settle for weaker variations of their path in order to succeed in forming their godhoods. Sometimes, one might fall as much as 1 or 2 grades before succeeding. Although there were some cases of the reverse happening, this was all too rare and wasn't even worth mentioning. Even when it came to Mei, who had a peak dynastic Tao, she would be expected to form at least a sovereign Tao by the time she reached the world's sea realm. Only then would she be able to live up to her true potential as a sky god. In fact, most would hope that she would form a dominion Tao at the very least. Like this, they would be able to breathe easy even if her Tao fell 2 grades during her godhood formation. Taos were very malleable while in a state of immaturity, but after one formed a godhood, improving the grade of a Tao was almost impossible because doing so would be akin to recultivating every sky god realm you had passed through. This was all to say that monsters who could reach the transcended sky god realm were usually top-class geniuses who had often formed dominion Taos in their youth, and for omniscient sky gods, this was almost guaranteed to be the path they had taken. To show not the slightest bit of fluctuation at their mention, just who was this man, exactly? This way, Ryu said. It was clear that after he had given his acknowledgement to Antha's words, he didn't really give it a second thought. His main goal was to make up for the heavenly favor he had lost out on. He didn't care enough to be worried about such a thing. Plus, it wasn't even guaranteed that he would be hunted down. Didn't he just need to pass their little test within 10 years? So what were they so anxious for? Of course, Ryu wasn't naive enough to believe that it would be so easy. Setting aside the talent of the Asura race, and the fact that any young man willing to take such a test would definitely be the cream of the crop just by virtue of the kind of test it was, he also knew that it would be difficult for him to use his true strength without exposing himself. With all of those worries, he might very well die taking such a test. But even that wasn't the worst part, because the Asura race was almost guaranteed to be hostile against humans, so even if he passed their little test, that might not be the end of it. Bravery that came from ignorance wasn't bravery at all, it was just stupidity. But Ryu wasn't ignorant, he was very clear of the challenge. He just didn't care. The things he, Ryu Tatsuya, dared to do, he would never regret. Like this, Ryu led Mei and Antha out of the region, and they stayed by his side as he began to clear ruins one after another without a hint of rest. The 2 Dream Asura women couldn't help but look toward one another incredulously. In all honesty, the 2 had been pretty casual during their time here. Mei had only showed a hint of curiosity toward the unbalanced art sect ruins, so she displayed some of her skills, but outside of that, they were cruising, and that was the same for all other geniuses of their caliber. Ryu, though, was rushing around like a flame was chasing after him. He didn't take any time to rest. In fact, it wasn't just the ruins, but in a month's span, he also claimed 2 more cities. By this point, it was hard to look him right in the eyes because the golden rings within his irises were blinding. Why are you trying so hard? Antha couldn't help but ask. If you really need heavenly favor, wouldn't it be better just to wait for the 3rd phase? Instead of answering the question directly, Ryu turned it back on them. What purpose did you 2 come here for? Antha blinked. During their time together, Ryu never really communicated with them. Despite her personality, she couldn't help but be slightly indignant for her big sister. She wouldn't like to be tied to this big block of ice for her whole life, so she definitely didn't want it for her big sis. But now he was suddenly asking her questions. The worst part was that her big sis seemed to have some rosy-colored glasses on. Antha realized that her usually cold-faced sister was smiling a lot more recently, and she constantly seemed to be leaning on Ryu even though the latter didn't seem to react. This left Antha speechless. She never expected to see her sister so googly-eyed. Was the sex really so good that it overrode everything else? What Antha didn't see was the little things that only Mei was privy to. Ryu didn't talk much to her, nor did he seem to display much emotion, but he would always do small things that only Mei would notice. When the wind was too strong, she would suddenly notice that it vanished. When the sun was too glaring, she would suddenly find a shadow over her. In fact, Even though they had been running around non-stop for the last over month, she had never felt any fatigue, and that was when she noticed that just touching Ryu filled her with an overflowing vitality. It was subtle, but he was constantly streaming life chi into her. All these little things made Mei subconsciously lean on Ryu more and more. She couldn't help but remember waking up on that bed of pillows. Even if their entanglement wasn't as close as husband and wife, Ryu was truly serious about taking responsibility for her. At the very least, when he was by her side, he ensured that she didn't suffer any grievances whatsoever. In fact, she was endlessly comfortable. This was a huge contrast to what Antha was experiencing. When they crossed into ice regions, Antha had to block the wind on her own. When they entered those desert regions, she had to block the sun on her own. When she felt tired, she had to circulate her own chi. It was no wonder she was pouting all the time. She thought her sister was experiencing the same things when this was far from the case. "We are mostly here for the second phase," Mei replied softly. "We were told by our elders not to try and force things too much. What we deserve through karma will come to us. Of course that doesn't mean we won't fight for the things we want." "I see," Ryu nodded. With the convergence descending and karma quickly accumulating, it would indeed be the case that lucky opportunities would be easier to come by. But Ryu didn't believe in sitting on his heels and waiting for things to come to him. Ryu suddenly came to a stop, looking straight up. "What about you?" Mei asked. "I need to gather up as much heavenly favor as possible to break a curse someone placed on me." Mei's gaze flashed with one hint surprise and another hint fury. She had long since truly started taking Ryu to be her man. Hearing such a thing enraged her. It was no wonder Ryu was trying so hard. "Let's rest here," Ryu suddenly said. With a clawing motion, Ryu reached out toward a certain direction and a large bear beast suddenly appeared from thin air, looking around in confusion. Before it could lock onto Ryu and the two women and roar, Ryu had already severed its head from its body, causing its enormous 10-meter-long body to collapse. Ryu tapped at the air several times and its fur seemed to magically separate from its body. Arcs of sword chi filled the air and the bear beast was cleaned and separated into multiple pieces in the blink of an eye. Ryu tapped his foot on the ground and a surge of life chi caused the roots of several trees in the surroundings to twist to life, forming a pit and spit he skewered the meat onto. With a snap of his fingers, a flame flickered into existence. Antha blinked somewhat speechlessly. Could things be done like this as well? He didn't even need to use his hands. Mei suddenly flipped her palms and several spices appeared. With a flick of her wrist, it was evenly distributed upon the beast meat. Antha looked back and forth between the two, suddenly feeling for the first time that maybe they weren't as bad of a couple as she had assumed before. Inwardly, Antha chuckled. She wanted to see how Ryu would react when her big sis got comfortable enough that her true personality began to poke through. In the far-off distance, the skies began to rumble. The second phase was descending. Chapter 1108. Dao Lord Ryu took deep breaths, his aura reserved. He hadn't had any rest in the last several months. Even for him, this was greatly taxing. So, he took this opportunity to allow his body to return to its peak condition. With his recovery abilities, he only needed a single day. He could sense that things were shifting in the heavenly path and that the second phase was about to begin, and he was well aware that although the second phase wouldn't be as bloody as the third, it would definitely be where heads truly began to butt. In addition to this, according to what Ryu understood, the fact that it had taken so long for the first phase to conclude was actually a sign of the chaos that was about to come. The heavenly path varied in the length of time it spent open, but it was generally accepted that the longer it was open, the more opportunities there would be and the more worthy the heavens felt that the batch of geniuses who had entered were. Given these parameters, the fact the mere first stage had lasted months was enough to tell Ryu all he needed to know. The next coming phases would not be easy. Ryu's gaze flashed open and a sharp light radiated out in all directions. He looked down casually to find that Mei was sleeping on his thigh, so he didn't disturb her. As for Antha, she was still pouting. Though Ryu could have just let them into the Golden Moon world, doing so would have left his ring on the outside and he didn't trust the environment of the heavenly path enough. In a state where everyone was looking for treasures, leaving on just lying around casually was just asking for trouble. Ryu looked up into the skies. It seemed that it was about time. The golden skies above trembled and arcs of white lightning flashed. One after another, spatial rifts began to appear and glass orbs of various sizes slowly descended. These glass orbs, some the size of a palm, and others the size of a city, were all inheritances, each one exuding its own unique aura. Depending on one's own affinities, it was either more or less possible to sense these orbs as they descended from the skies like small raindrops. Ryu exhaled lightly. This phase would be far more complicated. The inheritances would be decided by first come first serve, and no matter how much he wanted to, he wouldn't be able to force inheritances that he wasn't compatible with to accept him. However, all things considered, Ryu was in a better position than most in this regard. He had strong affinities in fire, water, wind and lightning, and even in rarer affinities he had space and time. Beyond that, he was also an excellent choice for body, chi and mental realm cultivators alike. The trouble was that while Ryu felt he had no glaring weaknesses, this was from the standpoint of sacrum. There was no telling how these former powerhouses of the true martial world would feel about him, especially when he wouldn't be able to reveal his true talent. Just as Ryu was thinking of a way forward and if he should just mask himself and go all out, the situation suddenly changed in a way that caught not just him off guard, but even the geniuses of the higher heavens who had been waiting for precisely this moment off guard as well. Ryu's head suddenly snapped in a certain direction even as Mei's eyes opened as well. It wasn't just them, but every existence within the heavenly path all turned toward this exact same location. At that moment, a whirlpool appeared in the white-gold miasma. Lightning arcs of white, gold, bronze and silver flashed as a glass orb that seemed to blot out the skies began to slowly descend. If before the largest glass orbs were on the scale of a city, this glass orb made them all look like specks of dust, its body stretching thousands of kilometers across. However, just when the observers were getting over this shock, the glass orb suddenly trembled and then cracked. Whoosh! The white gold miasma separated to reveal a glass orb even 100 times larger than that descending from above it. It dwarfed the already enormous glass orb, suffocating it beneath its presence as it bathed in the lightning. At that moment, diamond-like sparkling crystal lightning strikes appeared. Boom! The glass orb stretching thousands of kilometers across shattered, its pieces becoming like planetary rings around the glass orb that stretched hundreds of thousands of kilometers across. The entirety of the heavenly path looked as though it was about to be crushed in just a few moments, until the glass orb came to a stop. A pulse of power spread out in all directions and the glass orbs that were falling to the ground were suddenly tethered by some odd energy. One after another, the much smaller glass orbs began to rise into the air again before they came to a stop about 100 meters above ground. Then, the odd energy that tethered them all together pulsed, forming a far more solid connection that manifested like star roads glistening in the skies. For Ryu, who couldn't see clearly what was happening with his poor vision and could only barely make things out with his general senses, it felt like he was looking at a star chart filled to the brim with countless constellations. He could see scenes of mighty men drawing bows and wielding spears. He could see roaring beasts and soaring dragons. He would see crying women and playing children. It felt as though the vicissitudes of life were being painted across the skies, held together by this singular glass orb. Ryu stood to his feet, his pupils constricted. He didn't understand what was happening as even Aika's information didn't have anything about this, but his heart was still beating wildly. He felt his blood surging and his battle intent soaring. Ryu suddenly turned his attention to Mei and Antha, his lips separating as though he was about to say something. But he didn't get the chance to at all before a strong aura enveloped him entirely, expelling him from his location and sending him to the very edges of the heavenly path. It wasn't just Ryu this happened to. Every single genius of the heavenly path was suddenly expelled to its outer edges, and it didn't take much to understand why this was. With the roads suddenly formed in the skies, each one represented a unique path possible to be taken, but each one left to the enormous orb waiting to descend in the distance. However, what was clear was that depending on one's talent, one would either be sent further away or much closer. When Ryu looked around, he found that while he hadn't been expelled to the furthest reaches of the heavenly path, he wasn't exactly close to the enormous glass orb either. In fact, just with a sweep of his spiritual sense, he could see quite a number who were placed closer to him. Ryu's gaze flashed with a hint of coldness, but his expression didn't change. The vast majority of geniuses who had entered were far behind Ryu, but he hadn't expected for there to be such a number placed ahead of him. It was clear that the individuals who came from higher heavens were far more numerous than he had expected initially. At that moment, the skies trembled once more in the planetary rings around the ginormous glass orb began to shift, forming characters in the skies that formed out into words. Soon afterward, a booming voice echoed in all of their ears. It only spoke out 2 words. Tao Lord. Just these words alone sent a whisper through time. It felt as though they had been spoken at the beginning of existence itself, echoing through the folds of reality only to finally reach their ears on this day. Those that were too weak, upon hearing these words, directly fainted, unable to muster up the courage to clear their minds. Even those that managed to maintain their bearings lowered their heads while the weaker among them prostrated themselves completely. There was only one group of individuals who deserved such a title. Tao Lords, Tao Sovereigns, Tao Gods. These were the 3 highest titles in all of existence, individuals who ruled over the lands and looked down upon all living beings, the 3 highest stages of cultivation in all of existence. A sky god of order. A sky god of order had descended, leaving their inheritance behind in the heavenly path. A sky god of order had appeared, wanting them to fight for their acknowledgement. The blood of those who could keep their heads upright boiled, their hearts screaming with fighting intent. The one who came out on top in this phase would rise to become an existence that surpassed his peers and crushed them all beneath his feet. This opportunity was theirs. These were the thoughts each and every one of them shared without fail. Ryu stood in silence, his existence of conspicuous. Without thousands of kilometers, he was the only one with his head raised, gazing at the glass orb in the distance, his expression cold as ice. Chapter 1109. Once Ryu took a breath and closed his eyes. One time, I will allow it once. Regardless of who it was, at this moment, as the words Tao Lord echoed, only Ryu dared to speak at all. Of all the countless geniuses, he was also the only one who even thought to speak, let alone do it. But what was most shocking of all were the words he said, words that maybe others could guess the meaning of, but only he knew of the intent with any certainty. When Ryu opened his eyes once more, he found that his position had been elevated above the ground and he had been placed on the starry road. All around him, he could see and sense geniuses who had experienced the very same thing. It was clear that this second phase would be far different from what it had been in the past. If Ryu was correct, the goal was to make it to the Tao Lord's inheritance, but along the way, they would have to prove themselves by being acknowledged by the inheritances of others. This wasn't just a test of strength, but it was also a test of breadth of talent. There were countless paths one could take to reach the Tao Lord's inheritance theoretically, but the number they could actually take in practice would be very limited. Only those with not only a deep depth of talent, but also a wide breadth of talent, would have the best chance at receiving the acknowledgement of the Tao Lord. In order to take these star paths, one would obviously have to be acknowledged by the inheritance on them. The more inheritances you could be acknowledged by, the more star paths you could take and the higher chance you would have at reaching the center. These were rules that didn't need to be explained, and the unfairness of it all likewise didn't need to be stated. With the random placement of all those involved, what were the chances that you'd land on a star path with exactly the affinities that lined up for yourself? And even if you did, there was no guarantee that the road ahead would have exactly what you needed either. Much of this would be left up to fate. It seemed that his luck was quite poor. In just a few months, he had run into not just one, but 2 inheritances that required fate to partake in. Ahaha, I'm in luck. Ryu's head turned and he found a young man rushing forward toward an inheritance. He was on a star path adjacent to Ryu's own, and up ahead, in a path that crossed them both, there was a floating glass orb barely a few inches across that radiated the aura of a wind inheritance. Clearly, this young man felt that he was in luck. So long as he claimed this wind inheritance for himself, the path ahead would open up and he would be one step closer to gaining the acknowledgement of the Tao Lord. But before he could make it very far, several other individuals began to rush toward the wind inheritance as well. There were easily dozens of branching paths that connected with this one inheritance, and among them, there were quite a number who felt that they had affinity for this inheritance as well and they were unwilling to give it up. It didn't even take a moment for the first clashes to begin to echo. All across the heavenly path, countless battles erupted, the fight for the inheritances beginning in full force. There was no one who didn't want the inheritance of the Tao Lord, but even if they couldn't get it, this entire space was a treasure trove. Anyone who could leave an inheritance on the heavenly path was a genius amongst their peers. How could they not want for their secrets? Ryu looked away from the battle and looked up toward the Tao Lord's floating glass orb that seemed bigger than even an entire plane of existence. And then, he sneered. Ryu flashed forward, his northern heavenly wind enveloping him as he shot out like an arrow from a bow. His great sword staffs became as light as feathers and the sound of wind became as silent as the void around him. He dove into the battle. Everywhere he passed by, a limb or head would shoot into the skies, trails of blood following his wake. He didn't show any mercy whatsoever, he was like a fiend demon, venting out all his fury. His great sword staff spiraled around him, forming a whirlpool of blood and wind. Many didn't even get a chance to scream out in horror before they were shredded to pieces, man and woman alike. He didn't seem to separate out the genders at all, they were all nothing but walking corpses in his eyes. Ryu landed on the ground, a malevolent aura surging around him, his white hair fluttering wildly in the wind as he reached forward, crushing the wind inheritance orb in his hands. A surge of light formed and the energy from within the orb quickly formed into a green shadow. However, before it could even fully form, Ryu swiped across, a strong wind chi shredding it to pieces. With a beam, the wind inheritance was transferred to Ryu's mind and he closed his eyes. Ryu's Tao quickly dissected the inheritance to its smallest pieces, assimilating it. After a moment, Ryu's figure slowly vanished into the wind. First it was his head, then his torso, then his legs. Almost as though his body was made of ash and the wind was wiping his existence away, he disappeared entirely. When Ryu appeared again, he was already well along the path to the next branching inheritance, the malevolent aura around him only increasing. Since these grounds wanted to move the massacre up to the second phase, he would oblige. Anyone who stood in his path could be shredded to pieces. He would bathe this heavenly path in blood. With a thought, Ryu slipped a silver mask onto his face. Chapter 11:10. Heads. Ryu appeared in a dark green wind, his body manifesting as though it was being painted back into the world one brush stroke at a time. In the region he appeared in, there were just 3 geniuses remaining fighting over what looked to be an Earth inheritance. It had very little to do with Ryu, however he had come here anyway. Back when he claimed the wind inheritance, it had taken a sharp wind chi to disperse it. If he had used anything else, he would have failed. Ryu assumed that the same would be true of this inheritance as well, but he had his own thoughts on the matter, thoughts that had germinated thanks to what he had gleaned from claiming his first inheritance. Ryu had realized that claiming inheritances like this was a shortcut to improving his own inheritances. When he had absorbed the green shadow inheritance, or so he called it, he felt his body being assimilated with certain comprehensions. Ryu's own wind inheritance was actually the highest form there was since he had built it on the back of the northern heavenly wind, the truest embodiment of wind chi there was. But quite honestly, Ryu rarely used his northern heavenly wind and his wind inheritance these days. This was because the northern heavenly wind simply wasn't as useful here as it was back in Sacrum. In Sacrum, even a mortal would have speed surpassing that of a sky god if they had the full northern heavenly wind. But in the true martial world, in order to meet that standard, Ryu still had too long of a way to go. Right now, Ryu's northern heavenly wind was at an ancestral grade standard. This was still one step below what it would take for him to be nigh untouchable on the first heaven. If he wanted to display such untouchable speed on this quasi-fourth heaven that the heavenly path represented, he would have to raise it to the perfect grade, equivalent to a perfect sky god. Due to this, the treasure that was the northern heavenly wind was neglected by Ryu because maturing it to adequate standards was too tall of a task for the current him, and the higher he climbed through the true martial world, the taller the standards he would have to meet were. Even so, this didn't mean that the northern heavenly wind was useless. The unbalanced mantra opened up all new possibilities for its fusion with his spatial chi. And beyond that, there was still its form as an inheritance to consider, or more accurately, the wind character of Ryu's 8 trigram diagram. By assimilating inheritances that were compatible with him, Ryu found that his comprehension deepened and his small realm became stronger. When this was fused with his Tao and his realm heart, he realized that this could be a game changer. Ryu had reached absolute perfection in the ruler realm, but that didn't mean he had done the same in the monarch realm. In addition, currently, his inheritances were built off the backs of work others had done and couldn't be truly considered his own yet. Wouldn't this be a path toward doing that? Kill him first. The trio who were still fighting over the Earth inheritance were rightfully pissed that it seemed as though Ryu was waiting for them to deal each other fatal blows before he swooped in and reaped the rewards. Unable to take his blatant attitude, they finally lashed out, attacking Ryu all at once. In their minds, since Ryu had come from further away than them, he was clearly less talented and not worth worrying about in the slightest. The fact they were attacking all at once was more respect than he deserved. Monarchy, Ryu said softly. At that moment, a domain of shadowy green manifested, dancing with faint runes. Ryu vanished into the wind, his body being whisked away like ashes. The three charging young men were shocked, their hearts skipping several beats. They were all in the world's sea realm, so let alone a small realm, they had all already formed their dominions. But for some reason, in the face of Ryu's monarchy, they couldn't even summon their counter. Ryu suddenly appeared behind one of them and his blades slashed across, severing their heads into a fountain of blood. They didn't even get the chance to scream out in terror. Ryu landed by the Earth Inheritance, reaching a palm forward. When he grabbed it, felt a strong resistance, until he activated his dividing chaos and his unbalanced mantra. The perception of the inheritance warped and the glass orb shattered to pieces. With a swipe of his greatsword staff, Ryu activated dividing karma, severing the connection the original inheritance owner had and leaving nothing more than the inheritance itself, which rushed into Ryu's mind. So it does work. Ryu nodded to himself and moved forward. When he first assimilated with Wind Inheritance, he could clearly feel the strings of karma pulling at his fate. He realized then that if he used one of his Daos, dividing karma, he could bypass the test of the inheritance entirely and snatch it for himself. Ryu didn't plan on continuously doing this as there was no point, he would just be handicapping himself. It was better if he focused on inheritances that would strengthen himself. Rather, he just wanted a proof of concept in case he ever ran into a dead end. He didn't like the fact he had been teleported behind such weak fodder. He wouldn't allow fate and luck to dictate whether he could truly forge ahead or not. He would grasp his own fate in his own hands. Even a Dao Lord wasn't qualified to pause his steps. Ryu flashed forward and he took another star path, this one infused with a strong and pulsing fire inheritance. Several gazes turned toward Ryu, who was clearly masked. Among them, there were two members of the demonic flame sect. The sect had been looking everywhere for Ryu, but none had been able to find him, and in the end, the second phase started. However, Ryu's gaze wasn't focused on these two at all, but rather the heads of the Radiant Star sect disciple that they hung from their hips. Chapter 11:11. Good Ryu didn't know these individuals personally, but with his memory, and the small number of disciples that the Radiant Star sect had sent in the first place, how could he not recognize what he was seeing? Toward this, Ryu didn't seem to have a violent reaction. He just continued to coldly glance at it for a long while, not saying anything. This region inheritance is claimed by the demonic flame sect. I suggest you scram if you don't want to die. The disciples spoke coldly. It was clear they still foolishly believed that this was the stage for their sect. If there was anyone who had a chance to stop them, it was the geniuses of the Sentient Sword sect. Other than them, they didn't put anyone else in their eyes. Everything about Ryu was obscured, even down the weapons floating on his back, so it was difficult to tell where he might have come from. But as far as they were concerned, if this person had to hide their identity, they didn't have any real backing to speak of. Only the weak would feel worried about others finding out about their identities. Ryu didn't say a word to this clear provocation. Instead, he took a step forward, his robes fluttering once before he vanished. When he appeared again, his small realm had descended, a shadowy greenery enveloping the entire region. In that moment, it seemed as though Ryu was everywhere and nowhere all at once, his speed reaching demonic levels even without the use of his spatial chi. Kill. The geniuses around the fire inheritance reacted instantly. The moment Ryu took a step forward, they had been prepared to retaliate, but they were entirely unprepared for the level of strength they were facing. The demonic flame sect disciple who spoke suddenly found his throat being grasped. When he looked forward, his heart couldn't help but shiver as his legs dangled in the air. Ryu truly looked no different than a demon. Half of his head was nothing more than wisps of dark green wind chi, his body seemingly part fog and another part corporeal. Just one of his eyes was visible, but that singular eye seemed to peer into the souls of all those who saw it. You can't kill me, I'm. Ryu's hand suddenly turned into a cyclone of vicious wind, shredding the neck of the disciple to pieces. Flesh and blood fell, but the neck of the disciple wasn't entirely severed. However, all that remained was a spinal cord dripping with crimson. In that instant, Ryu had skinned and felled the flesh of the disciple in the most gruesome way imaginable, and yet, because his spine was intact, and due to the vitality of cultivators, he felt every second of it. Horror painted the faces of the others, but Ryu didn't give them a single chance. Screams of pain and fear echoed, but that did nothing to stop the massacre. Blood splattered and dispersed into the wind, the strong scent of death permeating the atmosphere. Ryu slowly appeared from, fluttering wind reforming his body from the ashes. All around him, blood flowed. He bent down, picking up the heads of the fallen disciples of the Radiant Star sect, his gaze cold. After a moment, he exhaled a breath and burned them to ash. This was the only faint sort of peace he could give them. Since the demonic flame sect wanted to take this route, every one he ran into would be another one that died. Ryu reached forward and crushed the fire inheritance. The inheritance avatar tried to form, but it collapsed beneath Ryu's pressure even before it could, wilting beneath his presence and causing a surge of information to enter Ryu's mind. Without much thought, Ryu shot forward, heading toward the next. The first wind inheritance was movement technique intensive, and it taught a method of using one's wind inheritance as a movement domain. It essentially allowed Ryu to separate himself from the world he was in and make perfect use of the northern heavenly wind even without considering the pressure of the world around him. So long as his inheritance comprehension is deep enough, he could maximize its use within his domain. This fire inheritance was less interesting. It was essentially nothing more than a method of using fire chi explosively. It taught concentration and combustion. It wasn't useless, it just wasn't as useful to Ryu, especially since if he could help it, he would try to focus on using his wind chi and lightning chi solely in his current masked form. If it came down to it, he would go all out and put all his cards on the table. However, for now, that would be his battle style. If others thought he was an easy target just because of how far back he was, or how limited his battle style was, they would be in for a rude awakening. Ryu blazed a trail forward. Most of the inheritances near the back seemed to be extremely simple, mostly focusing on the elements. There had yet to be anything more complex, and Ryu simply completed string after string of elemental inheritances. As he moved forward, he seemed to only move faster and faster. However, among them, this was the very first lightning inheritance Ryu had found. In fact, it was also the largest glass orb he had come across as well, being about twice the size of his body. Ryu pushed forward, shattering it to pieces and allowing it to envelop his body. By the time the blinding light dimmed, Ryu's irises were flashing with arcs of radiant golden lightning that slowly, but surely, became a gorgeous royal blue. He reached out with two hands at once and a chain whip of coursing lightning formed in both of his palms. The air sizzled and popped, the sheer concentration of lightning making the air superheat. Boom! Ryu flicked his wrists and the sound barrier seemed to shatter 10 times over, the destructive power nearly causing a tear in the void. Good. Now he had a powerful movement technique and a powerful attacking technique. Chapter 11-12. Hostility in the depths of the heavenly path. The situation was much different. Although the geniuses were separated by several kilometers, given their cultivations, they were still within ear and eyeshot of one another, making communicating quite easy. What would have shocked the geniuses to the back, however, was that the monsters that were so close weren't the ones they would have expected. In fact, they might not recognize even a single one of these geniuses. There was no a single member of demonic flame or sentient sword sect in sight. Mei looked around with a hint of confusion on her face. Her little sister, or more accurately, her little cousin Antha wasn't too far behind her, just a few dozen kilometers. But Ryu was nowhere in sight. This didn't make any sense to her. Even if Ryu wasn't from the true martial world, his talent was enough to match hers at the very least. The weakest fire dragon bloodline was already more than enough to be a match with geniuses of the 4th and 5th heavens, let alone his spacetime soul nature. If anything, he should be one of the closest, so why couldn't he find her? It didn't make any sense. Something wasn't adding up. Mei felt somewhat indignant in Ryu's place. She already felt somewhat protective of him, and she definitely didn't like him being disrespected like this. She was a very young woman after all, and Ryu was not only her first time, but also a man who seemed cold to everyone else and yet was very nice to her. That much was enough to spark the light of infatuation in her heart. She found it very distasteful that this Tao Lord would make such a decision, even if she didn't dare to say it out loud. "Oh, is that little succubus Mei? So you did come after all." Mei was already annoyed, but hearing this voice, her fuse became shorter. She didn't necessarily hate this person, but she wasn't currently in the mood to socialize. She looked over to see a young man with flowing golden hair and piercing green eyes. He looked like an emperor incarnate, especially given the tall glaive that hovered to his back. He had a wide grin on his face and he seemed to be somewhat happy to see Mei. Hello Vi, Mei acknowledged unenthusiastically. Vi blinked. Clearly, he wasn't very used to receiving this sort of reaction from people. He also hadn't ever offended Mei before, and even if he had, they would have been just little kids back then, there was no need to carry it to this point. Just as Vi was about to ask if there was something wrong, a grating laughter came from the side. Rejected before you even got the chance. It's clear and obvious May preferred real men and not girly-looking boys like you. Do you think the Asura race is so casual with their choice of mates? Vi's expression darkened as he looked over to see a young man with piercing blue eyes and a few layers of radiant blue scales beneath his eyes and at the center of his forehead. He was just as tall as Vi was, but he was a bit bulkier while his mouth seemed to spew out blue flames. You talk a lot for a fake dragon wannabe. Have some shame, Via said with disdain. Hearing such word, the young man, Akura, nearly lunged forward. His race had nothing to do with dragons. He was a demon race that descended from the fire giants, a lot like May descended from the dream wraiths. However, many of their clan's techniques tended to be named after dragons to give them a domineering presence. Most wouldn't dare to say anything about it, but why would Vi care for Akura's face, especially when the latter provoked him first? Come, everyone, is there a need to fight like this? We've just met each again for the first time. In over a decade, how about we exchange some experiences, huh? How were your harvests? A laugh came from the side, a young man with a smooth and bald head calling out with a smile. There was a golden gem at the center of his forehead and a long chain of golden prayer beads rolled between his fingers and palms. This wasn't the only jewelry he had on either. His wrists were flooded with glistening bracelets and his neck was adorned with flashing diamond. It was hard to tell if he was a monk or a merchant. Sure, why not? Akura said with a sneer. How about you share your gains first, Mono? Tell us, what have you gained in these last few years? Despite being put on the spot, Mono only smiled, rolling his golden prayer beads between his fingers. Can't you see? Buddha has blessed me quite well. Everyone snorted. Obviously, Mono was obfuscating. No one cared about his flashy jewelry. Mono isn't wrong. We've met for the first time in such a long time, it's not nice to fight. But when it comes to outsiders, however, the one who spoke wasn't someone that Ryu would recognize, but it was an individual he had some relations to. This man was none other than Zed, the very young man who lost control of the Bronze City to Ryu. Right this moment, Zed's gaze was focused on the only one among them that he didn't recognize, a young man with skin as dark as night and eyes as bright as stars. In Zed's opinion, the only person who could have possibly stolen the Bronze City from him to the point he could snatch it back was someone who was here, but there also wasn't anyone among those here who could match him in staff techniques. That meant that the only someone he didn't know could have accomplished it, and that left this young man. The young man looked over and smiled lightly, seemingly not sensing the hostility in Zed's gaze at all. Chapter 1113. Roar 1113 Roar, who are you? Zed asked with clear animosity laced in his voice. The young man smiled. You can call me Starlight. Zed's gaze narrowed. What is your weapon of choice? Starlight laughed. My weapon of choice. Rather than replying, Starlight pointed straight up. Zed found his eyes subconsciously following his finger, and yet saw nothing but the endless expanse of the Tao Lord's glass orb. Almost immediately, Zed's temper flared once again. Was Starlight trying to say that the Tao Lord's inheritance would be his? Zed sneered. You sure are cocky. Starlight smiled, the handsome radiance of his face causing some female geniuses in the vicinity to take a second and even third look. He didn't quite seem human, he felt far more like a demigod descended to grace them with his presence. As for whether Starlight truly meant it or not, he clearly didn't have any intentions of explaining. His white robes continued to flutter in the wind, Zed's fury not bothering him in the slightest. I've never seen a staff wielder with such a fiery temper. Leave him alone, a woman's voice suddenly echoed out. Zed sent a glare over toward a petite young woman who seemed to be barely 5 feet tall. If not for the maturity of her face, she truly would have looked like a little girl of barely 12 years old. Her dress seemed to be formed of small silver blades tied together, causing them to chime with every sway. Despite his glare, the petite young woman stared back as though daring him to do something. It was clear that she was protecting Starlight for unknown reasons. Obviously, she just liked the shape of his face. Rana, mind your own business. Rana sneered. It sounds to me like you suffered a loss and now want to pout like a little babaji. Maybe if you were half as handsome as him I might care to listen to you. You want to taste my blade? Just because you're overcompensating with that long rod you carry around everywhere, doesn't mean everyone's fooled. Rana held up her pinky without the slightest hint of respect. It almost made no sense for a girl who looked so adorable to have such a deplorable mouth, and yet here they were. Zed's expression darkened, however before he could say anything, he was interrupted once more. Don't you think you all are talking a bit too much? May interrupted. If you're scared to battle, then just say so. As for me, I'm done wasting time here. The group had clearly wanted to scout ahead to see what kind of improvements their counterparts had made. Without fail, all of them were from the fifth heaven at the least, some even being from the sixth. If not for this, why would they be standing around instead of rushing after the treasure that laid before them all? Although May was pissed about Ryu not being around here, that didn't mean that she wouldn't fight for the Tao Lord's inheritance herself. She wanted it just as much as everyone else. She wouldn't let them stand in her way. Vi chuckled when he heard May, his golden hair fluttering. Princess May is indeed correct. Instead of all this probing, I'll let my blade taste your improvement. A valiant aura towered out from Vi as he took a strong step forward. The geniuses only gave each other one more look before they all shot forward at once, their aura blazing. They had been the pinnacle of their respective clans a decade ago. It was time to find out which of them had lived up to their potential and which of them had fallen by the wayside. Ryu's wrists flickered. Everywhere his radiant blue lightning whips passed by, another body part would explode into a rain of ash. He was absolutely relentless, his killing speed touching inconceivable levels. How dare you? Do you understand the power of the demonic flame sect? Who do you think you are? Ryu's gaze reflected with an almost reptilian light, his irises flickering between a deep silver and a sapphire blue. It felt as though with every step forward his lightning inheritance took, his Qilin bloodline boiled more savagely. He didn't seem to hear the words of these demonic flame sect disciples at all. His forearms flexed and his steps were firm. His arms crossed his body, leaving arcs of blue lightning in the air. It felt like every time he slowed down, the skies themselves would boil. The tip of his whip appeared before the forehead of one disciple, shattering it to pieces and leaving what remained of their neck as nothing more than a charred mess. With a pivot of his hips he lashed out with a second whip, forming a cyclone around the body of an oncoming warrior and pulling tight. The cyclone closed in and shredded the disciples' clothing to pieces before it even touched them, and when it finally did, there was nothing more than a single scream of horror before they were left as nothing more than a pile of ash. The flashes of Ryu's whips were so blinding and loud that they echoed across hundreds of miles. Even those barely within eyeshot couldn't help but look over, their hearts palpitating. Roar! Ryu roared into the skies, a pent-up bestial aura echoing from him. At that moment, the geniuses already placed near the center of the Tao Lord's inheritance all looked back at once, their eyes narrowing. Was it even possible for someone with a roar like that to be placed so far back? Was it a beast? May and a certain blue-robed woman looked back toward the same location, their eyes flickering with emotions that were the exact opposite of one another. One softened, and the other exuded a frighteningly cold air. This blue-robed woman was none other than Genelis, who found herself near the geniuses of the fifth heaven. And much like May, she recognized that roar all too well. Chapter 11:14. Death Wish 11:14. Death Wish. Wild arcs of lightning surged through Ryu's surroundings. His upper robes exploded to reveal a chiseled physique glistening with sapphire blue scales that seemed to have worlds of flashing lightning storms within them. Horns grew from his forehead, claws extending from his hands as he grew an extra foot. He couldn't seem to hold back his boiling blood anymore, and it surged like an endless tide, forcing those who were still alive to their knees. Die! His mouth separated to reveal a row of glistening white teeth and canines so sharp that they left ripples in the void as they moved. The lightning arcing in the surroundings heeded Ryu's command, forming several whips that lashed out, shredding the survivors to pieces. Ryu reached forward, facing a class orb that was over 15 meters in diameter. Without the slightest hesitation, his claw ripped forward, shredding it to pieces and accepting the baptizing. The information of a complicated body realm cultivation method. Ryu wasn't opposed to it, it was just that he felt that he might be able to find something better, so he didn't use it immediately. Although he had Refinement Sutra, he had already unearthed the full potential of his previous cultivation. However, as a body realm technique on its own, the Refinement Sutra wasn't good enough. While it would do well, what it wouldn't be able to do is reach past his limits and unearth potential he didn't know he had. In order to get the most out of his Refinement Sutra, it was best it be used like a fine chisel while he had another tool to act as a heavy hammer or large saw blade. Ryu needed something that could further unlock the potential of his bloodlines and allow him to truly flourish. The way Ryu saw it, it would be a lot like the Tribulation 9 Clouds technique he had used in the past. Tribulation 9 Clouds was able to use Tribulation Lightning to temper the body realm, chi realm or mental realm to break past the shackles of one's talent. What Ryu wanted was a body realm technique capable of doing the same thing. Then, when it was paired with his refinement sutra and the carefully constructed ores he created, the strength would be risen to an all-new level. Ryu's battle with Mei was a perfect example of why he needed such a thing. Without entering his draconic form and allowing his bloodlines to flourish, his bodily strength was too weak in comparison to others with similarly powerful bodies. If he wanted a body that could be powerful even when he suppressed his bloodlines, then he would need a new approach that stemmed beyond it. This body realm cultivation technique wasn't bad. It was created by a perfect sky god who practiced a Tao related to multiplication and compression. Using these two laws, the body would steadily become more powerful under a process of continuous expansion and concentration. The problem was that, for one, although Ryu could manipulate similar laws, he ultimately didn't have the matching Tao, although he did have the ability to mimic it. And secondly, it ultimately just wasn't very powerful or impressive to him, so he stored it in the back of his mind before continuing onward. If worse came to worst, he would just take out some time to potentially create a fusion of the techniques. The possibilities left to him by having the unbalanced mantra in his possession were endless, and he would try his best to make use of them all. It wasn't long before Ryu had made it to his next target inheritance. But when he saw the individuals who were battling over it, his expression turned even colder. Enrin, the head inheritor disciple of the Sentient Sword sect, and Theris, the head inheritor disciple of the Demonic Flame sect. Seeing the two of them battle it out in the skies, everyone who made it to this location stayed a far measure away. None of them wanted to get in the way of the clash of these two behemoths, as in the minds of most here, they were the strongest existences there were. The only reason they remained to watch was to see just what would happen before they tried to find a new patch forward. With the way the star roads worked, only the one that claimed the inheritance could continue moving forward along that path. As for the others, they would either die or have to find a new method. The only way to make it to the Tao Lord's inheritance was using the star roads in the skies, so everyone had no choice but to take this path forward. To everyone's disappointment, though, Enrin and Theris suddenly separated, their expressions cold. There's no point in fighting it out to the end when we're still so far from the end goal. Agreed, Theris said coldly. Then let's decide this as simply as possible. Rock, paper, scissors. Best 2 out of 3. Whoever wins claims the inheritance, whoever loses has to find another road forward. All right, Theris replied. Bang, bang, bang. Their fists rocked through the air and caused booming waves of chi to surge in the direction. In the blink of an eye, they had finished and Theris' expression was ugly. Clearly, he had lost in the end. However, just when Theris was about to turn and leave and Enrin was about to happily accept the inheritance, a cold voice suddenly rang out. Did I agree? Ryu was looking towards Enrin. He had no intention of diverting his path and slowing himself down just because of the agreement between two jumping clowns. And as far as he was concerned, Theris was nothing more than a dead man walking, so he didn't deserve his attention. In an instant, dozens of gazes landed on Ryu, many shocked. They couldn't believe that a third party dared to speak here. Did this man have some sort of death wish? Chapter 11:15. Shaking 11:15. Shaking Ryu wasn't one to waste time talking. The moment his voice fell, his lightning whip had already formed, and his wind and lightning small realms had layered atop of one another, forming a region of stormy thunder that made many want to directly prostrate themselves. They didn't even have time to register the trembling of their bloodlines before his wrist flickered and a thick line of pulsing lightning lashed out. Enrin's pupils constricted and he immediately raised his sword, tapping at the air 3 times in quick succession. His blade seemed to become flexible despite the thickness of its spine, curving in 3 different directions to give the illusion that 3 attacks had met Ryu's whip all at once. Bang, bang, bang. The sounds were so close that they layered into one, deflecting Ryu's whip upward. But just when Enrin felt that he had dealt with the sudden attack well enough, an arc of lightning danced up his blade, colliding with his chest and leaving him paralyzed for just a moment. At the same time, Ryu's second whip extended through the skies like the tail of a flood dragon. Its thickness seemed to double and its movement even caused roars and claps of thunder, making the ears of those who were simply too close to bleed, some even directly losing consciousness. Theris, who was planning to stand by with his arms crossed and chuckle at Enrin's misfortune for Abbott before teaching Ryu a lesson for daring to try his patience, hurriedly retreat, his palms pulsing outward to form several flaming shields before he unsheathed his great sword and slashed downward with all the strength he could muster. Clearly, Theris had no idea that between him and Enrin, Ryu wanted to kill him most of all. Enrin coughed up a mouthful of blood, his outer robes exploding into a cloud of ash and his hidden protective flexible armor cracking. His heart couldn't help but quake. That was just a residual bolt of lightning. What if the real thing hit him? In his paralyzed state, Enrin couldn't barely move his eyes just in time to see Theris' flaming shields explode on impact, sending him flying back like a speeding bullet. Even so, in comparison to Enrin, Theris had come out far luckier. Because flaming shields exploded, he didn't have to face that vicious lightning personally, and the swing of his great sword had divided much of the volatile chi. He knew that if he didn't recover quickly, he would be finished. Without hesitation, the moment Enrin broke free, his roar became almost pained. He turned his sword blade not toward Ryu, but toward himself, piercing through the crack in his own inner armor and into his heart. His hair rose into the skies, shimmering with a blinding white light, his irises releasing two beam-lined sword lights. Body like sword. In the general world, body like sword, or sword like body, or any combination of techniques similar to this, would be one of the pinnacle achievements one could have as a swordsman. However, the sentient sword sect took it a step further. They raised their swords to have true sentience, and in their most desperate situation, they would sacrifice their body to their sword, causing their strength to increase explosively. This was the most powerful secret technique of the sentient sword sect, body like sword. The fact that Enrin was willing to use this technique after just a single attack, despite not being anywhere near to the Tao Lord's inheritance, showed just how seriously he took Ryu. He shot forward, his body becoming like a beam of sword light. His speed was no less than an arc of light. He had seemingly become entirely weightless. He appeared before Ryu in the blink of an eye, his fingers piercing forward to his forehead. In body like sword, every part of him had become his blade. In this state, the sentient sword sect was nigh undefeatable in close combat. However, at that moment, Ryu squeezed his palm, shattering his lightning whip to pieces and using his lightning god talent to reform it into a gauntlet. He punched out against Enrin's coming fingers, the collision causing them to twist backward awkwardly. The strength of Ryu's punch continued forward with such momentum that Enrin's forearm bone pierced out from his skin, separating from his elbow entirely. At the same time, Ryu's remaining lightning whip flickered, piercing forward and surging through the hole Enrin had made in his own chest. Before the head disciple of the sentient sword sect could even scream out in horror, his body erupted into a rain of lightning and ash, even his inner armor being blasted to pieces and pelting down on the surroundings like artillery shells. Ryu didn't even wait for Enrin's final ashes to fall, his body disappearing into a shadowy wind. When he appeared once again, he was already above Theris' falling body. The force of the earlier explosion had been so great that Theris had yet to be able to stop his momentum. And to make matters worse, because of the large explosion, he also hadn't seen how Enrin died. Still confident in his own abilities, his body erupted into a pillar of flames that quickly condensed into a demonic form. The flames above his head became horns, the flames to his back becoming a pair of condensed wings and tail, the flames to his front forming into a solid skin of scales. His power exploded forth. Even as he flew backward horizontally along the ground, he slashed upward with a booming momentum, the sound barrier shattering what felt like twice over. However, before his blade could make it very far, Ryu's lightning gauntlet condensed even further, becoming no different from a pair of delicate blue steel gloves. And yet, the moment this happened, Theris felt his heart drop to his stomach. Chapter 11:16. Bullied 11:16 Bullied Ryu punched down. He didn't seem to use much strength in it at all, but what the world didn't know was that this inconspicuous blue steel glove carried with it the concentrated power of a lightning whip capable of making the skies tremble with roars. Boom! Theris watched in horror as his great sword shattered into pieces. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. That was an ancestral-grade weapon. It had been by his side for countless years and it was the companion he trusted the most. And yet, Theris crashed into the ground, his body becoming riddled with the holes of his own weapon. If not for his vitality as a World Sea Realm expert, he would have died directly on the spot. Bang! Ryu fell down from the skies heavily, slamming a foot into Theris' ribcage and shattering his heart to pieces. Even as Theris breathed his last breaths, Ryu used his claw to pick him up by the neck, looking into his eyes as they slowly lost their luster. The Radiant Star sect isn't something trash like you can stand up to. Remember that in your next life, Ryu said coldly. These were words that only Theris could hear, but the moment he heard them, he felt the shredded pieces of his heart palpitate, rushing him even closer to his death. He didn't need to hear anything else to know that this man was actually the very same man he had been looking for all these months, the same man that he thought had been hiding from his justice, so he had instead chosen to target the other sect members. He never knew that would be the worst mistake of his lifetime. And now, he was dead for it. Ryu's claw squeezed and Theris' head and neck shattered into countless little gory pieces. With a wave of his hand, the blood that would have coated him was fried by his lightning and didn't manage to leave even a single speck on his white and sky-blue robes. Ryu turned back and with a step, he vanished into the wind, appearing back where the crowd had been. Even though they were all great geniuses to make it to this point, none of them dared to even breathe too loudly. With a single sweep of the crowd, Ryu suddenly pierced out with his finger several times. Everywhere he passed by, another arc of lightning would flash through the skies and another member of the demonic flame sect found themselves dead. The crowd, who thought that Ryu just wanted them to scram, turned tail and ran, hoping that they wouldn't be among the number of the fallen. Even so, none realized that if Ryu wanted you dead, there was nothing you could do, and if he didn't care to take your life, then there was no point in running to begin with. Ryu turned his attention to the enormous glass orb. Unsurprisingly, being an inheritance that both Enran and Theris were interested in, it was likewise an inheritance that spoke to them both. This was a sword inheritance and the first weapon inheritance that Ryu had come across. Ryu reached forward with his claw, dancing lights of sword chi forming that shattered the glass orb to pieces the moment he gave it just the slightest nudge. Then, the core information of the inheritance rushed into Ryu's mind as he stood in silence for a time. Soon, he opened his eyes and nodded. This was, indeed, not a bad inheritance. Given the scale of Ryu's battles, his Dao charm techniques were already becoming a bit useless. This was only to be expected. After all, his Dao charm techniques were all of the heaven grade, but he was just a half stay away from being able to use mystical grade techniques. Of course, for anyone else, Ryu's thoughts would be ridiculous. After all, for many, having a Dao charm technique a step below your best was already excellent. Back then, even the geniuses of the second and third heaven who were long since at the World Sea realm were still using heaven-grade Dao charm techniques. Still, Ryu's scope was far higher than these individuals. He wouldn't allow himself to fall behind in such a way. This sword inheritance, as a result, was actually not bad. It had an evolving Dao charm technique that could be used from the common grade, all the way up to the ancestral grade. Beyond that, for most, unless you formed a very similar Dao to its creator, it would be difficult to use the true Dao manipulation techniques found within. But for Ryu, mimicking the core of others' Daos was only a matter of time and effort. He wouldn't have to abandon his path to follow this one. Storm Sword Dao. This is an absolutely perfect match for my wind and lightning inheritances. Ryu shot forward, mulling over the intricacies of the inheritance. If he could find a bowman's inheritance that meshed perfectly with what he could use with this identity, then there would be even less of a chance he would have to expose himself in the end. That way, he could have his cake and eat it too. Ryu suddenly felt like he crossed a barrier, his eyes narrowing as his steps slowed somewhat. The sound of battle reverberated in Ryu's ears as he came to a stop. The number of star roads ahead almost seemed far too numerous, and the number of battles happening here seemed to be even more than what was occurring behind him. Were there really this number of geniuses here? How was that even possible? Several paths ahead, Antha was fighting with a bit of irritation on her face. She was being ganged up on by several human women. As she saw it, they were just jealous. How was it her fault that she was prettier than them? And okay, maybe it was poor form to make their boyfriends all googly over her, but she couldn't help that either, she just had natural charm. Antha's gaze suddenly landed on Ryu, who was standing in silence. She didn't recognize him immediately with his silver mask on, but when she tilted her nose up to the sky, she smelled a familiar scent. Brother-in-law, I'm being bullied. Ryu speechlessly turned his head towards Antha's direction. Chapter 11:17. Patience 11:17. Patience, brother-in-law. Almost the instant Antha's voice fell, several gazes turned towards Ryu. The rush was practically instantaneous. Antha had several brothers and sisters. This was just the way things worked in the Dream Asura race. With their promiscuity, even considering the relatively low birth rates that were a result of their strong talents, over enough time, they would have plenty of children. Even so, the person everyone thought of almost instantly was still May, which was a bit ironic considering the fact that Antha and May weren't really siblings and were instead a close pair of cousins. It was just that Antha's other siblings were simply far too old to have married themselves to a young man like Ryu. Strength mattered too much in the cultivation world, and often talent wasn't enough to guarantee future success. There were simply too many variables. This was why, although there might be many verbal agreements regarding marriage, many wouldn't be followed through upon until the two interested parties reached a certain status. However, for Antha to call Ryu brother-in-law meant that even if the marriage hadn't been confirmed with 100% certainty, at the very least, Ryu, and this secondary party, had to be in agreement with one another that they would be Dao companions. And, the only way for this to happen was if this masked man was of close enough status with someone Antha was close enough to call sister. In that case, there was only one such person that fit all of the requirements, and that was May. But although everyone reached this conclusion simultaneously, all of them being geniuses with more than powerful enough deductive reasoning skills, they still found it hard to accept. Setting aside May's personality for a moment, making it hard for them to believe that she would have already settled on a man, just looking at the direction Ryu had come from. What exactly made him worthy of May? This group here could be considered to be quite top class in talent. Facing the likes of Enrin and Theris, they would only need a handful of moves to defeat them despite being several cultivation realms beneath them. However, they were still aware that in comparison to the geniuses that were ahead of them, they were far inferior. Those were the true monsters of the 4th, 5th and 6th heavens, existences that just might have a chance to be accepted as disciples of a 7th heaven clan or sect in the future. How could someone who was worse than even them be accepted by someone of May's caliber? What made it all particularly bad was exactly this truth. With her talent, it was very much possible for May to marry into a 7th heaven clan in the future. So why would she make such a decision before even reaching the Sky God realms? Could it be that Antha was messing around? She was quite mischievous by nature, but would she really allow some random man to take advantage of her big sister like that? Even she wouldn't cross such a line, right? Ryu inwardly shook his head before looking away. Antha wasn't in any danger at all, she was just annoyed and now wanted him to fight her battles for her. Even so, he wasn't particularly mad at her for exposing him. As far as he was concerned, since he dared to bed May, he dared to publicly claim her as his woman. Anyone who had a problem with it could be escorted to an early death by his blade. Antha pouted when she saw that Ryu was going to ignore her. This brother-in-law of hers was really too hateful, however she still became teary-eyed. I'm going to tell Big Sis that you just let me die. Ryu was once again rendered speechless. If she died, how was she going to inform anyone? For the first time, he was thankful for being an only child. If he had to deal with annoying siblings like this, especially considering his personality, he would have been driven up a wall. Plus, this wasn't just a matter of whether he wanted to help Antha or not, it wasn't that simple. Just to make it to her, he would have to detour off of his preferred path, and from here, he couldn't even sense if the inheritance they were fighting over was even worth it for him. Although it seemed like they were within close distance of one another, that was just because of their cultivations. In reality, they were probably separated by at least 3 to 4 inheritances and several hundred kilometers. Who are you? Suddenly, a cold voice came from not too far from Ryu. The young man had flowing golden hair and piercing green eyes. To his back, he had a glaive as well. If Ryu knew who Vi was, he would have probably classified this young man as someone from his clan, but seeing as Ryu didn't know who any of these people were, all he cared about was the hostility in the latter's voice. Ryu didn't respond. The young man was in an adjacent star path to himself and Ryu could easily reach him by taking that path, but he hadn't decided which route to take yet as he was still carefully analyzing his surroundings. The number of inheritances here felt like 100-fold compared to what had been behind them. In fact, Ryu could see several individuals who were even doubling back to take part in several more. These geniuses were treating this place like their playground. Orthros almost immediately lost his patience. As far as he was concerned, it simply didn't matter whether Ryu was truly May's husband or not, just the fact his name was associated with the latter was enough to sentence him to death. No one could be allowed to cuckold his elder brother. Orthros immediately abandoned the fight over his own inheritance, cutting forward a blazing path toward Ryu. At that moment, Ryu's gaze turned frighteningly cold, sparks of radiant blue lightning flying between his horns. It seemed that these people really wanted to test his patience. Chapter 11:18. Temper 11:18. Temper. When Antha saw what was happening, she smiled an adorable smile while sliding between 3 blades with a practiced grace. She didn't seem to be taking the 3 women around her seriously at all. Brother-in-law, watch out. He's very, very, very powerful. His name is Orthros and he's a member of the Sky Clan. His big brother has always had a crush on Big Sis, so I think he's mad about that. Make sure he doesn't find out how much Big Sis likes cuddling with you, or else he'll get really, really, really mad. Antha's voice echoed with concern, but if Ryu was a different type of person, he might have already been rolling his eyes at this point. However, not only was Ryu not a normal individual, when he learned of the reason Orthros was targeting him, his already cold gaze turned malevolent. All of these young geniuses had tempers, but they were entirely unaware that the one with the most fearsome temper among them was actually Ryu himself. At that moment, the skies crackled with thunder and Ryu's wrist flickered outward, causing a large stream of lightning to condense into a vicious dragon-like whip. At the tip of this whip, a half-condensed rune rotated, causing the air to sizzle and pop. This lightning inheritance was known as the Flood Dragon's Whip. It was separated into 10 stages. The first was runeless, and each subsequent stage gained 1 additional rune. At this point, Ryu had formed about 10% of the first rune. Upon forming the full rune, the whip would be able to display the strength of a lower fragmented sky god. The inheritance was essentially just a method of lightning manipulation, something that Ryu didn't actually need considering he had the lightning god talent from his lightning Qilin bloodline. If he wanted to form a whip, he could just manually do it himself. However, what made this inheritance special were the runes themselves. They could amplify the explosive power of the lightning, thus concentrating more power into it. When Ryu used normal lightning with a 10% formed rune, it had about 1/5 the power of his normal tribulation lightning. But if he used the 10% rune with his tribulation lightning instead, the effects would be astronomically better. Ryu suddenly flickered and vanished. In his place, a twin pair of small realms formed almost instantly. Those watching couldn't help but sneer. Antha had only said a few words, but this supposed husband of Mei was actually so afraid that he deployed his small realms so quickly. Usually people who had any sort of confidence in themselves would only bring out their power as needed. After all, wasn't the dream of everyone her to gain the Tao Lord's inheritance? If you went all out in every battle, how could you even have the stamina to compete when the time came? Your brother-in-law isn't very impressive, one of the women battling Antha sneered. Even as she spoke, Antha's tail suddenly lashed against her arm, leaving a deep gash. You talk too much, worry about yourself, Antha sneered back. Though, inwardly, she was a bit unsatisfied as well. She had been with Ryu for these last several months, but she had never seen him fight seriously. None of the ruins they went to pushed him very hard at all, so she had no idea if this was truly Ryu's quality or not. What these people didn't know was that Ryu had gotten into the habit of deploying his small realms instantly so he could end battles with greater speed. He didn't care what others thought about his tactics. 2 small realms might be the limit for others, but for Ryu, this was nothing more than the tip of the iceberg. When Ryu appeared in a wisp of dark wind, his whip had already lashed out, aiming for Orthros' head. He struck to kill and he didn't have the slightest hint of propriety in the face of these geniuses with strong backgrounds. No matter who he was facing, he would always be Ryu Tatsuya. While others were sneering at Ryu's battle style, Orthros, who had wanted to do the same, suddenly found himself frozen. He too was a lightning affinity cultivator, and almost the instant Ryu's small realm was deployed, he found himself entirely stifled. His chi became sluggish and his response became slow. By the time he reacted, Ryu's whip was already near his head and he could only roar, letting out a mighty surging wave of chi. Bang! Orthros was sent flying back, his defensive wall of chi cracking and almost shattering entirely. Ryu's other hand grasped at the air, forming a second whip with a 10% rune. He lashed out with it almost immediately, shattering Orthros' defenses to pieces in the next instant. Orthros flew backward even faster, but Ryu seemed to be even faster than that, appearing above him like a ghost, his aura entirely malevolent. Ryu's back flexed, his arms flaring out wide before he whipped them downward with a vicious momentum. The skies clapped with thunder, the roar of a might flood dragon drowning out everything else. Ryu's two whips lashed out against Orthro's chest, causing it to cave in. A projectile of blood flew from Orthro's lips, his robes erupting into ashes and his inner lining of armor only barely reflecting what remained of the damage. Orthros barely managed to maintain his consciousness, finally managing to reach to his back and bring his glaive into his hands. Even as he crashed back first into the ground, he countered, striking upward with what strength he had left. The glaive's polearm extended, appearing before Ryu's forehead in a flash of lightning and piercing right through. But just when it seemed that Orthros had successfully countered, Ryu's afterimage vanished into the wind, appearing on the ground just 10 meters from Orthros as the latter struggled to his feet, only to be met by two whipping whips. Orthros was sent flying again. A sudden silence fell over the surroundings as Ryu savagely hounded Orthros. It was clear to everyone that due to just a few words from Antha, Ryu wanted nothing more than to kill Orthros. Chapter 11:19. Danger 11:19 Danger, enough. Orthros roared into the air, his golden hair dancing with sparkling motes of light. At that moment, his cultivation which had been at the World Sea realm began to plummet and concentrate, only stopping after falling to the Path Extinction realm. And yet, his aura seemed to become many times more concentrated in an instant. It was clear that he no longer cared about anything else. There wasn't any of the trash of the third and lower heavens here anyway. What good was blending into him? His glaive struck against the ground, bending wildly as it stopped his backward momentum. Then, he flung himself forward like a slingshot, his glaive's polearm vibrating wildly beneath the pressure. In an instant, he had already closed the distance between himself and Ryu, bearing down with a suffocating pressure. The arc of the glaive traveled from near parallel with the ground right to Ryu's head, leaving a beautiful path of gold in its wake as sparks of lightning trembled along it. However, when it seemed that Ryu would lose his head, his afterimage dispersed into the wind once more. Ryu appeared high in the skies, his whips pulling against his arms as though the pair were truly flood dragons struggling against their chains. They seemed far more lifelike now even with just 10% of the first rune formed. And yet, under a suppressive might, they were quickly compressed. Ryu opened his palms and his great swerve staffs flew into them. At the same time, the coiling lightning flood dragons wrapped around the blades of the great sword staffs, pulsing with a might power. With a single raise of his arm, the crackles of lightning and the booming of thunder in the skies caused the star path to quake. The roar of a mighty beast echoed and Ryu's great sword staffs suddenly felt as though they had been forged with the bones of dragons and tempered in the blood of Qilins. Orthros felt a mighty pressure descend upon him and the faint sparks of lightning he had been accumulating were entirely snuffed out. In the skies, a looming shadow appeared to Ryu's back. In its presence, even the most volatile lightning chi seemed to become completely docile. Its horns pierced the skies and its hooves solidified the earth. Before it, Orthros could only feel that his aura was completely suppressed. The geniuses in the surroundings felt their pupils constrict. They recognized it almost immediately. Birded phenomena. Ever since Ryu had perfected his ruler realm inheritances he had gained access to birthed phenomena. However, using such phenomena in the true martial world was troublesome for its own reasons. Even partially summoned like this, it was all too obvious that Ryu's birthed phenomena wasn't human. Using the birthed phenomena of an inheritance obviously birthed from the affinity of his bloodlines was like screaming to the mountaintops that he had lightning Qilin blood flowing through his veins. However, with his current identity, his bloodline was already exposed, and since he couldn't use his immortal rings for similar reasons, this was the second best option. Orthros felt his heart skip a beat. Without the slightest hesitation, before Ryu could even swing, his palm flipped over and a talisman of sorts appeared. He slammed it onto his chest and vanished in a streak of lightning. He was so fast that by the time Ryu swung his arm down, his TTACK hit nothing but air. Boom! The star path quaked before settling down. Ryu slowly fell from the air, his gaze frighteningly cold as he looked toward the direction Orthros had vanished. He had gone down a path that he had previously unlocked, but due to the rules of the star path, Ryu wasn't able to follow down it. Obviously, Orthros had thought of this and used it to his advantage. Others felt shocked by the battle alone, but Ryu was entirely unsatisfied. He rarely failed to kill those he wanted dead. In fact, he couldn't remember this ever happening before. He didn't like the feeling. This was ultimately a failure of his ignorance. He had never even seen such an escape measure before. It didn't even look like Orthros had to pay a steep price, other than whatever the cost of the talisman itself was. Annoying, Ryu growled. He only spoke for himself, but what level of cultivators were there around him? Even if he was speaking at a normal level, most in the surrounding several dozen kilometers heard him. To the geniuses here, this only made sense. They had far too many protective measures, normally, to kill one another, so often, they didn't even try. Their matches had slowly become tacit spars as a result of this. Ryu was probably the only one among them all that had actually been trying to kill his enemy. Even so, although they felt that Ryu was somewhat arrogant, they didn't believe that it was entirely unwarranted. They didn't know why someone who could form a birthed phenomena was placed so far back, but what they did know was that anyone who could form such a thing, at the very least, was a genius of comprehension. As steep as the difficulty in forming a birthed phenomena in sacrum was, even saying it was 1,000-fold harder in the true martial world would be an understatement. It wasn't just that it confirmed a level of genius comprehension very few could match, more importantly, it assumed the existence of an inheritance that had the ability to reach such a level. They had wondered why Orthro's lightning had seemed so subdued. It turned out that this was because Ryu had suppressed him to the point he couldn't even raise his head. Just who was this young man, exactly? At that moment, Antha's giggles reached their ears. It seemed that this mischievous young woman, the catalyst for all of this to begin with, was actually quite happy with the results. At the very least, Ryu wasn't weak, this was a good thing. Ryu sent a gaze toward Antha. Truthfully, anyone else who had played with him like this would be dealing with an arrow to the forehead right about now, beautiful woman or not. However, he had always been more lenient toward family, and Antha could barely be considered that. He inwardly shook his head and decided to forget about it. Her punishment would be dealing with those three surrounding her on her own. Without a word, Ryu turned toward the star paths once again and chose one. He had thought about going down toward the inheritance Orthros had been about to claim since he could sense that it was a lightning inheritance, but he decided against it. He had finally sensed a soul inheritance and it just might be useful to him. Antha's pouting returned once she realized that Ryu had dispersed his birthed phenomena and was continuing on without a word to her. "I'm telling big sis," Antha called out, but Ryu still ignored her. "Hey, where are you going? Don't go down that path, there are some dangerous people over there. Hey, listen to me." This time, Antha seemed to actually be serious, but he was Ryu Tatsuya. Since when did danger cause his steps to pause? How ridiculous. Antha was speechless. She somewhat felt like the boy who cried wolf, but Ryu should be able to tell when she was joking around and when she was being serious, right? Why was he being so stubborn? Antha panicked. If Mei found out about this, would she blame her? She had really tried, though. Ryu's body flashed along the start paths, finally appearing at a crossroad. However, compared to the other star paths which either only had a single person others didn't dare to fight with, or had a number of individuals fighting it out, this one not only had several individuals, but they were also entirely unmoving. Even with the appearance of Ryu, they stood each 10 or so meters apart from one another, their eyes closed and their robes fluttering. Others when they saw such a scene might come to a stop and hesitate. However, Ryu's steps didn't even hitch. He was on a time crunch, it would already be too late to regret it if others got to the Tao Lord's inheritance before him. Ryu had a Tao Sovereign's soul cultivation technique. It was just a single method and didn't have the full inheritance behind it. And yet, just its existence alone was groundbreaking. Compared to a Tao Sovereign singular cultivation technique, the entire inheritance of a Tao Lord was far more valuable. To say that it would be life-changing was an understatement. He didn't care what little game of arrogant chicken these robe youths were playing. If they wanted to stand around and do nothing, he would simply claim the inheritance and move on. The moment the youths realized that Ryu actually had no intention of stopping, their expressions changed somewhat even within their seemingly meditative states. At that instant, one who seemed far more relaxed than the others suddenly opened his eyes, turning towards Ryu. "Since you don't understand your place, just die." The gaze of the young man flashed, a streaking soul attack appearing before Ryu's forehead in less than a blink. Chapter 1120. Twang. 1120 Twang. Ryu's gaze flashed. The spiritual chi condensed attack was fast, almost too fast. It sank into his forehead without much resistance. In the distance, Antha's expression became incomparably ugly. In the true martial world, mental realm masters were on a completely different level. Even so, they were incomparably rare and there were only small pockets of them even in the 4th, 5th and 6th heavens. The ones that did exist were extraordinarily dangerous. Even high-class geniuses who could be considered to be at the pinnacle wouldn't casually offend such existences. This was why, despite all the commotion around, no one had stepped within even a single branch of this soul inheritance. In fact, they were arrogant to the point that they didn't even pay attention to what was around them either, completely ignoring Ryu's earlier battle. These individuals were placed further back by the Tao Lord because their overall talent was lacking. But their soul talent was so exceptionally high, and in such a rare niche at that they were among the most dangerous individuals here, if not the most dangerous. When others saw Ryu overestimating himself like this, they were rendered entirely speechless. Even their elder sibling or senior brothers and sisters wouldn't be so casual in encountering such individuals, at least not without some sort of mental realm protection treasure, but those were simply far too rare. However, in the next moment, everything seemed to change. Ryu, whose next step should have faltered, continued forward as though he hadn't just been attacked. The soul strike of the mental realm master genius was like a pebble falling into the vast ocean. Ryu didn't even have to put up any defense, his spiritual sense was so vast that any damage caused was like a drop in a raging river. Before the mental realm master could realize that he had made a mistake, Ryu's claw had descended. Ryu's palm cast darkness over the mental realm master's eyes, his claw lifting him up by squeezing the sides of his temples. Even with a slight squeeze, the skull of the mental realm master had already fractured, causing him to cry out in pain and horror. Another silence fell as Ryu frowned, shaking his head. Although he had tanked that strike, he didn't feel good. No matter how strong you were, a papercut would still be annoying, and it might even sting a bit depending on the situation. Ultimately, despite his soul strength, Ryu didn't have any solid manipulation methods and wasn't good enough to defend himself. Even so, the slight damage to Ryu's soul was quickly healed with a slight inhale. Ryu might lag behind the 4th, 5th and 6th heavens in a lot of aspect, but when it came to mental realm talent, only the geniuses of the 7th, 8th and 9th heavens could possibly hold a candle to him. To put this matter into perspective, these youths here, even despite being in the path extinction and Tao pedestal realms, were capable of matching the world sea realm geniuses of the lower heavens. Likewise for Ryu, even though his current soul realm was on par with these geniuses, being at the soul refinement realm, the gap was so astronomical that it was almost child's play. The only unfortunate part was that Ryu's soul potential, due to the nature of his perfect blackbody soul, was limited by his body's strength. Other soul talents would give more direct benefits and were more directly applicable in battle. However, Ryu's perfect blackbody soul's best ability was in its limitless growth potential. It was just that this limitless potential was ultimately limited by how much Ryu's body could handle. So, unless Ryu found the body realm cultivation technique he was looking for, he would continue to be limited in this aspect. It could be said that if not for this, even if there were 1,000 of this mental realm master genius, he wouldn't even cause Ryu to frown. Luckily, while Ryu was limited in this aspect, his spacetime soul nature more than made up for it, placing him more on par with those 7th heaven and higher geniuses, at least in this aspect. Ryu shook his head and suddenly realized that this man was still screaming. Annoying. Ryu's claw squeezed and punctured 5 bloody holes into the head of the screaming young man. Then, he reached forward and took the latter's spatial ring. There were probably a ton of useful things in there. At that moment, the relief that Antha was feeling turned cold once more. Without hesitation, the remaining mental realm masters all flipped their palms over, taking out their own protective treasures and escaping in all directions. They didn't even give the inheritance a second glance. If the strongest of them had been dealt with like that, the rest of them stood no chance. Ryu, you definitely cannot expose your identity now, definitely cannot. The words entered Ryu's ears. This time, there wasn't even the slightest hint of playfulness in Antha's tone. However, seeing that Ryu ignored her again while casually tossing the corpse to the side, Antha became slightly more anxious. You don't understand, mental realm masters are too weak, so they're incredibly protective of their own. This is especially the case for those of them talented enough to be taken in as disciples. The one you just killed is Terran, his master is Saint Rinishka, who has only taken 3 disciples in his life. Saint Rinishka is a perfect sky god, but even omniscient sky gods wouldn't casually offend him. In addition, Saint Rinishka's other 2 disciples are extremely powerful as well. One is in the world sea realm and the other entered the fragmented sky god realm just recently. The others will definitely tell them what happened here. Do not expose yourself no matter what. Ryu raised an eyebrow. A perfect sky god that omniscient sky gods feared. The gap between individual sky gods' realms was enormous. The sky god realm might as well have been a separation of mortal and god, quite literally. Even now, Ryu had no chance in defeating even a fragmented sky god of the first heaven, and that was despite the fact he could crush world sea realm geniuses of the third heaven with hardly much effort at all. This was how huge the gap was. For a perfect sky god to be able to skip not just one realm, but two. That made little sense. There had to be some other secret going on here, something that others were missing. Theoretically, even if the omniscient sky god wasn't proficient in matters of the soul, just the passive evolution of their mental realm caused by two sky god realm breakthroughs should be enough to crush all those beneath them. Interesting. Ryu gave Antha a faint nod, but he didn't seem too worried. His decision was still the same. He had no intention of revealing his identity, but if he couldn't collect enough heavenly favor without it, he would rather reveal himself entirely than wallow in mediocrity. Seeing that she got a nod from Ryu, Antha felt happy for some reason before she suddenly shook her head. This stinky brother-in-law was so cold that she almost smiled because of a mere nod. How could she account to herself if this was all the help she got? Shouldn't you help your sister-in-law out a bit in exchange for how nice she's been to you? Antha pouted. Ryu turned a faint glance over. At first, Antha thought that Ryu would ignore her again, but to her shock, a raging lightning flood dragon formed in Ryu's palm in an instant. It seemed countless times more lifelike than before, almost as though every time Ryu used it, his comprehension would jump forward another massive leap. But Antha pouted once again. They were too far away, how would a whip help? It was then that Ryu shrugged off an inconspicuous bow that had always followed him. It was so low profile that many forgot that he even wore it at all, and it only became more difficult to make out after he put his mask on. Ryu elevated two fingers from his grip, pointing forward. At that instant, the raging whip became docile, concentrating into a glistening blue steel, tri-pointed arrow tip. Those that watched this scene couldn't believe that a whip of over 20 meters long had suddenly become an object barely 2 inches long. What level of lightning chi control and affinity did that take? It was unfathomable. Ryu brought his two fingers to his bow string, slowly pulling. Under the watchful gazes of those in the vicinity, the arrow tip gained a body, quickly formed by dancing lightning. Ryu's aura changed and a suffocating presence descended. Antha's expression changed along with many others. Bow God. Ryu released his arrow with a sharp twang and the three women surrounding Antha felt the scent of death. Without hesitation, they brought out their protective measures. But Ryu had already lowered his bow and looked away, reaching for the soul inheritance. Chapter 1121. Magus Sky God 1121 Magus Sky God. The arrow seemed to rip through the void, appearing within Antha's battlefield in the blink of an eye. The three rushed away in three different directions, but one unlucky soul found the arrow appearing right at the back of her head. All she could feel was a sizzle and a pop, and before she could understand what had happened, her consciousness faded. She could only subtly feel regret. Why had she crushed her speed talisman instead of her shield talisman instead? The other two young women rushed away, unwilling to stay any longer, and that left Antha all alone to accept the inheritance. After she got over her shock, she clapped happily and smiled. Hee, no one can bully me anymore. She held out two fingers and gave a triumphant glare toward everyone in her surroundings. Ryu was entirely immersed in the inheritance before him, not particularly paying attention to his surroundings. He knew that his arrow would land, and even if they managed to block it, there was no way that they would stay just to suffer a second attack. The strength of a bow god wasn't something the likes of these individuals could ignore. Ryu hadn't revealed his weapon godhoods to this point, mostly because it wasn't necessary. But the moment he did, it felt like a boulder had fallen into a calm lake. It felt almost silly to say that Ryu didn't have any belief in himself when he deployed his small realms. To them, a small realm might be a great trump card to leave in reserve. But someone with a soul strong enough to ignore the strike of a mental realm master and somehow also be a bow god clearly wouldn't feel the same way. Ryu didn't care for the opinions of those around him. Now that he had claimed his inheritance, no one could enter this star path any longer, so he was safe to absorb it in silence. In fact, the only reason he had been able to attack Antha's star path was because that inheritance had yet to be claimed. If it had been, even his arrow would have been snuffed into nothingness. I see, this is not bad. I guess, it was more than not bad. There was a reason the other mental realm masters had been so enamored with this inheritance. For one, This inheritance's glass orb was larger than a silver city of the heavens path, stretching out thousands of kilometers. And secondly, it was the first and maybe the only soul inheritance present in this place. Just this, there was no doubt to its value. This inheritance was actually very similar to the visualization methods of Sacrum, although a bit different. Ryu hadn't bothered to care about the names of the other sky gods he had gotten inheritances from up to this point, but this sky god he did make a note of. He called himself the Magus Sky God, and shockingly enough, he was an omniscient sky god, just a step away from the Tao Lord level. The Magus Sky God created an inheritance of what he called Magus arts, but as Ryu saw it, it relied on the same principles of fundamental runes and rune formation that the visualization techniques of Sacrum used. The main difference here, however, was that this inheritance was complete with a systematic method and documentation of the true martial world's runes. What did this mean? It meant that Ryu didn't need to waste his time slowly researching the runes of the true martial world like he had originally been forced to. Ryu had been dragging his feet in bolstering the strength of his visualizations because it simply took too much work and time that he didn't have. In fact, he had only managed to do it with his master's visualization up to this point, and that was only because it was mandatory for his current cultivation. But now, he had a cheat sheet of sorts. In addition, if he didn't want to, he didn't have to waste any time at all improving the visualization of Sacrum. He could simply use the roadmap the Magus Sky God had left behind and build his attack portfolio using it instead. The Magus Sky God was very adept at neutral defenses and attacks formed by his overwhelming spiritual chi. These were attacks like the one that Terran has used against Ryu. They were fast, quickly formed, and difficult to counter without special protective treasures or wasting a ton of chi to overwhelm the spiritual chi. While Ryu was clearly interested in these, he was also highly interested in the defensive measures. He was lacking in them quite a bit and he didn't want to have just tank any attacks he came across with his dense spiritual chi. Aside from this core inheritance, the Magus Sky God had left many other things behind as well. There was a cultivation technique, but Ryu wasn't very interested in it. After all, he had a Tao Sovereign Soul cultivation method. The Magus Sky God was far too inferior in this respect to move his heart. Another interesting tidbit was a soul transfer method. This could not only transfer one's own soul into the body of another, forcefully taking it over, but it could also be used to snatch the souls of others. Ryu wasn't very interested in either facet. He had no intention of leaving his own body, and his perfect black body's natural devouring ability was far better than this technique. However, what he was interested in was the mechanism by which such techniques worked. Ryu was well aware that his soul was of great allure even to the extremely powerful people, and this was more so than even his bloodlines. Aside from his meridians, his soul was probably the most valuable talent he had. Even the likes of Genelis thought of taking it for herself, let alone others with far more powerful means. Ryu wanted to be able to protect himself from such methods, so he had to know all about them and how he might be able to counter them if he ended up in such a situation. As Ryu dove deeper into the inheritance, though, he hadn't expected to find something that was absolutely perfect for this. The beauty of having an inheritance suddenly shone through. Instead of stumbling around himself, there was actually a method waiting right here for him. The Magus Lock. Chapter 1122. Magus Lock 1122. Magus Lock. The Magus Lock wasn't a technique, it was rather a magnum opus, a life's work a Magus could and would spend their entire lives perfecting. The Magus Lock was essentially a permanent visualization built within one's spiritual chi, a lot like Ryu was already used to. And much like the divine chaotic annihilation visualization of the past that used to perpetually protect Ryu's mind, so too would the Magus Lock, but via a much more profound method. While divine chaotic annihilation relied entirely on brute force and the use of an esoteric law, the Magus Lock, while it too could rely on brute force sometimes, could also make use of softer method and other forms of subterfuge. The Magus Lock was precisely that, a lock placed on the mind that made it difficult to access the core of one's soul. Mental realm masters had all sorts of obscure and hard-to-deal-with abilities. This was part of the reason they had been banned in Ryu's home world, outside of the machinations of the martial gods, of course. They could read minds, control minds, manipulate memories, and even worse, the most powerful and skilled among them could accomplish such things with you being none the wiser. The only way to protect yourself was to either be quasi-omnipotent and all-knowing, or to preemptively prepare yourself, and that was where the Magus Lock came into play. According to the Magus Sky God, Unless you could forge your own soul protection treasure with all of your knowledge as a magus built into it, it was best not to rely on them at all. It was impossible for soul protection treasures to block against all methods unless they were at a certain level, and the magus lock was far more reliable. Using the magus lock was like surrounding your soul in a maze-like construct, filled with illusions and false walls only you knew how to get through, and also the occasional simple and stronger barrier of defense. The more complex the magus lock, the more difficult it was to deal with, and the more secure your mind would be. The magus sky god left behind several potential base magus locks that his inheritor could fuse with immediately. It took time, patience, and a lot of hard work to build up magus locks on your own, so the magus sky god left behind several foundations to pick from. Depending on the foundation Ryu picked, the ultimate form of magus lock would likewise be different. There were 3 choices. One focused on the most on the maze aspects, making one's mind difficult to navigate. This choice would make one's mind a lot more difficult to read and control. It was by far the best in this aspect. The second aspect focused a lot more on false walls and illusions. This choice made the mind easier to penetrate, but hard to extricate oneself from. It was a double-edged sword of sorts and could be used by those confident in their raw abilities. It was excellent at trapping and ensnaring. The final aspect focused on solid and sturdy walls. This made the mind incredibly firm, but it could also be brittle depending on the situation. In addition, it had natural defense against attacks, but it was weaker against more subtle manipulation like mind reading and control. Of course, while all 3 of these aspects had their weaknesses, it wasn't to an exaggerated point. It was all relative. Any one of these 3 aspects had stronger defense even in their weaknesses than most similarly leveled soul protective treasures. This was where the strength of the magus lock really shined. Even so, Ryu completely ignored these foundational methods and began to build his own. There were 2 reasons why one would want to build starting with these foundational molds. The first was the difficulty. Understanding the runes needed to build a magus lock was a tall task and might take years in and of themselves for someone who was less talented, but to then be able to use these runes to build adequate defenses without your own experience would be nigh impossible in a short time frame. The second was plasticity. This would be a relatively new concept to anyone who came across it, and it would be difficult to decide exactly how to build up one's defenses immediately even if you perfectly understood the runes needed to do so. The first problem wasn't even a problem for Ryu. He had his realm heart, which had been perfected to the immortal realms, meaning he could see through immortal grade secrets with absolute ease. Until he reached the cosmic seed realm equivalent for his soul, these would be all the runes he would need. In addition, even if he didn't have his realm heart, he still had his Tao, which was exceptionally good at comprehending such things. Now that he had the fundamental runes so perfectly laid out and labeled for him by the magus sky god, this was as easy as breathing to him. As for the second problem, Ryu wasn't a normal inheritor. He was a person who was already used to using visualizations to protect his mind, so he had a subtle feeling for it already. And, once again, even if he didn't have such experience, he could see through the secrets of the 3 foundational molds the magus sky god had left behind and piece together their concepts to form his own. Just like this, Ryu planned to use some of the concepts the magus sky god had self-created, the false walls, the maze and the sturdy defenses, and he would also infuse his own concepts. These methods would rely on concepts from divine chaotic annihilation, which could swallow up chi of all types and spit out more spiritual chi, immortal Sakura, which was adept at taking on frontal attacks and turning them into glancing blows, and most importantly, his own spacetime soul nature would be his greatest defense. It only took Ryu a few minutes to come up with the perfect foundation for his magus lock using these concepts, and soon delicate dark gold runes were dancing within his spiritual sea. In less than half an hour, Ryu had defenses he felt made him immune to any soul attacks beneath the world sea realm, and even for attacks at that level he felt like he could tank them. His aura completely changed, and his gaze flashed with a dark gold hue before it slowly faded. Ryu's hair fluttered in the wind as he took a step forward, vanishing into thin air. Dark gold runes danced around his body and within his irises as he moved forward faster and faster. This Tao Lord's inheritance would be his. No one here could stop him. Chapter 1123. 9 Pillars 1123 9 Pillars. The dark gold runes continued to float around Ryu. Sometimes they would fuse into forms that were exponentially more complex, but they would also quickly separate afterward, dancing in dark gold motes of light. Surges of chi seemed to form whenever these runes fused. It was clear that they had quite some influence on the atmospheric chi, almost like they could have the presence of immortal rings. Ryu's steps came to a pause, his eyes narrowing. This region was eerily quiet. It was difficult to spread out his spiritual sense very far in this region because of the star paths, fluctuations, and his eyes were still semi-blind, so he couldn't lock onto targets further than what his sense could reach, but even so, his ears tended to be quite reliable. For whatever reason, though, this seemed to be a dead zone. There were still numerous paths ahead, and just as many inheritances to choose from, but there were no signs of battle and very few of the star paths were cut off, having already been claimed by others. This seemed to say that there were a very small number of individuals who had crossed through this region, a number small enough that direct combat didn't seem to be necessary. I see. If, theoretically, there were only a small number of geniuses who made it to this point, but the inheritances remained so numerous, then there really might not be a need for them to fight one another directly. In that case, Ryu chose a path and rushed forward. He continuously kept an eye out for a body realm inheritance that could move him, but although they were less rare than the soul inheritance, of which he had only sensed one to this point, they weren't as ubiquitous as the others. Ryu couldn't help but wonder about the sheer number of inheritances here compared to the number of geniuses. Unless one had the time to backtrack and take completely new inheritances, it would be impossible to claim all these inheritances, and even if you did, you would just be one person. Even Ryu wouldn't claim that he would be able to maximize so many methods, he was just one person, after all. But the more interesting topic here was the willingness of these experts of time gone past to do this. By this point in the star path, these sky gods here were all perfect sky gods at worst, with a good portion being transcended sky gods. Such individuals had a great deal of pride in themselves, and rightfully so. They had reached a stage very few could. And yet, here they were, presenting themselves like goods at a marketplace and waiting for geniuses who might never reach their height to pick them. It was difficult to fathom that they would choose to do such a thing. The only explanation seemed to be the convergence. The only reason they would be so willing to lower their standing would be because of such a thing. They hoped that they would land in the hands of a rising genius who would grant them enough karma to be reborn into a life where they could elevate past their former peak. Of course, this was just the surface reason. There was an entirely different reason here for why these inheritances were just so obediently lined up. And that was because of the looming, planted-sized orb that hung above all of their heads, locking them in place. The Tao Lord had spoken and none of them had the ability to disobey. If not for the actions of the Tao Lord, many of these orbs would have been silently hidden in the forests, deserts and oceans below, and though those with affinity would be able to sense them, they would still be incredibly difficult to find. This was the first time in a very long time that the inheritances were so readily available for the geniuses to simply pick from, and it showed. Ryu stood before a glass orb and his palm glanced across its surface. It radiated a dense heat and seemed to want to burn the world to the ground. It was rare for a pure elemental inheritance to be found so far up here. By this point, many of the sky gods had incredibly niche inheritances that required stronger and stronger affinities to be able to subdue. Ryu's ease of claiming the soul inheritance shouldn't be taken as the norm for those that were here. After all, with Ryu's soul talent, he hardly felt the so-called test that was left behind. But this fire inheritance felt different. Ryu's claw clenched and shattered the orb. Immediately, a raging tide of flames engulfed him. 9-pillar flame sky god. 9 pillars that help up the sky. 9 flames that burned it down. The words were entirely contradictory. Building a Tao on this could easily lead a person astray. To hold the skies up and to burn them at the same time, what kind of nonsense was that? Just reading such words were enough to crack the Tao heart of anyone with a weak will. However, when Ryu heard these words echo in his mind, he laughed. Even when he gained the Magus Sky God's inheritance, an inheritance that had an excellent claim to be the second strongest here outside of the Tao Lord's inheritance itself, he hadn't felt very much about it. But this 9-pillar flame sky god, a mere, perfect sky god, made Ryu laugh. A contradictory statement? Not at all. In fact, he felt that it made almost too much sense. All it needed was a little translation, a translation that Ryu saw through the core of all too easily. I support the skies today because I can. I will burn down the skies tomorrow because I can. I act as I please and my heart guides my actions. Even the heavens cannot sat my rage when it begins to burn. Good. Ryu clenched a fist and the fire that seemed to want to burn him to ash all condensed, being swallowed into his heart all at once. In a blink, it was as though there was never an inheritance here to begin with. Chapter 1124. Dark 1124 Dark. The geniuses at the forefront of the star paths continued to move forward with their fasted speed. As Ryu had expected, there were very few fights if any at this point. There were more than enough paths to take and too few here to take them all. It instead became a battle of who had the most options before them and who had the strongest comprehension toward those options. Just now, if Ryu hadn't grasped the essence of the nine-pillar flame sky god's inheritance, he would have been burnt to ashes. But because of his level of comprehension, the flames hadn't even tickled him. Ryu had noticed this shift in the inheritances long ago. The inheritances much further to the back required battling an avatar. This could be considered to be the simplest form of test. So long as one had a strong enough elemental affinity, it took a fraction of the effort to defeat this avatar. However, as you came to the more robust inheritances, the task became more complex. Although there was less fighting involved, the tests were actually several times more difficult. Due to this, despite being by far the closest, the pace of the geniuses ahead was very slow, and they were still just outside striking range of the Tao Lord's inheritance. As they pressed forward, they continued to jeer at one another, lambasting the ones lagging behind and trying to shake the confidence of those a step or two ahead. At that moment, though, Vi frowned, looking toward his spatial ring. He was currently being bathed in a light of pure white gold as he tried to comprehend the inheritance before him. The pressure was immense, and he didn't have time to divert his attention away, but that vibration just now was from his younger brother. Judging by the obstructions in the star path, if this message was just getting to him, whatever had happened had occurred long ago. In such a situation, it was already too late for him to do anything in response, and this left him a bit anxious. Despite the danger, he still chose to divert some of his attention to see what was happening. His brother was very strong. They shouldn't be anyone who could threaten him to the point of forcing him to this extent if he was with the other batches of geniuses. Orthros and the others weren't necessarily of weaker talent than the frontline geniuses that were here, it was just that their cultivations were lower, so their overall value to the Tao Lord was lesser as a result. Orthros was still in the path extinction realm while Vi had long since surpassed that along with Mei and the others, as such they were also given forward placement. Of course, this division was only important after you reached a certain threshold of talent. After all, many of the geniuses that were the furthest back had long since entered the World Sea realm. The distinction was only made when it was worth it. This was to say that Vi had a lot of belief in Orthros, only slightly less belief than what he had in himself. Anything could fluster him was worth taking seriously. Ultimately, they were still restricted by many rules in this place, and they couldn't bring out their true talent without attracting unwanted attention, so they had to extra cautious in how they find things. This was the second reason Vi took this risk. Withstanding the pain, Vi slowly listened to his brother's message, sighing a slight sigh of relief when he realized that Orthros had survived. Afterward, though, his expression became far darker as he listened to the rest of the message. After a long while, he turned his attention toward Mei, who was being baptized in a raging river of black water. Despite the situation, she was calm and unmoved. Vi was human, as such he was well aware of the stigma of a union of human and demon. The two races might as well have been oil and water in the way they refused to mix. Although there was a ton of extramarital activity, actual marriages were very rare. Even so, Vi was enthralled not only with Mei's beauty, but namely her spirit-soul nature. He didn't like having any weaknesses, and though his soul couldn't be said to be weak, it wasn't a strength either. Those real geniuses of the sixth heaven, those absolute monsters who couldn't be bothered to descend to the lower heavens like the rest of them, didn't have such weaknesses. If he wanted to be like them, he not only had to have Mei's primordial yin, he also had to have her obediently fuse her soul with his own and become his wife. Once she did, his only weakness would be filled, and he would be no less talented than those real geniuses. Like this, he would be able to truly fight for a spot to enter the seventh heaven. However, never had he expected that in the time she was gone, Mei would find herself a husband. At that moment, the situation suddenly changed. An odd balance was broken as the figure of an unknown individual walked into view. No matter who it was, even those focused on their inheritances, they all turned their attention over immediately. In the time they had been here, this was the first time someone had caught up with them. In addition, with how close they were getting to the Tao Lord's inheritance, everyone who could make it here was a competitor. In fact, in a lot of ways, catching up was more impressive than having been here from the very beginning. All they could see, though, was a pair of silver eyes hiding radiant golden rings. The amount of heavenly favor this individual had accumulated was absolutely astronomical. It was difficult to look him in the eyes without blinking and looking away. It was simply too hard to maintain eye contact. May blinked when she looked back before she suddenly smiled. If Antha could recognize Ryu, how could she not? But unlike her little cousin, the moment she saw that Ryu was wearing a mask, she restrained her reaction, not wanting to expose Ryu and not knowing that Antha had already done enough of that. Ryu looked toward May and nodded lightly, letting her know that it wasn't a big deal. But this sort of action caused the expressions of many to suddenly become weird, especially when May's beautiful smile came with the hint of a blush. May had only just realized that this was the first time she was greeting her husband in front of so many people. This wasn't something that she was used to. To the side, Vi's usually bright and cheery expression could only become dark. Chapter 1125, Thread 1125. Thread. Ryu's gaze shifted and it landed on Genelis. A coldness flashed in his eyes. The latter wouldn't recognize him easily normally, but his mask was too conspicuous. The one who almost ruined her body reconstruction was a silver mask wearing, lightning wielding, dual wielder. Ryu fit this description perfectly. In addition, according to that mysterious figure, Ryu had lightning Qilin blood and had even awakened their storm talent. Therefore, he had more than a minor right to have reached this point. The only real oddity was that he hadn't been here immediately. When Genelis reached this point in her thoughts, her expression turned icy. This was the man who had harmed her soul back then and caused her to make all those foolish decisions. Now that her soul was healed and her talent had evolved to this point, she really wanted to see if this bastard would still dare to be so arrogant. Ryu's gaze shifted away. He couldn't reach Genelis right now even if he wanted to. She had taken a star path already and there were several cleared inheritances between himself and her. He might consider killing her immediately if this wasn't the case, but he would have to leave it be for now. Instead, Ryu focused on the paths ahead, still looking for the body realm inheritance. By this point, any inheritance that appeared was highly valuable and would form the foundation of his path forward until the sky god realms at the very least. Ryu took a step forward and began to walk down the star path. He found that the pressure he faced in doing this alone was becoming far stronger. It seemed that there would be a greater challenge than just facing the inheritances themselves from this point onward. Dark gold runes danced around him, sparks of lightning jumping between his horns. "Who are you?" Vi's words seemed to come like a boom of thunder, but despite the fact they were aimed toward Ryu, the latter didn't seem to react at all. "Ha ha." Akura began to laugh hysterically. "He's ignoring you, Vi. Are you going to settle for that?" Truthfully, Akura wasn't a fool. He might not like Vi normally, but he was also quite understanding toward his usual demeanor. There was very clearly something wrong with Vi now. He wouldn't usually wear such an expression. Hearing Vi's interrogating tone, May immediately became unhappy, her cold gaze landing on him. "Did you not hear me? I asked you a question." Vi's voice boomed again, crackling golden lightning erupting around him. Ryu tapped at the air and the dark gold runes around him swiveled. A pulse radiated out in all directions and the sound from Vi was entirely blocked. Under normal circumstances, with his temper, Ryu would have directly attacked. But since he couldn't, he would have to settle for silencing the jumping clown. Vi had never seen such methods before, but when he realized it wasn't an attack, he seemed to put two and two together and his fury became towering, his golden hair dancing in the wind. Seeing the situation, even May was speechless. Maybe only Ryu would dare to treat Vi like this, even she didn't entirely ignore him. His standing was quite high, but after a moment, May couldn't help but laugh inwardly, a faint hint of pride blooming in her chest. Ryu never seemed like he was putting on an act for anyone. Most who acted like this seemed to be putting on a false front of bravado, but this was truly Ryu in every sense of the words. Ryu's steps came to a pause as Akura laughed so hard he nearly fell to the ground. "Shit, shit, shit," Akura paid for his laughter, almost getting blasted out by his inheritance. He only remembered now that he was in quite a disparaging situation. While Akura was laughing, others couldn't help but gaze toward Ryu a second and third time. The curiosity they felt couldn't help but grow. "May, who is he?" Rana, the blade dress-wearing petite woman, couldn't help but ask. She figured that since she was among the few women here, May was more likely to respond to her than most others. Hearing this question, Mei smiled before she hesitated slightly. In her silence, she blushed somewhat, a change that most wouldn't miss. Mei didn't hesitate because she didn't want to claim a connection with Ryu, but rather because he was wearing a mask. It seemed like he wanted to hide his identity, so was it appropriate for her to tell the truth? It might make things difficult on him in the future. But at that moment, she seemed to hear Ryu's words echo in her ears and she smiled a sweet smile. He's my husband. Rana's eyes widened when she heard this. Let alone her, most others were stunned. Even Akrua, who was caught between trying to be serious and laughing up a lung, froze. This was entirely unexpected to the point that they didn't quite know how to respond. Mei blushed again, realizing the intent by her words. She could have said fiancé, at least that way it wouldn't be so embarrassing. But the word had slipped out from her cherry lips before she could realize the potential problem with them. Several gazes landed on Ryu once again, but just previously, he didn't seem to notice anyone else. Vi's emerald irises flashed with a malevolent light, to not only harm his younger brother, but to even take the woman he had planned to build an empire with right before his eyes. This person had to die. Ryu appeared before an inheritance, his hand stretching out. An alchemy inheritance. Maybe there'll be some interesting insights. Many watched, wanting to know how Ryu would deal with an inheritance. His talent spoke for itself since he had made it here, but the fact he hadn't been here from the very beginning also spoke for itself. According to the Tao Lord, he wasn't as good as the rest of them. How Ryu performed from now on would decide if he was really a threat, or if Mei had made a foolish mistake in her choice of man. And some had a very strong investment in the truth being the latter. However, what actually happened was more shocking than either. Ryu pressed his claw forward and squeezed. Chapter 1126. Heavenly Rune Pill. 1126. Heavenly Rune Pill. The glass orb shattered to pieces, sprinkling downward. There was a strong surge of chi that descended upon Ryu, baptizing him. It seemed that Ryu would be torn to pieces. However, after closing his eyes for a moment and then opening them, the wave of chi became incredibly docile. After another few seconds, the inheritance completely assimilated with Ryu as thought it was always meant to be his. The other geniuses stood frozen. A few seconds, if that. It felt like what they were seeing was absolutely impossible. How could someone assimilate an inheritance so quickly? If they were correct, that was an alchemy inheritance. If that was the case, in comparison to other inheritances, it was even more difficult to assimilate than most others would be. The methods and philosophies of alchemists tended to vary wildly across a spectrum. There were simply too many paths to take. And unlike with other paths that usually had the same foundation in the end, this wasn't necessarily true for alchemy. In terms of difficulty, only a formation inheritance or blacksmithing inheritance would be more difficult to assimilate. So why had it been so casual? Ryu waved a hand and the last motes of light vanished. The most valuable part of this alchemy inheritance wasn't the concoction methods, although this was indeed quite good. Until now, Ryu had been fusing many lesser concoction methods and using them fluidly while relying on his Tao to produce results, but this concoction method, passed down by a transcended sky god, was leagues beyond. Even so, the most valuable part of this inheritance was actually the alchemy recipes and the embryonic cauldron nurturing methods. The Frost clan had quite a number of these, however when it came to the alchemy recipes, there were simply too many for anyone in existence to claim to have them all. The same was the case for embryonic cauldron nurturing, maybe even more so than usual. This sky god called herself the Favor Alchemy Sky God. She was adept at gathering and concentrating heavenly favor in her pills and her cauldron for the sake of increasing her rate of success. Due to this, despite being a transcended sky god, she could succeed in forming omniscient grade pills with a 10% success rate. This was a success rate that even omniscient sky god alchemists might not be able to match. Her magnum opus was the Heavenly Rune Pill. This was a pill she concocted and carried around with her in day-to-day business. Every decade, it formed a rudimentary rune. Every millennium these foundational runes would fuse into a great rune, and every 10 millennia these great runes would fuse into a heavenly rune. Once the heavenly rune was formed, the pill would be able to begin gathering heavenly favor and concentrating it. From then on, for every year that passed the accumulation would increase exponentially. The Heavenly Rune Pill was created by the Favor Alchemy Sky God in her twilight years, and due to the difficulty, she had only managed to concoct 3 of them in total. According to her inheritance, she had left these 3 heavenly rune pills in a hidden legacy world that would only begin to slowly manifest itself in the case that her inheritance was claimed. According to the description, upon swallowing the heavenly rune pill, its benefit would be entirely dependent on the route you wanted to take. The Favor Alchemy Sky God had created them with the intent to break into the omniscient Sky God realm. According to her, had she lived long enough to allow them to mature for a few billion years and reach complete saturation, she would have a 50% chance of breaking through with a single pill. If she swallowed 2, she would have a 70% chance. If she swallowed 3, she would have an 85% chance. Such percentages for such a realm were absolutely shocking. Unfortunately for the Favor Alchemy Sky God, she didn't have such a long lifespan left, and as an alchemist, she had already extended her life many times before, stalling the collapse of her Tao. It was quite ironic, she said in her final words. Her Tao had allowed her to achieve her greatest feat in her ending years, and yet the heavens had still decided that she would die. Even while breathing her final breaths, she didn't understand why this was at all. Ryu frowned when he meditated on the inheritance to this point. The lifespan of sky gods was dependent on the persistence of their Tao. Logically, if the Favor Alchemy Sky God could succeed in her final moments, her belief in her Tao should have skyrocketed, allowing her many more years of life. Something about this felt off. For someone like Ryu, he didn't believe that he would ever reach the point of doubting himself. Under such circumstance he would then, theoretically, live forever. But if the heavens could arbitrarily decide when your time was up, then did that mean that even after becoming a sky god your life wasn't in your own hands? Ryu stood in silence for a long while before opening his eyes. When he became a sky god, he would find out personally. These 3 heavenly rune pills would be greatly beneficial to him, they would be the key to unlocking the true potential of his bloodlines. If they could help even transcended sky gods breakthrough, then if he applied their prowess to his talent instead, the changes would definitely be shocking. He had just a few years to reach this legacy world before its presence became prominent enough that others would sense it. Since it was on the 6th heaven, he would have to be quick. If he wasn't, he could end up locked out of his own inheritance. Although the Favor Alchemy Sky God said that those above the world's sea realm couldn't enter, that didn't mean that sky gods couldn't bar others from actually entering. Ryu couldn't let those pills fall into the hands of others. Ryu exhaled a breath and continued to walk forward, the shock of those around him not moving him in the slightest. Chapter 1127. 6 Pillars 1127 6 Pillars. By this point, Ryu felt that walking to the next inheritance was more difficult than claiming the inheritance itself. He couldn't tell for certain, but he felt like the pressure on himself was far more than what the others were experiencing. At first, he thought that everyone was experiencing the same thing, but that was only because most others had to spend a large amount of time accepting inheritances. As a result, when he had originally gotten here, he hadn't seen anyone walking along the star paths as everyone was focused on their inheritance. It was only after being here for a while that he came to understand that this pressure he was experiencing was almost a wholly unique experience. When Ryu realized this, his expression became even colder, a frigid air circulating around him, only to be overwhelmed by his thrumming fire dragon blood. He felt like he was being toyed with. First he had been sent to the proverbial back of the line. He was put in line with individuals he didn't even need a single strike to defeat, and that in and of itself was already ridiculous. If not for his wide range of talents and the sharpness of his sense allowing him to pick the right paths, being placed so far behind would have already made it impossible for him to catch up. But now that he had caught up and his methods of claiming inheritances were clearly so far and away better than those around him, the goalposts had shifted, and he was faced with another challenge entirely. Ryu wasn't someone who liked to be tested to begin with. He didn't feel that anyone had the right to test him. Those that were above his head, as far as he saw, simply had more time or luck than he did. But just given an adequate amount of time, he would surpass them all. He feared nothing, he was in awe of nothing, he felt no reverence for anything. He was Ryu Tatsuya. However, if there was one thing that he hated more than being tested by those he had little to no respect for, it was being toyed with. He didn't know why this remnant consciousness of a Tao Lord was treating him this way, but his patience was wearing very thin. At that moment, others seemed to realize that Ryu was moving exceptionally slowly. Of course, this slowness was just comparatively speaking. However, he was already moving at half the speed he had initially come here with. Too many individuals were paying a great deal of attention to Ryu, monitoring his every movement. After seeing how quickly he claimed one inheritance, they had felt worried about what would happen if he maintained that speed. If they had known how far Ryu had been forced to travel to make it to this point, they would have been even more certain in their assessment. At that sort of pace, the fact that Ryu had caught up almost made it guaranteed that he would reach the end first. But just when these geniuses were somewhat despairing, a great boon fell from the sky. This genius who could claim inheritances in a single breath couldn't withstand the pressure of the star path. Ryu wasn't the only one who felt some pressure walking along the star path. It was just that the others weren't aware that what Ryu was experiencing was easily 100-fold what they were experiencing. They falsely assumed that since Ryu had been placed far being them to begin with, there had to be a reason for this, and that reason was manifesting itself now. Coming to understand this, many sighed a breath of relief. Clearly, the comprehension of this husband of May's was off the charts, but when it came to his raw talent, he was wholly inferior. The Tao was incredibly important to a cultivator as one of the 6 pillars, but it was the only one of the 6 that relied entirely on comprehension. The others relied on fate and lucky chances. Ryu might have a Tao that greatly surpassed their own, but so what? A Tao wouldn't be able to display its truest strength until the Sky God realm, and just making it to the Sky God realm with a solid enough foundation to make maximal use of one's Tao required the other 5 pillars to be exceptionally sturdy as well. A godhood needed the blood, the meridians, the soul, the bone structure and the spiritual foundation to all be exceptionally powerful to display their greatest and truest might. They were all foundational requirements needed to build up the strongest possible cultivator. Some often naively believed that a Tao was all that was necessary. After all, without a Tao of a certain level, crossing the barriers of the Sky God realm was impossible. However, even with a Tao of a grade weaker, it was still possible to enter a Sky God realm a grade stronger. If that was the case, what made that possible? The obvious answer was the other 5 pillars. Normally a Sky God born with a common grade Tao would be forever stuck in the fragmented Sky God realm. However, there were some that existed that could take a step forward and become false Sky Gods even with the limitation in their Tao. This was the power of the other pillars. What was rarely talked about, thought, was the vice versa. Mainly because it was even rarer than this first instance. There were individuals with incredibly powerful Taos that never reached their full potential. There were even some tales of those who had formed hegemonic Taos and beyond, never even making it to the perfect Sky God realm. And why was that? It was because all they had was comprehension. The rest of their pillars were too weak to sustain their godhoods and such. They found making even a single step of progress to be ridiculously difficult. Such people tended to have exceptional combat prowess and long lives, but they would still eventually be surpassed by others, never able to display the truest and most powerful strength of their Taos. A Tao was incredibly important, but it was ultimately just one of the 6 pillars. If it was the end-all, be-all, May wouldn't have been able to survive a single strike against Ryu, and these geniuses here wouldn't even be able to look Ryu in the eye without prostrating themselves. As Ryu walked forward, the pressure bearing down on his shoulders, he learned this truth more profoundly than he ever had before. May looked toward Ryu's back with a hint of worry in her beautiful eyes. She couldn't understand what was happening either. Didn't Ryu have fire dragon blood within him? Could it be that his body rejected his blood? Was that why he was struggling like this? Or was it because fire dragon blood was all he had? No, that's not true either, because Ryu did have an incredibly powerful soul. Just having sex with him once, she felt her own soul strength soaring. In fact, her damaged soul had been cleanly fixed by her time with Ryu. So, at the very least, he had a soul comparable to her own. Chapter 1128. Divide 1128. Divide. If he had a powerful bloodline, a powerful mental realm, and a powerful Tao, could it just been then that his other 3 pillars were so piss poor that they dragged him down to such an extent? The more May thought about it, the more this seemed to make sense. In fact, even Ryu was beginning to think that this was true. The only difference was that he didn't add his meridians into the mix. Maybe Ryu's weakest talent currently was his bone structure. It was only at the ancestral grade, a level that was around the 4th heaven in quality. Although it had been mutated by his bloodlines and the formation of his spirit bodies, it was still only a minor step beyond that. It was very possible that the Tao Lord didn't like this weakness and wanted to pick out a genius who was almost perfect in every aspect. But Ryu didn't believe that everyone around him was so perfect. They definitely had weaker talents, and there were probably some with talents even weaker than the ancestral grade. But that then led to Ryu's spiritual foundation. Ryu still didn't know what grade it was, but for all he knew, it was trash. The Phoenix Sky God was, ultimately, a Sky God of Sacrum. Ryu had been able to fight Sky Gods of Sacrum without even stepping into the Path Extinction realm. Ryu had always thought that the Phoenix Sky God was more special because they were so mysterious. He had even thought that the Phoenix Sky God might have come to the true martial world long ago, but what if he had been wrong all along? What if the mystery of the Phoenix Sky God ended in Sacrum and this so-called mysterious figure was only somewhat powerful in their middle-grade world? If that was the case, the spiritual foundation in his body now was worse than trash. When Ryu got here, he struggled even against common grade beasts. There was a chance, then, that the Phoenix Sky God's spiritual foundation wasn't even good enough to be considered common in this place. If the Tao Lord was seeing that, then maybe he had the right to be so disdainful. The spiritual foundation was arguably even more important than the Tao. Its true importance began to shine through the moment one entered the Tao pedestal realm. It was the foundation upon which your cosmic seeds were planted. It was the foundation that decided the size of your world sea. It was the foundation upon which your godhood was built and nurtured. Without it, one couldn't even begin their path of cultivation. If Ryu's spiritual foundation was considered to be so substandard, then there was a very real chance he would never be able to enter the Sky God realm to make full use of his Tao in the first place. Those with exceptionally poor spiritual foundations would find it difficult to even cultivate in the Tao pedestal realm, let alone make it beyond. Until now, all of the cultivation realms Ryu had passed relied heavily on his willpower or his meridians. The awakening realm was his will, the pulse opening realm, the chi refinement realm, were both his meridians. He skipped over the spiritual severing realm entirely, and then the divine vessel realm, connecting heaven realm and the immortal ring realm all placed great pressure on his meridians, while finally, the path extinction realm relied entirely on his comprehension. And now he was at a crossroads. He was finally at the border of a cultivation realm he couldn't will his way through, think his way through, or rely on his meridians to wade through. And the Tao Lord knew that. Bang! Ryu's upper robe shredded to pieces, being blasted away by the pressure. It was only now that those sneering within their hearts gained themselves a visual representation of the kind of pressure Ryu was actually experiencing, and it was enough to make their pupils constrict into pinholes. The worry in Mei's eyes became deeper. This was just how fate worked. Sometimes, Ryu had done well to come this far, even competing with them despite being from a smaller world. Most wouldn't even be able to make it in the first heaven, let alone make it to this point to compete against geniuses of the fourth and fifth heaven. Mei knew that she should feel disappointed that she had given her first time to a man with limited potential, but she couldn't bring herself to feel that way. Those that knew her knew that she wasn't exactly a sympathetic or soft-hearted person, but Ryu had thoroughly conquered her. It was already too late to take a step back. Worst come to worst, she would bear the burden herself. Crack! Ryu's body was under such enormous pressure that he had no choice but to grasp his great sword staffs in his hands to prevent them from sinking to the ground below. However, even as he did so, a deep crack appeared in his mask while his blades trembled. It seemed that even his personal items wouldn't be left alone. If not for the high grade of the Golden Moon World ring on his finger, it would be on the verge of collapse. Ryu's steps came to a pause. His muscles spasmed, flexing and unflexing as they bore the brunt of the pressure. He seemed to have reached the end of his rope. By this point, he had already taken the lead into first place and was even on the verge of leaving the others behind, but it seemed as though this Tao Lord refused to allow him to take even a single other step forward. Ryu gripped his fists, his polearms creaking in his palms. From this vantage point, all others could see his tall and straight back. He was a single solitary figure, looking up toward the insurmountable might of a Tao Lord. Vi and Akura sneered. What was Glaring going to do to help? Even Zed snorted. If he was Ryu, he would have just turned back and started collecting other inheritance to bolster his strength. Maybe in the future he would be able to find a lucky opportunity to make this Tao Lord regret his choice. However, Ryu didn't do this. In fact, he suddenly began to laugh, the thunderous booming of his voice causing the hearts of those who heard it to quake. When his laughter came to a stop, his torso burst with a rain of blood and several of his radiant sapphire scales fell to the ground. Even so, his gaze sharpened as they glowed with a blinding light. His 8-trigram diagram rotated to life and his chest expanded a size. It no longer glowed with a jade like an ancient green light. No, it pulsed with a radiant gold, and seemingly having transcended beyond something. Divide. He was Ryu Tatsuya. He could split even the tribulation of the heavens. Why would he fear the mere incarnation of a Tao Lord? Like a raging sea, the pressure falling like a tsunami toward Ryu was split in two. He took a step forward and appeared dozens of kilometers ahead, reaching out with his claw and shattering another inheritance. Chapter 1129. Dream Flame 1129 Dream Flame Bang. The inheritance shattered into countless motes of lights, its core surging down toward Ryu and enveloping his body. In such a state, Ryu should have struggled to withstand the pressure of the inheritance. His body looked like it could collapse at any moment and his blood fell in heavy rivers. And yet, just like before, after a few moments, the pressure vanished, and with a breath Ryu seemed to swallow up every ounce of chi in the surroundings. Right then, the wounds accosting Ryu suddenly began to glow, healing swiftly. His body radiated out with a strong pulse and his gaze sharpened. He didn't look like a person who had just fought against the will of a Tao Lord at all. Ryu didn't bother with anyone else, his eyes closing as he focused on the inheritance in his mind. As far as he was concerned, this was no longer a battle of him and the other geniuses, this was a battle of him and the Tao Lord. A pregnant silence echoed over the star paths. Ryu's roar seemed to replay in their minds again and again, their blood still running cold. All they could see was his back view, and yet it radiated to them a pride that was nigh suffocating. They couldn't bring themselves to look away and their previous disdain felt like chains dangling from their bodies, wrapping around their throats, wrists and ankles and even stopping them from breathing properly. Mei blinked as she looked toward Ryu's back, her crimson irises reflecting his figure like the still surface of a lake. Her skin began to vibrate and her tail almost stood out as straight as an arrow and her wings quivered. Right this moment, she felt hot, too hot. The heat she was radiating affected her surroundings, even causing a few around her to flush red. The endorphins and hormones that suddenly appeared in the air filled it with not only a hyper-fragrant scent, but it also made those that interacted with it find it difficult to control their inner thoughts properly, almost as though they had inhaled an aphrodisiac. If there wasn't such a large distance separating her and Ryu, she probably would have pounced on him, disregarding the situation. Maid suddenly howled into the skies. Ryu, who was focused on the inheritance, felt a wild pulse spread through his mental realm. His usually calm spiritual sea, filled with a dense black liquid, began to roll and waves began to stack and grow as though they wouldn't stop until they formed towering tsunamis. Ryu's mind retreated from his focused state for a moment, frowning. He could feel it. Mei's primordial yin, which had been calm until now, was suddenly rampaging. No, maybe rampaging wasn't the right word. It was more like it was hyper-excited and it almost refused to calm. What was more odd was that it seemed to derive pleasure from wreaking havoc. Ryu was speechless. What did all of this mean? In the distance, Mei's body erupted with flames, her water inheritance having been completely suppressed. Her tail danced with them, and the black steel feathers of her wings did as well. Her clothing was almost entirely burnt away beneath the passion, but the strong flames made it impossible to see anything. Even if one tried to reach forward with their spiritual sense, they would find that even it was being burnt away. It was clear that Mei's flames weren't only physical manifestations of chi, they were also soul attacks that could burn one's mental realm to ash. In an even further distance, Antha, who was comprehending her own inheritance, looked up and clicked her tongue. Single quote. It's been so long since the last episode. Welp, good luck brother-in-law, you can only blame yourself for being too cool. Antha had thought that this was an inevitable outcome after seeing Ryu in action just now. In the end, she couldn't really warn him about this, he would be just as ill-prepared, if not more so, had she tried. Mei was what one might call a sadist. The way she showed her love was through pain. The more harm those around her could withstand and still stay by her side, the more they loved her. At the very least, this was how she saw the world. When she was young, she aimed all of this toward her parents. When Antha was born, she too had to deal with this sort of baptizing. It was only after Mei's talents were suppressed and she was sent down to the second heaven that this had come to somewhat of a stop. Mei had awakened the greatest talent of the Dream Asura race, the soul flame, sometimes known as the dream flame. It burned with a fiery passion, and due to that, the passion of those who had awakened it were likewise just as fiery. Much like Ryu's rage flame, it fed of the natural emotions of its owner. The difference was that while Ryu's catalyst was fury, Mei's catalyst were positive emotions. In such a state, Mei would ironically try to breed negative emotions. This sounded counterintuitive, but the only way to dim the soul flame was by lessening her passion, and the only way to lessen her passion was to harm those she loved. This irony of ironies led to her brewing the personality of a sadist. Whenever she had such an episode, she wanted nothing more than to torture the target of her affections until they bled head to toe, only then would she nurse them back to health. Of course, most often, this led nowhere. Mei's parents were far more powerful than herself, after all, and Antha had always had protection of others when they interacted. Ryu, though, would be the first to experience this, and he didn't have the same advantages. Ryu calmly watched the rippling waves in his spiritual sea. It seemed that Mei wouldn't be satisfied until she swallowed up everything. He could even faintly sense her intentions. Chapter 1130. 3 Inheritances. 1133 Inheritances. Ryu didn't know the full details like Antha did, but he had some faint guesses. At the very least, although Antha was attacking him right now technically, he didn't really feel any maliciousness despite feeling maliciousness. It was hard to explain, but at the very least, he could see through the first layer of her intentions. The Ryu of just a few days ago would have already been ruined, or at the very least, his soul would have been riddled with injuries. Mei was one of the very few in the 4th to 6th heavens with a soul talent at least somewhat comparable to his own, and at the same time, she had access to a very vulnerable part of his. However, the current Ryu was the successor of the Magus Sky God. He had already put up the first iteration of his Magus Lock, so while his spiritual sea rippled with waves, these waters simply crashed against his tall stone walls, leaving little to no damage at all, and any that did appear was repaired in the blink of an eye. Ryu looked back toward Mei. At that moment, she was wreathed in ruby-like sparkling flames. They looked almost like fluttering crystals than an actual fire. Even so, Ryu could almost feel the heat from where he stood. She looked toward him like a dom looking toward a submissive. The way she licked her lips made it seem like she wanted to bend him over her knee and leave his ass red and swollen. Of course, these were images she seemed to project into his mind through her soul attacks. In fact, as thought she wasn't satisfied with just this, she then sent him images of her tail going up unsavory places. Seeing such a thing, Ryu could only shake his head. He didn't think that after Elena, he would find another sex-crazed maniac. What was he now? 3 for 6, 4 for 6. No, probably 5 for 6. Of his women, Eska was probably the only normal one. Yana looked innocent, but was a wild freak in bed. Ailsa was so sensitive that she began speaking in tongues just a few strokes in. Elena spoke for herself. She was probably the only virgin nymphomaniac to ever exist. Aizmine was an odd character because she seemed to have a fetish for pretending like she hated it, before becoming as pliable as fabric. And now there was Mei who apparently wanted to peg him. The others he could allow, but this one was most definitely not happening. After meeting Mei's fiery passion for a while, Ryu's lip curled. Within his mental realm, his pitch-black soul was suddenly enveloped by radiated crimson scaled armor. It snaked over his body before clicking over his head like a helmet. In that moment, the scaled armor took the form of a dragon's head. This was none other than Ryu's dragon soul. After meditating on the Magus Sky God's inheritance, the methods he had in applying his soul strength and talents was on a completely different level. At that moment, the jaws of the dragon opened and roared. "Be obedient, woman," the voice boomed. As the sounds echoed, the raging waters of Ryu's spiritual sea were suddenly ground flat. In the distance, Mei felt a shudder go through her body. The passion in her eyes grew, but her expression became far more docile. Behind her, her wings and tail continued to quiver as she bit her lip, lamenting the distance. But in the end, she was indeed forced to calm down. This interaction between Ryu and Mei was obviously not missed. Even if one was socially inept enough not to understand the look in Mei's eyes, there was no doubting the potent aphrodisiac coming from her. The dream Asura race women could only release such a thing in a single situation. Vi's expression was incomparably ugly. Those men, like Akura, who were much less blatant in their pursuit of Mei but still had such intentions in their heart, could only glare as well. But there was absolutely nothing they could do as Ryu looked back to focus on his inheritance. To Ryu's earlier surprise, this was a wind elemental inheritance. Much like the fire inheritance before, he was caught off guard by its existence. The further up one went along the star path, the less elemental inheritances there seemed to be, or more accurately, the less common elemental inheritances there seemed to be. These common elements were, of course, the main four: water, fire, earth and wind. Lightning, light, darkness, and the like, were far rarer. After Ryu began meditating on it though, he realized that it was a bit simple-minded to call it a mere wind elemental inheritance. More accurately, it was a death wind elemental inheritance which relied on a very specific type of elemental wraith. Ever since Ryu had come to the true martial world, most of his necromancer abilities had become useless. He didn't expect to come across his first summoner necromancer in this place. What was more interesting, though, was that this summoner necromancer seemed to be only capable of summoning this very particular demon. Even so, they had grown to the level of a transcended sky god. Interesting. The summoning method was valuable in and of itself, but the methods by which this necromancer used the summoned wraiths was even more valuable than that. Ryu nodded to himself and opened his eyes. His gaze turned sharp as he looked toward the path ahead, and his will became a towering sword that pierced toward the skies. Ryu roared again and shot forward like a ball out of a cannon, slicing through the pressure with all the strength he could muster. As Ryu vanished over the distance, the geniuses left behind could only grind their teeth. It seemed that there was simply no chance remaining for them. Jenellis could only grip her fists. Over the horizon, Ryu realized that there was only one choice remaining before he reached the Tao Lord. He was about to lament the fact he hadn't found a body realm cultivation technique yet when his gaze suddenly lit up. There were 3 inheritances here, 1 soul inheritance, 1 chi inheritance and 1 body inheritance. It seemed that he was in luck. Right then, Ryu's gaze suddenly narrowed. There was actually a person who made it here before him. Standing under the baptism of the chi inheritance, trying to claim it for himself, was Starlight. Somehow, he had made it here, everyone forgetting about his presence entirely. Chapter 1131, Shadowlight 1131 Shadowlight. Ryu gazed deeply towards Starlight's back. The latter seemed to realize that someone had come and he turned back with a hint of surprise in his eyes. It was clear that Starlight hadn't believed that anyone would be able to catch up with him. When Starlight saw that it was a masked man, he blinked, seemingly trying to figure out who this person might be. Was he another anomaly like him? Or was he someone that he already knew and was just unwilling to expose himself for whatever reason? Starlight himself had quite a blanket around him. It looked as though he was here in the present, but it was very easy for people to forget him. Even Zed, who had previously confronted Starlight, had already forgotten about his existence and they never clashed, and the same went for Rana, who had seemingly become infatuated with Starlight's handsomeness. Starlight waited a moment, expecting the same to happen to this person as well. Even though he knew that Ryu would pick back up on his appearance quite quickly, considering the fact there were only 3 paths here and he was the only remaining contestant, he should at the very least have a small lapse here and there. However, when Ryu didn't seem to have any intention of forgetting him, Starlight's gaze froze. "You are Ryu," Starlight suddenly said with a smile that seemed to outshine the stars themselves. Ryu's pupils constricted into pinholes. Even after several seconds, he had no idea how he had been exposed. "There's no need to be surprised. Of them all, you're the only one that didn't forget me. I'm a bit flattered. Your soul talent must be quite exceptional, a troublesome opponent, indeed." Hearing this, Ryu slowly calmed. So this was how he had been exposed. Geniuses were too intelligent. It was hard to fool them. He had only been able to rely on their ignorance and lack of familiarity with him. But hadn't Antha and Mei, who were the most familiar with him among the group, been able to pick him out almost immediately? From that alone he should have been able to tell that this would probably be inevitable. Ryu slowly took of his mask. It already had several cracks running through it, so with just a single squeeze of his palm, it shattered into countless pieces. "Hee," Starlight laughed, "you didn't have to do that. I have no reason to expose you, right? We can even be friends, there's no need to be enemies if it isn't necessary." Ryu didn't respond. His Qilin scales and horns had already vanished, leaving behind his toned torso dripping with blood. However, he already knew that this was just a small measure and it wouldn't do anything to stop him from being exposed. Back then, due to the Tao Lord's pressure, many of his scales had fallen off. After they fell, they lost the veil of protection his mask had provided. So long as someone was curious enough, finding just one of these scales would have exposed his bloodline. Unfortunately, it was impossible to focus on not dying beneath the pressure and gathering up his scales and blood at the same time. As for Starlight's words, they were spoken from a place of superiority. Even with Ryu here, Starlight didn't believe that he would lose the inheritance. In such a situation, he could afford to be as magnanimous as he wanted. But the moment he lost to Ryu, everything would change. That confident smile of his fate and his thoughts of friendship would vanish. Ryu was too prideful to put his fate in the hands of the kindness of an enemy. Since he had been exposed, let him be exposed. If the ancestral beasts wanted to target him, so be it. His human race had defeated them once in Sacrum, it seemed he would just have to pioneer another such defeat for them in the true martial world. Ryu's white hair fluttered, and his gaze glowing with a fierce 8-trigram diagram. The pressure was immense, but he tore through it all. Bang! Ryu slammed his 2 great sword staffs before the body realm inheritance. He had been looking for it all. This time, and just when he had given up, it had finally appeared. Starlight could wait obediently to be slaughtered. The final winner could only be himself, Ryu Tatsuya. Starlight chuckled, seemingly seeing through Ryu's thoughts. A blade that is too unbending is brittle. A blade that is impossible to bend is indestructible, Ryu replied coldly. These were the first words he had ever spoken to Starlight, and they boomed like thunder. His aura oppressed the surroundings, his suffocating presence descending down with a malevolent momentum. For the first time, Starlight's pupils constricted. There wasn't an ounce of hesitation in Ryu's voice. There was a difference between someone who would just say such words because they thought they sounded cool and someone who said them because they actually believed them. Looking toward the blood on Ryu's body for the first time, Starlight's seriousness grew a step. He had just assumed that Ryu had gotten injured in battles against other geniuses. In fact, that was part of the reason he hadn't taken Ryu very seriously at all. If the likes of them could injure Ryu, then he wasn't worth much at all. But now that Starlight took a second look, he realized that those wounds weren't caused by other cultivators at all. In fact, they carried a hint of the Heavenly Path's aura. That only meant one thing: Ryu was harmed by the star paths themselves. Bang! The body realm inheritance imploded before Ryu's glare, descending downward in an unending stream of light as it descended towards him. Ryu closed his eyes, basking in the oppression. However, as the time passed, he found that gaining the acceptance of this inheritance was far more difficult than the last, since it relied on 2 elements he had little to no familiarity with. Due to his Tao, Ryu was able to see the name of the Sky God immediately. It was an omniscient Sky God who went by the Shadowlight Sky God. The Shadowlight inheritance, unfortunately, was well suited to its name. This Sky God had an exceptionally high affinity for both the light element and the darkness element. By using their clashing attributes and forcing them to coincide within his body, he was able to cultivate a nigh indestructible form. However, this was where the other problem came from. For the likes of Ryu, even if he did have an exceptional light and darkness affinity, due to the existence of his bone structure, the ice jade crystal body, this method wouldn't work very well for him. The 2 elements would be incredibly docile within him because his body was used to balancing 2 things that could normally not coexist. He could balance fire and lightning, and even fire and water. Wait, Ryu's gaze sparkled. He was a bit surprised. Darkness affinity. He apparently did have such a thing. His Dark Phoenix bloodline could be used in this way. Truthfully, he never really carefully considered the secondary affinities of his bloodlines, but logically speaking, considering the talent of ancestral beasts, their secondary talents would dwarf the primary talents of most individuals. What was even more surprising was that both Ryu's Emperor Phoenix and Ice Phoenix bloodlines had some light affinity, with his Emperor Phoenix's light affinity even being comparable to his Dark Phoenix's darkness affinity. Is the clash really the most important part, or? The more Ryu immersed himself, the more he found something fascinating. I can evolve this, I can make it better. I'm sure of it. Instead of the Shadowlight inheritance, I will call you Heavenly Chaos Body. Ryu ignored his light and darkness affinities entirely. He didn't have time to waste building up new inheritances and bringing them to a standard his body could use. In addition, even if he did, the original method the Shadowlight Sky God used was inferior in his eyes, not because it wasn't ingenious, but rather because its growth potential was limited and the harm to the body was constant. Rather than light and darkness, Ryu would use 2 opposing sides of control he already had, Heavenly Favor and Chaos Chi. Ultimately, Heavenly Favor was simply a deliverable form of essence, making it absolutely perfect. As for his Chaos Chi, he didn't need to source it, he always had access to it wherever he went. This Shadowlight inheritance was built off the back of runes. It was the process of forming these runes of light and darkness, and then infusing them into the body, that would give a person strength. So long as you could survive the tribulation, you would come out with a body that was countless times more powerful. These runes were no different from the fundamental runes that Ryu now had a systematic breakdown of now thanks to the Magus Sky God. By using these two inheritances in conjunction, the Shadowlight Sky God's legwork, and the Magus Sky God's research materials, he would fuse the two into a form that elevated the both of them beyond their current levels. When he had a body forged of heaven and chaos, everything in his path would be destroyed with a thought. Ryu ignored everything else and sat down cross-legged. Starlight was shocked when he realized that Ryu had already comprehended the inheritance, and he even felt his heart leap into his throat for a moment. But to his shock, rather than moving forward to accept his victory and take the Tao Lord's inheritance, he actually began to cultivate. Chapter 1132, Mutation 1132 Mutation. Ryu sank into a deep state of meditation, relying on the Golden Moon world. It was times like these that he missed his Mysteries of Heaven and Earth pupils the most, but there was nothing he could do about it. Right now, his priority was to retrieve his spiritual foundation. As for his eyes, they seemed to naturally grow better as his cultivation increased. A slight gust of wind rushed around Ryu before it settled in an absolute silence. The Shadowlight body required etching tattoos onto one's body. Of course, these tattoos were actually powerful runes that would cause an effect of tug-of-war on the body. One would have to both be able to withstand the power of the rune, while the rune would likewise fill you with untold power. Since his technique was created by the Shadowlight Sky God, he didn't get the chance to cultivate it in his youth. There was a qualitative change between the lesser realms and the Sky God realms that made recultivating impossible after stepping over that threshold. But for his successors, and his clan and sect members, the Shadowlight Sky God had still gone to the length of creating the entire technique from the foundation up. The first body realm was the Pulse Tempering realm, followed by the Vessel Tempering realm, and then the Blood Refinement realm. Ryu was currently at the pinnacle of the Vessel Tempering realm, which was actually part of the reason his body was weak. The pinnacle of the Vessel Tempering realm was only equivalent to the pinnacle of the Immortal Ring realm. It wasn't until one entered the beginning of the Blood Refinement realm that one would be equivalent to the Path Extinction realm, and it wasn't until the 9 Life Revolutions realm that one would be equivalent to the World Sea realm. For Ryu, going back was all too easy. His pulses and vessels were like wide open channels, having been purified by heavenly favor long ago. However, his original Phoenix heavenly body technique was too weak, and it was part of the reason he hadn't entered the Blood Refinement realm of the true martial world just yet. There was too much potential lingering in his body yet to be unearthed, and a large amount of heavenly favor that was still unused. This was very much unlike his Chi realm, where the path he had taken with his chaotic silk meridians couldn't seem to get enough heavenly favor. Luckily, in his greatest time of need, the Shadowlight Sky God passed down his inheritance to Ryu. The Pulse Tempering realm and Vessel Tempering realm chapters were very similar in their requirements, although the latter was far more complicated than the former in what was actually needed in terms of comprehension. Taking the 6 pulses, one would use 3 to form ever more complex light runes and the other 3 to form ever more complex darkness runes. Once they reached a certain level of maturation and one was prepared to enter the Vessel Tempering realm, one would then force these runes to resonate using the runes drawn throughout one's skin and flesh. The process of forming runes within one's pulses would cause one round of power amplification. The process of then resonating them would cause yet another, solidifying one's rune tattoos and permanently etching them onto the skin. This process would be repeated in the Vessel Tempering realm, this time forming runes within the vessels and forcing another resonance. So long as your body could withstand it, your strength would increase by leaps and bounds. Ryu immediately began to cross-reference the light and darkness runes with the knowledge presented to him by the Magus Sky God's inheritance. Logically speaking, the light and darkness runes of these lesser realms should be relatively simple, but just at a cursory glance, Ryu could tell that the Shadowlight Sky God had created these runes only after entering the Sky God realm himself. On the good side, these runes were absolutely perfect according to the standard of these low realms. On the bad side, they were hyper-complex. They were difficult for Ryu to grasp in a short time, let alone a child who was truly at the Pulse Tempering and Vessel Tempering realm. The runes weren't 2-dimensional like most would be at this level. They were 3-dimensional and they had complex inner workings layered atop of one another like a series of mazes. If Ryu stretched out the lines needed to draw out just the first light rune, it would stretch out at least 10 meters. This didn't sound like a lot, until you considered the fact the complete rune was only about 2 inches tall. The difference was jarring. Even so, it took Ryu only half an hour to master all of the 12 light and darkness runes. Once he was done, he began to modify them, a process that was far harder on him than even he anticipated. The idea of complete restricting an omniscient sky god magnum opus seemed nice in theory, but actually doing it required a high level of attainments, an exceptionally high level. Ryu, however, had several exceptional trump cards. The first was his Tao, the second was his realm heart, and the final were his references to both the Magus sky god and omniscient sky god's inheritances. Both Ryu's realm heart and Tao's were absolutely perfect within the immortal grades, which was just barely good enough to perfect up to the vessel tempering realm and allow a final breakthrough. In addition, if Ryu had to build such a method by himself from scratch, even decades wouldn't be enough. He couldn't see as far as the omniscient sky god could, and his breadth of knowledge wasn't nearly good enough, but now with the path laid out before him, he could use it as a skeleton to monkey branch off of. First, complete. A violent whooshing sound shot out from Ryu's body in all directions. At first glance it seemed like a radiant light, but the undertone was something far heavier, something far more valuable, something far more noble. Swirling tattoos began to form across Ryu's skin, emitting a deep and dark hue that sometimes pulsed with a radiant gold color. Second formed. This rushing aura was far more sinister. The oppression of what felt like chaos chi, but was somewhat dissimilar to chaos chi, rushed through the surroundings, shredding everything apart. A dense aura of destruction wafted from Ryu's body before it condensed and formed thick black and swirling tattoos across his chest, back and even some of his neck. Then came the third, then the fourth. Counterintuitively, Ryu seemed to become faster with every success until he completed the first set of 6. The tattoos across Ryu's body seemed to reflect what was inside him. Roaring dragons, stomping kilins, soaring phoenixes. However, they were all suppressed by the heavens above and hell below, suffocated in swirls of complex runes that made it difficult to make out exactly what they were. Ryu suddenly released a mighty roar, lights of dark gold and white gold shooting out from his body. At the same time, Ryu's bone structure seemed to reply the fiercest, immediately shattering beneath the dual pressures. However, when one saw the look of absolute indifference and calm on Ryu's face, it was clear that he had not only expected this, but he had forced it to happen. Ryu's greatest weakness was his bone structure, but it was also the foundation upon which he had built his refinement sutra on. If he wanted his bone structure to maximize the benefits of the heavenly favor he had gathered through the refinement sutra, he needed to destroy it and allow it to rebuild it. In the past, Ryu's cultivation technique had been far too weak to accomplish this. And although he could have forcefully destroyed it himself, without an appropriate method of building it back up, he would be doing nothing short of crippling himself for no benefit. But now, he had the perfect technique. The Shadowlight inheritance didn't just break you down, it used light and shadow to rebuild you, molding you in the form of the Shadowlight. Ryu, however, wasn't using the Shadowlight to rebuild himself. Instead, he was using heavenly chaos. He would reform his body using essence and chaos chi, the primordial Taos themselves would become his body. In one instance, you would form the Shadowlight body, but in the other, you would form the heavenly chaos body. The difference was more exaggerated than night and day, than the stars and the ground, than heaven and earth. Boom! A wild fluctuation shot out in all directions as Ryu's bone structure mended itself back together. At that moment, it could be said that an evolution that had started with his fire and lightning spirit bodies had completed. Or more accurately, the first step along its path had reached a life-altering point. Having been restructured under a true baptism of heaven and chaos, the ice jade crystal body could no longer be called as such. In fact, Ryu felt that there was only one name appropriate for it now, a name that did this mutation justice. The Heavenly Chaos Bone Structure. Chapter 1133. Heaven and Chaos Aspects. 1133 Heaven and Chaos Aspects. Ryu raised his head to the skies, unleashing a mighty roar. A vortex of white gold and dark gold spiraled out, seemingly wanting to rip a hole through the miasma in the skies, almost like it had entirely ignored the Tao Lord inheritance between itself and it. Ryu's eyes flashed open, a radiant pulse within their depths. He could finally see, truly see. Although the abilities of his heavenly pupils seemed to still be sealed, Ryu was familiar enough with normal eyesight to know that this was most definitely not normal sight. In fact, it was comparable to his eyesight back in Sacrum without activating third perspective. While he couldn't see the flow of chi, since his ephemeral tapestry ability was likewise still sealed, it felt like this mattered less now that the true abilities of his soul had been unsealed. He felt like he was a step closer to unsealing his eyes, and this might have been the largest step he had taken toward that goal. The haziness in his eyes vanished and they gained a sharpness to them that pierced through the veil of the world. He finally laid eyes on the heavenly path personally, not being restricted by the range of his spiritual sense, and he felt that it was quite small. Ryu slowly stood to his feet, feeling the changes within his body. His every movement contained unprecedented power. Completing the pulse tempering stage was a huge leap already, but compared to that, completing the vessel tempering stage and entering the blood tempering stage was a qualitative change even over that. Ryu finally felt that all of the heavenly favor in his body had been swallowed wholly and completely. At the same time, the special properties of the alloys he had self-created to represent his bone structure had been the guiding light to his forward path. The serenity and oneness with the world he had felt from his self-forged alloys was even more prominent now, almost suffocatingly so. It was clear that all four aspects of the ice jade crystal body had been raised to a completely different level. When it came to the healing aspect, Ryu's passive healing factor was already exaggerated thanks to flowing Frost's yin water. But at this moment, it was hard to tell which of them was more powerful. Ryu's heavenly chaos body was split into two aspects, one of heaven and the other of chaos. His heaven aspect could borrow atmospheric chi, assimilate it into his body, and repair it. By the same token, his chaos aspect could tap into the chaos plane to do the same, but it was more complex than this as its function wasn't exactly the same. The heaven aspect was more in line with convention, but the chaos aspect was not. During a repair relying on chaos chi, Ryu was even able to rearrange his body parts. He could shift his heart to the right, split his lungs further apart and move his inner organs to avoid damage. This wasn't too useful considering Ryu had a spirit body that he had already exposed. Why use this method when there was one that was much more convenient and easier to use? Even so, Ryu had a feeling that this aspect was only so weak because his heavenly chaos bone structure was only in its infancy stages. Right now, the bone structure could only be considered to be a fragmented grade bone structure. Ryu would have to continue perfecting it to continue to break convention. When it came to the beast-loving aspect of his bone structure, the effects were far more exaggerated now than they even had been. By now, this aspect had become so incredibly weak that it showed no effect at all. When Ryu first entered the true martial world, his bone structure had been chained to the point it couldn't even work on common grade beasts. By the time it was unshackled completely, he was already about to step into a heaven where it wouldn't be too difficult to find ancestral grade beasts. It simply never had a chance to shine in its truest form. However, the current Ryu was entirely on a different level. His heaven aspect made him look no different from a beast in the eyes of other beasts, making them feel as though he was one of their kin with just the slightest intention from him. His chaos aspect suppressed and dominated. Just like Little Silk had suffocated beasts with her presence, weakening them just by existing, so too could he do the same. Regardless of cultivation level, so long as the beast was of inferior grade to his bone structure, they would experience this. The cultivation speed aspect could only be said to be more exaggerated than ever. He could still absorb chi through his skin, but on a range that completely dwarfed his original abilities. The best part was that once he entered the fourth heaven, the ice jade crystal body wouldn't be considered to be mind-boggling. Although still impressive, it wouldn't be enough for others to chase him to the ends of the earth. As for his chaos aspect, he could complete void chi. Below a certain standard, chi attacks that touched his body would simply vanish into an endless void, never to return. This was an ability eerily similar to another, much higher level bone structure, the void bone structure, but now it was Ryu's own. Even with all of this said, the aspect that had undergone the greatest change was most definitely Ryu's balance aspect. And yet, it was the most enigmatic and difficult to describe. If Ryu had to describe it, it had gone beyond just balancing what was within his body. It was as though his every movement carried with it the blessings of the heavens. Even without immortal rings, he could guide the chi in his surroundings and they would happily follow him, increasing his bodily strength passively. With just a single thought, he could cause chi in the surrounding tens of kilometers to follow his fists and kicks almost as though they were already part of his body. And that was just the heaven aspect. Chapter 1134. Mimicry 1134 Mimicry. The chaos aspect of his balance aspect could only be described as destructive. The chaos aspect of his cultivation aspect could already disperse chi that touched it, but this aspect could directly twist, bend and destroy it. If every movement of his heaven aspect made him fuse with the world, every movement of his chaos aspect disrupted the world, shattering its laws, distorting its foundations, and ripping everything known to shreds. Just by existing, Ryu's heavenly chaos bone structure was entirely contradictory, and yet it was perfectly balanced and didn't show any signs of lashing out against Ryu. Even so, this wasn't the greatest change that Ryu's heavenly chaos body had allowed. In fact, even if he gave up all of the other changes, so long as he could keep this one, he would have been endlessly satisfied. Due to the qualitative change in his balance aspect, his bone structure had gone beyond just being capable of balancing opposing elements and chis, it was now even capable of balancing things far more enigmatic. For example, cultivation paths. Every step Ryu had taken with his chaotic silk meridians was a threat that he would lose its true abilities forever. This was because if Ryu took too many steps down a conventional path, he would lose the chaos path that his chaotic silk meridians truly wanted to follow. This was why the start of his journey required losing connection with his spiritual foundation. Only in that way would his connection to the heavens be faint enough for chaos to flourish. But now, this was no longer necessary. Because heaven and chaos had been perfectly balanced within his body, his chaotic silk meridians weren't suffocated at every turn. This gave Ryu far more leeway in his cultivation path. Even if he took a wrong step in the future, he wouldn't forever lose access to the true path of his chaotic silk meridians. Ryu gripped his fists and space itself trembled before he exhaled and relaxed. Without a word, he turned around and left the body realm inheritance. Even with the Tao Lord's inheritance right before him, he didn't seem tempted by it in the slightest. It was almost as though he was teaching the Tao Lord a lesson. He had gotten here under his own power, so he would likewise take his time in accepting this so-called Tao Lord's inheritance. What could they do about it? He, the one the Tao Lord least wanted to accept, could saunter around as he pleased, picking and choosing the inheritances he wanted most, while those the Tao Lord most wanted to accept could only struggle with one inheritance at a time. This was the gap, this was the difference. In the face of even a Tao Lord, he would remain true to himself. Ryu didn't care for Starlight's gaze in the slightest. Starlight could just consider himself lucky that he had gotten here before Ryu and had already begun to assimilate with the Chi realm inheritance, or else Ryu would have taken it as well. Ryu appeared before the soul inheritance and reached a hand forward, crushing it. A wave of pressure descended, this one even more dangerous than any Ryu had faced before. This wasn't because of the power, but more so because of the oddity. Those without exceptional soul talent would find themselves lost almost instantly. However, with his Magus Lock, facing an inheritance designed for those at his cultivation level, what did Ryu have to fear? In truth, Ryu didn't need this inheritance, he felt that the Magus Sky God's inheritance was very well suited for him and he didn't need another. However, there was no use in not taking advantage of something right in front of him. There was nothing wrong with more knowledge. Although he couldn't possibly follow all of these paths, having a large selection he could pick and choose from, especially considering his original ignorance of this world, was invaluable. Plus, this was another omniscient sky god, so their inheritance couldn't possibly be shabby. Now that Ryu thought about it, there was another glass orb that descended before the Tao Lords. Although it was nowhere near as big as the Tao Lords, it was still much larger than the omniscient sky gods he had come across so far. Could it be that it was a Tao Lord inheritance as well? Ryu's gaze flashed. If this Tao Lord could crush the other one, just how much more powerful was he? Did he have strength infinitely close to the Tao Sovereign Realm? Or was he from a higher heaven? There were probably only a handful of Tao Lords in the sixth heaven, they could probably be counted on a single hand, and that was if they actually existed. This meant that if this Tao Lord could crush another so easily, it was likely that he was from the seventh heaven, or even higher. Interesting, Ryu thought placidly. The soul inheritance finally finished rushing into Ryu's mind and he was mulling it over for a moment before his gaze shone with a peculiar light. The puppet mimicry sky god. This sky god was able to change the fluctuations of their soul at will to match that of another person's. Hiding one's identity was only one of the much lesser abilities of this inheritance, the far more exaggerated ability was being able to assimilate the abilities of a target. Wasn't this very similar to his perfect blackbody? The main difference here was that the puppet mimicry sky god had found a way to use a wisp of his soul to accomplish the same thing. He had been worried about losing his sense of self by fusing with too many other souls, so he created wisp souls or puppet souls. Ryu's gaze glowed. Right now, he could only have one soul nature. There was nothing he could do about it. His spacetime soul nature was too overwhelming, and it would be too difficult to find something of comparable quality to balance it out and allow him to gain a second soul nature. However, this puppet mimicry sky god's inheritance was a game changer. If he used this technique to create wisp souls, he could bypass this limitation and gain other soul natures. Ryu didn't have a pressing need for other soul natures right this moment, but if he came across something interesting in the future, he, at the very least, wouldn't have to simply watch the opportunity float away. Not bad, Ryu thought to himself. Storing the inheritance away in his mind, Ryu looked up toward the Tao Lord's glass orb. Chapter 1135, I Am. 1135 I Am. Ryu looked toward the Tao Lord's inheritance for a long while, seemingly thinking about something. His actions almost made this so-called race to the finish line a joke. He had claimed one inheritance, meditated on it, cultivated in it, then gone to claim a second inheritance, and the formerly first-place individual was only barely showing signs now of succeeding in his first. Ryu sent a glance toward Starlight just as it seemed he was about to succeed and stepped forward. At first, Ryu had thought about waiting for Starlight and moving forward at the same time. He wanted to see what would happen if he chose to do so for reasons he had personally. But in the end, he chose to move ahead first. At this moment, although they would likely only be a few seconds apart, it couldn't possibly be clearer who was in first place. But as Ryu walked down the final path and made it to the only point of the Tao Lord's inheritance that touched the star path, ready to shatter it, he found a nigh unbreakable barrier blocking the path of his hand forward. Ryu didn't seem to be too surprised by this result. There was no anger, no rage, his gaze didn't even flash with his usual cold light. It was simple and pure indifference. However, what was surprising was the voice that came afterward. To this point, Ryu had claimed a lot of inheritances, but not one of them had an intact consciousness remaining. At best, there would be some lingering whispers or wills left behind just to faintly guide the inheritance into the hands of someone worthy, but outside of that, there was nothing else. But this shouldn't have been surprising. From the beginning, this Tao Lord had been far more hands-on than the others. It was they who had shattered the original Tao Lord inheritance that wanted to descend. It was they who had decided to add additional pressure to Ryu's walk along the star path. And it was of course they who was stopping Ryu's hand path forward. A moment, young one. Wouldn't it be a shame if things simply ended like this? A soothing voice echoed, and a chuckle pervaded the region. It was the kind of tone and echo that could make a person feeling incomparably comfortable. This pause was enough, just long enough for Starlight, who was only a few seconds behind Ryu to begin with, to catch up. At that moment, the inheritance which had been a simple matter for Ryu to crush and accept the baptism of, gained itself a faint layer of protection. It seemed that the only path to it now was to defeat Starlight. Once again, Ryu wasn't very surprised by this. He was certain that this would have happened one way or another. If he was a step behind Starlight, the inheritance would have just gone direct to the latter. If he had stepped out at the same time as Starlight, then this battle would have been inevitable one way or another. Now that he had stepped out a few seconds before Starlight, in the words of the Tao Lord, it was a shame for things to end like this, likely due to the disparity of just a few seconds. But even if Ryu had beaten him by over a day like he could have, the Tao Lord would have just said that he wanted him to pass one final test. No matter how you looked at it, this was an inevitable outcome. Starlight looked toward Ryu's side profile. He didn't seem to have a gloating expression in his eyes at all, he simply looked with a deep, unfathomable depth of curiosity. This was clearly something far outside of his expectations, he truly hadn't expected such a thing. "Welcome, my two potential inheritors," the Tao Lord said with a smile. The Tao Lord didn't say anything about Ryu's lack of a reaction, maybe because in his eyes it was only right that a Path Extinction Realm cub obediently accept his plans, or maybe it was because he had never really taken the time to observe Ryu in the first place. "A great strand of karma ties the three of us together, so I will tell you both about myself before you make a decision whether to move forward or not. A master must seek out a perfect disciple, but said disciple must accept this master as well, so I will explain to you too why I am qualified." A threat, or at least that's how Ryu read it. Explaining his pedigree so that they could decide, was practically just telling Ryu to take a look how tall the mountain before him was and to obediently turn back and stop wasting time. Unlike the other inheritors here, this Tao sovereign is still alive. Ryu's pupils constricted. Even Starlight, who was usually quite even-keeled, felt his heart skip several beats. Alive was one matter. Tao Sovereign was a completely different matter. The Tao Lord. No, the Tao Sovereign chuckled. In my youth, I looked for a method of becoming a Tao Sovereign, so I traveled through the true martial world and experienced many things. Back then, I was on the verge of death, so I chose to leave behind an inheritance in this heavenly path. Although I could have done so on the complete heavenly path, I chose against it. I wanted to gather up a large amount of karma, and I felt that the best way to do this was to help a lower genius rise up through the world and eventually conquer the higher heavens. By a stroke of luck, however, I was able to break through in the twilight of my life, shedding the mold and even evolving my Tao title beyond. As such, you too are very lucky. By accepting my inheritance here, you will have done the equivalent of becoming my in-name disciple. But even so, you will have more knowledge at your fingertips than even some of my inner and core disciples, as you will have the foundation that allowed me to become a Tao Sovereign. The Tao Sovereign allowed his voice to echo. His voice didn't seem laced with pride, but the heavens themselves seemed to naturally lace it with a grandiose air. I'm sure that you will want to know my name by now, the Tao Sovereign chuckled. Hear me well, the name of this potential master of yours rings far and wide. I am the Chaotic Space Sky God. Chapter 1136. Chaotic Space 1136. Chaotic Space. The words of the Chaotic Space Sovereign were gentle and calm, and yet just the name itself made the skies boom and the earth tremble. The star path itself threatened to collapse to ash, and Ryu felt that his heart was about to rupture with how fast his blood was being forced to pump. This name was big. If it was big here, then it was definitely bigger in the heavens above. Even without understanding the weight of it, just the name itself spoke volumes. How grand, how imposing, how absolutely dominating. The Chaotic Space Sovereign had still not shown himself from beginning to end, but Ryu and Starlight both could feel his smile. It was a gentle smile, one that didn't have any hint of gloating behind it. Once again, it was as though the heavens themselves refused to allow this man to be humble, announcing his presence wherever he went. In my youth, I formed an ancient Tao that managed to retain the form of a hegemonic Tao upon entering the Sky God realm. I was born with the ancient Dark Nebulae spiritual foundation, an order-grade spiritual foundation, the Death Star bone structure, a Chaos-grade bone structure, the Aura clan's bloodline, a Chaos-grade bloodline, the Stellar Destruction soul, and a spatial core soul nature, both of which were at the Chaos grade. And finally, I was born with the Chaotic Silk Meridians, my only origin grade talent. Each talent was more devastating than the last, some even more shocking just because of what they meant to Ryu. He said that his Chaotic Silk Meridians were origin grade. Didn't that mean that he had the true method of cultivation? Didn't that mean if Ryu got this inheritance, he would finally be able to stop stumbling around blindly? Didn't that mean that Ryu's cultivation speed would finally match up to his true talent? But even beyond that, the Stellar Destruction soul was unwreathed in chaos, and the spatial core soul nature was just a way of grading soul natures. What was truly important was the Chaotic Space Sovereign actually had a spatial soul nature, which made his inheritance even more invaluable to Ryu. Even as Ryu went down the list, it was hard to find something he wasn't compatible with. The Death Star bone structure, the Dark Nebulae spiritual foundation, the only wild card was the Aura clan's bloodline. Starlight, to Ryu's side, was breathing exceptionally heavy at this point. No matter how calm of a person he was, he simply couldn't remain calm. Some will look at my list of talents and believe me to be lucky because of their grades, but I have always said that synergy between talents is far more important than having individually strong talents. Whether it was my Tao, my spiritual foundation, my meridians, soul or bloodline, or even my bone structure, all of them were perfectly molded by me until they followed just a single path. After stepping into the Sky God realm, because I understood this truth, I rarely found those equal to me. I could flip the skies with a palm and split the earth with a step. The visions of both Ryu and Starlight blurred. They saw the vision of a man with fluttering white robes and an obstructed face. Chaotic dark rainbow energies fluttered around him. In the skies above, a might dragon roared, its silvery scales reflecting in the darkness. This was most definitely a rare spatial affinity dragon, one that Ryu had only met just a single time before. It roared just a single time before swooping down with a mighty momentum, its claws ripping through the veil of space. And yet, the man, who was nothing more than an insignificant dot compared to the size of the dragon, only pressed a single palm forward. An enormous box of dark rainbow energies pressed forward. It seemed to exist outside of this plane of reality, carving out a segment of space for it. The moment the dragon's claw collided against it, it disintegrated to nothingness. There was no great clash, no devastating explosion, no, it was just a silent vanishing, like a wisp of smoke in the wind. The dragon roared in pain and its enormous body blinked away, vanishing in space clearly with the intent to run. But before it could, the transparent box of dark rainbow energies changed into a cone and the man-light pressed its base. The gentle motion sent the cone flying forward at an impossible speed to track. Just as the dragon blinked into existence thousands of kilometers away, it froze. It looked down at its chest slowly, only to find a hole that didn't bleed a drop of blood where its mighty scales and beating heart should have been. The dragon's eyes dimmed, and it slowly fell from the skies, its wings fluttering like pieces of a broken kite. It didn't seem like it ever stood a single chance. This is chaotic space. It destroys everything in its path with a silent deadliness. There was no space more violent and destructive than it, no offensive output that could possibly be greater. Chaotic space reigns supreme above all. This was the first time the chaotic space sovereign didn't hide the pride in his own voice, and the heavens seemed to respond in kind. Booming with golden lightning and violent thunder. This was a man who, with just a thought, could slay a dragon of such rarity, of such power and of such prestige. To disintegrate even such power to absolute nothingness. Starlight's gaze burned with a fierce light. This was true power. I have said enough, the two of you understand what is at stake now. If you succeed today, you will become my disciple in name. If you make it to the complete heavenly path, you will be able to find there the second half of my inheritance, you will become my inheritor disciple and I will hold nothing back from you. As a reward, I will even give you a chance to change your current meridians to gain the strongest set of meridians there is. The chaotic silk meridians. The Tao Sovereign's voice faded, and the pressure vanished, allowing the two to move with absolute freedom. Starlight turned to Ryu instantly, his aura towering. Do you know why the Tao Sovereign wants me and not you? Starlight asked. He wasn't one to speak like this, and he certainly hadn't looked down on Ryu before. But after hearing what was at stake, he didn't seem to want to leave anything up to chance at all. It's because of that spiritual foundation. Starlight sent a glance toward Ryu's dantian. How can you be a real genius when you've accepted the god foundation of another? You were destined to fail from the very beginning. Ryu's pupils constricted. This was the first time he had heard such a thing, but at that moment, it all clicked into place. The problem wasn't whether or not the Phoenix Sky God's spiritual foundation was weak or not. It might be, or it might not be. The main issue was that it was inherited from someone else. In Sacrum, this was an absolute honor. However, in the true martial world, it was akin to chaining yourself. Ryu knew exactly why Starlight only chose to tell him this now. He wanted to limit the variable by dealing an absolute blow to Ryu's confidence. Chapter 1137. Refuse 1137. Refuse. Ryu didn't say a word. Oddly enough, he directly closed his eyes. When he opened them once more, they glowed not only with blinding rings of heavenly favor, but his Tao heart itself was so bright that it nearly caused Starlight to blink. Ryu punched out. It was a punch of absolute simplicity, and yet it had already stepped into the realms of a fist god, gathering all of his energy into a single point. His body seemed to shift through space although it hadn't, appearing with the very same steady stance right before Starlight. Starlight's gaze narrowed. Ryu didn't even bother to respond to his taunts, and just now his Tao heart had shone so brightly that even he could sense it. The Tao heart shouldn't have been something that was tangible, and most certainly shouldn't have been sensed by someone beneath the sky god realm. The only explanation was that Ryu's own was so radiant that it forced the world to acknowledge its existence. Even so, his punch was weak. Starlight struck out with a palm, colliding with Ryu's fist. A jarring feeling shot through Ryu's body as he was forced to take 2 heavy steps backward. In just that exchange, he felt that Starlight was an immovable wall, one he couldn't break through even if his strength suddenly doubled, and that was even after cultivating his heavenly chaos bone structure. It was a strength difference that was almost intrinsic. It wasn't just about talent, although that in and of itself was a huge marker. Whether it was the treatment Starlight received from his youth to the pills and herbs he had consumed, to the teachers he had had along his path, and most definitely to the techniques he had practiced and even briefed through. Starlight was on an entirely different level. Ryu's expression didn't seem to change in the slightest as he threw out a second punch, and a third. Starlight's palms casually countered, his brows furrowing. He couldn't believe that someone who had given him so much pressure could be so weak. He hadn't been lying to Ryu when he said those words about his spiritual foundation. In the true martial world, passing down a spiritual foundation was a method only weaker sky gods used, and it was normally only targeted at weaker talents and poorer backgrounds as well. Back in Sacrum, the greatest way for a sky god to accumulate karma was to test a genius and have them inherit their spiritual foundation. Other methods such as legacy worlds and ruins had varied results and could sometimes be gamed by those that weren't worthy. Sky gods were ultimately capable of making mistakes as well, and it was impossible for them to see through countless generations of change. In the end, this had become the best method there was, and sky gods with reproducible methods had become legends whose spiritual foundations appeared again and again throughout history. This was the benefit of being able to directly target the most prestigious talents and entice them. Ryu was one such person, of course, although his own circumstances were somewhat different. However, in the true martial world, this wasn't possible at all. Such talents tended to be born in clans and sects with large amounts of accumulated karma and faith. If a sky god tried to take such a talent under their wing, they'd find all remnants of their former selves shredded to pieces before they could even make contact. A clan or sect with such protections would never allow their young genius to suddenly have their future coopted by a stranger whose motives were entirely unknown. But that was just the tip of the iceberg. The main issue with taking on a sky god's spiritual foundation was that even if it had been reverted back to a mortal state, it still had the lingering influences of what had once been a godhood. Ryu hadn't noticed such influences yet because he had yet to begin to use his spiritual foundations in cultivation in earnest, but once he did, he would realize just how much pull the Phoenix Sky God had. This would just be like when Ryu tried to dual-wield spear, glaives and halberds all over again. He had always had the skill and willingness to succeed, but the pull of faith and karma had made it almost impossible for those weapons to cooperate with him properly. Likewise, when Ryu tried to take the Phoenix Sky God's spiritual foundation down his own path, it too would fight back. When he tried to plant his cosmic seeds, it might very well reject them. When he tried to grow his cosmic seeds and shatter it to form a world sea, it would likely fight back. When he tried to form his own godhood, it would most definitely fight back, far more fiercely than ever before. The only way to counter this was to follow down the path the spiritual foundation wanted you to follow, the path that it was used to, the path it wanted to see. But if you foolishly chose to do such a thing, you would find yourself shackled by the same limitations of the god that came before you. Your ceiling would no longer be decided by you, it would be decided on the limitations of the sky god that came before you. A sky god who had clearly long since died. It wasn't even possible to reject this fate. The last time Ryu tried to completely remove the Phoenix Sky God's spiritual foundation from himself, he was injured so badly that he very nearly died. There was simply no getting away from it. With such an intimate connection formed, it was impossible for anyone to do anything about it. In such a situation, Ryu was destined to fail. It only made it worse that this sky god was from a lesser world. He simply never stood a chance to begin with. From the start, no matter how great his determination was, he was destined to never amount to much. And this was why the Tao Lord had refused to choose him, this was why the Tao Lord would continue to refuse to choose him. Chapter 1138. Realization 1138. Realization. Ryu punched out again and was almost lifted up and off his feet this time. He rolled his shoulder, exhaling a breath before a surge of dark gold and golden energies surged around him in a nebulae-like fog. He felt that he understood this body of his quite well now, well enough to truly fight. Ryu's hair fluttered. There was only one way to climb to the greatest peak. Go all out. Ryu's hands opened up and his great sword staff snapped into his palm. Suddenly, he shifted forward like a shadow, his body vanishing as several small realms enveloped the surroundings. When he appeared again, his great sword staffs were swinging down with the force of a torrential storm. Arcs of blue lightning and sharp dark green winds enveloped everything there was. Starlight's gaze narrowed, but he still struck out with the same palm. Bang, bang, bang. The two exchanged a flurry of exchanges, but the calmness of Starlight was in clear contrast to Ryu's absolute frenzy, the coldness in the latter's eyes being contrasted by the stillness of the former. The gap seemed to be all too obvious even as the lightning and wind small realms enveloped one another. Ryu unleashed a roar and his skin erupted with a torrent of sapphire light, shrouded him in an instant. His radiant blue scale manifested, and a pair of horns grew from his head once again. His speed and power exploded forth, his lightning turning to tribulation lightning and his wind gaining the support of his northern heavenly wind. At that moment, his blades, snaking with blue lightning and dark winds shifted. The blue lightning became more radiant, and a hidden rune began to dance within them. At the same time, the dark wings gained a tinge of a gold color. Ryu's speed caught Starlight off guard. Even though he raised his palms, Starlight found a blade appearing right at his neck, prepared to shred him to pieces. Starlight's pupils constricted. At that instant, Ryu's overall combat prowess had increased by at least 100-fold. Was that true tribulation lightning? How was that possible? And what was that wind? A northern heavenly wind, an immature one. Starlight's bright irises flickered with a peculiar light before his body shifted. Ryu's blade seemed to pass right through him. Almost instantly, Ryu was certain that this was a spirit body of sorts, but it was even more enigmatic than his own. It looked as though it was simply designed for movement and evasion in a way his own were not. A dark spirit body. Bang! A sudden overwhelming pressure crashed into Ryu's chest and his scales shattered, his ribs nearly following suit as a projectile of blood left his lips. He shot back like a ball out of a cannon, the shockwave-like pressure still following up again, and then again, for a second and third palm strike. Although he had only faced one attack, it felt no different than having faced three. Ryu landed heavily on his feet and nearly fell to his knees. Starlight walked forward, a hint of curiosity and confusion in his eyes. Ryu could exude the aura of a fist god, and sometimes when he swung those enormous blades of his, he exuded the aura of various weapon gods. It was enough to shock most, even him, quite frankly. How could one person be a god of so many disciplines? However, for some reason, when he was actually fighting Ryu, he felt that the latter's actual combat sense was far weaker than a god of a weapon or martial art form should have. It made little sense. Logically, a fist god should be a god of combat. Likewise for a sword god or any other form. Against them, that casual palm of his shouldn't have had any chance of landing. Then again, when Ryu was in his fist god form, Starlight had been forced to simply counter him directly and couldn't find any holes like he had just now. Could it just be that using the aura of a sword god with something that was clearly not a sword just left such flaws? That should probably be it. Having had his curiosity somewhat satiated, Starlight walked forward a hint faster, half his body still in a shadowy wisp of smoke as though he could vanish at any time. And then he did. Just when Starlight appeared, he found a fist before his chest. He hurriedly blocked but was still forced to take a single step back. Ryu coughed as he rose to his full height. The wound to his chest was healing at a visible speed. He seemed to have completely abandoned his great sword staffs, having seen through the same problem that Starlight had. He simply didn't have the time to fix it, but what he did have were his fists and legs. Ryu's arms spread out and the lightning and wind that had been coating his great sword staffs shot towards his palms, instantly coating his hands in a blue steel gauntlet. Starlight's gaze narrowed as stronger and stronger arcs of lightning began to come off Ryu in strong pulses. Then, as though a bolt of lightning had just struck where Ryu had been standing, he vanished and appeared before Starlight. Starlight dodged, vanishing in the shadows, but Ryu flickered in a trail of lightning once again. Arcs of lightning and wisps of darkness chased and intertwined against one another. It felt as though the elements themselves were battling it out rather than two young men. Whether it was the ground, the air or even high in the skies, their speed brought them everywhere. Sometimes, flashes of their true forms would appear. Fists would collide, shins would rebound off of one another, and elbows would send booming sound waves in all directions. Even so, after every exchange, Ryu would feel his body shake and rattle, his inner organs threatening to collapse. If not for the danger his tribulation lightning gauntlets displayed, his situation might have been a lot worse. Starlight didn't seem to be in a rush toward a hurried conclusion, seemingly still probing to satisfy his own curiosity. Suddenly, Starlight's palm became a finger and he pointed forward just as Ryu's lightning body became corporeal. A burning hole tore through Ryu's collarbone with such force that it nearly ripped his right arm from his shoulder. A sudden realization overcame Ryu as the burning pain shot through him. Starlight had only just started using chi. Chapter 1139. Bloody 1139. Bloody. Ryu's gaze went cold. He suddenly felt like he understood the true reason for the gap. Whatever chi Starlight was using was exceptional. Even when he wasn't actively using it, the benefits it had on his body were overwhelming. There might very well be other things that enhanced him in this way as well. At that moment, the lagging geniuses began to catch up. They had half expected to find Ryu in the process accepting the final inheritance. they simply didn't believe that he would be able to assimilate the Tao Lord's inheritance with the same speed. But what they actually found left them pleasantly surprised. Ryu was locked in battle with another. Didn't that mean that they still had a chance? In fact, they could even let the two of them tire one another out before they rushed forward themselves and claimed the rewards. They looked warily toward one another, seemingly realizing that they had to be wary of one another once more. But before this could even last very long, they noticed something else that made their expressions incomparably ugly. Up ahead, all the countless star paths there had been converged down to just 3, and of those 3, all 3 had already been claimed. It was only then they realized that just what kind of childish dream they had been holding onto. All of the star paths leading to the Tao Lord had already been claimed by these two. They couldn't enter the battle for the final inheritance even if they wanted to. Vi gripped his fists hard. He had thought from the very beginning that he had a good chance in succeeding, only for things to actually turn out like this. When he saw that the 3 paths ahead weren't even connected, he was even more infuriated. There was no sign of a third individual, there was no lingering aura, nor was there any corpse. This meant that one of either Ryu or Starlight purposely chose a second inheritance without needing to, essentially cutting off the rest of their dreams. Vi had no idea that the so-called second inheritance that Ryu had claimed was a sole inheritance those here didn't have a chance of gaining the acceptance of anyway, but when fools got a chance to blame others for their own shortcomings, they would grasp at whatever ideas came to mind. After realizing that their chances had been squandered, the geniuses only now truly focused on the battle in earnest and began to notice details they had been too hyped up on hope and expectation to notice before. For one, they didn't seem to recognize either one of these young men. Ryu had been with a mask before, and Starlight was too easily forgettable. Although they had interacted with the latter, they didn't even remember having done so. Only Mei felt her heart clench when she saw Ryu, especially when it was very clear that he was in a bad state. This is origin-grade immortal chi. That was absolutely impossible. Origin-grade immortal chi only existed on the 7th heaven. Could it be? Mei felt her heart skip a beat. Ryu had already come so far. He wasn't even born in the true martial world, but he could already stand up to geniuses of the 5th heaven like her and the others. This wasn't just a small bit impressive. If he gained the inheritance of a Tao Lord, he would definitely be able to close the gap entirely and face them even when they no longer faced their restrictions. Although she wanted the inheritance for herself, she could still manage to feel happy at the chance he was able to receive, especially since as someone linked to him, and judging by how Ryu usually treated her, she didn't doubt that she would benefit as well. But wasn't this a bit too unfair? Those of the 7th heaven shouldn't even be interested in this wave of the convergence. According to historical records, they would only make themselves known when the wave of fate was much higher. A genius of the 7th heaven might stumble in inheritances of this level taking a stroll out of their backyard. Why would they stall their cultivation, suppress themselves, all to come down here for this? But it seemed that life wasn't meant to be fair. Ryu coughed up a mouthful of blood, his gaze shifting to the tear in his collarbone. His scales, one of his greatest defenses, had been directly ripped through as though it wasn't there at all. At that moment, Ryu realized that there was no way he could continue like this. The gap was too enormous. Ryu took a breath and exhaled, his gaze the placid reflection of calmness. After cultivating his heavenly chaos bone structure, his sensitivity toward heavenly favor and its inner working had skyrocketed. Let alone winning this battle, he felt that even the enormous amount of heavenly favor he had gathered up until this point still wasn't enough to reclaim his spiritual foundation. He wasn't sure if even claiming the Tao Lord's inheritance would be enough. He knew too little about the martial gods, but it seemed that whatever their standing in the true martial world was, it was too much for heavenly favor at this level to deal with. There was likely not enough heavenly favor in the whole of this heavenly path to deal with their seal. Maybe only if he went to this so-called complete heavenly path would he have a chance at succeeding, but by then, he wouldn't just be facing 5th heaven geniuses. There would be 6th heaven, 7th heaven, 8th heaven, maybe even 9th heaven. He didn't know where this Starlight came from, but he most definitely came from one of these higher existences, and he couldn't even last a few exchanges. Let alone a few exchanges, Ryu had yet to see what Starlight's real cultivation was. He could only faintly tell that he was still using immortal chi, so at the very least, he wasn't in the cosmic seed realm yet. The towering mountain before him only seemed to be getting larger. And yet Ryu grinned, bloody-teethed and all. Chapter 1140. Constellation Chi 1140 Constellation Chi Starlight sent forward a second attack. While it had felt that a lot of time had passed since the first, the reality was that it had only been the span of half a breath. Starlight didn't seem intent on letting up, having become bored of Ryu's display. However, what he hadn't expected was for his next strike to miss entirely. Ryu simply vanished, appearing exactly 1 meter to the side. Space talent. Starlight's brows shot up, but Ryu had already begun his counterattack. Ryu's body flickered with lightning as a surge of icy intent coursed through his body, a wild surge of vitality filling his body, meeting up with his southern heavenly wind and swallowing up the intent eating away at his collarbone as he sent a strike forward. Starlight's gaze narrowed as he met the blow with his palm, exchanging 3 strikes in quick succession before his body flickered into the shadows. However, when he reappeared once again, Ryu's fist was already in front of his face. In fact, it seemed that Ryu had made it to the location before even he could. Starlight's frown deepened and wisps of dark fog left his body, leaving a void around his body that made Ryu feel as though he was punching through a different dimension. And yet, too suddenly for Starlight to react, Ryu's fist shifted out of said dimension and hit him squarely in the face. Bang! Starlight's head was forced to complete a quarter turn, his neck muscles bulging as his gaze locked onto a position to his right as though he was looking for something. Although he didn't move a single step back, his eyes were opened wide with shock. His face had been hit. No, more importantly, how had his void dimension been punched through? How could a low-heaven genius have such a high comprehension of space? Starlight was so distracted by his shock that he couldn't react to the palm that landed flat on his chest a moment later, sparks of lightning shredding his outer clothing and leaving faint marks of char in its path. Starlight stumbled 3 steps back, his head finally slowly turning toward Ryu. It really is him, Jenellis thought with wide open eyes. By now it was all too obvious. The man with a perfect blackbody soul who had attacked her back then was actually this ant she thought she could casually crush with a thought. Ryu didn't even spare Jenellis a glance as he punched out once again, his fists howling with golden wings, frightening ice and arcs of lightning. For the first time, he unleashed his ice affinity in the truest sense and the biting cold licked across Starlight's face and made him feel uncomfortable. The moment this ice was released, Ryu's vitality skyrocketed, and his sapphire blue scales were all coated in a faint sheet of frozen water that more than doubled his defensive prowess. Bang, bang, bang. His punches were immaculate, every single one perfectly concentrated all of his strength into a single point, the raging torrent of his fury, his frustration, his will being fused into a single point. Starlight retreated again and again, finding it difficult to find a way to reclaim the momentum. The moment Ryu had abandoned his great sword staffs, his battle sense had become seamless. In fact, it felt like his close combat skills were simply on a level all to their own. However, to make matters worse, his spatial talent was absolutely suffocating. It didn't matter what domain Starlight released, it felt like he could waltz through it as though it was his own backyard. Roar! Suddenly, Ryu's body erupted with flames. The change once again caught Starlight completely off guard, especially when his tribulation lightning and these flames fused into one. The explosive power shot up as the purple lightning flame tore apart through space, appearing at Starlight's chest. Boom! Starlight was finally lifted off of his feet, shooting backward like a beaming star. Ryu stood on the star path. All the elements in the world seemed to bow to his command. Ice, fire, lightning and wind were all corralled beneath his might, forced into submission and concentrated into his attack force. However, Ryu didn't seem satisfied in the slightest. Dark gold runes began to float around him. He would throw everything he had into this battle. Seventh Heaven Genius, Tao Sovereign, the martial gods, none would block his path. Ryu raised up 2 fingers on one hand and threw out a mighty punch with the other that soared after Starlight. Then, his body flickered and vanished. He stepped around the void as thought it was his home and appeared above Starlight, several dark gold cones of condensed soul attacks forming around him. He sent them forward without the slightest hesitation. At the same moment, his earlier fist attack appeared, crashing down toward Starlight in a wreath of fire, ice, lightning and wind. Facing a physical attack and a soul attack at once was enough to devastate most if not all opponents. But just when Ryu's soul attacks descended, a chain necklace around Starlight's neck trembled and the dark gold spiraling cones shattered on contact. Reacting just as quickly, Starlight punched out, causing his backward momentum to accelerate just out of the range of Ryu as he collided with the latter's fist attack. Starlight flipped through the air and landed on the ground. His smiling expression had vanished, but it hadn't been replaced by coldness or rage. Instead, it seemed to be a mix of indifference and stoicism. The void trembled around him slightly and the dense fog of darkness increased. Eventually, it felt like it was only possible to see the starry light of his bright eyes. At that moment, Ryu picked up on the void trembling as a connection seemed to be established with some far-off, distant existence or even, plane. Ryu's pupils constricted. Starlight's palms came together before separating. Each of them began to follow a circular pattern, rotating in the opposite direction of one another before meeting again. An oppressive power descended, and yet Ryu felt intimately familiar with it. This was Starlight making use of his cultivation method's chi manipulation method. It was no different from the constellation techniques of the Radiant Star sect. The fact this was happening at least meant that Starlight was becoming semi-serious, but this wasn't what shocked Ryu. It really was no different from the constellation techniques because it was the constellation technique. Just different, as though it was the opposite side of the same coin. Constellation chi fell and the flickering image of a six-armed Buddha with skin as dark as night appeared to Starlight's back. The oppressive aura he exuded alone seemed to shatter all of Ryu's momentum. Chapter 1141. Everything. The constellation shot forward, fusing with Starlight's body and causing his fog-like domain to gain a dark gold tint to it that sprung out 4 extra arms. The dark star chi caused those who sensed it to shudder, even Ryu's pupils constricted. This was a Dominion-grade constellation, he was absolutely certain. But that should be impossible. Even Ryu himself was limited to using a lineal constellation because lineal constellations were the highest grade of constellation that still utilized immortal chi. If he went any higher, he would have to assimilate cosmic chi, which would likely cause his body to directly implode. However, not only did Starlight not give a damn about this, he actually fused the constellation with his body, a process that shouldn't even be possible. Ryu didn't know what to think. These techniques should have been in Aika's hands. Could it be that she had some sort of relationship with Starlight as well? That wasn't impossible. Ryu knew too little about the Radiant Star sect. He had no idea what secrets they held or why such a powerful sect with clearly powerful heritage was hidden away on the first heaven. However, he simply didn't have the time to think about it as one of Starlight's newly formed arms pressed forward lightly. The movement didn't seem to have much energy behind it at all, and yet the oppressive pressure reached Ryu in an instant. It was as though he was touching him through the void, and though his spatial senses could pick up on this, his body wasn't fast enough to react. Ryu felt a palm print appear on his chest. His ribcage was deformed, the organs beneath it being crushed and twisted, skewered through the very bones meant to protect it. Breathing suddenly felt like inhaling nails, but that was soon overwhelmed by the feeling of being sent flying backward. Ryu coughed up a mouthful of blood, shards of flesh and bone following it as his vision nearly went black. In that moment, he could finally sense Starlight's cultivation, and it was funny enough to make him laugh. Half-step path extinction realm. A full realm beneath him. Even if Starlight's figure suddenly shimmered to reveal a toddler, Ryu would believe it. A second palm appeared and descended with an unholy might. While the first seemed to have been incomparably gentle, this one left devastation in its wake, leaving tears through the void and space, crashing down like a flaming meteor. However, what was particularly shocking about this flaming meteor was that it was wreathed in flames that felt eerily similar to Mei's own, flames that could directly burn the soul. Boom! The palm enveloped Ryu and swallowed him whole before retracting as though its job was done. A mangled figure covered in dark gold flames was left behind. They licked across his body and dove into his carved-up flesh, seemingly wanting to devour him from the inside out. Ryu coughed, slowly standing to his feet. "All right," he said lightly. The flames continued to lick at him, but for some reason, they couldn't quite seem to catch on. In fact, as time passed, it was quite clear that they were growing weaker before they were entirely snuffed out, never to return. Starlight's gaze narrowed. He hadn't expected Ryu's soul defenses to be so powerful. Unlike himself, Ryu hadn't relied on a treasure, he relied on his own abilities. But this was shocking enough. Considering Ryu's other talents, his soul couldn't be too impressive. His most shocking ability was definitely his bloodline, but Starlight wasn't moved by it. For one, although Ryu seemed to have somehow gained the lightning Qilin bloodline, it was lacking in too many facets. He lacked the supporting bone structure or soul. He couldn't cultivate a beast core, so his tribulation lightning came from himself, and unless he had the storm talent, which would continue to be a fatal weakness. Secondly, His bloodline seemed to be one of the lowest grades of lightning Qilin bloodlines, so the boost to his bodily strength was likewise wholly limited. The fact Starlight could blast holes through his scales even when they were doubly protected with an ice inheritance spoke volumes. Thirdly, humans with beast bloodlines tended to suffer in other ways that didn't relate to being hunted down by the beast clans they stole the bloodline from. For example, their soul talents and chi cultivation talent tended to take a huge hit, which was the reason it was so surprising that Ryu's soul talent was seemingly exceptional. Regardless, Starlight didn't feel like being in any great rush. If Ryu's soul talent was so excellent, he wanted to preserve that for himself. In that case, it was in his best interest to not completely destroy Ryu's body. Plus, he wanted to see what other secrets Ryu might have and if there was anything else about him worth preserving. A strong pulse of vitality exuded from Ryu's body, causing Starlight to sneer. No matter how good your healing factor is, there is no way you'll. Starlight's thoughts froze as he watched the beaten and mangled Ryu suddenly heal to over 50% in an instant. His pupils couldn't help but constrict into pinholes, nothing was making any sense. How could he heal from injuries caused by his Void Soul Dominion grade Buddha constellation? Ryu took deep breaths and looked into the skies. I don't like it, he mumbled to himself. I don't like it at all. He was incredibly sensitive to certain things. He could see the shift in Starlight's thoughts, in his focus. He was treating him like a hobbling prey he could take down at any times, but he preferred to watch him bleed out instead due to the convenience. And yet, despite his usual demeanor, Ryu wasn't infuriated by this. Arrogance that stemmed from ignorance wasn't true arrogance. Ryu had never assumed that his talent was unsurpassable. He had always chased after this feeling, after this battle right here. If he had just assumed he was already the best, what good was telling himself that he was? As a pat to the back, as a nice warm cookie to soothe his belly. What utter nonsense. What he didn't like was that he had finally found what he was looking for, and yet he couldn't fight to his heart's content. So he would. Ryu looked down from the skies and met Starlight's gaze. Your strength will decide whether I die the moment I step foot out of this heavenly path or not. Or who knows, maybe it will decide if I die before even leaving this heavenly path at all. I would like to see how much you can force out of me. I want to see what a true genius of the true martial world can do. Give me everything you have. Ryu's gaze sharpened and his aura flared. Take form and conquer the world. Chapter 1142. Causality. The golden miasma above rattled and boomed, the heavenly path's perpetual golden light becoming dark for the first time. The ground rattled, trees that stretched countless kilometers into the sky swayed, and the very water bodies that did exist in the place formed tsunami-like waves destroying everything in their path. Ryu's silvery irises glowed with a fierce and undying light, the wound to his chest quickly reforming as the tattoos on his body danced, exuding a radiant light. To his back, 13 mighty and trembling dark gold rings of chi took form, shaking the world. Mei's gaze couldn't help but constrict. She had seen these immortal rings before, but they were nothing like she had experienced before. The unbalanced art sect's grounds were designed to be cut off from the heavens. This was the best sort of location to practice their techniques, but as a result of this, when Ryu spoke the enchantment to summon his immortal rings, she hadn't felt the true weight of those words. Until now, the heavens seemed to be absolutely infuriated, and yet Ryu's aura only continued to climb. The higher heaven he was on when he summoned his immortal rings, the more oppressive the backlash. It was almost a unique form of suicide to dare to summon these rings in the heavenly path of all places. But that only made them all the more powerful. Ryu immediately sensed something as his immortal rings took shape, but he pressed down the feeling, knowing that he couldn't allow himself to explore it, especially not here. If the world wanted to see it, to bring him down, then they would have to force him. Ryu punched out and Starlight almost immediately reacted, sending out a palm in retaliation. Boom, boom, boom. Ryu coughed up several mouthfuls of blood as he was forced back again and again, but he continued to send out strikes until his gaze flashed. Storm. The rumbling thunder above solidified just as Ryu's own immortal rings likewise solidified. The fury of the heavenly path was palpable, and yet Ryu only made personal use of it, turning the fury of the heavens toward himself and activating his storm talent. Arcs of white, gold and radiant royal blue lightning descended from the skies, piercing toward Starlight and causing his expression to change. He was once again surprised. Ryu really did have the storm talent. No, not just the storm talent, but the lightning god talent as well. This didn't make any sense. The truest form of tribulation, lightning fell from the skies and Starlight was forced to dodge, and then dodge again. Ryu shuttled through space and appeared before Starlight, his gauntlets having turned into a shimmering swirl of white, gold and royal as he smashed downward. Starlight's gaze flashed with an annoyed light. Every time he felt that he had Ryu suppressed, he would come out with more bullshit, and what were those words he had spoken before supposed to mean? He usually considered himself to be an even-keeled individual, but for some reason that look in Ryu's eyes was pissing him off. If you're weak, then just admit that you were weak. What sort of weak person hides trump cards and brings them out one by one just to get defeated again and again? If you're weak, shouldn't you bring out everything you have right at the beginning? Starlight's temper flared. It was as though Ryu truly thought there was a chance to defeat him with just this pitiful amount. You don't have the bones of the Qilin. You can't assimilate with lightning properly. You can't reforge your spirit body as it should be, so you can't even summon as much lightning as you should be able to with that talent. You have 3 of the 4 pillar talents of their race, but your use of them is pitiful. Just piss off. Starlight's frustration had been building up ever since Ryu's first appearance, and now it just felt like it was bubbling over. The void trembled once again, and a second constellation formed. It was once again exuding the aura of the Dominion grade, and it formed a shimmering dark gold shield. The shield slotted perfectly into one of Starlight's 4 foggy hands, forming an impenetrable defense, and gently pressed forward. Ryu found his fist meeting an undeniable force. Even as lightning erupted all around it, he couldn't make it through, and he found himself flying backward like a ball out of a cannon once again. Even as he was flying and Starlight was regaining his bearings, the latter opened up the void again. And a third Dominion grade constellation descended, forming a sword that was transparent and reflected the starry skies within itself. In his fury, Starlight's foggy arm raised the sword and slashed downward, causing a mighty sword chi to surge forward and appear before Ryu in the blink of an eye. Ryu's pupils constricted and his body flickered with a bolt of lightning, dodging out of the way. And yet, even though he had dodged, it felt as though time had come to a stop. Scenes played in Ryu's head again and again. In 9 of 10 of these scenes, Ryu managed to dodge, but in the 10th, he was slow to react, causing him to lose an arm. Ryu's heart skipped a beat and his body seemed to shift backward. Sheeing. A sharp pain rushed through Ryu's left shoulder and his left arm flew into the skies, a pillar of blood and a spark of lightning following with it. Ryu almost couldn't believe what he had just seen. Was that a time-based ability? No, not quite. He had time affinity. He would at least be able to stop it if he had no other choice. That was causality. Starlight had seen 10 futures and picked out the one he liked best and forced Ryu to accept it at the same time. Ryu wasn't entirely unfamiliar with such abilities. Was this how people had felt when he used the fate reversal ability of his heavenly pupils? Starlight, though, didn't rely on heavenly pupils, he relied on a constellation. Holding his bloodied arm stump and gazing toward Starlight, Ryu suddenly realized that of his 6 arms, only 2 were filled. At the same time, Starlight seemed to be quite furious. Chapter 1143, TSSSUUU. 1143 TSSSUUU. May couldn't help but cover her mouth, her pupils trembling. She could only barely feel the oddity of the strike, but the result of it was more than enough for her heart to quake. The other spectators felt the oddity as well, and something in their hearts told them that there was simply no way of dodging. In fact, if they had been in Ryu's position, let alone an arm, they might have very well lost their heads. May bit her lip, hard. As much as she was feeling suffocated by Starlight's pressure, she felt even more resistance to the idea that the man she had just given herself to would die just like this. She hadn't even gotten a chance to know him, to truly know him. Would things really end like this? Arcs of lightning surged around Ryu and his body became almost incorporeal. The stump of his shoulder connected to his spinning arm via a flash of radiant blue, and when he came back to form, half of it had been reattached. Ryu's control over his soul was beyond most individuals now. Another might have been forced to allow their soul to passively disconnect from their severed arm, but Ryu, after realizing there was no getting away from losing his arm, had purposely maintained this connection, allowing him to disperse his body into lightning and reform his whole figure, albeit somewhat imperfectly. Even so, his healing factor was quickly making him perfect, so long as he had some time. Unfortunately, though, although he had reacted extraordinarily quickly, Starlight's second strike was already descending and Ryu felt his body forcefully frozen in time. Countless scenarios played out until Starlight settled on the path of causality that cost Ryu his leg. A sword light flashed by and a sharp pain shot through Ryu's body as it was his left leg's turn to take a spin through the air. It felt as though Starlight was purposely mutilating him. No matter how many times Ryu tried to reconnect his body part, not only would it be imperfect, but a third, fourth, and even fifth strike would follow up soon afterward, too enigmatic for him to dodge completely. Ryu coughed up a mouthful of blood, the crimson droplets drizzling down his neck. His current body looked absolutely ridiculous, by self-admission. It looked as though some shoddy, black market doctor had sewn his limbs onto the stump that remained of his body. Bits of flesh, muscle and tendons barely held him together, but his limbs were disconnected enough that they looked as though they might fall away from him any moment now. Ryu could already feel that if he tried to close in the distance between himself and Starlight, the latter's control over causality would only increase. Rather than 1 out of 10, there might be 2 of 10, 3 of 10, or maybe even 5 of 10 scenarios he could use to force Ryu into a dead end. If Ryu pushed his luck, one of those scenarios would likely take his head. However, what was also clear was that Starlight was making no attempt to close the distance. It was as though he was poking and prodding at Ryu like a toy, seeing if he had anything more to give. Ryu shook his head, his chest still open and his back still straight. He took heaving breaths as the next sword light came. Despite the state of his body, his gaze remained the same. He had already spoken what he needed to say once, he felt no pressing need to speak again. Unbendable and unbreakable, that's what he would be. A pillar of rage flames enveloped Ryu's body in a torrent. The surging black-red flames danced with his tribulation lightning and his aura completely changed. His limbs shifted into place as though they had never been severed. His radiant blue scales turned a royal violet, the horns on his head growing yet another size. Roar! The skies trembled as a cloak of crimson enveloped Ryu, his dragon soul manifesting with a menacing arc as the storm above his head grew more violent. The heavens raged with even greater fury, almost as though Ryu's very existence was taboo. The dark gold tattoos that covered Ryu's body seemed to have gained life. Almost like a dry well finally being filled with flowing fresh water, it soaked it all in, becoming brighter and brighter. Facing the sword light, Ryu turned into an arc of violet lightning flames, shifting to the side and dodging. This time, Starlight's causality was entirely broken. But rather than closing the distance, Ryu's aura changed and his grandfather's bow appeared in his hands. The storm in the sky surged as arcs of blazing blue, white and gold lightning descended. With just a thought, Ryu corralled them all, forming an arrow dancing with a 15% complete rune. Ryu released 3 arrows in quick succession, and then 3 more. Each and every one carried the fury of the storm, the wrath of the heavens being concentrated into an arrow barely a finger width thick. The sound they unleashed when they were released was akin to 1,000 claps of thunder, layering upon one another and causing the fabric of space to crumble and quake as it attempted to quickly reform itself. Boom, boom, boom. Starlight's brows jumped. He had seen Ryu release the aura of a bow god before, but it was only now, facing it personally, that he could feel the true pressure. The sharpness in Ryu's gaze was unlike how it had been before, his blindness seemingly having been entirely cured. In the past, Ryu relied entirely on his void spiritual sense. However, as his grandfather had always said, the most important thing to an archer were his eyes. Starlight hurriedly blocked before him, his heart jumping. The power of these lightning flames was easily multiples of what the tribulation lightning had been before. In fact, this was more akin to the power a young noble lightning Qilin would be able to display with their tribulation lightning alone. Starlight felt quite speechless. Had that been the aura of the fire dragon he had sensed before? He had berated Ryu for daring to hold back when he was so weak, but seeing Ryu take out talent after talent that could get him executed by races and existences even he didn't dare to provoke left Starlight not knowing what to say. Boom, boom, boom. Starlight's body shuddered as he blocked with his shield. The 2 subsequent attacks made his arm numb as he was forced to take 2 steps back. With a thought, he shook his shield gently and the rest of the accumulated pressure vanished in the blink of an eye as though it had never been there. Ryu had caught him off guard at first, but his sword had such an ability, only a fool would believe his shield was just a simple shield. In fact, it too could shift causality, but its ability was much more life-saving. His sword could pick a causality and outcome that suited him best, while his shield could split the outcome of an attack between numerous casualties, decreasing the power by whatever number of casualties he had conjured up. Just now, with a simple shake, he had weakened Ryu's attack by a factor of 10. Starlight wasn't worried about either his offense or defense, even in the face of the current Ryu, but inwardly he was still shocked. Ryu's overall foundation as a cultivator was entirely too weak before him. Even if he had used Rage Flames and Tribulation Lightning separately, he would have been nothing more than an ant. It was only after he fused them that they barely reached a standard that could harm him if he was too casual in responding. But even so, that was only if he was too casual. That said, he could understand now what Ryu said about dying when he took a step out of here. Was it worth it? Starlight almost laughed at his own thoughts. What choice did Ryu have? He had a choice between dying here at his own hands and dying outside. How would anyone with the heart of a cultivator choose the first? Even if there was just the slightest chance for survival, a real man would fight. For the first time, the Tao Sovereign's intent perked up. But this had nothing to do with Ryu's bloodlines. He had already deduced that Ryu was from a lesser world. In those places, all sorts of wild things happened. So long as Ryu got a bit lucky when coming here, he would be able to unshackle those talents and display these abilities. It was just unknown how long he would live after doing so and offending those ancestral beast clans. No, what caught the Tao Sovereign's attention was something entirely different. Starlight felt another attack coming, so he raised his shield once more, prepared to block once again, allow himself to reset, and then counter. But what actually happened left him frozen in space. Ryu's attack seemed to shrug off his shield entirely, an odd, unnoticeable fluctuation breaking through the realms of causality, or at the very least, the realms Starlight's shield and sword could control. Tsu. Ryu's arrow tore a hole through Starlight's chest, leaving a bloody hole in its wake. In the end, Starlight just barely shifted to the side, escaping the fate of having his heart torn to shreds. Ryu stood in the distance, his gaze dancing with the irregular and unsymmetrical runes of the unbalanced mantra as he pulled back his bowstring again, his aura of a bow god flaring as the storming skies turned more violent.